Hello everyone. Welcome to part 3. First, let's do a quick recap of the previous part. Zhang Yuan, the protagonist who continuously turns the tables in the game world, relies on his intelligence and immense strength to overcome challenges and eventually stands at the pinnacle of the world. At the beginning of the story, Zhang Yuan encounters a bottleneck in the game. Facing powerful enemies from the City Lord's manor, he originally planned a stealth assassination but failed to change his class due to bad luck. Undeterred, he entered the class change hall and uncovered the God of Pleasure's conspiracy. After 3 failed attempts at changing his class, he discovered he could use a save load mechanism to retry. Through persistence, he successfully became the ghostly swordmaster, regaining his powerful abilities. He easily defeated the guards of the City Lord's manor, cleared the trial dungeon, and earned substantial rewards. In dormitory number 0, Zhang Yuan chose room 310 and drew the 9 Heavens Crimson Fiend Sword Array diagram from the Divine Treasury. Although the diagram seemed insignificant at first, he realized it might be effective against gods. To test this, he re-entered the trial dungeon and successfully defeated the God of Pleasure's class change statue, proving the sword array's power. At Mingjing Academy, Zhang Yuan reunited with Li Shuer and learned about the existence of the Sky Tower, a 100-floor challenge dungeon with powerful monsters or bosses on each level. Encouraged by Principal Jing Bingyun, Zhang Yuan decided to take on the Sky Tower. Using the Sky Key, he unlocked a hidden quest, significantly increasing the difficulty of each floor. In the Sky Tower, Zhang Yuan displayed extraordinary strength, effortlessly defeating one monster and boss after another. His rapid progress shocked everyone present. Upon reaching the 91st floor, he faced the formidable Valkyrie projection. Using the Mirror of Duplication and the 9 Heavens Crimson Fiend Sword Array, he successfully defeated her. He then bypassed combat on the 92nd floor by destroying the deity statue and advanced directly to the 93rd floor. At the top of the Sky Tower, Zhang Yuan encountered a woman in white, who turned out to be the divine projection of Li Shuer. She revealed that the ultimate reward of the Sky Tower was the artifact the Sky Tower itself. Zhang Yuan successfully gained control of the Sky Tower and acquired other valuable items, including the Blackwater Demon-Slaying Sword Array diagram and the Zhanlu Stone. However, Zhang Yuan's adventures were far from over. The God of Pleasure tasked him with defeating the Fire Goddess projection in exchange for the Zhanlu Stone. In the Star God Gambling Dungeon, Zhang Yuan defeated the Fire Goddess projection, obtaining the Eternal Flame and the Zhanlu Stone. Later, at the Adventurers Guild headquarters, he earned the admiration of Bai Zhenghua and received the Chaos Emblem and Divine Stone as rewards. In the Campus Battle League, Zhang Yuan represented Kyoto University and easily defeated the Donghai University team, advancing to the semi-finals. His strength captivated the audience nationwide, turning him into a hero of the Great Xia Empire. Yet, Zhang Yuan was not content to rest on his laurels. He continued to showcase his abilities, leading his team to victory and claiming the championship. In the Forge God's Treasury, Zhang Yuan acquired the Sky Stone, successfully repairing the Sky Tower and awakening his 7th Fate node. His strength grew further, and he gained a more powerful sword spirit. In the challenges of the Divine Chosen Club, Zhang Yuan successfully rescued Zhu Yongfu and engaged in fierce battles with the club's members. Demonstrating his overwhelming power, he defeated them and safeguarded the Great Xia Empire. Finally, in the Abyss Dungeon of Beiwang Mountain, Zhang Yuan teamed up with Sima Dai to challenge the corrupted Holy Stone Giant. He defeated the boss and obtained the legendary Holy Stone Armor. Zhang Yuan's strength and determination established him as a legendary figure in the game world. That concludes the recap of Part 2. I hope you enjoyed it. Your likes and comments are my biggest motivation. If you're interested in this story and it's your first time watching, feel free to check out Part 1 in the comments or playlist below. Now, let's dive into Part 3. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yuan swiftly pulled out a super missile card. An exaggeratedly designed rocket launcher materialized in his hands. Without hesitation, he turned and aimed the launcher at the God of Joy, Xiao Shui, and the Goddess of Fire. The moment he pulled the trigger, 3 missiles roared through the air, striking the precise areas where the 3 goddesses stood. With deafening explosions, the goddesses were instantly transported to the Kyoto Hospital Zone, entering a mandatory immobilized state for 3 turns. Zhang Yuan grabbed the dice and rolled. The number landed on 12. His game piece passed the Imperial Trading Post again, triggering the shop system. A holographic shop interface unfolded before him, displaying 2 jelly wall cards and 1 audit card. A knowing smile appeared on Zhang Yuan's face as he saw the items. Without hesitation, he spent 400,000 to acquire the 2 super jelly wall cards and the audit card. As he moved forward, Zhang Yuan soon encountered a jelly trap behind the Imperial Trading Post, forcing him to bounce back 2 spaces. This unexpected turn activated the shop system again, refreshing the available items. 1 audit card 200,000, 1 teleport card 500,000, and 1 fortune card 500,000. Zhang Yuan spent a hefty 1.2 million to purchase all 3 valuable cards, gaining the fortune blessing status in the process. Using the rebound, Zhang Yuan landed on one of his own properties. The fortune effect activated immediately, granting a free upgrade to his Kyoto International Trade Commercial District, raising the toll fee to 400,000. He then invested another 1 million for a second upgrade, boosting the toll fee to 800,000. Gazing at the three immobilized goddesses in the hospital, Zhang Yuan revealed a confident, victorious smile. He used the audit card on the god of joy and the goddess of fire, forcibly extracting 15 of their cash. Following that, he activated a super jelly wall card again behind the Imperial trading post, continuing this nearly flawless loop. Over the next 3 turns, Zhang Yuan repeated the same strategy, passing the shop, purchasing items, and upgrading his commercial district. Before long, the toll fee for the Kyoto International Trade Commercial District had skyrocketed to an astonishing 12.8 million. Observing the nearly bankrupt goddesses still stuck in the hospital, Zhang Yuan calmly pulled out 3 teleport cards and said with a faint smile, "All right, game over." Xiao Shui looked at Zhang Yuan with admiration, her eyes sparkling with amazement. "Zhang Yuan, you're really incredible." The goddess of fire turned to the dazed god of joy nearby, her tone dripping with mockery. "Joy god, is this the game you designed? There's no sense of fun at all. And where's the thrilling combat you promised?" The god of joy stood frozen, muttering to herself, "No, this isn't right. This isn't how the game is supposed to be played. The city's core area hasn't even been reached, the hidden quests haven't been triggered, and the city events haven't started. How is it already over?" She stared at Zhang Yuan's seamless gameplay, incredulous that the game dungeon she meticulously designed hadn't even showcased a tenth of its potential before being speedrun. With a flash of light, the 3 teleportation cards in Zhang Yuan's hand transported the 3 goddesses, who had just been discharged from the game's hospital, to the fully leveled Kyoto International Trade District. The exorbitant toll of 12.8 million instantly wiped out their cash. Even after selling off their properties, they still owed Zhang Yuan millions. The game ended there, with Zhang Yuan emerging as the ultimate winner. Cleared the Star God Trial Dungeon. Reward: Star God Stone 1. The system notification sounded, and a colorful Star God Stone appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. As the city game board dissolved, the 4 of them returned to the enclosed room. Zhang Yuan pocketed the Star God Stone and turned to the God of Joy with a smile. "Joy God, a bet is a bet. Don't forget what you promised me." Yeah, I know." The God of Joy responded begrudgingly. "You'll find a god to bless you later." The goddess of fire raised an eyebrow at this. "You want a god's blessing?" Zhang Yuan immediately bowed to her. "Yes, I have a special destiny constellation that allows me to receive blessings from multiple gods. Once I gather enough, I can form my divine persona." The goddess of fire's eyes lit up with fighting spirit. A flame ignited in her palm and surged into Zhang Yuan's body. "Receive the blessing of the goddess of fire." 7th constellation. Swordsmanship enhancement. Blazing soul. Damage increased by 500 times. Feeling the surging power within him, Zhang Yuan's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, goddess of fire." The god of joy's eyes darted mischievously. "Little Yuan, since the goddess of fire has already blessed you, let's call our bet even." The goddess of fire interrupted directly. "Joy god, my blessing to Zhang Yuan has nothing to do with you. You still owe him a blessing." She then turned to Zhang Yuan. "Though I didn't get a satisfying fight today, this is still good news. I look forward to the day you become a god, so we can have a proper battle." "Absolutely," Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. As they parted ways, Xiao Shui waved reluctantly. "Goodbye, Zhang Yuan. Goodbye, Joy God. I had so much fun today." She then left with the goddess of fire. The enclosed room was now left with just Zhang Yuan and the god of joy. Zhang Yuan tentatively asked, "Joy God, feeling better? How about I play this game with you properly this time? At least you still have some conscience," the god of joy said, rolling her eyes. "Even though you speedrunning my dungeon was a bit of a blow, pulling that off is a skill in itself. Honestly, it's kind of fun in its own way. But I'm not in the mood to play right now. Let's go, we'll take you to Luhua village." The god of joy activated a teleportation array within the realm and brought Zhang Yuan to the Forge village. As soon as Zhang Yuan stepped into the Forge god's palace, the deafening sound of hammer strikes overwhelmed him. Golden sparks illuminated the entire palace with each powerful blow of the hammer, followed by an oppressive divine aura that swept through the space. What an overwhelming presence! Zhang Yuan stood frozen, his eyes filled with awe. The sheer power emanating from the unfinished divine artifact far surpassed that of the sky tower he carried. Clearly, the Forge god's claim of creating an artifact comparable to the sky tower was no empty boast. Impressive, right? I knew from the start that the blacksmithing god was the real deal. His craftsmanship is beyond reproach, the god of joy chuckled. Now that the forging is almost complete, he's definitely focused on the final touches. Why don't we go take a look at his treasure vault? Go again? Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. Didn't the Forge god already forbid you from entering his vault? Tisk. The god of joy waved dismissively. Where there's a will, there's a way. Do you really think a mere barrier from the forge god can keep me out? Just follow me. With that, she began sneaking toward the direction of the treasure vault. Zhang Yuan sighed and reluctantly followed, whispering, Joy God. He's working on a divine artifact for us right now. Isn't it a bit ungrateful to do this? What if we get caught? Relax, there's no way we'll get caught. The god of joy said confidently, pulling out a translucent golden key. Take a look at this beauty. Zhang Yuan leaned in to inspect the key and immediately checked its information. Universal key. Quality. Divine. Origin. The treasure of the god of doors. Effect. Can unlock any door. This is a divine artifact I borrowed from the god of doors, the god of joy boasted. As long as there's a door, no matter how many barriers are on it, this key can unlock it. Wait, hold on. Aren't you worried about the consequences of borrowing everyone's divine artifacts like this? Mind your language, the god of joy said with a serious expression. This isn't stealing. It's borrowing for a short while. I'll return it. When will you return it? When I get caught. As they bickered, the two arrived in front of the treasure vault. The massive doors were tightly shut, surrounded by a terrifying aura of barriers. Clearly, the forge god had strengthened the defenses after the god of joy's last intrusion. No matter how many barriers he adds, they're useless. Zhang Yuan, keep watch for me. The god of joy grinned smugly as she inserted the universal key into the lock. A faint glow emanated from the key, spreading across the entire vault. With a crisp click, the lock disengaged, and all the barriers vanished instantly. Got it. The god of joy rubbed her hands together excitedly and pushed the vault door open, ready to peek inside only to be suddenly lifted into the air by a massive hand. Joy god, do you just love sneaking into my treasure vault that much? The forge god, fully transformed into his beastly form and towering 6 or 7 meters tall, held the god of joy up with one hand, his deep voice reverberating through the space. When did you get here? The goddess of joy asked the god of forging, a flicker of awkwardness crossing her face. She quickly turned to Zhang Yuan, who spread his hands apologetically and replied, Joy, I couldn't help it. He was already here when you opened the door. You traitor. The goddess of joy shot Zhang Yuan a fierce glare before swiftly shifting her approach. A smile spread across her face as her outfit transformed into a maid's uniform. She addressed the god of forging with a cheerful tone, Big brother. If I told you I've been moonlighting as a housekeeper lately, and that I suddenly had the urge to clean your treasure vault, would you believe me? If it were anyone else, maybe. But you? Never. The god of forging replied in a calm tone and, without hesitation, flung the goddess of joy toward Zhang Yuan. Yuan, catch me. The goddess of joy flew toward Zhang Yuan like a cannonball. His expression shifted as he quickly opened his arms. With a loud crash, she collided into him, the sheer force pushing them both backward. Zhang Yuan held her tightly, retreating nearly 100 meters before finally stopping against a wall, steadying himself and absorbing the impact. The god of forging's eyes flickered with surprise, but soon returned to their usual calm. He removed the universal key from the treasure vault door, locked it securely, and said, The artifact is complete. It only needs to bond with its master to fully awaken its power. You two can decide who will claim it. Hey, blacksmith, give me back the key. The goddess of joy stood up from Zhang Yuan's arms and quickly said, I made that for the god of doors. I'll return it to him later. The god of forging declined her request, tucking the key away. Come on, you two. The artifact's emergence might attract trouble. It's best to bond with it before that happens. With that, he vanished from sight. The goddess of joy coughed lightly and nudged Zhang Yuan. Why are you still standing there? The blacksmith said you should claim the artifact. You're really letting me have it? Zhang Yuan asked, surprised. That thing's no use to me. Just go see what it looks like, and I'll wait for you over there, she said with a grin. Then, with a playful tone, she added, By the way, if I told you I was going to clean your house, would you believe me? Before he could respond, she dissolved into a swirl of purple mist and disappeared. Zhang Yuan shook his head with a faint smile. That joy goddess always trying to take advantage of other gods, yet she has no interest in the artifact that everyone else covets. He'll never figure her out. As he approached the forging platform, he saw the god of forging and the goddess of joy, both in human form, standing outside a translucent barrier. Inside the barrier, a mass of golden lightning floated, crackling faintly. Lightning? Zhang Yuan stared in surprise at the artifact, which was nothing like what he had imagined. The god of forging explained, Artifacts aren't limited by form. Their essence lies in their soul. This formless lightning is my life's greatest work, the pinnacle of perfection. It will adapt to its master and transform into the most fitting weapon. For now, it slumbers, its true power yet to awaken. Since the goddess of joy is willing to let you have it, it's yours to claim. Come on, Yuan, bond with it already. I want to see what this lightning really looks like. The goddess of joy urged excitedly from the side. Without further hesitation, Zhang Yuan stepped into the barrier. As soon as Zhang Yuan stepped into the barrier, he immediately sensed an unimaginably terrifying energy concealed within the calm lightning. This was the formless divine thunder, a power seemingly infinite, waiting to meet its destined master. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan extended his hand to touch the formless thunder, choosing to bind with it. In an instant, the previously silent thunder became active, golden arcs of lightning crackling and striking against his hand. Yet, instead of pain, these strikes brought him a tingling, almost pleasurable sensation. A surge of immense power flowed into Zhang Yuan's body, and golden lightning arcs began flickering across his entire form. The system's fusion progress bar rapidly climbed, 30, 70, until it reached complete success. With the fusion finalized, the formless thunder fully merged into Zhang Yuan's body. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of thunder erupted from Zhang Yuan, shattering the barrier around him. Blinding golden lightning engulfed the entire Forge God's palace and broke through the boundaries of the furnace dungeon, spreading outwards into the heavens and earth. The formless thunder then underwent a self-evolution, ascending into the sword aura mystic thunder. This divine-level power rendered its wielder immune to the constraints of any rules, imbuing all flying swords and sword auras with the force of mystic thunder. This thunder had the ability to bypass all defenses, directly striking at the target's soul. Most notably, the sword aura mystic thunder could act as a lower-tier divinity shard, allowing its possessor to gain additional divinities and continue evolving. Zhang Yuan's eyes glimmered with thunderous light, and his entire aura underwent a qualitative transformation, as if he had been reborn as a deity. This sight left the god of joy utterly stunned, for Zhang Yuan had neither surpassed the level cap of 100 nor possessed a conventional divinity shard, yet he exuded the undeniable presence of a god. The Forge God, witnessing this, burst into triumphant laughter. Good, good, excellent. It worked. My theory has been proven. Divinity shards can indeed be artificially created, and a god can possess multiple shards. Zhang Yuan, you are living proof. Before the words faded, the Forge God's aura surged dramatically, and a powerful divine presence erupted from within him. An anomaly appeared in the skies of the divine realm. A massive iron hammer suddenly descended, and the deafening sound of metal striking metal echoed throughout the heavens. Countless deities looked up in shock, their gazes fixed on the sky. Those who had been preparing to journey to Furnace Town to compete for the artifact halted in their tracks, ultimately deciding to give up. The goddess of joy, marveling at Zhang Yuan's transformation, was now also awestruck by the anomaly caused by the god of forging. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in her eyes as she quietly stepped closer to him and murmured, "The blacksmith. His rank has actually risen." It was a long while before the god of forging's aura gradually calmed, though his heartbeat had already transformed into the rhythmic pounding of hammer on metal. The goddess of joy smiled and said, "Congratulations, blacksmith. It's been nearly 10,000 years since anyone in the divine realm has ascended in rank, and now you're the first. How does it feel to become a higher god?" The god of forging smiled and replied, "If not for the inspiration from Zhang Yuan's custom weapon, as well as the eternal flame and the myriad form black gold you all provided, I wouldn't have achieved this breakthrough." After expressing his gratitude to the two of them, he continued, "With my rank elevated, the God King will surely summon me. He'll return to the divine realm for now. If you ever need artifacts forged, feel free to find me." Before he finished speaking, he vanished into thin air. "Look at that." The blacksmith was so excited he left without even realizing we're still in his home. The goddess of joy teased, though a knowing smile crept onto her lips. Zhang Yuan, noticing her expression, knew she was up to mischief again and couldn't help but ask, "Joyful one, what are you planning this time?" "Little Yuan, it's just the two of us now. The god of forging's treasure vault, take as much as you want," she said with a mischievous grin. "You're still not giving up?" Zhang Yuan sighed. "But the god of forging already took the universal key with him. How are you going to open the vault?" "Huh, take a look at this." The goddess of joy triumphantly pulled out a key. "The universal key? There's a second one?" "Of course not. That artifact contains the power of the god of doors lost. There's only one in existence," she said, waving the key in her hand. "I just swiped it from the blacksmith." "You stole it?" Zhang Yuan exclaimed. "When did you even do that?" He recalled being overwhelmed by the god of forging's imposing aura earlier and couldn't fathom how anyone could approach him in such an atmosphere, let alone steal from him. "Huh, this goddess has her ways." The goddess of joy laughed, beckoning Zhang Yuan. "Come on, little Yuan. Let's go on a zero-cost shopping spree." Under the guidance of the god of merriment, Zhang Yuan once again arrived at the treasure vault of the god of forging. Watching the cheerful figure ahead, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but voice his concern. God of fun, the god of forging has ascended to a higher deity. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble by barging into his vault like this? Relax. The god of merriment replied without even turning her head, her hands deftly fiddling with the mechanisms of the vault door. The blacksmith has the broadest heart. He won't sweat the small stuff with us. With a crisp click, the vault door swung open. The god of merriment turned and flashed a grin at Zhang Yuan. Don't worry, little Yuanzi. With the great god of fun watching over you, you can take whatever you want from the vault. With that, she pulled out a burlap sack and strode boldly into the vault, indiscriminately stuffing divine artifacts into the bag. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the scene. Using a sack to collect divine artifacts, only the god of merriment could come up with such a thing. Just as he was about to step into the vault, a sudden, deadly sense of danger surged from behind, sending chills down his spine and making every hair on his body stand on end. Master, watch out! Shue's figure abruptly appeared behind Zhang Yuan, her demonic blade unsheathing in an instant to slice a black arrow in two. Zhang Yuan whirled around, his gaze locking onto a distant, eerie black mist. Within the haze, a faint figure could be discerned. Who are you? Zhang Yuan asked, his voice steady but tinged with caution as he stared into the black fog. A cold voice emerged from within the mist. A demon god, willing to bind yourself to a human as a mere pet? You are a disgrace to our kind. Before the voice had even faded, 3 more arrows tore through the air, heading straight for Shue's vital points. Sensing the terrifying power imbued in the arrows, Shue immediately entered her ghost form, her attributes surging 500-fold. Countless threads wove together in midair to form a net, barely managing to trap the incoming arrows. Interesting. A mere summoned entity, yet able to block my arrows, the voice in the mist sneered. Without hesitation, 3 even faster and more powerful arrows were released, cutting through the air with lethal precision. This time, the arrows were too fast. Shue's 1,000-thread technique couldn't keep up, and the 3 arrows pierced straight through her chest. The devastating power of a demon god erupted, instantly reducing Shue's life force to 0. However, Shue did not vanish. Instead, an even more overwhelming aura burst forth from her. Activating her phantom demon eyes, she transformed the surroundings into eternal night, amplifying her ghost form 100-fold once more. In an instant, she teleported in front of the black mist and unleashed a deadly slash. Simultaneously, Zhang Yuan's own energy surged dramatically. This was Shue's 5th constellation ability, Eternal Oath. Upon receiving a fatal blow, she would enter a 10-second untargetable state, during which she could move freely, fully restore her life force, and transfer all attribute enhancements to her master. A dark crimson blade light tore through space, but a barrier materialized around the black mist, effortlessly nullifying the attack. I see. As a summoned entity, you're not only unkillable but grow stronger after being gravely injured. It seems the only way is to deal with your master. The figure within the black mist let out an icy chuckle. 3 arrows bypassed Shue's defenses, aiming directly for Zhang Yuan's vitals. The holy 3 knights burst out from the summoning space, forming a golden sacred shield around Zhang Yuan that firmly blocked the 3 pitch-black arrows. Tisish, you've got way too many summons, came an irritated voice from the black mist. The person was clearly frustrated at failing yet again. I was hoping to finish this quickly, but it looks like you'll have to get serious. You talk too much. After all your attempts, that's all the power you've got? Looks like you are just another trash god. Zhang Yuan responded coldly. He had lost patience with this hidden enemy and immediately sprang into action. A sword formation quickly took shape, and a mark of joy was launched straight into the depths of the black mist. Then, the true form of the imperial sword was activated. Thousands of divine weapons, gleaming with golden light, appeared in the palace. Each weapon crackled with mysterious thunderous sword energy, while the fire of the sun began to burn away the eerie black mist. Golden lightning intertwined and flickered throughout the palace. At that moment, the god of joy poked her head out from the forge god's treasury, carrying an overstuffed burlap sack. Xiao Yuanzi, what's going on? Nothing much, just a clueless god trying to assassinate me, Zhang Yuan replied calmly, directing the golden thunderlit flying swords toward the black mist. Oomph! Parlor tricks, scoffed the enemy from within the black mist, conjuring a black barrier. But this time, the defense was futile. The flying swords pierced through the barrier with ease, plunging straight into the depths of the mist. A blood-curdling scream echoed as the black mist instantly dissipated, and the chilling aura in the palace vanished along with it. A system notification appeared. Successfully repelled the Bao Demon God. EXP 15,050,000,050. A golden light surged out from Zhang Yuan's body as he and his summons ascended to level 61. Bao Demon God? Zhang Yuan muttered, frowning as he read the notification. Why would this unfamiliar demon god try to assassinate him? The god of joy offered an explanation. That guy is a loyal follower of the cursed demon god and one of the demon gods protecting the Abyss Curse Kingdom. You killed the illusion demon god and used your skill to clear out the monsters on the Abyss battlefield, putting immense pressure on the Abyss forces. I'd guess the Dragon King of the Abyss sent him. This guy is a mitter god, even stronger than the illusion demon god at his peak. If the Dragon King sent him, it means they're getting desperate. Xiao Yuanzi, you'd better be careful moving forward. Though you seriously injured him this time, and he won't be back for a while, when he does return, he'll definitely come at you with full force. How much of his strength did he use just now? Zhang Yuan asked. Not even 30%. I didn't even notice him while I was raiding the treasury. Zhang Yuan calculated silently, deciding that the next time he encountered the bowed demon god, he would rely on his own strength to win instead of using the 4 swords of immortal slaughter. After all, using the 4 swords to kill gods didn't yield rewards, and he was curious about what true god-slaying rewards might be. This bowed demon god, conveniently delivered to his doorstep, might just be the perfect opportunity. The god of joy didn't seem concerned about the bowed demon god's threat. She dumped the burlap sack of divine artifacts in front of Zhang Yuan with a cheerful grin. The bowed demon god isn't important. What's important is this sack full of treasures. Xiao Yuanzi, take your pick. I brought out a whole bag of them for you. As the god of merriment opened the burlap sack, a dazzling light from divine artifacts instantly illuminated the surroundings. Zhang Yuan instinctively squinted his eyes. Inside the sack was a unique storage space, densely packed with various divine artifacts. At a rough estimate, there were at least 500 of them. Hey, god of merriment, you didn't just empty the god of forging's treasury, did you? Zhang Yuan asked in astonishment. Come on, do I look like that kind of person? The god of merriment replied with a cheeky grin. I even left him a few things. Hurry up and pick something. Once you're done, we're out of here. There's still a trace of the bowed demon god's aura here, so I'll pin the blame for the theft on him. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. Since you put it that way, I won't hold back. Heh, make it quick. The smithing guy might come back any minute. Zhang Yuan immediately started rummaging through the sack. Before long, a compass glimmering with starlight caught his attention. Star-seeking compass. Grade, divine level. Effect, contains the power of fate, capable of revealing the locations of items required for mythical quests and artifact missions. Restriction, requires 1 month to recharge after each use. Cooldown resetting skills or items are ineffective. The compass effect made Zhang Yuan's eyes shine with excitement. He still had 4 exclusive weapons to unlock, each tied to a specific artifact mission. Not to mention, repairing the sky tower required a large number of materials. This star-seeking compass seemed tailor-made for him. This is the one, Zhang Yuan said decisively as he took the compass. Just one? There's so much more in here, the god of merriment said, a little surprised. Other artifacts are powerful, sure, but they don't suit me. Taking them would be a waste. You should handle the rest yourself, Zhang Yuan replied. The god of merriment, seeing that Zhang Yuan wasn't greedy, didn't press further. After putting the sack away, he teleported Zhang Yuan back to the trial dungeon of Dormitory 0. Alright, Yuanzi, I've got to go fence these goods. You head back to your dorm on your own. Got it. Zhang Yuan nodded, then added. Oh, and god of merriment, don't forget our bet. Don't worry, I remember. See ya. The god of merriment turned into a streak of purple light and vanished. Zhang Yuan then exited through the teleportation portal and returned to the 4th floor of Dormitory 0. Granny Nyo was already waiting outside and greeted him directly. The rent for the 4th floor is 10,000 star stones per month. I've already set up room 410 for you. It's at the far end of the hallway, just like your room on the 3rd floor. Your belongings have already been transferred there. Thank you, Granny Nyo. Zhang Yuan handed her 30,000 star stones. Hey, race 3 months rent in advance. If it were any other student handing over such a large amount of star stones at once, Granny Nyo would usually advise them to pay monthly so they could save more resources for their personal growth. But with Zhang Yuan, she didn't say a word. Zhang Yuan took out 30,000 star stones, and Madame Nyo accepted them without hesitation, casually tossing him a key labeled Room 410. Kid, the 4th floor is completely different from the 2 floors below. Once you're in, try to keep things quiet, she said with a meaningful tone. Although Zhang Yuan didn't fully understand the implication of her words, he nodded in agreement. Watching Madame Nyo descend the stairs, he turned and headed toward room 410. As soon as the door opened, a blinding white light greeted him. Once his eyes adjusted, the sight before him left him stunned. An entirely white space stretched out before him. His luggage sat alone in the center of the room, and aside from that, there was nothing else. Just as he was puzzling over how he was supposed to stay in such a room, a panel suddenly appeared with prompts. You have entered the Star Deity Dormitory instance. Please select the instance difficulty. Note: completing the instance at different difficulty levels will result in varying final dormitory rewards and blessings. Difficulty: Normal Hard Nightmare, Zhang Yuan exclusive. In that moment, Zhang Yuan finally understood what Madame Niu had meant earlier. To stay in this dormitory, not only did he need to pass a trial, but he first had to complete an instance. The Zhang Yuan exclusive difficulty option, in particular, left him both amused and exasperated. He thought about leaving to find Madame Niu for clarification, only to realize that the door behind him had vanished. It seemed there was no way out without clearing the instance. Fine. Since there's a difficulty level tailored just for me, I might as well choose it, Zhang Yuan said, selecting the exclusive option. Immediately, the white space began to change rapidly. Zhang Yuan found himself standing on a floating white jade platform. Before him stretched a white jade bridge adorned with carvings of dragons and phoenixes, leading to a crystalline palace suspended amidst the clouds. Pairs of cranes occasionally soared through the air, making the scene feel like an ethereal paradise. The floating celestial palace instance has been generated. Instance objective: defeat the celestial palace master. Instance restrictions: summons, items, and the star deity robe are disabled. The system notifications popped up one after another. Zhang Yuan quickly realized that his summoning space and storage space had been sealed. Even the powers of the star deity robe and the buffs from Shinkong and Yelot were no longer accessible. So, this is a test of my true strength. Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly, unfazed. While his summons were undoubtedly powerful, they had always been more of a bonus for him. Even without them, his current god-level abilities were more than sufficient. Let's see what makes this exclusive instance so special. With that, Zhang Yuan leapt forward, heading toward the White Jade Palace ahead. As Zhang Yuan stepped into the White Jade Palace, two guards clad in white armor and armed with long spears immediately noticed his presence. Gripping their weapons tightly, they charged at the intruder without hesitation. Zhang Yuan quickly activated the Abyssal Eye, and the guard's attribute panels appeared before him. Celestial Guards Elite Level. Strength: 100. Agility: 10 million. Spirit: 10 million. Stamina: 10 million. Skills: Sweeping Strike, Chaotic Assault, Piercing Frost. This is way too overpowered, Zhang Yuan thought in amazement. Even demigods wouldn't have stats like these. Yet, mere gatekeepers possessed such mind-blowing attributes. What kind of monstrous entity would the boss of this dungeon turn out to be? So this is the true face of the special difficulty mode? Despite his shock, Zhang Yuan showed no mercy. With a flash, his twin swords, Qi Xiao and Zhanlu, were unsheathed. In a split second, the two guards dissolved into nothingness. A system notification popped up immediately. Successfully killed Celestial Guards. Please select your reward type. 1. Level Experience. 2. Permanent 4 Attribute Boost. 3. Talent Experience. A dungeon that lets you choose your rewards? Zhang Yuan was taken aback, but quickly made his decision. Without hesitation, he chose Talent Experience. The reason was simple. At level 70, the Curse King would appear, backed by a high-ranking Curse Demon God. He needed to prepare thoroughly for the impending battle. Compared to that, level experience was too mundane. As for the 4 attribute boost, his Abyssal Slaughter talent allowed him to farm those stats anytime in the Abyssal battlefield, making it unworthy of wasting this opportunity. The system responded immediately. Each Celestial Guard grants 10 talent experience points. Even better, Zhang Yuan discovered that the Curse King couldn't share this experience. This revelation fueled his determination as he unleashed a sword formation that covered the entire palace, advancing deeper without pause. Along the way, kill notifications kept appearing. Successfully killed Celestial Guard. Talent experience 10 inch. Successfully killed Celestial Attendant. Talent experience 10 inch. Successfully killed Celestial Commander. Talent experience 20 inch. With his flying swords weaving through the air, Zhang Yuan swept through every obstacle with ease. Eventually, he reached the innermost part of the palace, standing before a massive door covered in intricate, glowing runes. After wiping out all the heavenly soldiers in the instance, Zhang Yuan stood outside the boss's domain, gazing at the thousands of accumulated talent experience points and falling into deep thought. The two divine-level talents, Sword Immortal and Absolute Luck, remained completely unmoved. Though slightly disappointed, he wasn't surprised. Sword Immortal and Absolute Luck are divine-level talents and my ultimate trump cards, Zhang Yuan muttered to himself. So far, all my talent upgrades have come from system rewards. If grinding low-level mobs could upgrade divine talents, where would that leave the system's dignity? With a thunderous rumble, the rune-engraved gate slowly opened the moment the last mob in the palace fell. A powerful, ancient aura rushed out, and Zhang Yuan focused his gaze. Seated on the throne before him was a tall man clad in golden armor and wearing a crown. Before him, an enormous, reniched, ancient sword was plunged into the ground. The man's aura was so terrifying that the surrounding space seemed to warp slightly. Lord of the Heavenly Palace. Boss level, 100. This time, the Abyssal Eye offered no detailed information about the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, which in itself spoke volumes about the boss's significance. The soldiers outside were already at demigod level. This lord of the heavenly palace must at least rival Shui, right? Zhang Yuan mused as he quickly reset the cooldown for the true form of the imperial sword using the sky tower. Entering the true form state, he immediately replicated thousands of divine-grade exclusive weapons in the Grand Hall, imbuing each flying sword with sword chi and thunderstorm energy. Sensing Zhang Yuan's aura, the lord of the heavenly palace rose slowly, his expression unchanging. "Challenger, you have finally arrived," he said. With those words, he drew the massive sword, unleashing an aura that rivaled that of the gods. Zhang Yuan instantly applied the mark of elation, intending to double his own stats. However, the lord of the heavenly palace remained unfazed, walking forward as though entirely unaffected by the effect. But then, to Zhang Yuan's surprise, he noticed the boss's health drop by 25. As he pondered whether this indicated some sort of, the lower the health, the stronger the power, skill, the lord of the heavenly palace continued his steady approach. For seconds later, before even covering 10 meters, the lord of the heavenly palace suddenly let out a cry of pain, clutching his chest and collapsing to his knees. Using his massive sword to prop himself up, he gritted his teeth and said, "Challenger, you have won. This was a brilliant battle." Before his words fully faded, the lord of the heavenly palace dissolved into light and disappeared. Successfully defeated the lord of the heavenly palace. Talent experience 10,000. Floating heavenly palace instance cleared. Obtained Star God Stone 1. In his true form state, Zhang Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. So it turned out the lord of the heavenly palace wasn't unfazed by anything due to unshakable composure, he was just completely expressionless. This boss in the dungeon is way too unintelligent. Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality, shaking his head with a wry smile as he looked at the fallen figure of the lord of the celestial palace. He knew deep down that if it weren't for the god of delight's powers perfectly countering the opponent, this fight would have been far from easy. Clearly, the star god had been lazy when designing this boss, not even adding a basic expression system, which unexpectedly worked in Zhang Yuan's favor. As the lord of the celestial palace fell, the surrounding splendor rapidly faded away. The grand palace environment receded like a tide, and his familiar dorm room reappeared before his eyes. A system notification promptly popped up. Dormitory trial dungeon completed. Evaluation. SSS. The system then displayed 3-star God dormitory blessings for him to choose from. 1. Gain 1 level per day, up to a maximum of level 100. 2. Permanently 10,000 to all 4 attributes daily. 3. Gain 1,000 talent experience daily. Without much hesitation, Zhang Yuan chose the third option. After confirming his choice, a new set of options appeared. Select your Star God dormitory style. 1. Serene blue. 2. Fiery red. 3. Shifting purple. You can even choose a decoration style? That's pretty fancy, Zhang Yuan muttered in surprise. However, he wasn't particularly concerned about aesthetics and casually picked serene blue. The system immediately issued a warning. Star God dormitory style confirmed. Generating the dungeon. Please do not leave the dormitory during the generation process to avoid unknown consequences. Is all this fuss really necessary just for a change in decor? Zhang Yuan grumbled, though he still followed the warning and stayed put in the room. However, this time, the generation process was unusually long, with hours passing and no progress. Growing bored, Zhang Yuan eventually lay down on the bed and drifted off to sleep. As he fell into slumber, a new prompt quietly appeared on the interface. The Divine Realm's teleportation channel has been successfully constructed. Dormitory dungeon location set to the Temple of Water. Requesting the Water Goddess approval. Shortly after, another message appeared. The Water Goddess has accepted. Dormitory dungeon has been placed in the Temple of Water. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking startled the groggy Zhang Yuan awake. He sat up in bed, thinking it was Granny Nyo coming to find him, and got up to open the door. Granny Nyo, what do you need? Before he could finish, Zhang Yuan froze. Standing outside the door, grinning from ear to ear, was Xiao Shui. Hi, Zhang Yuan. I'm Xiao Shui, your new neighbor. Xiao Shui, what are you doing here? Zhang Yuan rubbed his eyes. Xiao Shui, this is my room. Your room? Xiao Shui chuckled and shook her head. Zhang Yuan, are you sure you're fully awake? Confused, Zhang Yuan turned back to examine his room. After confirming it was indeed his dorm room, he asked, puzzled, Xiao Shui, are you sure you're not mistaken? This is dorm 0. Xiao Shui burst into laughter and took a few steps back. Who's mistaken? Step outside and see for yourself. Zhang Yuan followed her out of the room, and the sight before him made him gasp. Outside wasn't the dormitory hallway at a lit was Xiao Shui's palace. He quickly turned back to check his room, only to find it had transformed into a chamber within the Palace of Water. At that moment, two notifications suddenly appeared on Zhang Yuan's interface, leaving him even more baffled. His dorm room had been relocated to the Palace of Water, which meant he was now in the Divine Realm. Seeing his confusion, Xiao Shui patiently explained. The room you're staying in was actually created by the Star God as a replica. Unlike the Star God's dual replicas, this one doesn't bring gods to the human world, but instead allows humans to visit the Divine Realm. How do I go back? Zhang Yuan asked urgently. That's easy, Xiao Shui said, pointing to the door. Your door is a teleportation portal. Just go inside, close the door, and place your hand on the doorknob. You'll see. Zhang Yuan followed her instructions and, sure enough, his interface displayed two options. 1. Dorm 0. 2. Palace of Water. He selected Dorm 0, and the door automatically opened to reveal the familiar dormitory hallway outside. Marveling at this extraordinary replica, Zhang Yuan decided to return and get some answers from Xiao Shui. He re-entered his room and chose to teleport back to the Palace of Water. Xiao Shui, he said directly as he saw her smiling face. Do you know why the Star God arranged for me to stay here? Xiao Shui shook her head. Honestly, I have no idea. When the Star God brought it up, I was just as surprised. After all, you're a human, and coming to the Divine Realm is considered illegal. If the other gods find out, they'll definitely put you on trial. She paused before continuing. But within the boundaries of my palace, my divine power will shield you from detection. Then why would you take such a big risk to agree to this? Zhang Yuan asked. What's in it for you? Xiao Shui's eyes suddenly lit up. Why wouldn't I? With you around, I can get the latest updates on comics as soon as they come out. And when I get stuck in a game, you can help me out. That's it. Zhang Yuan asked, dumbfounded. Isn't that enough? Xiao Shui retorted. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Shui's delighted expression. If you ever need help with anything in the future, just let me know. Then I won't hold back. Xiao Shui's eyes lit up. Actually, I've always wanted to try human pizza. Can you buy me a slice? I'll pay for it. It's just a slice of pizza. No need to be so polite. It's on me. Come to my dorm first, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Xiao Shui happily agreed and followed Zhang Yuan into his dorm. She carefully took off her shoes at the entrance and curiously examined every corner of the living room. For someone who had never been anywhere other than the fire goddess's chambers, this experience was especially novel. Zhang Yuan closed the door, set the coordinates to Dorm 0, and casually ordered pizza delivery through his communicator. The pizza will be here soon. There are drinks in the fridge. Help yourself. You don't need to go out to buy it? Xiao Shui asked curiously. No, I just order it online, and it'll be delivered quickly. Upon hearing the term order online, Xiao Shui's little antenna-like hair perked up. Is this the legendary internet? Does it mean you can buy anything in the world as long as you have the internet? Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered that the Divine Realm didn't have the internet, and Xiao Shui, being a reclusive deity, only knew about the mortal world through the stories sold by the god of fun. Realizing this, he decided to introduce Xiao Shui to the wonders of online shopping. I'll get you a communicator and set up a transaction account. From now on, if you want to buy anything, just come to my dorm and I'll cover the cost. Thank you, boss. Xiao Shui exclaimed joyfully, jumping up and down. How can I repay you? No need to repay me. Seeing you happy is enough. You can play on the computer here while I go get the communicator. For Zhang Yuan, who had a storage space filled with legendary equipment worth billions, taking care of Xiao Shui was no big deal. He headed straight to the Imperial Trading Post on campus, bought the latest model communicator, and set up a transaction account with password-free payment enabled. While he was there, Zhang Yuan also decided to put several retired legendary items: Sky Valkyrie's crown, the Tsath 3-piece set, the Holy Stone armor, and the Fallen Staff up for sale at the trading post. Shortly after, a notification popped up. Due to the total value of the equipment exceeding the market's capacity, he was asked if he wanted to initiate a global auction. At the same time, he was informed that his account had been upgraded to a level 10 membership with no transaction fees. Level 10 already? Zhang Yuan stared at the message from the exchange, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. As the highest membership level of the Daxia Empire Exchange, a level 10 membership was a rare status. Just a few days ago, he had only been a level 4 member. Driven by curiosity, he quickly agreed to the exchange's global auction proposal and opened the exclusive level 10 membership shop. What greeted him was an array of legendary-grade equipment and materials. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the stats of these items were far inferior to the ones he had auctioned off, let alone the gear he was currently wearing. This shop isn't anything special. Might as well farm dungeons instead. Just as he was about to close the interface, a product called Talent Pill suddenly caught his attention. Talent Pill increases talent experience by 10,000 upon consumption. Price, 10 billion each. Stock, 9. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he swept all 9 talent pills into his cart. After selling the crown of the Holy Spirit last time, he had made a fortune of 1.3 trillion. Even though he had spent over 200 billion on skill scrolls to learn Godder skills, his remaining funds were still abundant. Spending 90 billion on these pills was entirely manageable. The moment the transaction was completed, a magic formation before him began to glow, and 9 talent pills, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance, materialized out of thin air. He eagerly swallowed the first one, immediately feeling a peculiar power coursing through his body, nourishing the deepest part of his soul. Talent experience 10,000. After confirming the pills were genuine, Zhang Yuan promptly consumed the remaining 8. With 80,000 talent experience points added, a faint golden glow enveloped him. His absolute luck skill leveled up to level 3, granting him 30 MA's luck draws per month. Overjoyed, Zhang Yuan left a 5-star review for the seller on the trading platform and even urged them to produce more talent pills as soon as possible. Although he still had 6 Godstones and 2-star Godstones in reserve, he decided not to use the exchange's lottery system just yet. Instead, he grabbed his new communicator and hurried back to Dorm 0. There was a little water sprite at home waiting to be fed. When he arrived at the dormitory, he coincidentally ran into the pizza delivery he had ordered. However, before he could open the door, an overwhelming surge of water elemental energy washed over him, making his heart race. Pushing the door open, the scene inside left him completely dumbfounded. The floor was covered with glittering Zhanlu stones, brimming with terrifying water elemental energy. Meanwhile, the little water sprite was curled up on the computer chair, sobbing while watching Titanic. Every tear it shed crystallized midair into a Zhanlu stone. Recalling the Godder materials in the level 10 shop, each costing tens of billions or more, and then looking at these Zhanlu stones before him, crystals of the water goddess power, each worth at least 10 billion, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but grin as he eyed the hundreds of them scattered around. Jackpot! Xiao Shui quickly paused the movie when she saw Zhang Yuan return. Looking a bit uneasy, she said, "Sorry, I made a mess in your room. I'll clean it up. It's fine. I'll have my summons clean it up later. Let's eat pizza first," Zhang Yuan replied with a relaxed smile, placing the pizza box on the table and lifting the lid. The rich aroma of beef and cheese instantly filled the room. Xiao Shui stared at the large pizza, loaded with beef and cheese, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Wiping the corner of her mouth, she asked, "So, we'll clean up later? Can I start eating now?" "Xiao Shui, no need to be so polite with me. Just treat this place like your own room." With his permission, Xiao Shui eagerly grabbed a slice of pizza and took a big bite. The savory beef and creamy cheese burst into flavor in her mouth, so delicious that she unintentionally floated a few inches off the ground. "It's so good. So good," she exclaimed with a blissful expression, looking at Zhang Yuan. "Zhang Yuan, the human world is heaven, isn't it? I've been living here all along. The star god should be able to expand this dorm into a two-room space. If you want to move in, you're welcome anytime," Zhang Yuan said with a smile. At the same time, he summoned the Rakshasa King and the Queen of Ice Spirits to clean up the scattered Zhanlu stones on the floor. Taking a new communicator out of his pocket, he handed it to Xiao Shui. "Here, I bought this for you. It's already linked to my trading account, and the delivery address is set to Dorm 0. You can buy whatever you want." "Thank you, Zhang Yuan. You're the best," Xiao Shui said joyfully, holding the communicator like a treasured possession and fiddling with it excitedly. Just then, Zhang Yuan's own communicator started ringing. "You go ahead and eat. I'll take this call," he said. "Okay." Zhang Yuan stepped outside to answer the call. "War God Wan, what's the matter?" "Zhang Yuan, we've made some new breakthroughs in our research on the Abyss seed you gave us." Wan Chang'an's voice came through. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. "What kind of breakthroughs?" "The Academy of Sciences discovered that the emerald spirit liquid from the Elevira elves has a suppressing effect on the Abyss seed. However, with our current supply of emerald spirit liquid, we can't conduct any further in-depth experiments." "Elevira elves?" Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled. It was the first time he'd heard of this race. They're a tribe of elves that reside in the Emerald Forest in the western region of our country. They worship the goddess of nature. The emerald spirit liquid is the sacred water of their spring, which they have protected for generations and is extremely precious. 30 years ago, they were willing to trade the liquid with us for supplies. However, after the Cursed King led the Abyss army to invade, the Elevira elves were nearly wiped out. Their sacred spring disappeared, and the emerald spirit liquid became exceedingly rare. The sample the Academy is currently using is the last one available. Zhang Yuan immediately understood Wan Chang'an's intention, a gleam of understanding flashing in his eyes. "So, General Wan, you want me to go to the Emerald Forest to search for the Jade Essence?" Wan Chang'an nodded slightly and got straight to the point. "After the disappearance of the Elevira elves, we have sent adventurers to the Emerald Forest multiple times, but they always returned empty-handed. Your abilities are exceptional, and you have incredible luck. Perhaps you might find something different. Of course, we will also continue searching for other materials that can suppress the Abyss seed. Even if the Jade Essence cannot be found, don't lose hope, we will find a way to save your parents Thank you, General Yuan. They'll head to the Emerald Forest right away. Zhang Yuan replied earnestly. Wait, Wan Chang'an suddenly said seriously. There's one more thing. Your aunt has been performing concerts in Emerald City recently. Our agents have noticed that she frequently ventures into the Emerald Forest. Each time, she disappears for an hour or two before they can locate her again. We suspect she might have come into contact with the Alavira elves. His tone carried a hint of concern. Although the Alavira elves were peace-loving 30 years ago, no one knows how they might have changed after the trauma of their near extinction. Please remind your aunt to be cautious. Of course, if it's confirmed that they mean no harm, our nation is willing to help them rebuild their community. Zhang Yuan's eyes sharpened. Understood, I'll find my aunt. If you need assistance, don't hesitate to contact the military, Wan Chang'an added. After hanging up the call, Zhang Yuan, worried about his aunt's safety, decided to leave immediately. Upon returning to his dorm room, he saw Xiao Shui staring longingly at a half-eaten slice of pizza on the table. Her conflicted expression wanting to eat but hesitating amused him and instantly eased his tension. Zhang Yuan, come eat the pizza before it gets cold. Xiao Shui called out eagerly. It's for you. Go ahead and eat it, Zhang Yuan replied. Really? I can have all of it? Her eyes lit up, and though she tried to be polite, the temptation of food was too strong. Then I won't hold back. You'd better not, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. I'm going to be away for a while. Stay here if you want, and order whatever you feel like eating. Got it. They'll take care of the place. Xiao Shui replied enthusiastically. To her, Zhang Yuan's dorm was nothing short of paradise. While comics and games had their limits, the internet was an endless source of entertainment, the most important thing in the world. Zhang Yuan chuckled and shook his head at her delight. After saying goodbye, he headed straight to the school's teleportation array, preparing to transport himself to Emerald City. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui sprawled on Zhang Yuan's bed with a communicator in hand, humming a cheerful tune while browsing an online shopping platform. Shopping spree. House-sitting with all the personal joy in the world. Emerald City was a fourth-tier city in the western part of the Great Xia Empire. It wasn't very large, even smaller than Shihu City. The boundaries between the city and the surrounding forest were indistinct, making it seem as though the city had grown directly out of the woods. Despite the predominance of concrete buildings, the extensive use of wood in the architecture gave the city a natural, harmonious vibe, with green vegetation covering many of the outer walls. Zhang Yuan stepped out of Emerald City's teleportation center and was immediately greeted by a massive billboard advertising Zhang Yuya's concert. Her light brown hair, captivating eyes, perfectly placed beauty mark, and flawless figure made her an instant heartthrob, natural-born idol. Beneath the billboard, a crowd of Zhang Yuya's fans had gathered. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. It had only been a little over 2 months since he started college, and his aunt had already become a major star, gaining fame at an astonishing pace. As he walked through the city, he noticed almost everyone wearing clothing printed with chiba-style portraits of Zhang Yuya. Zhang Yuan thought to himself that having so many fans wasn't a bad thing. Taking out his communicator, he dialed Zhang Yuya's number. The call connected quickly, and her cheerful voice came through. Wow, the sun must be rising in the west, Yuanzi. You finally remembered to call me. Haha, auntie, I'm not just calling. I'm actually in Emerald City right now. You've really made it big. There are fans of yours everywhere in the city. Zhang Yuan replied with a laugh. Hee, compared to you, the great Xia star. My little achievements are nothing, Zhang Yuya teased. Lately, you've been all over the trending lists, dominating the headlines every time. I bet plenty of big-name celebrities are grinding their teeth in frustration over the attention you're stealing. You're the real top star of Great Xia. When are you going to let me ride on your coattails for some fame? For you, auntie, you can ride my coattails anytime, Zhang Yuan joked. Where are you now? I want to come see you. I'm near the West City Gate, about to head out for some errands. Yuanzi, take care of your business first, and I'll treat you to dinner when I get back, Zhang Yuya said, her voice carrying a hint of busyness. Zhang Yuan decided to cut to the chase. Auntie, the thing I came to Emerald City for is you. Me? Zhang Yuya sounded momentarily stunned. In short, just wait for me at the West City Gate. Don't wander off. They'll be there soon, Zhang Yuan said without further explanation. He hung up the call and took to the sky, flying toward the West City Gate at incredible speed. Before long, Zhang Yuan arrived at the West City Gate of Emerald City. His eyes quickly locked onto a tall woman wearing a baseball cap, sunglasses, and a face mask. Despite her efforts to disguise herself, Zhang Yuan instantly recognized her as the incognito Zhang Yuya. After all, there were very few people in the world with a figure as perfect as hers. Even though Zhang Yuya was known for eating a lot and not exercising much beyond occasional yoga, her body remained impeccable, every curve in the right place, and not an ounce of unnecessary fat anywhere else. She was the epitome of someone blessed by the heavens. Auntie, Zhang Yuan greeted with a smile as he descended from the air. Wow, Yuanzi. Only 2 months into college, and you've already learned how to fly. Kyoto University really lives up to its name. Zhang Yuya exclaimed with a delighted smile as she watched Zhang Yuan descend from the sky. Auntie, have you ever heard of the Aluwala elves? Zhang Yuan asked directly. The question instantly made Zhang Yuya's expression turn serious. This isn't the right place to talk about it. Let's leave the city first, she said in a hushed tone. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement and followed Zhang Yuya toward the western city gate. Their destination was the Emerald Forest to the west, a vast and unique primeval woodland. Strangely, no monsters roamed its outer regions. Even venturing dozens of kilometers in, one would encounter at most a few scattered low-level creatures below level 10 that posed no real threat. Because of this, the forest's outer area had been developed by the government into a tourist attraction. The area outside the city was even livelier than within, bustling with tourists carrying cameras, most of whom were ordinary people with non-combat professions. Such a scene was unheard of in other cities. Even Kyoto, with its heavily fortified defenses, could only manage to clear a 10-kilometer-wide safe zone, and life profession practitioners were strictly prohibited from leaving the city there. This way, Yuanzi, Zhang Yuya said as she skillfully navigated through the crowd, leading Zhang Yuan down a secluded path. As they walked further, the number of people around them gradually thinned out until they were completely alone. This should be far enough, Zhang Yuya said, stopping and removing her hat and sunglasses. She shook out her long hair. Yuanzi, why are you looking for the Aluwala elves? I need emerald spirit liquid, Zhang Yuan stated bluntly. I can't help you with that, Zhang Yuya replied with a troubled expression. The Aluwala elves are very wary of strangers, and I promised them not to reveal too much about them. Then how did you meet them, Auntie? You can at least tell me that, right? It's kind of strange, Zhang Yuya recalled. I was just looking for a quiet spot in the forest to practice singing, and somehow, I ended up in their territory. It's always like that, just wandering around the forest and suddenly am there. No sensation of being transported? None at all. It just happens in an instant. Zhang Yuan fell into thought. This sounded a lot like accidentally entering some kind of barrier. So, what do they have you do? Sing. Just sing? That's it? Yep, just sing. Zhang Yuya answered, her expression relaxed as she added. But they only let me sing the songs and lyrics they provide. They won't let me perform my own songs. Auntie, are you getting paid for this? Zhang Yuan asked with concern. A sly glint flashed in Zhang Yuya's eyes. Yuanzi, do you think your aunt is a fool? These days, I can earn millions from a single concert. Why would I work for free? She then explained, as a singer, every performance earns me experience points for my level and singing skills. The larger the audience, the more experience I gain, and the stronger my voice becomes, making it easier to move people's emotions. Performing in the Alavira Elven territory always brings me a huge amount of experience and level gains. You might not know this, but before I came to Emerald City, I was just an ordinary singer, earning only a few thousand per concert. Glancing at the time on her communicator, Zhang Yuya stood up. Yuanzi, that's all I can tell you for now. The agreed time is almost here, and I need to head to work. After I'm done, I'll treat you to dinner. Wait, Auntie. Zhang Yuan quickly called out, taking out a phase dagger and handing it to her. Take this with you. Also, set me as your emergency contact on your communicator. If you're in danger, contact me immediately, and I'll come to save you. Zhang Yuya accepted the dagger with a smile and stored it in her inventory space. She waved her communicator playfully. Don't worry, your aunt isn't clueless about safety. The day you changed professions, I already set you as my emergency contact. If anything happens, your communicator will immediately receive my distress signal and location. Zhang Yuan froze for a moment before smiling in relief. Looks like I was overthinking it. Go ahead, Auntie. All right, see you later. Zhang Yuya turned and walked deeper into the Emerald Forest. After watching Zhang Yuya leave, Zhang Yuan immediately leapt onto a high tree branch and began following her silently. At that moment, the god of merriment suddenly appeared on a nearby branch, munching on an apple. Little Yuanzi, your aunt might be in trouble. God of merriment? Why do you say that? Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. The Alavira elves worship the goddess of nature, right? The god of merriment asked in return. Is there a problem with them worshipping the goddess of nature? The god of merriment smiled mysteriously. It wasn't a problem before, but now the goddess of nature has been corrupted by forbidden forces from the depths of the abyss. She's been self-sealed for 30 years and has already severed her connection to mortal believers. Yet the Alavira elves can still draw power from a divine source. Take a guess where that power comes from. Zhang Yuan frowned deeply. Could it be a false goddess of nature? The god of merriment chuckled cryptically. Not exactly. What they worship is indeed connected to nature, but this deity is a bit ancient. An ancient god? Zhang Yuan's voice carried a hint of shock. Got it right. The god of joy's lips curled into a meaningful smile. This emerald forest indeed holds the seal of an ancient god. Moreover, The seal here has always been jointly maintained by the goddess of nature and the Aluela elven clan. Now that the goddess of nature has chosen to seal herself, it's not surprising that the ancient god here has taken the opportunity to stir up trouble and gain control over the Aluela elves. Before the words had fully settled, Zhang Yuya, who was walking through the emerald forest, suddenly vanished into thin air. Her presence disappeared entirely from the forest in an instant. Well, the god of joy squinted. This confirms it. The ancient god sealed here has not only taken control of the Aluela clan, but has likely also broken through part of the seal. How can you be so sure? Zhang Yuan asked urgently. The reason that young girl just disappeared is because she entered a subrealm created by the ancient Goda, sort of special domain, you could say. But this domain doesn't have a conventional entrance. Only those recognized by the ancient god can enter it. My aunt has been targeted by the ancient god. Zhang Yuan's expression turned serious as he swiftly pulled out another phase dagger. No, I have to go in and get her out. Xiao Yuanzi, I advise against directly teleporting in. The god of joy immediately cautioned. The subrealm is the ancient god's private domain. If you barge in like that, the ancient god will undoubtedly see you as an intruder. At best, you'll be attacked by the Aluela elves. At worst, your aunt could be sacrificed on the spot, and the ancient god might even descend personally to deal with you. Either way, your aunt, as an ordinary human, won't escape her fate. Hearing this warning, Zhang Yuan sheathed his phase dagger. Then what should I do? Well, there is a risk with any choice, the god of joy elaborated. If the ancient god has already marked your aunt, she'll be influenced no matter where she goes. Besides, if the ritual is already complete, she might not be able to come out at all. What's the second option? You could take your aunt's place and become the offering in the ancient god's ritual. Once the ancient god shifts its focus to you, your aunt would naturally be freed. Then you'd have the chance to confront the ancient god Hedon. That option sounds more reliable. The second option also comes with risks, the god of joy reminded. I have no idea how much of the seal that ancient god has broken or how much of its power has been restored. If it's strong enough, Xiao Yuanzi, you might just be walking to your death. That's not a problem, Zhang Yuan chuckled. As long as it dares to show its health bar, I can send it packing. Even if it's regained most of its power, it might not survive one strike from the 4 immortal swords. If one sword isn't enough, then 2. The god of joy froze for a moment before laughing. Looks like you can still summon those 4 terrifying divine swords. In that case, I won't stop you. Go ahead. By the way, I have one more question. What is it? How do I get the ancient god to choose me? The god of pleasure heard Zhang Yuan's question, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. You don't need to worry about that. When the ancient gods choose a sacrifice, essentially, they are looking for a vessel capable of walking in the mortal world. Naturally, the more gifted, the better. Your aunt does have remarkable talent, so it's no surprise she was chosen. However, the god of pleasure paused briefly. If you were to take a trip to the Emerald Forest, I assure you the ancient gods would abandon your aunt immediately and set their sights on you instead. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate. He leaped toward the spot where Zhang Yuya disappeared. In an instant, the space around him twisted, accompanied by a deep hum, and the surrounding scenery shifted in a flash. Thick mist swirled through the valley, and in the distance, he heard the melodious singing of his aunt. Zhang Yuan surveyed his surroundings and saw towering trees emitting a faint green glow, their branches and leaves intertwining into a natural canopy. Hanging from the trees were intricate vine tree houses, creating a scene reminiscent of a utopia. Following the direction of the singing, he spotted a grand statue of the goddess of nature standing at the center of the valley. In front of the statue was a stage adorned with vibrant flowers, where Zhang Yuya was performing her song. The audience below the stage consisted of breathtakingly beautiful elves, any one of whom could be considered a top idol in the outside world. At that moment, an elder elf holding a staff approached Zhang Yuan. Lost human, welcome to the Valley of Nature. I am the elder here. Zhang Yuan immediately activated his abyssal eye to observe the elder. Elder Idarian. Leader level, 80. Strength, 100,000. Agility, 100,000. Spirit, 9,999,999. Stamina, 500,000. Skills, Mastery of Wood Elements, Mastery of Poison Elements, Mastery of Wind Elements, Blessing of the Ancient God. Seeing the elder displayed as a monster panel, Zhang Yuan was taken aback. He scanned the elves in the audience and noticed that only some displayed monster attributes, while others were shown with normal information, akin to human adventurers. This means the ancient god hasn't fully controlled the Elevira elf tribe yet. They can still be saved. Moreover, the ancient god's power likely hasn't fully recovered. Otherwise, it wouldn't have only partially controlled the elves, Zhang Yuan analyzed internally while outwardly feigning confusion. How did I end up here? He asked. Idarian smiled kindly and explained. This is a subdimension within the Emerald Forest, which you can think of as a special dungeon. It cannot be entered through conventional means. Only those favored by the goddess of nature can arrive here. You're saying that I've been chosen by the goddess of nature? Zhang Yuan asked, pretending to be shocked. Yes, Idarian confirmed. Idarian wore a gentle smile as he spoke slowly. Every follower of the goddess of nature receives her blessings and grace. If you choose to believe in her, the same blessings will be bestowed upon you. Of course, we never force anyone to change their beliefs. Those who find their way into the valley of nature must already have a pure heart, and we consider all such individuals our friends. He turned and gestured toward Zhang Yuya, who was performing on stage. Just like that beautiful lady over there, you too can come and go freely in the valley of nature. She is a superstar among your people, and has now become the closest human friend of us elves in Alawela. Zhang Yuan detected the subtle persuasion in Idarian's words and smirked inwardly, but outwardly he feigned excitement. Elder, how can I receive the blessings of the goddess of nature? Seeing how easily Zhang Yuan seemed to take the bait, Idarian's smile widened. Do you know how to sing? I guess I'm okay at it, Zhang Yuan replied. Idarian pulled out a sheet of music and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Give it a try. The moment Zhang Yuan took the sheet, he felt a surge of ancient divine energy emanating from it. Activating the abyssal eye, the true nature of the music sheet was revealed. It was not merely a hymn of the goddess of nature, but rather a song of the ancient gods. Singing it could draw the attention of ancient deities and potentially lead to unforeseen consequences. So Auntie's been singing ancient god music all along. Zhang Yuan thought, alarmed, as his gaze shifted toward Zhang Yuya, who was still singing in the distance. For her sake, he took a deep breath and began to sing. In the forest, all falls silent. The whispers of ancient gods awaken the slumbering life. Stop, stop, stop. Idarian hurriedly interrupted. Elder, why won't you let me continue? Zhang Yuan asked, feigning confusion. Idarian's expression betrayed his disdain. Didn't you say you were okay at singing? I think I am okay, Zhang Yuan responded, pretending to be shy. To be honest, good singing runs in my family. My dream is to become a singer. Idarian's face twitched. Zhang Yuan's 4 lines had not hit a single correct note. If he continued, even the sealed ancient gods might feel compelled to emerge and reprimand him. Forget it. No more singing, Idarian sighed, turning to walk toward a cave within the valley. Zhang Yuan, secretly pleased, followed persistently. Elder, please give me another chance. Child, trust me. Singing is really not your calling. No way. I have to prove myself. In the forest. Under Zhang Yuan's relentless assault of off-key singing, Idarian suppressed his murderous impulses and led him to the center of the cave. There, a spring emanating a faint green glow flowed gently, and at its center stood a new statue of the goddess of nature, radiating an even stronger aura of ancient divinity than the one outside. Relieved that Zhang Yuan had finally stopped singing, Idarian let out a breath and explained. This is the sacred spring of our Alawela people, imbued with the power of the goddess of nature. It can cleanse the soul. If you wish to receive her blessings, step into the spring. Zhang Yuan stood before the sacred spring, his gaze shifting back and forth between the water and Idarian. Elder, am I really that bad at singing? If you dare sing another word, I'll smack your mouth. Idarian glared at Zhang Yuan angrily, his beard bristling with fury. Unfazed, Zhang Yuan cleared his throat tentatively. The forest. By the gods. I can't take it anymore. Idarian exploded, his staff whistling through the air as he swung it at Zhang Yuan. Come on, Elder. Don't get mad. I won't sing anymore. Zhang Yuan laughed, dodging swiftly before leaping into the spring. In an instant, the statue of the nature goddess at the center of the spring began to emit a soft glow. A mysterious force surged toward Zhang Yuan, as if intent on taking over his body. Idarian sneered coldly at the sight. Humph, you brat. Soak all you want. From now on, you'll never sing again. With that, he turned and walked away. Just then, a dense mist engulfed the entire spring area, and an ethereal, eerie song echoed from within. A blurred yet familiar figure began to take form in the fog. Mortal, offer me your body and soul, and I shall grant you. Are you kidding me? What the hell is wrong with you? Always targeting me, an ancient god. The eerie voice suddenly turned sharp. Zhang Yuan, I haven't even come looking for you. Yet you waltz right in. Today, I'll take your body by force. With a deafening roar, the entire natural valley trembled violently, alarming all the elves. Zhang Yuya, who had been singing, was forced to stop, but under the urging of the other elves, she reluctantly resumed. Idarian, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from the cave, fell to his knees in panic. Oh great ancient god, it was a desecration to have him sing your song. This is my fault, please forgive me. Meanwhile, Extraordinary changes were unfolding deep within the cave. The statue of the nature goddess in the spring shattered with a thunderous crash, and countless black tendrils burst forth from the fragments, dragging Zhang Yuan into a dark, otherworldly dimension. There, a massive cage held a swirling mass of black mist. The bars of the cage were etched with intricate runes, forming an enormous sealing array. Jiang Yuya's song pierced through the dimensions, transforming into a tangible force that relentlessly eroded the runes. By now, many of the runes were damaged, and the entire sealing array was on the verge of collapse. The release of the ancient god from its seal seemed only a matter of time. At this moment, a pair of enormous eyes opened within the black mist of the cage, staring directly at Zhang Yuan. In a cold voice it said, "Zhang Yuan, if you stop resisting now and let me take over your body willingly, you can avoid some unnecessary suffering." The mythical quest, Nemesis of the Ancient God, has been triggered, with the objective to slay Nodens, the god of natural dreams. A notification about the refreshed mythical quest appeared on Zhang Yuan's interface. Realizing the boss's health bar had lit up, he immediately activated his sword formation, awakened the sword spirit, and applied the mark of pleasure to Nodens through the seal. Nodens noticed Zhang Yuan's actions and sneered. "So what if you have the blessings of a new god? You are still merely a human, not a god. Soon, I will show you how foolish it is to challenge an ancient deity." Thick black mist began to escape from the seal, coalescing into a terrifying figure, a man clad in a green robe, exuding an overwhelming divine aura. "Master, be careful." Shui, sensing Nodens' menacing power, rushed out from the summoning space and positioned herself in front of Zhang Yuan, staring intently at Nodens near the cage. The moment Zhang Yuan sensed Nodens' presence, he quickly gauged the strength of this ancient god's avatar. Nodens' aura was above that of the illusion demon god, but below the Bao demon god, and even this avatar's power was nearing that of a mid-tier demon god. If the ancient god were to fully break free from the seal, his strength would likely rise to an even more terrifying level. Realizing this, Zhang Yuan immediately instructed Shui, "Give it everything you've got. Hold nothing back." "Understood." Shui instantly entered her ghostly transformation state, activating her phantom demon eyes. A blood moon appeared in the special space, and her ghostly amplification effect increased 100-fold. Zhang Yuan also benefited from the ghostly amplification. Boom! The momentum of both Shui and Zhang Yuan surged dramatically. Seeing this, Nodens sneered, "Impressive, Zhang Yuan. You even have a lower-tier demon god assisting you. But when it comes to illusion-based domains, you're not even worthy to carry my shoes." Before Nodens finished speaking, a gray halo burst from his body, spreading outward in all directions. The illusion created by Shui's phantom demon eyes shattered instantly, and her ghostly amplification effect disappeared on the spot. Zhang Yuan lost the boost from Shui as well. The abyss of phantom dreams descended, reducing all attributes by 99, attack by 99, defense by 99, movement speed by 99, and preventing the gain of any buffs. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed the notification on his interface. After Nodens unleashed his domain, both Shui's ghostly amplification and the critical hit boost from his sword heart domain vanished. Fortunately, the 100 attribute boost granted by the god of pleasure remained, counteracting the attribute reduction from the abyss of phantom dreams. For now, his situation wasn't entirely hopeless. It seems that in battles between deities, divine rank truly matters. Observing the changes on his attribute panel, Zhang Yuan gradually grasped a crucial point. In battles between gods, the hierarchy of divine rank appears to play a decisive role. The god of pleasure's rank was higher than Nodens, so the latter couldn't suppress the former's blessings. However, Shui's rank was lower than Nodens, leaving her vulnerable to suppression. Zhang Yuan's sword aura infused with thunder could injure the Bao demon god, who possessed a mid-tier divine rank, which theoretically meant he could harm Nodens as well. Even without resorting to the 4 swords of immortal execution, this battle was far from unwinnable. Snow cautiously tested Nodens' defenses. Zhang Yuan quickly assessed the situation and commanded Snow to attack. "Master, leave it to me." Snow summoned her demonic blade, her figure vanishing in a blur as she teleported directly in front of Norden, slashing down with her blade. Norden, however, merely smirked coldly, standing motionless and unfazed as the blade swung toward his neck. In the next instant, the demonic blade passed cleanly through his neck, dealing no damage. Simultaneously, Zhang Yuan's flying sword followed up, only to pass through Norden's body just as harmlessly. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as doubt crept into his mind. Could it be that Norden lacked a physical form? Or did he possess some kind of phasing ability? A mere lower demon god, restricted to level 100, dared to challenge a true deity? Norden sneered as he raised his hand slightly. A massive, barbed branch erupted from the ground, instantly spearing through Snow's abdomen. Ugh! Snow coughed up a mouthful of blood as her health plummeted to near zero. At the same time, Countless barbed branches surged up from beneath Zhang Yuan's feet. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Yuan entered his drunken immortal sword state, attempting to evade the spiked branches. Despite his 99 evasion rate, his speed was reduced to a mere 1, and the branches seemed to bypass his evasion entirely. He managed to avoid less than half of the attacks. Fortunately, clad in the indestructible shield of Arlet and empowered by the essence of the Zhanlu sword, Norden's attacks inflicted no substantial harm. Moreover, the attribute boost from the drunken immortal sword remained unaffected by Norden's domain. After a round of evasive maneuvers, Zhang Yuan's stats skyrocketed into the tens of billions. Norden's eyes flickered with shock as he noticed his attacks failing to kill Zhang Yuan and instead causing his aura to surge dramatically. This guy, how can he withstand so many of my attacks and still survive? While Norden was momentarily stunned, Snow, impaled by the barbed branch, triggered her constellation's death immunity effect. Gritting her teeth, she swung her blade and severed the branch, piercing her abdomen. With a pained gasp, she forcibly pulled the barbed branch from her body, the searing agony driving her into a berserker frenzy. Unleashing her full power, she channeled a blend of demonic energy and divine force into her blade, swinging it at Norden with all her might. Skill: Heavenly Demon Slash. I'm going all out. Boom. A massive, dark crimson blade of energy, crackling with thunderous lightning, tore through the air, ripping the fabric of space as it roared toward Norden with devastating momentum. Snapping out of his shock, Norden's expression shifted as he realized Snow not only survived but had unleashed an even more powerful attack. Instinctively, he prepared to phase out of existence to evade the strike, but quickly reconsidered. Abandoning the thought, he raised his hand, summoning a towering wooden wall to shield himself. Boom! The blade of energy collided with the wooden wall, sending dark crimson lightning and gray energy spiraling in a chaotic clash. The powers of a newborn demon god and an ancient eldritch deity collided, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The sheer force fractured the surrounding space, and even the prison bars sealing Norden's true form began to show signs of breaking. Zhang Yuan keenly noticed an unusual phenomenon. Norden was deliberately preventing the aftermath of the battle from damaging the sealing formation. This detail aroused his suspicion, and to verify his theory, he immediately took action. Taking advantage of the fierce battle between Shui and Norden, Zhang Yuan quietly replicated a batch of flying swords, maneuvering them around the two combatants and aiming directly for the sealing formation. Sensing this, a shadow flickered in Noden's eyes as he quickly manipulated underground vines to entangle the flying swords. This reaction confirmed Zhang Yuan's suspicion. Shui, abandon the frontal attack and target the sealing formation directly, he commanded without hesitation. Shui instantly shifted behind Norden, her cursed blade aimed straight at the formation. Damned insects! Norden snarled, his face contorted with rage as he stomped the ground. A colossal purple tree erupted from the earth, its branches coiling like serpents around Shui, binding her completely. The tree's growth accelerated, forming an impenetrable cage. Zhang Yuan, your observation skills are indeed sharp. Norden sneered as his cold gaze turned to Zhang Yuan. But with just the two of you, there's no way you could. Before he could finish, countless flying swords imbued with the power of mystical thunder materialized in the air. Go! Zhang Yuan acted decisively, and the swordlight rained down, piercing through the massive tree with ease and shattering the sealing formation. A torrent of ancient godly energy erupted, accompanied by an entirely different divine force. The sealing formation cracked, its surface covered in fractures, as terrifying energy threatened to explode. Noden's form grew distorted and ethereal, his twisted expression seething with fury. Zhang Yuan, you've ruined everything? I'll kill you for this. At the critical moment, Zhang Yuan recalled Shui into her summoning space and activated his phase dagger. With a deafening roar, the sealing formation collapsed completely. The unleashed divine power engulfed Noden's avatar, reducing the entire space to ashes in an instant. Zhang Yuan swiftly teleported to Jiang Yuya's side on the stage. Without wasting a moment, he deployed a sword array to shield the entire area, encompassing Jiang Yuya and all the spirits within its protective barrier. Summoning the three demigod knights, he raised their holy shields while he and his aunt took cover behind them, the golden light of the sword array enveloping everyone. In the next moment, a massive mushroom cloud rose from the direction of the cavern, and scorching shockwaves swept across the surroundings, obliterating mountains, rocks, and trees in their path. The ancient god's pocket dimension shattered, unleashing a brilliant light from the depths of the emerald forest. In the distance, the god of joy lounged atop an ancient towering tree, casually munching on an apple. Gazing at the radiant explosion in the distance, he chuckled. Well, Xiao Yuan really knows how to put on a fireworks show. Not bad. After the explosion subsided, the natural valley lay flattened, leaving behind only the stage protected by the divine shield of the three demigod knights and the statue of the goddess of nature in the rear. The Aloela elves beneath the stage had been spared thanks to Zhang Yuan's sword formation, but at this moment, all the elves wore bewildered expressions, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Zhang Yuya glanced around at the Naruan Valley, nudged Zhang Yuan quietly, and asked in a low voice, Yuanzi, what kind of trouble did you get us into? Should we make a run for it now? Boom! Before Zhang Yuya could finish her sentence, another loud explosion came from the direction of the cave. A torrent of black mist surged forth, and moments later, a towering humanoid creature, over 100 meters tall and composed of twisted wood and vines, emerged from the ruins. The creature had 12 eyes on its head, massive membranous wings sprouting from its back, and black mist continuously spewing from its mouth. Its terrifying divine aura spread outward, instantly turning the ancient trees of the emerald forest into withered husks. Zhang Yuya stared up at the monstrous figure, frozen in shock. What is that? Zhang Yuan, is that the so-called goddess of nature that the Aloela elves now worship? Zhang Yuan responded. Are you kidding me? If that can be a goddess, I'll wash your socks and underwear for a month. Zhang Yuya retorted. No sooner had she spoken than a portion of the elves beneath the stage knelt toward the creature, chanting goddess of nature in reverence. Zhang Yuya was stunned on the spot. Nephew, you heard what I just said, I'm not taking it back. Zhang Yuan chuckled at her reaction, then turned his attention to the remaining Aloela elves below the stage, who stood frozen in confusion. He called out, Hey, your kin have already been taken over by the ancient god. If you don't want to die, get behind me now. His words left the elves hesitant and uncertain. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan turned to Zhang Yuya and said, Auntie, maybe you should give it a try. If they keep standing there, I won't be able to protect them when the fight starts. All right, leave it to me. Zhang Yuya, who had initially wanted to argue about socks and underwear, quickly set the matter aside. The elves' lives were at stake, and she couldn't afford to waste time. She called out to the hesitant elves below the stage. Don't be afraid, everyone. Zhang Yuan is my nephew. He's here to help you, come over quickly. Hearing her words, the hesitant elves exchanged glances before rushing toward Zhang Yuan. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration and laugh. It's gotta be Annie to save the day. You wouldn't understand, this is the power of being an idol. Zhang Yuya patted him on the shoulder, saying, You focus on what you need to do. He'll take care of calming the elves. You handle that, and he'll handle this. Zhang Yuan nodded. Seeing that the remaining elves who hadn't knelt were now gathered around the statue of the goddess of nature, he instructed the 3 demigod knights to protect his aunt and the elves with the divine shield. Then, he ascended into the air, directly confronting Nodin's true form. At this moment, Nodin seemed to have completely lost all reason. As Zhang Yuan approached, its 12 eyes turned blood red in an instant. The vines coiled around Nodin's body plunged into the ground, beginning to greedily absorb the life force of the emerald forest. In mere moments, countless trees and plants withered away. Roar! Nuo Deng let out a thunderous roar. Merely absorbing the vitality of nature was not enough. He unleashed his divine power in a wild surge, flooding the entire valley. With a deafening boom, a massive purple tree burst forth from the ruins, growing at an astonishing speed. Its branches moved with the agility of venomous serpents, instantly piercing the bodies of the kneeling elves. Even the elven elder was not spared. All who were touched by the branches were lifted high into the air. Their blood drained rapidly until they were reduced to withered corpses. The elves hiding behind the sacred shield watched in horror, their faces drained of color. Zhang Yuya's legs trembled, but seeing the terror on everyone's faces, she forced herself to stay composed. Don't be afraid, everyone. Trust my nephews, a Yuan Shun. However, to the peaceful and secluded Aloela tribe, the title of Yuan Shun seemed meaningless. Moreover, Zhang Yuya's trembling legs made her words even less convincing. Realizing this, she blurted out, Let me sing a song for everyone. This unexpected statement immediately drew the elves' attention. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Zhang Yuya cleared her throat and began to sing. Her voice, as clear and melodious as a nightingale's, echoed through the valley, gradually calming the elves' panic. Seeing the fear fade from their faces, her voice grew even stronger. But she failed to notice the faint glow beginning to emanate from the nearby statues of the nature goddess, or the increasingly frenzied movements of the twisted tree branches outside. Shut up! Shut up! Nuo Deng roared in fury, pounding the ground in a frenzy. At last, he tossed aside Zhang Yuan and charged directly at Zhang Yuya. Seeing his aunt become the target, Zhang Yuan immediately summoned his 3 Shikigami, Shui, Shinkong, and Yaoyuot. Shinkong and Yaoyuot transformed into colossal dragons, each dozens of meters tall, and clamped down on Nuo Deng's arms with unrelenting force. Shui teleported in front of Nuo Deng, unleashing a series of attacks in rapid succession: Ghost Transformation, Illusionary Domain, and heavenly ghost tearing open a massive wound in Nuo Deng's chest, from which ancient divine energy began to seep. Nuo Deng roared in rage and flung the two dragons aside, only to be met with a storm of tens of thousands of Xinlei, flying swords controlled by Zhang Yuan. The relentless barrage forced him to retreat again and again. Roar! Nuo Deng bellowed once more as the purple tree suddenly surged to a height of 1,000 meters, its enormous canopy blotting out the sky. The tree's crown trembled violently, and countless leaves transformed into poisonous darts, shooting toward Zhang Yuan. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan activated his solar eye. The blazing fire of the sun ignited the storm of leaves and the massive tree in an instant. The once dark valley was illuminated brilliantly, and the sky seemed to turn into a sea of flames. Turning his gaze to Nuo Deng, Zhang Yuan watched as the latter was engulfed in fire. His figure transformed into a massive burning silhouette. Agonized screams echoed through the heavens and earth. Under the relentless assault from Zhang Yuan and his numerous summoned creatures, Nodin was finally subdued, pinned firmly to the ground by countless flying swords. However, even after enduring several rounds of fierce attacks from the barrage of swords, the scorching flames of the sun, and the level-reducing power of the Nine Heavens Crimson Fiend Sword formation, the monstrous being remained full of vitality. He let out agonized screams but showed no signs of succumbing to death. Logically, even if he's stronger than the Bao Demon God, this level of damage should have been enough, Zhang Yuan muttered. His brows furrowed as he agilely dodged the strikes of the purple branches and vines in midair while maintaining the pressure of the flying swords on Nodin. Despite Nodin's loss of reason and reliance solely on instinct after his transformation, which had significantly reduced his combat power, Zhang Yuan had to remain in the state of the true form of the Emperor's Sword to keep him suppressed. Even though he had repeatedly reset the true form of the Emperor's Sword through the Sky Tower, Zhang Yuan began to feel concerned. If his life force wasn't sufficient to sustain another reset, he would be forced to unleash the four swords of immortal execution for a swift conclusion. However, doing so would forfeit any rewards for slaying a god, rendering all his prior efforts in vain. Zhang Yuan, come closer to me. A strange, ethereal voice suddenly echoed in his mind, causing him to freeze momentarily. In that brief lapse of focus, two barbed purple vines lashed out through the air, aiming straight at him. Master, watch out! Shui appeared in front of Zhang Yuan in an instant, slicing through the vines with one swift strike. Please stay vigilant. Thank you. Zhang Yuan expressed his gratitude, while commanding the flying swords to clear the surrounding vines and intensify the suppression on Nodin. Did you hear anything just now? Seeing the confused look in Shui's eyes, Zhang Yuan realized she hadn't noticed anything. Never mind. Maybe I was just hearing thing. Zhang Yuan, come to the statue. The ethereal voice sounded again, and Zhang Yuan immediately turned his gaze toward the statue of the goddess of nature. Zhang Yuya was singing joyfully within the protective shield of divine light, while the statue emanated a green glow. Noticing Zhang Yuan's unusual expression, Shui asked with concern, Master? Zhang Yuan quickly used his phantom true form to create a projection. Shui, you and my projection will continue to suppress Nodin. I need to step away for a moment. I might not be able to fully control the projection during this time, so the main responsibility falls on you. Understood. Leave this to me. Though puzzled, Shui didn't hesitate to agree. Good. I'll be back soon. Leaving those words, Zhang Yuan directed his projection to cooperate with Shui and the other summoned creatures in battle. Timing his movements perfectly, he broke through and entered the protective barrier of the three demigod knights. Zhang Yi noticed Zhang Yuan approaching suddenly and asked, Yuanzi, why are you here? Is the battle almost over? Are we about to win? Zhang Yuan observed that the moment Zhang Yuya stopped singing, the light around the statue of the goddess of nature dimmed noticeably. He urgently said, Aunt, keep singing, preferably elven songs. Whatever you do, don't stop. Okay. Although she didn't understand Zhang Yuan's reasoning, Zhang Yuya knew that everything now depended on him holding off the ancient god outside. She immediately resumed her song. As her melodious voice filled the air, the statue once again radiated a bright glow. That mysterious voice echoed once more, guiding Zhang Yuan to place his hand on the statue. As he followed the instruction, he felt his consciousness connect with a gentle force before being drawn into a vibrant, life-filled space. Standing before him was an elf-like woman with green hair, golden eyes, and a flowing white gown. Who are you? Where is this place? Zhang Yuan asked immediately. I am the goddess of nature, and this is a consciousness space I created, the elf-like woman replied. After a brief pause, she continued, 30 years ago, while purging the corruption of the abyss from myself, I was ambushed by an ancient god and have been imprisoned within his seal ever since. So the divine presence I sensed within the seal's formation was you? Zhang Yuan said, realization dawning on him. The goddess of nature nodded in confirmation and began to explain her predicament over the past 3 decades. The ancient god Nodin had been attempting to steal her divine essence and had already succeeded in seizing part of her authority. By exploiting the faith and songs of the elves, Nodin's power continued to grow while hers steadily weakened. If not for Zhang Yuan's timely disruption of the sealing formation, she would have been completely consumed. When Zhang Yuan asked why Nodin couldn't be completely destroyed, the goddess of nature revealed the key. Nodin has bound his life force to the land itself. To kill him, you must first sever that connection. This power stems from the fragment of my divine essence that he stole. You must locate and destroy it. After speaking, she condensed her remaining strength into a sphere of green light and infused it into Zhang Yuan. Immediately, he felt a newfound closeness to the surrounding flora. Zhang Yuan, I entrust this to you. Find the fragments of my divine essence and destroy them. With these final words, the goddess of nature's form dissipated, and Zhang Yuan's consciousness returned to the real world. A system notification promptly appeared. Mythic quest, Nemesis of the ancient god progress updated. Destroy the fragments of the goddess of nature's divine essence and defeat Nodin, the god of the natural dream. Zhang Yuan noticed the new task notification on the panel, his gaze immediately locking onto the green glow flickering in Nodin's abdomen, the fragment of the goddess of nature's divine core. Without hesitation, he dismissed the projection and entered the true form of the imperial sword. Summoning countless flying swords imbued with the power of profound lightning, golden arcs of electricity danced along the blades, all aiming directly at the divine core fragment in Nodin's abdomen. Sensing the threat, Nodin turned and let out an earth-shattering roar. The terrifying power of the ancient god surged forth like a torrent, instantly destroying most of the replicated flying swords, leaving only 6 specialized weapons orbiting around Zhang Yuan. Realizing he had indeed found Nodin's weak spot, Zhang Yuan quickly commanded his summon allies to coordinate their attack. Xingkong, Yaoyuot, use your dragon breath to obscure his vision. Shui, attack with all your strength and destabilize him. The 2 massive dragons flew in sync toward Nodin, unleashing a torrent of interwoven blue and golden dragon breath. Enraged, Nodin grabbed their necks with both hands and slammed them into the ground. Though the ground shattered, the dragons remained unharmed under the protection of Zhang Yuan's sword formation, continuing to spew their breath and disrupt Nodin's sight. At the same time, Shui teleported behind Nodin, her demonic blade slicing through the air with a dark crimson glow, severing the tendons in his heels with precision. The giant form of Nodin lost its balance and collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the entire emerald forest. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yuan's eyes glowed with golden light. The 6 divine swords Qixiao, Zhanlu, Qixing Longyuan, Chunjun, Ganjiang, and Moya transformed into radiant beams, piercing directly toward the divine core on Nodin's back. Countless replicated weapons converged in the air, following closely behind. In the valley, the purple trees and vines grew wildly, attempting to shield Nodin. But in her ghostly state, Shui swiftly intervened, manipulating silver threads to entangle and pull the plants away. Zhang Yuan capitalized on the opportunity, activating the dragon god's power field to amplify all the flying swords' damage by 10,000 times, directing their full force toward Nodin's back. The 6 beams of sword light streaked through the air like meteors, piercing through Nodin's outer shell and bones, striking the 5-meter-radius divine core with pinpoint accuracy. Cracks instantly formed across its surface as countless flying swords followed and relentlessly bombarded the core, their energy persisting until they were shattered by its immense power. With the true form of the Emperor's sword empowering him, Zhang Yuan summoned an endless stream of replicated flying swords. Each sword carried the sword intent of 6 sword spirits and the power of the sword chi thunder force. Although they shattered the moment they touched the divine core, the damage had already been done. A bunch of ants, how dare you! Nodin roared in fury, slamming the starry sky and Yalot into the ground, burying them dozens of meters deep as he struggled to rise. Shui's figure flickered around Nodin, her enchanted blade precisely severing every muscle that controlled his movements. She then cast her 1,000 threads technique, binding him with countless elemental threads. Stay down, Shui shouted fiercely, her blood-red arm surging with power as the elemental threads tightened instantly. With a thunderous crash, Nodin fell heavily once more. More replicated flying swords struck the divine core, causing the cracks on its surface to widen. The green light emanating from the core began to assist Zhang Yuan in suppressing Nodin. Zhang Yuan. Nodin regained consciousness and roared in rage. The power of the ancient god erupted from him, breaking the elemental threads and repairing his damaged muscles. However, the green light from the divine core grew even stronger, pinning him to the ground and preventing the muscles on his back from healing. Zhang Yuan marveled at the power of the 4 swords of immortal execution. He recalled the ancient god beneath the deep sea being even the god of pleasure feared who was slain in a single strike by these swords. Compared to that, while Nodin was troublesome, his strength was clearly inferior. Under the dual assault of the sunfire and the soul of the ancient sea, the cracks on the divine core grew denser, finally reaching their limit. With a sharp crack, the core shattered, and brilliant green light illuminated the entire valley. A beam of light shot directly into Zhang Yuan's body. Zhang Yuan, now is the time. The voice of the goddess of nature rang out. Instantly, Zhang Yuan gained the power of the child of nature, allowing him to gather the essence of all things in the world. His next strike would guarantee the killing of any target with less than 100 life force. Zhang Yuan immediately unleashed the swordless technique. A green sword of light, formed from sword energy and entwined with willow branches, materialized before him. Like a meteor, the sword pierced through space and struck Nodin's heart with precision. With a final, agonized scream, Nodin disintegrated into dust and vanished. A system prompt appeared. Successfully defeated Nodin, the god of the natural dream. Please select a basic reward. 1. Remove level restrictions and instantly advance to level 300. 2. Permanently gain 10 of Nodin's 4-dimensional attributes and acquire 1 of Nodin's divine abilities. 3. Obtain an additional awakening opportunity for a class advancement. Zhang Yuan stared at the 3 options on the panel, lost in thought. The first option was clearly not worth considering. While the idea of directly leveling up to 300 sounded incredibly tempting, the unlocking of his level cap by the celestial constellation made this choice a waste of half the reward, which was far from cost-effective. The second option, however, seemed particularly enticing. As an ancient god, Nodin's attributes were bound to be extraordinary, and it also came with a divine skill. Zhang Yuan's current divine skills Phantom True Form and Drunken Immortal Sword were both immensely powerful. Nodin's skill was unlikely to be any less impressive, making the second option a solid choice. As for the third option, an additional job awakening opportunity, Zhang Yuan couldn't determine whether its benefits would surpass the second choice. After all, the results of a job awakening were highly unpredictable. The new class could be stronger than the old one or weaker. If he could advance from Ghost Sword Master to a powerful class like Swordheart Celestial Lord, he wouldn't hesitate. But at this moment, Zhang Yuan was uncertain, as he didn't know if the third awakening would allow the use of a divine awakening stone. If not, it would merely be a standard awakening, which wouldn't provide as much of a boost as the second option. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Yuan ultimately decided to go with the third option. Attributes could always be improved by grinding monsters, and skills could be learned. But this additional awakening opportunity, regardless of its strength, was unique and irreplaceable. Moreover, since he managed to defeat the first ancient god without relying on the 4 swords of immortals, he was confident he could face the second one in the future. If this extra awakening opportunity didn't turn out to be particularly strong, he could always choose other rewards next time. After selecting the additional job awakening opportunity, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up as a new prompt appeared on the panel. The additional awakenings would unlock at levels 70, 80, 90, and 100, giving him 4 chances to awaken. The thought of these opportunities filled him with excitement. While the potential benefit of a single awakening might not match the 10 attribute bonus from Nodin, for awakening 7 without divine awakening stones would provide substantial cumulative boosts. The basic rewards were distributed, and the system began calculating additional rewards for slaying the god. The progress of the mythic quest Nemesis of the Ancient Gods was updated, showing that Zhang Yuan had defeated one of the 3 ancient gods, advancing to 13 completion. He received the artifact Boots of the Old Days, a divine-grade piece of equipment, providing 100 to all 4 attributes. The wearer also gained the skill Step of the Old Days, available at level 100. The skill allowed the user to transfer any part of their body into the old space, rendering that part intangible and immune to damage for up to 1 minute, with a cooldown of just 1 second. Next, he obtained the artifact Gloves of the Old Days, another divine-grade piece of equipment, with 100 to all 4 attributes. The gloves granted the skill Starcatcher of the Old Days, also available at level 100. This skill allowed the user to transfer any part of a target's body into the old space. The larger the target's body part, the greater the mental energy consumption, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Additionally, Zhang Yuan received Nodin's Soul Ember, a unique divine-grade item capable of assisting with job awakenings. Finally, he obtained the Ancient God's Triple Awakening Stone, a divine-grade awakening stone forged from the residual divine power of a fallen ancient god. This stone could be used alongside other awakening stones, granting the user the power of an ancient god upon awakening. The innate ability, Godslayer, was instantly triggered, converting the remnants of Nodin's power into divine essence experience. The system interface immediately displayed the sources of the divine essence to be converted: the illusion demon god and the ancient god of natural dreams. Additionally, 10 divine stones were awarded. Ding! The system notification chimed. Host has achieved the God-Ear accomplishment, Standard Godslayer, and is rewarded with the unique God-Ear talent, Overthrowing the Superior. The attributes of the newly awakened talent were revealed immediately. Overthrowing the Superior, level 1, grants immunity to the negative effects of lower-tier gods and all lower beings for both the user and their summoned creatures. Zhang Yuan's storage space now contained 2 new artifacts and 10 divine stones. Without hesitation, he removed the legendary deceptive boots and replaced them with the boots of the elders and the gloves of the elders. As soon as the equipment was updated, he felt a massive surge in his stats. His mental power skyrocketed to 3.7 billion, while his strength, agility, and stamina each soared to 1.8 billion. What thrilled him even more were the innate skills that came with these 2 artifacts. No wonder neither Shui nor I could land a hit on Nodens before it was this Elder's Void Step causing the trouble, Zhang Yuan realized. He attempted to activate Elder's Void Step and immediately noticed an auxiliary space resembling a sword formation appear around him. When he tried to shift his left arm, it phased into the Elder's space, leaving only a faint, nearly imperceptible shadow in the physical world. Next, he tested the Elder's Star Grasp skill from the gloves. In an instant, half of a distant boulder vanished, leaving a smooth, mirror-like surface. The missing portion reappeared within the Elder's space. Zhang Yuan activated the skill again, launching the spatially stored boulder fragment like a cannonball. It collided with the remaining half, reducing both to fine dust. The power is incredible. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Good thing Nodens didn't use this move back then. Yuanzi. Zhang Yuya's voice interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw her standing among a group of elves, waving to him. Zhang Yuan closed the system interface and descended to Zhang Yuya's side. Annie, what's up? I'm fine. It's her who's looking for you. Zhang Yuya smiled and stepped aside. A young and beautiful elf stepped forward and bowed gracefully. Hero, I am Zierna, the current leader of the Elevira Elven clan. Zierna produced a finely crafted bottle. Thank you, Hero, for saving our clan. This is our most precious treasure, the sacred emerald elixir. Please accept it. It has the power to purify all evils in the world. Should you need more in the future, you are always welcome to ask. Zhang Yuan gladly accepted it. Then I want stand on ceremony. Additionally, Zierna continued, the goddess of nature has awakened, and she wishes to meet with both of you. The goddess of nature wants to see me too? Zhang Yuya asked in surprise. Could there be some mistake? This is a divine decree personally delivered by the goddess, Zierna said with a gentle smile. She specifically wishes to meet the hero and Miss Jiang. Please follow me. Led by Hilna, Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yuya once again stepped into the cave that led to the goddess of nature. The sound of their footsteps echoed off the narrow stone walls. Zhang Yuya walked close to Zhang Yuan, her expression betraying clear nervousness. Yuanzi, she whispered, do you think my outfit is too casual to meet the goddess of nature? Should I change into something more formal? And when meeting a deity, what kind of bow should we make? Are there any taboos? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at his aunt's anxious demeanor. Auntie, you're overthinking this. How can I not be nervous? Zhang Yuya's eyes widened. We're about to meet an actual goddess. Have you ever met a god before? I have, Zhang Yuan replied with a light laugh. There's one currently living in my dormitory. Huh. Zhang Yuya looked utterly confused. Anyway, there's no need to be overly worried, Zhang Yuan reassured her. Gods aren't that different from us. They have emotions just like we do. Just think of them as extraordinary people. That's easy for you to say. Zhang Yuya still seemed doubtful. But I'm just an ordinary person. Why would a god take notice of me? Auntie, you're anything but ordinary, Zhang Yuan said seriously. Your singing was crucial in determining the outcome of that battle earlier. Really? Absolutely. Before they realized it, they had reached the deeper part of the cave. The spring that had been there previously was gone, replaced by a swirling blue vortex that marked the entrance to a dungeon. Hilna stopped in front of the vortex and bowed gracefully. Heroes, Miss Jiang, the goddess of nature awaits inside. Please proceed. Zhang Yuan activated his abyssal eye to examine the vortex carefully. It was a simple level 0 dungeon with no dangers. He thanked Hilna and then sent out a party invitation. Auntie, let's go in. Zhang Yuya hesitated for a moment before accepting the invitation. As a green light flashed, the two of them found themselves in a field filled with fluttering flower petals. So beautiful. Zhang Yuya stood frozen, mesmerized by the breathtaking view. Zhang Yuan's gaze, however, was fixed on the figure in the center of the flower field. Dressed in a white gown, the goddess of nature stood there, her smile as warm as a spring breeze. Her voice was soft and gentle as she spoke. You two have worked hard. Greetings, goddess of nature, Zhang Yuan said with a slight bow. Zhang Yuya hurriedly mimicked his gesture. Zhang Yuya greets the goddess of nature. There's no need for formalities, the goddess of nature said with a light laugh. If not for my weakened state, it should have been me paying my respects to you. Asking you to come all this way, it's I who have been discourteous. You're too kind. Zhang Yuya exclaimed hastily. You are a deity, while we are mere mortals. How could we expect you to come to us? It's only right that we come to see you. The goddess of nature smiled warmly and replied, there is no distinction of status between gods and humans. In fact, I should be the one thanking you this time. Your reverence has left me feeling a bit at a loss. Aunt, there's no need to be nervous, just treat this as you normally would. Zhang Yuan gently patted Zhang Yuya's back to comfort her, then turned to the goddess of nature. Since you've said so, my lady, I want stand on ceremony. You mentioned wanting to thank us. Might there be a reward involved? Naturally, there is, the goddess of nature responded with a soft chuckle, raising her delicate hand. Two radiant green orbs of light emerged from her palm, floating toward Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yuya's foreheads before merging into them. A gentle, soothing energy coursed through Zhang Yuan's entire body. Moments later, a system notification appeared before him. Blessing of the goddess of nature received. 7th Fate Seat Swordsmanship Enhancement. Endless Vitality. Revive all beings within the sword array whose souls have not fully dissipated. All 7 divine blessings acquired. Divine core in development. More notifications followed in rapid succession. Sword God's Lesser Intermediate Divine Core awakened. Sword God's power gained partially unlocked. Divine core abilities acquired. Immunity to low-level divine damage. Blessing permissions 03. Damage amplification. Divine core upgraded. Lesser advanced. Blessing permissions increase 05. Sword Aura Thunderstorm evolved. Lesser intermediate. As these transformations unfolded, a sword-shaped divine core materialized within Zhang Yuan's abdomen, while divine brilliance flickered in his eyes. The terrifying power of the sword god erupted from within him, unleashing a storm of sword energy that swept through the flower field. The goddess of nature watched this scene unfold, her beautiful eyes unable to hide her shock. Waves of disbelief surged through her heart. This boy, he's only at level 60, yet he's already condensed a lesser intermediate divine core and ascended to lesser advanced so quickly? Even with her vast experience and encounters with countless prodigies, she had never witnessed such an extraordinary level of talent. The goddess of nature was stunned for a moment before regaining her composure. She cleared her throat lightly and looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile of admiration in her eyes. Zhang Yuan, it seems you're even more exceptional than I imagined. It is my honor to bestow my blessing upon you. By this time, Zhang Yuan had carefully examined the new powers he had gained. He reined in his aura and bowed respectfully to the goddess of nature. You flatter me, goddess. Receiving your blessing is truly my honor. You've got quite the sweet tongue. The goddess chuckled softly before turning to Zhang Yuya. Child, how do you feel? Zhang Yuya, as if awakening from a dream, raised her head with a look of disbelief and asked, Goddess, did my profession just change? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately checked Zhang Yuya's status panel. Zhang Yuya, Wind Whisperer, level 30. It was indeed a profession he had never heard of before. The goddess of nature explained, this is a profession I crafted specifically for Zhang Yuya. Her voice carries the power to warm hearts and transform the world. It would be a pity for her talents to be limited to being just an idol. But Zhang Yuya hesitated. I've already graduated from a non-combat university. I've never learned any combat skills, nor have I ever been to a monster dungeon. Am I really suited to be in a combat profession? If you're willing, you can stay with the elves of Alavira for a while, and I will personally serve as your mentor, the goddess said gently. You'll be my mentor? Zhang Yuya was completely dumbfounded, unable to fathom what it meant to have a deity as her teacher. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Yuan nudged her lightly. Auntie, what are you spacing out for? This is an incredible opportunity, hurry up and accept it. Snapping back to reality, Zhang Yuya quickly nodded. I'd be honored to be your student, goddess. Just call me teacher from now on, the goddess said with a warm smile before glancing at Zhang Yuan. I had initially thought of keeping you here for special training as well, but it seems I am no longer qualified to be your mentor. However, you are always welcome to consider this place your home. After bidding farewell to the goddess of nature, Zhang Yuya wrapped her arms around Zhang Yuan's neck. Yuanzi, let's go. Auntie is treating you to a meal. I found a century-old restaurant in Emerald City with amazing food. You have to try it. If you don't like it, you can hold me accountable. The two of them said goodbye to the goddess and the elven chieftain, Silna, before heading to a secluded, elegantly decorated restaurant in Emerald City. There, Zhang Yuan enjoyed an authentic gourmet meal of Emerald City's finest cuisine, a feast that left him thoroughly satisfied and savoring the experience long after. After a satisfying meal, Zhang Yuya, tipsy and flushed, gazed dreamily at Zhang Yuan with a captivating smile. So, Yuanzi, how's your little aunt's taste? Not bad, right? Indeed, not bad. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement before his tone turned serious. Little aunt, since you've become a combat professional, you must put extra effort into your training with the goddess of nature. Don't let me or grandma down. All right, all right. Zhang Yuya deftly picked up a piece of dessert and popped it into Zhang Yuan's mouth. You're starting to sound just like my mom. I'm not a kid anymore. Zhang Yuan swallowed the dessert helplessly. Fine, I won't say anything more. I'll be heading back to Kyoto later, so take care of yourself. Zhang Yuya rested her chin on her hand, staring at Zhang Yuan with hazy, intoxicated eyes. The alcohol had painted her fair cheeks with a delicate blush, adding a touch of allure to her demeanor. Why are you staring at me? Our Yuanzi is getting more and more handsome, Zhang Yuya remarked with a smile. I used to worry that your parents' disappearance would break you, but you've grown into such an outstanding young man. She sighed softly. Yuanzi, you really make your little aunt worry. You're so exceptional. Where am I supposed to find a boyfriend now? Huh, what does that have to do with anything? Zhang Yuan looked puzzled. Of course it matters. Zhang Yuya rolled her eyes at him. With such an amazing young man like you around, how could I possibly be impressed by anyone else? Yuanzi, you're so outstanding that your little aunt might end up alone forever. You'll have to take responsibility and take care of me. Little aunt, you're only 4 years older than me. I don't care. I'm sticking with you, Zhang Yuya declared, finishing with a hiccup. Seeing Zhang Yuya already too drunk to think straight, Zhang Yuan sighed and played along. All right, I'll take care of you. Promise me. Promise. The two hooked their pinkies like children, and Zhang Yuya smiled contentedly before collapsing into a deep sleep. Zhang Yuan shook his head in exasperation, settled the bill, and carried her to a hotel room to rest. After making sure the covert agents guarding her were informed, he used the teleportation array to return to Kyoto. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array, his phone buzzed with a message from Zhang Yuya. Yuanzi, make sure to visit Grandma when you get back and cheer up my mom too. Oh, and don't you dare go back on today's promise. Underscore, the message came with a playful selfie. This grown woman. She's acting more and more like a child. Zhang Yuan chuckled as he replied with an okay. He then dialed Wan Chang'an's number. Battle God Wan. The Jade Spirit Elixir is secured. That fast? Wan Chang'an sounded surprised. What's the situation with the Elvira clan? They've been under the control of an ancient god for the past 30 years. An ancient god? Wan Chang'an's tone immediately turned grave. Zhang Yuan, this is serious. We need to convene the Council of Elders right away. Head to the Central Trial Tower immediately and well, Battle God Wan, am not done. Zhang Yuan interrupted. You don't need to worry about the ancient god. I've already killed him. Hello? Is the line stuck again? Wan Chang'an remained silent for a long time before speaking slowly. Well, young man, you've left me speechless. Anyway, just come to the military headquarters first. All right, Zhang Yuan replied and immediately hung up the phone. In a flash, he leaped into the air and sped toward the military headquarters. 3 minutes later, Zhang Yuan was already standing outside Wan Chang'an's office. Through the slightly ajar door, he saw Wan Chang'an deeply engrossed in reading a document on his desk. Wan Warlord. Zhang Yuan gently knocked on the doorframe. So quick. Wan Chang'an looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes before his expression returned to normal. He pushed the document forward on his desk. Zhang Yuan, take a look at this research report first. Zhang Yuan stepped forward and picked up the document. The title read, Research Report on Abyssal Seeds and Demonized Humans, signed by Yanli. This is the latest report from the Academy of Sciences, released just tonight. Wan Chang'an said seriously. To save time, I'll explain the specifics while you read. Understood. Zhang Yuan began flipping through the document while listening attentively. Wan Chang'an continued. Recently, we dismantled an internal traitor organization that had allied with abyssal demons. We confiscated a batch of new abyssal seeds and discovered some demonized humans. Upon investigation, we found that this organization is using abyssal seeds to mass demonize humans. Most of the demonized lose their sanity and degenerate into the lowest level bloodthirsty creatures, while a very small number retain their reasoning and transform into low-level demons. However, regardless of how much these individuals once hated the Abyss or how strong their willpower was, they ultimately become unconditionally loyal to the Abyss. This situation bears a striking resemblance to what happened to your parents. This power has surpassed the limits of human willpower. Zhang Yuan quickly flipped to the last page of the report but found no mention of a way to reverse the demonization. One warlord, is there no way to restore the demonized humans to their original state? So far, the Academy of Sciences has only discovered that emerald spirit liquid can partially restore the human characteristics of demonized individuals. As for whether it is effective on those fully demonized but still retaining their sanity, experiments have yet to be conducted due to the limited supply of the liquid. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan immediately retrieved a full bottle of emerald spirit liquid from his storage space. One warlord, here's a new bottle of emerald spirit liquid. If it's not enough, I can request more from the Elvira clan. Wan Chang'an's eyes lit up. This is more than enough. The emerald spirit liquid needs to be diluted with other solutions for use. I'll arrange for it to be sent to the Academy of Sciences right away. We should have results within 24 hours. One warlord. May I deliver it personally? You want to deliver it yourself? Wan Chang'an was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood that Zhang Yuan wanted to see the demonized humans with his own eyes. He nodded. All right, I'll notify Yin Li, head to the entrance of the Academy of Sciences. She'll meet you there. Yin Li is? Yin Li, Wan Chang'an explained, is our nation's new generation genius scientist. At the age of 30, she succeeded her mentor and became the chief scientist at the Academy of Sciences. She was hailed by numerous scientists at the Academy of Sciences as the brain of the future, Fortisia, and served as the chief director of the Abyss Seed Project. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. All right, I understand. With a serious expression, Wan Chang'an added, Zhang Yuan, I know this matter is deeply tied to your parents, but in Abyss-related research, the biggest taboo is impatience and recklessness. No matter the outcome of this research, you must maintain basic composure. Do you understand? Understood. I'll send the Academy's exact location to your communicator. Go ahead. Yes, sir. Zhang Yuan bid farewell to Wan Chang'an and left the military base with the Jade Essence Elixir. Shortly after, his communicator received the coordinates sent by Wan Chang'an. When Zhang Yuan saw that the Academy of Sciences was located outside the east gate of the capital, his brow furrowed slightly. That area was a notorious level 60 monster zone, teeming with dense and highly aggressive creatures, a place even high-ranking professionals rarely ventured into. However, upon further thought, the choice of location made sense. As the hub for cutting-edge technological research for the Daixia Empire, the Academy's intelligence was a prime target for the Abyss and foreign spies. The danger of the area, ironically, ensured the Academy's operations remained secretive. After memorizing the location, Zhang Yuan promptly deleted the map data and headed straight for the eastern gate. Young man, it's late at night. Exiting the city is prohibited during these hours. 2 level 70 gate guards stopped him. Zhang Yuan took out his general's badge. Gentlemen, I have an urgent matter to attend to outside the city. Please grant me passage. Upon seeing the badge, the guards immediately straightened their postures and gave him a crisp military salute. Major General Zhang Yuan. How did you recognize me? Zhang Yuan asked with some surprise. After all, general badges were uniformly designed, and he was also carrying a misaligned insignia. One of the guards chuckled. Among the young generals of Daixia, you're the youngest, Major General Zhang. If not for you, we might have already sounded the alarm. Besides, a general's badge is impossible to fake. The commander truly is a prodigy. The other guard chimed in enthusiastically. All right, enough with the flattery, Zhang Yuan said with a helpless shake of his head. Open the gate. I'm in a hurry. The guards immediately opened the gate but reminded him, be careful, sir. The eastern wilds have been particularly unstable lately. Thank you, Zhang Yuan replied as he prepared to step out, only to be stopped by one of the guards. Sir, if I may be so bold, could we take a photo together? My daughter is a huge fan of yours, a member of the Yuan God faction. My son and I are both Zhang God fans. We'd love a photo too, the other guard quickly added. Seeing their hopeful expressions, Zhang Yuan smiled and nodded. Just this once. Make sure to focus on your duties afterward. Long live Yuan God and Zhang God. The 2 guards cheered excitedly. After leaving the East City Gate, Zhang Yuan flew eastward for more than 10 kilometers and landed outside a rather unremarkable valley. Scanning the surroundings, he saw nothing but a few wandering zombie creatures. Not even a single brick or tile could be found in the desolate wilderness. He frowned and thought logically, the Academy of Sciences should be located in this area. Suddenly, a few level 70 zombie monsters noticed his presence and charged at him with ferocious roars. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to swing his sword to deal with the pests, a blinding red laser shot out from deep within the valley, precisely piercing through the heads of all the zombies. Hey, over here! A crisp female voice called out from within the valley. Zhang Yuan squinted in the direction of the voice, but saw no one. Look down below. Following the sound, he looked down and saw a tiny metallic robot, only 10 centimeters tall, emerging from the dense underbrush and waving at him. Follow me. Though small and delicate in appearance, the robot moved with astonishing agility, darting over 20 meters in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan's agility attribute was high enough to keep up with it, even in the overgrown and rugged valley. They arrived at an ordinary-looking rock wall. The robot gave a light kick to a stone nearby, and the outline of a metal door immediately appeared on the wall. It nimbly jumped up and pressed a button on the door, triggering a scanning beam that verified its identity. The metal door then slid open, revealing a corridor made of gleaming white metal. Come on in, the robot said, turning back to gesture at Zhang Yuan. Is this the passage the scientists use to come and go? Zhang Yuan asked casually as he followed inside. Not really. They use teleportation arrays. This is my exclusive route for transporting zombie creatures from outside. Zhang Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. The 2 of them took an elevator that descended deep underground. Nearly 10 minutes later, the elevator finally stopped at a depth of about 500 meters. The construction of this underground facility alone was enough to showcase the extraordinary capabilities of the Daxia Academy of Sciences. When the elevator doors opened, a bright laboratory came into view. A woman with glasses and dark green hair, dressed in a white lab coat, was leisurely sitting on a lab bench, curiously examining Zhang Yuan. So, you're the genius Zhang Yuan that everyone in Daxia has been talking about recently? Hardly a genius, just an ordinary college student, Zhang Yuan replied modestly, then asked, and you must be Yinli, the chief scientist of the Daxia Academy of Sciences? Chief scientist? Not quite, just an average researcher, Yinli said with a playful smile as she hopped off the lab bench. Uncle Wan said you brought a sufficient amount of jade spirit liquid. Let me take a look. Zhang Yuan retrieved the jade spirit liquid from his storage space and tossed it to Yinli. She caught it, opened the bottle, and took a quick sniff. Nodding in satisfaction, she said, good, it's pure. Follow me. Yinli carefully closed the lid, placed the jade elixir into the pocket of her lab coat, and turned to walk deeper into the laboratory. Zhang Yuan followed closely behind, glancing around the spacious lab as he asked, why are you the only one here? Even scientists have to clock out, Yinli replied calmly. Right now, I'm working overtime for free because of you. Thanks for the effort. It's not really a bother. To be honest, I'm curious to see if the jade elixir can reverse the demonization in humans. As they ventured further into the lab, 3 adjacent isolation chambers came into view. Through the protective glass, Zhang Yuan could see that each chamber contained an experimental subject, a grotesque creature resembling a monster, a hideous demon, and a demon that still retained faint traces of human features. Outside the isolation chambers, a workbench cluttered with instruments stood prominently. Inside a glass container on the bench lay the seed of the abyss, undergoing analysis by a machine resembling an MRI scanner. A nearby screen flickered with streams of complex data. On the ultra-clean workbench, various colorful reagents were neatly arranged. It'll take a few more minutes to prepare the antidote. Please wait, Yinli said as she approached the clean bench. She skillfully donned gloves, meticulously disinfected them along with the bottle containing the jade elixir using alcohol, and began focusing on formulating the potion. Not wanting to disturb her, Zhang Yuan turned his attention to the 3 demons in the isolation chambers. Based on the labels, all 3 were humans who had been transformed by the seed of the abyss, though their levels of demonization varied due to differences in their constitutions. He activated the abyssal eye, and detailed data about the 3 creatures immediately appeared on his interface. The one on the far left was an ordinary-grade abyssal creature, possessing skills like howling and biting. The one in the middle was an elite-grade abyssal creature, capable of ambush, claw attacks, and charging. The one on the far right was an elite-grade lower demon, wielding fire magic, slashes, and abyssal corrosion skills. As Zhang Yuan analyzed their attributes, Yinli approached with 3 vials of green potion in hand. She explained softly, these 3 are brothers. They were originally level 20 lifestyle professionals. Unfortunately, we know so little about the seed of the abyss and its mechanism for demonizing humans. They might become sacrifices for the experiment, but it's because of their sacrifice that others who have been demonized might have a chance to recover. They're all innocent, yet their fates are so different. It is unfair, Zhang Yuan said calmly. Which is why all we can do is try our best to make up for this unfairness. What if we're not capable of making up for it? Then we're simply not capable. And then? There is no then, Zhang Yuan said with a shrug. We can't save everyone. For these 3 brothers, they might end up as test subjects, but there are countless other demonized people out there who don't even have this chance. Fate has never been fair. All we can do is give it our alt hats the greatest fairness we can offer them. Yinli paused for a moment, then chuckled. You're quite cold-hearted. But maybe Xia needs someone like you. Someone cold-hearted enough to save it. She adjusted the instruments and said with a serious expression, all right, enough small talk. Experiment number 138 officially begins. Yinli handed the prepared potion to the 3 robots. The robots entered the quarantine room one by one, efficiently carrying out the procedure to administer the potion. As soon as the potion touched their lips, the 3 brothers jolted awake, their faces contorting in pain. The 2 brothers, who had turned into an ordinary monster and an elite monster, struggled violently against their restraints, their agonized howls echoing through the quarantine room. Meanwhile, the low-ranking demon unleashed a shocking burst of strength, snapping his restraints with ease and smashing the robot administering the potion into scrap metal with a single strike. Let me out! The low-ranking demon roared as he charged at Zhang Yuan and Yinli. Zhang Yuan immediately summoned a replicated flying sword, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Don't worry, he won't get out, Yinli said, raising a hand to stop Zhang Yuan. Before she had even finished speaking, the demon slammed into the glass wall of the quarantine room with full force, but the specially reinforced glass remained unscathed. With practiced precision, Yinli pressed a button on the control panel, releasing a large amount of anesthetic gas into the quarantine room. Within seconds, the rampaging demon fell unconscious. A new robot entered the room, resecured him to the restraint chair, and removed the remains of its destroyed companion. In the other two quarantine rooms, the struggling monsters gradually grew weaker. Their scales began to shed, revealing human skin beneath. Did it work? Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. No, Yanli shook her head. This is just a temporary restoration of human traits. Once the effects of the potion wear off, they'll revert to being monsters. As for that demon, she glanced at the sleeping demon. As I expected, his resistance to the potion far exceeds that of the monsters. The current formula is ineffective on him. So what do we do now? Increase the dosage, Yanli replied tersely, striding toward the sterile workstation to prepare a new batch of the potion. For the rest of the night, Zhang Yuan witnessed an almost mechanical cycle of experimentation. Yanli operated like a precision instrument, tirelessly preparing potions, administering them, recording results, and adjusting the formula. In contrast, the three test subjects were utterly exhausted. Even the once ferocious low-ranking demon eventually lost the strength to resist, submitting passively to the experiments. Experiment number 172. Increase the proportion of jade spirit liquid to 32.9. Reduce magic crystal powder by 0.5. Remove sacred beetle shell powder. Add mystic turtle shell powder. Yanli dictated the latest formula to the experiment log before handing the potion to the robots to carry out the next round of testing. This time, when the two low-level demons drank the potion, a faint green glow suddenly radiated from their bodies. Immediately after, a large amount of black mist began to escape from within them. They let out unprecedented, heart-wrenching screams, echoing through the laboratory. Yanli, who had been expressionless until now, had a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. It worked. The abyssal energy inside them has been forced out. Zhang Yuan immediately focused his attention on the two demons. He noticed their scales were falling off, and their monstrous faces were gradually transforming back into human features. Zhang Yuan quickly activated the abyssal eye to examine them. Song Tang, Barber, level 20. Song Ming, Butcher, level 23. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to smile at the success of the experiment, an unexpected change occurred. The two bodies began to age rapidly at a visible speed. Large patches of hair fell out, their skin wrinkled and shriveled. In just a second, they went from being in their prime to frail old men, and then finally to two withered corpses. Damn it! Yanli slammed her fist on the control panel. I should have realized this earlier. When the abyssal seed corrupted them, it drained all their life force. Without the abyssal power to sustain them, they can't survive. It's okay, you did a great job, Zhang Yuan comforted her. Let me give it a try. He quickly formed a sword array, enveloping the two withered corpses within it. Everlasting life. As Zhang Yuan invoked the power of the goddess of nature, a surge of vibrant life energy filled the sword array. The two corpses began to rejuvenate, like balloons being inflated, rapidly restoring their youthful and robust appearances. The instruments showed that their vital signs had fully returned to normal. This? Yanli stared at Zhang Yuan in shock. You have divine blessings? Zhang Yuan smiled and nodded. It's the blessing of the goddess of nature. As long as the soul remains intact, I can bring them back to life. Yanli's eyes lit up, and she stared intently at Zhang Yuan. Can I study you? I mean, I'm really fascinated by divine powers. It's an unexplored field for humanity, and I've always wanted to conduct research on it. Research is fine, but shouldn't we finish the Abyssal Seed project first? Zhang Yuan replied with a helpless smile. This project is almost done, Yanli said, glancing at the now stabilized low-level demons. Since the low-level demons can be restored, it proves we're on the right track. As for the life force depletion issue, there's a solution. With enough emerald essence, we can develop a cure for higher-level demons within a week. She looked at Zhang Yuan with anticipation. So, can I study you now? Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment after hearing Yanli's words, then spoke. Yanli, restoring high-level demons is far from enough. Not enough? Yanli frowned slightly, her tone tinged with confusion. Among the batch of demonized beings sent by the military, the highest level was only mid-ear demons. Why isn't that sufficient? Zhang Yuan gazed at her deeply. What I need is an antidote capable of restoring a Demon Duke-level demonized being. Can you create that? At the mention of Demon Duke, Yanli's expression shifted abruptly, her brows furrowing tightly. She unconsciously rubbed the edge of the lab table with her fingers. After a long pause, she shook her head and said, it's extremely difficult. The gap between a Demon Duke and a high-level demon is vast, practically like two entirely different species. The Academy of Sciences database contains very limited information on Demon Dukes. With the existing data, I can't guarantee creating a perfectly effective antidote. What if I provide you with data on a Demon Duke? You can provide that? Yin Li's eyes lit up, and she quickly analyzed. If I can get combat data, combined with the other demon information in the database, I should be able to deduce the Demon Duke's physiological data. That would greatly increase the chances of formulating an antidote. Good. You continue working on the antidote. I'll head to the Abyss battlefield and return soon. Your data is in the Abyss battlefield? Zhang Yuan only nodded in response, offering no further explanation. He turned and left the laboratory, using the Academy of Sciences teleportation array to head straight to the Warfront Great Wall. At the break of dawn, the Warfront Great Wall had just repelled another wave of attacks from the Abyss army. The entire fortress was in a brief period of respite. Ever since Zhang Yuan had led 500,000 combat professionals to break through level 70, this place had become an impenetrable stronghold. What once required the entire city to mobilize to fend off an Abyss army could now be handled effortlessly by small teams of combat professionals. Zhang Yuan quietly left the city and arrived at an uninhabited area. He spoke into the empty air in a low voice. Dai Ren, I know you've been watching me ever since I stepped onto the Abyss battlefield. Come out and talk. A moment later, a cloud of black mist coalesced in front of Zhang Yuan. From within it, Dai Ren's figure emerged, bowing respectfully. Honorable Lord Zhang Yuan, how may I assist you? Ever since Zhang Yuan had slain the illusion demon god and wiped out the monsters of the Abyss battlefield with a single strike, Dai Ren's attitude toward him had undergone a subtle change. Dai Ren, in your opinion, who is stronger, or the Demon Dragon King? Naturally, you are stronger, Dai Ren replied, maintaining a polite smile. Then whose side are you on? Isn't it obvious? I stand on your side, of course. Zhang Yuan's gaze sharpened. If that's the case, why are you still guarding against me and only sending a projection to meet me? Dai Ren's smile froze. After a brief pause, he said, My lord, whatever you wish to discuss, you can tell my projection. It makes no difference. I'll give you one last chance, Zhang Yuan said coldly. If you truly desire the Demon Dragon King's position, then come meet me in person. Darren's voice was filled with hesitation, but Zhang Yuan cut him off directly. If you can't even muster this bit of determination, how can I trust you not to betray me? And why would I support you in claiming the Demon King's throne? Darren paused for a moment before breaking into hearty laughter. Haha, of course you're absolutely right. I should indeed make up my mind. As soon as he finished speaking, Darren's clone dissolved into black mist. Moments later, a more imposing figure emerged from the misty young man with white hair and demon horns on his head. He knelt on one knee and solemnly declared, Darren, one of the 7 demon lords, greets you, my lord. Zhang Yuan gave a slight nod. Tidy yourself up a bit. Don't attract too much attention. You're coming with me to a certain place. Where to? Darren asked. To the capital Daxia Academy of Sciences. Hearing this location, Darren's pupils noticeably contracted, and then he revealed a meaningful smile. You truly trust me, my lord, to take me to such a place. If I were to stir up some trouble there, Daxia would suffer greatly. If you think your life is too long, feel free to try. Zhang Yuan replied in a calm tone. Haha, just joking. I wouldn't dare. Darren immediately backed down and transformed his appearance into that of an ordinary human man in a suit, completely suppressing his demonic aura. My lord, how does this look? Zhang Yuan gave him a quick glance and nodded in approval. Without further ado, he used his Eldritch star-capturing ability on Darren. As Darren felt the pull of space and tried to resist, he was already drawn into the Eldritch dimension. Zhang Yuan then used a return scroll to teleport back to the Binge Great Wall and traveled via a teleportation array to the Daxia Academy of Sciences. When he returned to the lab, Yinli was deeply focused at her desk, deriving formulas. Yinli, I'm back. So soon? Did you already gather the combat data? Yinli looked up in surprise. Not the combat data, but I did manage to get a demon lord, Zhang Yuan said as he released Darren from the Eldritch dimension. Cough, cough. Darren staggered as he emerged, his face still showing traces of fear, his body trembling slightly. The experience of spatial transfer had clearly left him shaken. Yinli jumped in shock at the sight of Darren. He's Darren, one of the 7 demon lords. Whatever data you need, you can extract it directly from him, Zhang Yuan said nonchalantly. That's not really the point, is it? Yinli muttered under her breath. She had only wanted combat data to estimate the physical capabilities of a demon lord, but she hadn't expected Zhang Yuan to bring back a live one. Realizing this marked the first time in Daxia's history that a demon lord had been captured alive, Yinli couldn't help but give Zhang Yuan a thumbs up. You're incredible. After Zhang Yuan brought the demon archduke to the Academy of Sciences, Yinli immediately sprang into action. She picked up the phone on her desk and quickly dialed the number for the Academy's secretariat to report this groundbreaking discovery. Upon hearing the news, the secretariat acted swiftly, notifying all active researchers through phone calls and personal visits. In less than half an hour, the corridors of the Academy were packed with scientists rushing to witness the event. They crowded outside the glass window of Yin Li's office, staring intently at Dai Ren in the laboratory. Their eyes were filled with a mix of awe and trepidation. These experts, each a leader in their respective fields, now stood frozen like startled birds, hesitant to make a move. For them, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Academy had been dedicated to studying the Abyss and demons for years, aiming to develop weapons to combat the Abyss. However, their research had hit a bottleneck in recent years, with few groundbreaking advancements. Now, with a living, breathing demon archduke right in front of them, this was undoubtedly the perfect chance to break through their stagnation. Yet, even though Dai Ren had suppressed his aura and taken on the appearance of a human, the innate intimidation of a demon archduke still loomed over them. The researchers, unarmed and defenseless, couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Even Yin Li, the Academy's chief scientist, visibly struggled under the immense pressure while standing beside Dai Ren. Zhang Yuan noticed their unease and immediately summoned Shui. Shui, tie Dai Ren up so he doesn't scare these scientists. Yes, master, Shui responded respectfully. She then cast her thousand threads technique, binding Dai Ren tightly and suspending him midair. Everyone, please don't worry. Zhang Yuan addressed the researchers. My summon, Shui, can completely restrain him. Whatever research you want to conduct on him today, even if it's dissection, he won't dare resist. These words seemed to ease the researcher's anxiety. Soon, a bold researcher raised his hand. Master Zhang, I study demon immune systems. May I draw some of his blood? Of course, Zhang Yuan replied with a grin, turning to the bound Dai Ren. You don't mind, do you? Dai Ren forced a strained smile. And no objections. Seeing Dai Ren's cooperation, the other researchers grew more enthusiastic. Master Zhang, I'd like some samples of his skin tissue. Can we perform an endoscopy on him? I need some of his stem cells. All of that is fine. Zhang Yuan readily agreed. He then turned to Yin Li. I'll leave the arrangements to you from here. If you need to, you can remove some of his organs. Don't worry. The demon archduke has a strong life force. Even if you try to kill him, he won't die. Yin Li was still a bit dazed upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words. She instinctively nodded. All right. In her 30 years of life, this was the first time she'd encountered something so absurd. The experimental subject about to be dissected and studied was none other than a demon archduke, not just some random creature. In her understanding, any demon archduke could single-handedly destroy an entire Nationa terrifying existence. And now, such an entity was bound tightly and suspended midair. The sheer impact of the scene was overwhelming. After the initial shock, Yin Li felt a surge of excitement. She could even feel her blood boiling. She could hardly imagine the possibilities once the Science Academy analyzed all the data from the demon archduke. The technological advancements this could bring to the Great Xia Empire would be unimaginable. After all, the demon extermination cannon of the Great Xia Empire was invented by studying the crystal cores of high-level abyssal demons. The data from a demon archduke could very well change the world. After handing Darren over to Yin Li, Zhang Yuan turned to Shui and instructed her in Darren's presence. Shui, for the time being, keep a close eye on Darren. If you notice him attempting anything suspicious, even if it's just trying to manipulate our researchers with words, you must kill him immediately. Understood? Understood. A red glint flashed in Shui's eyes as she held her enchanted blade. My blade is always ready. Sensing the terrifying killing intent radiating from Shui's blade, Darren couldn't help but shudder. He quickly said, Don't worry, my lord. I can block out pain. Even if the researchers dismember me, I won't make a sound. You better live up to that, Zhang Yuan said with a grin. Of course, if you manage to endure, I might consider making you my blessed one. Your blessed one? Darren was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Then, he saw a divine glow emerge in Zhang Yuan's eyes. This? Darren's pupils contracted sharply. Just as he was about to exclaim, Zhang Yuan raised a finger to his lips, signaling him to stay silent. With a faint smile, Zhang Yuan said, Darren, this is your trial. Whether you gain my power depends on your performance. Darren's eyes immediately lit up with fervent excitement. Don't worry, my lord. I won't disappoint you. The Abyss had always revered the strong, and Zhang Yuan, despite being only at level 60, had already begun to manifest a divine essence. This level of power was beyond the mere term strong. A prodigy like him, once fully developed he already had developed would undoubtedly shake both the divine and demonic realms. At this moment, Darren had a premonition. If he could cling to Zhang Yuan's coattails, not only could he rise above the Curse Kingdom, but perhaps even the entire Abyss could fall under Zhang Yuan's dominion. He might even have a chance to become a demon god himself. With this thought, Darren became incredibly excited. He even began to look forward to the researchers dissecting him as part of Zhang Yuan's divine trial. This was all a test from Zhang Shun. After Darren was thoroughly subdued, Zhang Yuan felt reassured enough to let Shui assist Yin Li in collecting data. Meanwhile, He found a room in the Science Academy that could completely isolate energy fluctuations. There, he took out the fate compass. With his absolute luck reaching level 3, Zhang Yuan had 10 card drawing opportunities left this month. He had also accumulated 16 divine stones, enough to use up all his remaining chances. However, he had been too busy with various matters to make time for drawing cards. Now that Yinli and the Academy researchers were extracting data from Darren, Zhang Yuan needed to stay on site to prevent any accidents. With a bit of downtime, he decided to seize the opportunity to use up the rest of his card draws for the month. Alright, let's see what I can get with this 10 card draw. Zhang Yuan rubbed his hands together in excitement, took out 10 divine stones, and placed them into the fate array. Let's begin. As 10 divine stones transformed into golden light and merged into the destiny star array, a flurry of red cards began tumbling within the array. Suddenly, the array erupted with a dazzling crimson glow, and 9 red cards bearing sword emblems shot forth, piercing through the air. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped in a sharp, commanding sword aura, with beams of silver, orange, and purple light intertwining and flickering. These lights coalesced into 3 distinct swords, each suspended in midair. The first sword had a nearly transparent blade, shimmering with silver light, its sword aura flowing like delicate threads. The second sword was a radiant orange-yellow, with flame-like patterns spreading across its surface, surrounded by a fierce, fiery sword aura. The third was a short, dark purple sword, merely 6 inches long, with intricate golden engravings on its blade, encircled by a mysterious purple mist. Zhang Yuan eagerly examined the attributes of these 3 exclusive weapons. Divine Sword Qingying Exclusive Tier 3. Attack Power, 3000. Automatically protects its wielder. Grants immunity to wind-based damage. Can enter a shadowless state, rendering both the blade and its aura invisible. No level requirement for equipment. Divine Artifact Quest. Obtain the Shadowless Tome 01. Note: one of the 10 legendary swords, it protects its master, banishes evil, and purifies the world. Divine Sword Tai Exclusive Tier 3. Attack Power, 3000. Automatically protects its wielder. Grants immunity to fire-based damage. Enhances area skill damage, increasing by 10 for each additional target hit. No level requirement for equipment. Divine Artifact Quest. Slay 1 million targets in a single strike 01. Note: one of the 10 legendary swords, it protects its master, banishes evil, and purifies the world. Divine Sword Yuchang Exclusive Tier 3. Attack Power, 3000. Automatically protects its wielder. Grants immunity to poison-based damage. Permanently reduces all 4 core attributes of the target by 1 upon hit. No level requirement for equipment. Divine Artifact Quest. Defeat a level 90 or higher King 01. Note: one of the 10 legendary swords, it protects its master, banishes evil, and purifies the world. At that moment, the Destiny Star Array emitted one final crimson beam, which materialized into a red scroll. Zhang Yuan suddenly recalled the unfinished mythological quest, Path of the Sword Immortal, and quickly opened his quest panel. It turned out that the task to acquire a divine essence was still marked as incomplete. As he pondered this, the red scroll transformed into a streak of light and merged into his body. The system immediately prompted: Mythological Quest, Path of the Sword Immortal, has been upgraded to an Immortal Tier quest. The new quest read: Path of the Sword Immortal, Part 2 Unique Immortal Tier Quest. Obtain an Immortal Grade Divine Essence 01. Note: upon reaching level 100, the full power of the Divine Essence will be unlocked, and its quality will be permanently determined. Immortal Grade Divine Essence. Zhang Yuan suddenly understood. To complete this quest, he would need to reach level 100 and fully unleash the power of the Divine Essence. But with that, more questions arose. Divine Core of Immortal Grade? Zhang Yuan frowned, pondering the unfamiliar term that left him utterly baffled. He quickly stored the 3 newly acquired exclusive weapons and the fate compass into his storage space, then looked up and called into the air, "Li Zixin, are you there? Xiao Yuanzi, what's up?" The god of merriment instantly appeared, rubbing his temples as he spoke. "I'm busy offloading some stolen goods. You still haven't sold off that stash of divine artifacts?" Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. The god of merriment pulled a face of exaggerated frustration. The smith's rank has risen recently, and a lot of gods don't want to offend him. Either they refuse to buy, or they lowball me like crazy. Plus, the haul this time is pretty big, so it's taking longer to sell it all off. He sighed deeply. Ah, the divine arms market's been rough lately. Waving his hand dismissively, he added, "Anyway, enough about my troubles. Let's talk about your issue. Do you know what the divine core of Immortal Grade is?" Zhang Yuan asked directly. Divine core of Immortal Grade? A flicker of surprise crossed the god of merriment's eyes. How do you know about that? That concept is way above your current level. I got a quest that requires me to obtain a divine core of immortal grade before reaching level 100. That kind of thing can even show up in quests? The god of merriment murmured to himself before continuing with a serious expression. Divine cores are ranked into 5 grades: inferior, moderate, superior, exceptional, and immortal. The higher the grade, the stronger the power of the rules nurtured within the same rank. But there's a catch: the grade of a divine core is determined when it first forms and is nearly impossible to upgrade afterward. Going from exceptional to immortal? There hasn't been a single recorded case in history. So, what should I do to obtain a divine core of immortal grade? Zhang Yuan pressed. With patience, the god of merriment explained further. In the divine realm, there's a common understanding. The grade of an innate god's divine core is positively correlated with their rank. Only innate gods born as high gods have even a slim chance of obtaining a divine core of immortal grade. As for you ascended mortals, the grade of your divine core mostly depends on your accumulation during your mortal life. Factors like profession, constellation, talent, skills, and equipment all play a role. To put it simply, the stronger you are as a mortal, the higher the grade of your divine core. At this, the god of merriment gave a meaningful smile. But don't worry too much, Xiao Yuanzi. You're only level 60, yet your combat strength has already surpassed any level 100 mortal preparing for ascension that I've ever seen. Even that drunken sword immortal you defeated with a single strike of your projection managed to have a divine core of immortal grade. Your divine core's grade definitely won't be any lower. Meanwhile, in a corner of the divine realm, the drunken sword immortal, sipping wine in solitude, suddenly sneezed. He grumbled in annoyance. Who's cursing me now? Zhang Yuan. Once I surpass level 100 and fully unleash the power of the divine core, will I gain an immortal grade divine core? Zhang Yuan looked at the god of joy, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Exactly. The god of joy replied cheerfully, then quickly shifted her tone. But don't start slacking just because it sounds like a sure thing. The quality of a divine core is as unpredictable as drawing cards in a gamino. One can guarantee it'll be immortal grade. The stronger you are before level 100, the better your chances. She paused, a flicker of something unusual flashing in her eyes. Besides, I've always felt you're different from those who ascend to godhood step by step. Maybe you'll know it's immortal grade even before hitting level 100. Zhang Yuan smiled faintly. All right, they'll take your good wishes to heart. Oh, by the way, the god of joy suddenly remembered something. I've managed to get the divine blessing I promised you. Find some time to head to the Star God Duel dungeon. I've arranged for you to meet them there. Got it. All right, I'm off to work. Call me if you need anything. She made a playful phone gesture with her hand before her figure dissolved into thin air. Just then, a series of notifications popped up on Zhang Yuan's interface. 3 legendary swords Qingying, Te, and Yuking had simultaneously awakened their sword spirits. Under the influence of the Crown of Time, the growth rate of these sword spirits had significantly accelerated. At the same time, the true form of the Emperor's sword skill had also been enhanced. Zhang Yuan immediately opened his attribute panel. All 3 sword spirits had entered their growth phase, each capable of independent combat and providing unique bonuses to their wielder. Chengying granted a shadowless state, Te enhanced area attacks, and Yuchang weakened enemy attributes. Most importantly, when activating the true form of the Emperor's sword, these traits were further amplified, lasting for 5 minutes. Looking at the panel displaying Artifact Quest, collect the 10 legendary swords 910, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of awe at this unexpected boost in power. The effects of the 3 new exclusive weapons were already incredible, but now with the addition of Sword Spirit and the true form of the Emperor's sword, it's like stepping on each other's shoulders, exponentially amplifying the power of these weapons and taking them to a whole new level. Zhang Yuan carefully examined the 3 exclusive weapons in his hands, his eyes gleaming with excitement. And this is just their basic state. If I complete the artifact quests, he shook his head, not daring to imagine further. Scanning the quest requirements for the weapons, his brows furrowed gradually. The quest for the Tai sword and the Yuchang sword seemed relatively straightforward, but the Chengying sword required the elusive shadowless tome, which left him stumped. The god of joy had just left, and calling her back now didn't seem appropriate. Besides, she might not even know the tome's whereabouts. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up as he remembered the star-seeking compass he had obtained from the god of joy. This artifact could reveal the location of quest items, once a month, just what he needed. Unable to contain his excitement, he quickly retrieved the compass, which enveloped him in a soft blue glow. The compass quickly displayed a set of coordinates: 1116.2, 511, 89.9397, and then entered its cooldown phase. That's it. Zhang Yuan almost threw the compass in frustration, but remembering it was a freebie, he restrained his temper. Maybe Yen Li can make sense of these numbers. He headed to Yen Li's lab, and the sight before him left him in awe. Dai Ren was situated in a complex magical apparatus, surrounded by researchers who were tirelessly collecting data. Yinli was completely engrossed in her work, her eyes fixed on a computer screen, oblivious to everything else. A researcher explained Yinli's focus state to Zhang Yuan, who nodded in understanding and waited patiently. The entire lab was immersed in studying the data provided by Dairen, a demon duke. The findings were groundbreaking enough to make headlines in top-tier scientific journals. The scientists worked tirelessly from morning till night, not even sparing time for water breaks. Yinli, in particular, was like a statue, unmoving as she stared intently at the screen. Just as Zhang Yuan was beginning to doze off, Yinli suddenly leaped up and exclaimed excitedly, "Haha, I figured it out." Yinli shouted excitedly, not giving Zhang Yuan a chance to ask anything before she rushed into the materials room. Zhang Yuan, feeling helpless, was about to find a place to rest while waiting for her to finish her work, but within a minute, she came back out, looking utterly disappointed. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Zhang Yuan quickly stepped forward to check on her. "The demon spirit grass is gone." Yinli sighed deeply. "I just came up with a potential method to turn a Grand Duke-level demonized being back into a human, but the key material for it is demon spirit grass. I can help you get it. Where can we find it?" Zhang Yuan immediately offered. Yinli shook her head, her expression serious. "It's not that simple. Demon spirit grass only grows in the abyss, and it's extremely fragile. The moment it leaves the soil infused with the abyss's essence, it wilts immediately. It requires very specific conditions for temperature and humidity, and it can't even be stored in a spatial container. Even if you dig it out with its roots and soil, improper handling would render it useless." She paused before continuing. "Even if I could create a specialized preservation container, it would still require regular maintenance. This involves expertise in botany, material science, alchemy, abyssology, and several other fields." Wait. Zhang Yuan quickly interrupted her lengthy explanation. "If it's so hard to obtain, where did the Academy's current supply of demon spirit grass come from?" Over a decade ago, Professor Yi Qingsong from Kyoto University and General Wang Jianshan from the military formed a reconnaissance team. They infiltrated the edge of the abyss through the battlefield's entrance. My mentor, Feng Bai, served as the team's alchemist, responsible for creating potions to resist the abyss's aura. That mission brought back a batch of abyss materials, including demon spirit grass. "So, to get demon spirit grass, you'd need a team of professionals?" Zhang Yuan quickly grasped the key point. "Exactly." Yinli nodded. "But my mentor is now suffering from dementia and can no longer go to the abyss. As for the rest of the academy, no one has the complete knowledge of how to preserve it. What about you?" "Me?" Yinli froze for a moment. "Take a look at my level first." Zhang Yuan immediately activated Abyssal Vision. "Yinli, Alchemist, level 25. Yinli took 2 steps back, her face filled with panic as she shook her head and said, "I'm only at level 25. The monsters near the edge of the abyss are already at level 60 or 70, let alone the ones inside. If you want me to infiltrate the abyss, aren't you just sending me to my death?" Zhang Yuan remained calm and asked, "Levels don't matter. Have you inherited your teacher's knowledge?" "So what if I have?" Yinli kept retreating as she spoke, shaking her head furiously like a rattled drum. "Even if it means dying, I won't go to such a terrifying place as the abyss." Zhang Yuan analyzed patiently, "But if you don't go to the abyss, you won't get the magic spirit herb, and without it, you can't create the antidote. If this project fails, you won't be able to study the divine blessing I carry." Yinli was at a loss for words and couldn't find a way to argue back. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yuan continued, "Although you spend most of your time in the lab, I assume you've heard about my abilities. If Teacher Yi and the God of War One managed to protect your teacher in the abyss back then, I can surely protect you too." Seeing Yinli still hesitating, he added, "You are hailed as the future mind of Dixia, becoming the youngest chief scientist. But as for your teacher, the former chief scientist, he dared to venture into the abyss for the sake of science. If you back out now, won't you never surpass your teacher in this lifetime?" "Enough." Yinli suddenly interrupted. "I'll go with you, but you must promise that once the Abyss Seed project is over, you'll let me study the divine power you possess." Seeing his persuasion succeed, Zhang Yuan smiled faintly. "Of course, no problem. Rest assured, with me around, I'll ensure your safety." Yinli sighed. "Fine. I'll go prepare the container for storing the magic spirit herb and the potion to resist the abyss corruption." "Wait." Zhang Yuan stopped Yinli as she was about to leave and handed her a string of numbers from the star compass. "Do you know what these numbers mean?" Glancing at them, Yinli replied, "Isn't this just a set of abyss location coordinates?" "What, have you been planning to go to the abyss for a while?" "These are the abyss coordinates?" Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. "Yes. The one represents the abyss, and the next 2 groups of numbers are the decimal representation of longitude and latitude. Converting them to degrees, minutes, and seconds, it's 11615.3.96 E. 89562.2.92 in. It's right at the edge of the abyss entrance. How do you know that? Isn't it common knowledge? While Zhang Yuan was lost in thought, Yanli had already left to prepare. At that moment, Shui approached with a visibly exhausted Dairon in tow. Master, the Academy of Sciences has finished collecting data. Can we release Dairon now? Dairon immediately pleaded, My lord, I truly know my mistakes now. Please have mercy and send me back to the abyss. This place is too horrifying. Horrifying, is it? Zhang Yuan looked at Shui curiously. Shui nodded. Indeed. After witnessing the researchers' methods today, I've learned quite a few techniques for tormenting people. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. To think, a Grand Duke of Demons reduced to this state. But on second thought, it makes sense Darren is an abyssal demon, and the scientists probably saw him as nothing more than a test subject from the start. Add to that the natural enmity between humans and demons. This must be the price of scientific progress. Snapping out of his thoughts, Zhang Yuan smiled at Dairon and said, You've had a rough day. As a reward, I'll grant you the honor of receiving my blessing. Accept it with reverence. The previously exhausted Dairon immediately perked up upon hearing this and dropped to one knee. My king, it was no trouble at all. I could endure another month if needed. Another month, huh? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint, meaningful smile playing on his lips. All right, I think everyone at the Academy would be more than happy for you to stay longer. On behalf of humanity's technological progress, I must thank you. The words had barely left his mouth when Dai Ren's smile froze, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. In that moment, he wished he could slap himself and swallow back the words he just blurted out. Seeing the greenish hue creeping onto Dai Ren's face, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Relax, I'm just messing with you. Look how scared you got. Despite his teasing, Zhang Yuan's wariness toward Dai Ren hadn't diminished in the slightest. Allowing Dai Ren to stay would mean constant surveillance, something Zhang Yuan had no interest in wasting his energy on. Besides, the Academy had already gathered enough data today to fuel their research for a long time. Hearing Zhang Yuan's explanation, Dai Ren's tense body instantly relaxed, though he still put on a show of loyalty. Rest assured, my lord, if you commanded, I would face any danger, even if it meant walking through fire and blades. Spare me the flattery. What I've promised, I won't go back on, Zhang Yuan replied as he began attempting to grant Dai Ren a blessing. A notification immediately popped up on the panel. Do you wish to bless Archdemon Dai Ren? Note. This will occupy one blessing slot and cannot be transferred before the blessed individual's death. With Zhang Yuan's confirmation, a golden sword-like energy surged from his palm, enveloping Dai Ren entirely. A flicker of fervor and excitement flashed in Dai Ren's eyes as he accepted the power without hesitation. Boom! The moment the golden light entered his body, Dai Ren's aura skyrocketed. The system displayed a notification. Blessing successful, damage increased by 100 times. Attacks ignore 80 of the target's defense. Simultaneously, Zhang Yuan's panel revealed Dai Ren's detailed stats. A level 95 mist demon with a favorability of 30, who had yet to contribute any divine essence. Incredible. This is incredible. Dai Ren couldn't hide his shock and excitement as he immediately dropped to one knee. Thank you for your blessing, my lord. I will serve you with unwavering loyalty. His favorability increased slightly to 35. Zhang Yuan glanced at the meager favorability score, fully aware that Dai Ren's words were not entirely trustworthy. Without hesitation, he activated the old star capture technique, sealing Dai Ren into the old space. He planned to send him back to the abyss later. After placing Dai Ren into the old space, Zhang Yuan began bestowing blessings upon his summoned creatures. After careful evaluation, he realized that most of them were ineligible to receive blessings. The Rakshasa King, the Ice Spirit Queen, and the Hellfire Demon Goat had limits that were too low. The demigod-level Ice Dragon Frost was still in the netherworld of snow. The Holy Night Sisters were loyal to Li Shuer. Arlet had already received the Dragon God's blessing, and Snow had become a demon god, but had yet to awaken her 7th constellation. In the end, the only one eligible for a blessing was Shinkong. Zhang Yuan softly chanted an incantation, channeling the blessing's power into Shinkong's body. The system immediately notified him of the successful blessing, granting Shinkong a unique Sword God's blessing effect. Not only would Shinkong's level permanently match that of his master, but the experience he gained would also be converted into divine essence experience for Zhang Yuan. This unexpected discovery left Zhang Yuan momentarily stunned. It turned out that the effects of blessings varied from one recipient to another, and Shinkong's blessing effect was, in fact, beneficial to Zhang Yuan himself. He opened Shinkong's blessing panel. Blessing recipient, Shinkong. Class, Starry Sky Dragon. Level, 61. Affection level, 100. Contributed divine essence experience, 0. Current blessed recipients, 25. As Zhang Yuan marveled at Shinkong's thoughtfulness, Yanli approached. clad in a sleek black power suit. I'm all set on my end. Ready to move out anytime, she said. Annihilator 055? Zhang Yuan exclaimed, impressed. That gear looks incredible. Yinli proudly showcased the newly developed nuclear-powered armor, explaining in detail, this is the latest masterpiece from the Academy of Sciences. It's crafted from divine-grade alloy, equipped with an SS-class demon annihilation cannon, and features top-tier quantum chips. Theoretically, it can take on a level 75 abyssal boss Unknown. To test the armor's capabilities, Zhang Yuan drew an iron sword and launched a probing attack. The armor's AI immediately reacted, deploying an energy shield to protect Yinli. Although the iron sword was shattered, the shield's energy was reduced by half, wiping the confident expression from Yinli's face. Not bad, Zhang Yuan remarked. If a professional warrior above level 70 wore this armor, they might even survive one of my attacks. The Academy of Sciences in Xia is truly terrifying in its capabilities. Yinli felt a mix of emotions upon hearing Zhang Yuan's evaluation of the Annihilator 055. She quickly composed herself and said with a serious tone, in any case, with this armor, not only can I protect myself, but the built-in database from the Academy of Sciences will also greatly aid our exploration of the Abyss. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly. With this powered armor protecting you, I can feel much more at ease. Since everything is ready, let's set off immediately. Wait, Yinli said hastily. Let me recharge the armor first. Once the charging was complete, the two of them used the Academy of Sciences teleportation array to arrive at the Abyss battlefield, standing at the edge of the vast, dark pit. Yinli pulled up the database information and carefully analyzed it. Although this Abyss entrance connects to the surface, the abyssal aura within the pit is incredibly dense. Ordinary people wouldn't survive it. Based on the experience of Yi Qingsong's team, we need to locate the abyssal demon Kurin and use the spatial environment within their bodies to shield ourselves from the aura's erosion. According to their behavior patterns, no need to make it that complicated. Zhang Yuan interrupted with a faint smile. From his old world space, he summoned Luan and handed him a phase dagger. Take this dagger and pass through the abyss entrance. Place it on the other side. My lord, are you planning to? Luan asked, puzzled as he accepted the dagger. Just do as I say. Report back to me once it's done. Though filled with questions, Luan dared not inquire further. He transformed into a wisp of black mist and disappeared into the abyss entrance. Moments later, he returned to report, my lord, the dagger has been placed as you instructed. The process was discreet, and no other demons noticed. Good. Zhang Yuan nodded in approval and immediately returned Luan to the old world space. Although Luan had sworn his allegiance, the blessing panel showed his favorability was only at 35 points. Considering that Luan's parents were still in the hands of the Demon Dragon King, Zhang Yuan couldn't risk revealing too much to him, fearing the information might leak. Until Luan's parents were rescued, Zhang Yuan had to proceed with caution. Zhang Yuan took out another phase dagger and extended his hand toward Yinli. Hold my hand. We'll teleport directly over. Watching the mighty demon Duke Luan obey Zhang Yuan so submissively, Yinli was stunned, her mouth agape. She now had a completely new understanding of Zhang Yuan's power. However, Yinli was a person of considerable experience and insight. After a brief moment of shock, she quickly regained her composure. She retrieved 2 bottles of black potion from her storage space and handed them to Zhang Yuan. Before we head to the abyss, drink these 2 potions. What are these? Zhang Yuan asked curiously as he took the potions. These are special potions I specifically prepared for this journey into the abyss, Yinli explained. One will give us the aura of abyssal creatures, and the other will protect us from the corrosive effects of the abyssal energy. Each potion lasts for 12 hours, so we must take them every 12 hours while we're there. You're always so thorough, Zhang Yuan said with a smile as he drank both potions in one go. Immediately, his interface displayed new status effects. Aura changed to abyssal creature's aura. Duration, 12 hours. Resistance to abyssal energy obtained. Duration, 12 hours. While taking out her own potions, Yinli reminded him, these potions were freshly made and have a shelf life of only 3 days. Whether or not we find the abyssal spirit grass, we must leave the abyss within 3 days. Got it, Zhang Yuan replied with a nod. After drinking her potion, Yinli took his hand. Let's go. Zhang Yuan activated his phase dagger, and in a flash of white light, the two of them appeared on the desolate plains of the abyss. The world here was shrouded in gray, silent and lifeless, as if it sought to devour all sanity. Above them, a massive black hole radiating intense abyssal energy hung ominously in the sky. It was the gateway connecting the abyss and the abyssal battlefield. So this is the abyss? Yinli shivered involuntarily. Though she had studied the abyss extensively and simulated its environment countless times, being here in person was an entirely different experience. This cursed kingdom, which humanity had struggled against for millennia, made even the most fortified human realms seem like mere borderlands. For Zhang Yuan, This was not his first time in the Abyss. However, during his previous visit to confront Hadi and the Abyssal Dragon King, he hadn't truly explored this world. Now, he reflected on the unimaginable forbidden power hidden within this land. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar echoed from above. An 80-level corrupted dragon dove straight toward them. "Watch out! It's an abyssal dragon!" Yinli exclaimed. "It's hunting us, Squid." Before she could finish her sentence, a streak of sword light pierced through the abyssal dragon's skull. The massive creature fell silently to the ground, crashing with a deafening thud and sending clouds of dust into the air. Successfully killed abyssal dragon. Experience 2,050,000. Obtained abyssal dragon heart 1. Abyssal dragon scales 1. Acquired epic equipment, abyssal dragon scale armor. Abyssal sovereign, 35612-312. As the kill notifications appeared, Yinli was enveloped in bursts of golden light, instantly leveling up to 30. One shot? You one-shot it? She stared at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. "It's just a small monster, no need to be so shocked," Zhang Yuan said with a smile, retracting his flying sword back into the sword formation space as he looked at Yinli. "So the abyssal demon dragon that used to be a boss in the level 80 abyss dungeon and once destroyed a small country is now just considered a small monster," Yinli muttered under her breath, trying hard to calm her inner astonishment. She quickly activated the Annihilator 055 and unfolded a holographic map of the abyss outskirts in front of Zhang Yuan. On the map, a bright green dot marked their current location, surrounded by large, conspicuous red zones and a few scattered blue areas. "This map of the abyss outskirts was drawn by my mentor," Yinli explained, pointing at the map. "The green dot is where we are now, the red zones are likely areas with powerful bosses, and the blue zones are places where magic spirit grass has been found before. But the map is over a decade old, and the constant battles between abyssal creatures change the terrain daily. It's just for reference." She turned to Zhang Yuan. "You're the main force this time, so you decide the route and I'll assist you." "Where's the coordinate I gave you earlier?" Zhang Yuan asked. Yinli quickly input the coordinate, and a point lit up in the blue hilly area to the east of their current position. "What a coincidence, it's just over 200 kilometers east, right in the magic spirit grass zone." "Then that's where we're going," Zhang Yuan decided without hesitation. "There's a red zone in the middle, which might have bosses above level 85, Yinli noted as she started planning the route. "If we want to avoid it, we can go around from the southeast." "No need to go around. We'll take the direct route," Zhang Yuan said, drawing a straight line across the map. "It'll save time." "But," Yinli frowned, "that's over 200 kilometers of mountainous terrain. The path is complex, not to mention the abundance of abyssal creatures." Zhang Yuan didn't argue further. He simply summoned a flying sword and lifted Yinli onto it. The sudden motion caused her to cry out in surprise as she stumbled onto the sword. "We can fly," Zhang Yuan said as he rose into the air, hovering beside her. "It's this way, right?" "Yes." Yinli barely managed to reply before a powerful burst of acceleration swallowed her words. Two streaks of sword light cut through the skies above the abyss, covering 100 miles in the blink of an eye. Moments later, Zhang Yuan brought the flying sword to a halt above a hilly area filled with massive gray trees. "We're here." Still recovering from the sudden journey, Yinli stared at the landscape below, momentarily unable to believe they had reached their destination so quickly. Yinli's power armor suddenly emitted a piercing warning. "High-risk energy detected below. Proceed with caution." "Zhang Yuan, what now?" Yinli turned anxiously to her companion. Zhang Yuan smirked slightly. "No worries. Compared to the abyssal creatures in this area, we're the real high-risk individuals." With that, he led Yinli in a vertical descent into the forest. As soon as they landed, a massive abyssal serpent, over 10 meters long and crowned with sharp horns, uncoiled its body from a gray tree. The serpent opened its gaping jaws, transforming into a streak of lightning as it lunged toward Yinli. "Ah!" Yinli let out a startled cry, and the Annihilator 055 instantly deployed an energy shield to envelop the two of them. However, before the serpent could even touch the shield, several crimson sword slashes streaked through the air. Shue's figure appeared behind the serpent, and in an instant, its enormous body was reduced to fragments. A system notification popped up. "Abyssal serpent successfully slain. Experience 200,050. Obtained. Abyssal serpent Gall 1. Shue, clear out all the nearby monsters," Zhang Yuan ordered calmly. "Yes, master," Shue replied respectfully before vanishing. Soon, the kill notifications began flooding their interface. Due to the level disparity, every abyssal creature slain earned Yinli millions of experience points. If not for her being stuck at level 30, awaiting her class advancement, she could have easily reached level 35 in this short time. As she watched her experience bar skyrocket, Yinli stared at Zhang Yuan in astonishment. This was the Abyss, teeming with high-level monsters boasting extraordinary stats. Yet, before Zhang Yuan and his summoned companion, These creatures were as feeble as beginner's own rabbits. Stop daydreaming. We've got work to do. The monsters nearby are cleared out. Let's search for the magic spirit grass. Zhang Yuan's voice snapped her back to reality. Activating the Annihilator 055 scanning device, they quickly pinpointed the location of the magic spirit grass. The two of them passed through the gray forest and arrived at a patch of grassland saturated with abyssal energy. So many. Yinli was just about to step forward when her armor issued a sharp warning. Warning! High-risk energy entity detected. Zhang Yuan immediately deployed a sword formation to shield Yinli. The entire patch of magic spirit grass began to sway without any wind, as a powerful aura spread across the area. Shui teleported in front of them, her tone cautious. Be careful, master. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed from within the grassland. Heh, what a surprise. I never thought I'd see two humans in the abyss. Algernon truly is worthless, an archdemon who can't even guard a door properly. As the aged voice faded, an elderly man dressed in white robes appeared out of thin air at the center of the demon spirit grassland. His white hair flowed in the wind, and an ominous black aura coiled around him. The alarm of the Annihilator 055 suddenly echoed through the surroundings. Warning! Mysterious demon god detected. High-risk energy entity identified. Immediate retreat advised. The alarm grew increasingly urgent until it abruptly stopped with a sharp screech. The system had completely crashed due to the energy level exceeding its upper limit. This? Yin Li's heart surged with shock and disbelief. She was well aware of the capabilities of the Annihilator 055. Its energy detection system was designed based on the battle data of the cursed King Aridus and the million soldiers of the Great Xia Empire from 30 years ago. It was theoretically capable of withstanding the peak power of the cursed king. Yet now, the mere presence of an elderly man in white on the outskirts of the abyss had caused the system to collapse entirely. This old man, could he be a demon god? The thought sent a chill through Yin Li, and her face turned pale. Zhang Yuan, however, remained composed. Silently, he activated the abyssal eye to inspect the white-robed elder. The result? Azrael, divine rank. That simple piece of information was enough to explain everything. This uninvited guest was undoubtedly a god of considerable stature. Stay behind me. Don't go anywhere, Zhang Yuan said firmly, pulling Yin Li behind him. They'll handle this guy. Zhang Yuan, this is serious. The opponent could very well be a demon god, Yin Li whispered urgently. I know. You know? Yin Li was completely bewildered, unsure if Zhang Yuan truly had the strength to confront a god, or if he was preparing for a futile sacrifice. Azrael's gaze swept over the three of them before finally settling on Shui. You, a demon god, have stooped so low as to become a summoned servant for humans. You're a disgrace to demon gods. Allow me to remove such filth from our ranks. Before his words had fully landed, he raised a finger, and a jet-black beam shot toward Shui's forehead at an astonishing speed. The pure June sword appeared just in time, not only blocking the beam but also emitting a brilliant golden light that shattered Azrael's fingernail on impact. A flicker of doubt crossed Azrael's eyes, but he quickly sensed the danger and dissolved into black mist. In the next instant, the spot where he had stood was riddled with countless sword marks, as invisible replica swords pierced deep into the ground. Well. Azrael reappeared at a distance, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Zhang Yuan, whose body radiated golden light. I must admit, I didn't expect this. You're only at level 60, yet your body is already nurturing a divine core. This is truly unheard of. Azrael let out a sigh, his eyes burning as he looked at the young man before him. There have been rumors in the abyss recently, saying that a genius from the human race has emerged. A mere mortal who managed to slay the illusion demon god, and even injured the Bao demon god. I didn't believe it at first, but now... A faint, meaningful smile tugged at the corner of his lips. You must be that boy named Zhang Yuan, right? Am I that famous already? Even the demon gods in the abyss know my name. Zhang Yuan replied with a light chuckle. Kid, you're indeed impressive, Azrael said, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. If you were allowed to grow, the divine realm might gain another god king. What a pity, though. You shouldn't have come to the abyss. And you definitely shouldn't have crossed paths with me. The heavens seem to have abandoned your human race. Such a rising star like you is destined to fall here. Is that so? Zhang Yuan sneered coldly, swiftly marking Azrael with the seal of euphoria. At the same time, tens of thousands of invisible flying swords materialized in the sky, raining down upon Azrael like a torrent. Such flashy but futile tricks, Azrael said with a disdainful smirk, as if he had already seen through the trajectory of the swords. With a casual gesture, he conjured an invisible barrier before him. Every flying sword, imbued with the power of mysterious thunder and capable of piercing through mid-tier divine shields, was effortlessly deflected as if striking an iron wall. Zhang Yuan's heart sank. He had suspected that Azrael might be stronger than the Bao demon god, a high-tier demon god, but witnessing such power firsthand still left him under immense pressure. This level of deity was among the most formidable in the pantheon. As Zhang Yuan prepared to lower his own level to summon the four swords of annihilation, Shui suddenly launched an attack. In an instant, she teleported to Azrael's side, her demonic blade slicing through the air with a dark red glow, distorting the surrounding space as it slashed toward Azrael's throat. Too slow. Azrael blocked her deadly strike with a single finger, and then flicked it lightly. The demonic blade shattered with a resounding crack, and Shui was sent flying like a cannonball, her health instantly dropping to zero. Even as her innate talent triggered her ghostly transformation, allowing her to reforge the demonic blade and charge again, Azrael effortlessly caught her by the throat with one hand, lifting her into the air. A mere low-tier demon god with her divine power still sealed, and a human at level 60 without even a fully formed divine core, Azrael mocked, his tone dripping with contempt. The two of you, insignificant ants, could barely even scratch one of my fingernails. Is that so? Zhang Yuan said calmly, recalling Shui back into his summoning space. When Azrael noticed Zhang Yuan's level drop to 55, a mocking smile appeared on his face. What's this? Do you think using a forbidden technique to lower your level will somehow bridge the gap between us? Zhang Yuan, do you even know who I am? It doesn't matter anymore, Zhang Yuan replied, his robes billowing despite the absence of wind. His eyes gleamed with fierce determination as surging sword energy enveloped him. In the next moment, a terrifying shadow of the immortal slaying sword took form beside him, radiating a menacing aura. The moment Azrael saw the sword, the smug smile on his face froze. The effect of the laughter forbidden spell activated, instantly draining a quarter of his maximum health. After the formation of the slaying immortal sword, Azrael ignored the lingering marks of pleasure on his body and stared intently at the blade's cold, gleaming light. For the first time, he felt the genuine threat of death. Without a second thought, Azrael's figure dissolved into a haze of gray mist, rushing toward the horizon in an attempt to flee. However, Zhang Yuan had already unleashed his infinite sword domain, and a barrier instantly enveloped the entire demonic grassland. As the sword formation activated, all formation diagrams were fortified, plunging the barrier's interior into a unique state. Enemies could neither escape nor recover their stamina or spirit. Boom! Azrael slammed into the barrier with full force. Though cracks appeared on its surface, the barrier held firm, trapping the desperate demon god. Damn it! Azrael turned around in panic, his voice trembling with unprecedented fear. Zhang Yuan, give me a chance. We have no grievances between us. If you let me go today, I swear to repay you 100-fold in the future. Zhang Yuan, however, didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he directly activated the slaying immortal sword. A sharp beam of sword light tore through the air, shooting straight toward Azrael. Facing imminent death, Azrael hastily summoned all his strength to form a several meter-thick barrier of divine power before him. Yet, against the slaying immortal sword, this defense was as fragile as paper, pierced through in an instant. Boom! The slaying immortal sword struck Azrael square in the chest, pinning him against the barrier. No, I can't die here, I can't be killed by an ant. Azrael's face contorted with terror and unwillingness as countless cracks spread across his body. Golden light erupted from the fissures, and in the next moment, his body shattered into dust. System notifications flashed in rapid succession. Successfully killed the netherworld demon god Azrael. Due to the slaying immortal sword absorbing divine power, no experience or rewards were granted for slaying a deity. However, the slaying immortal sword has absorbed sufficient divine power. The talent, I am the sword immortal, has been upgraded to level 5, damage increased by 500 times, with the ability to lower the user's level by 10 and randomly summon one of the 4 immortal swords for collaborative attacks. Additionally, the talent, Godslayer, has been triggered, granting the power of the netherworld demon god. Divine Core Experience 5. Zhang Yuan's Sword God Divine Core advanced to mid-lower rank, unlocking numerous new abilities. Immunity to damage from lower-ranked beings, imbuing flying swords with the power of the Sword God, and the ability to bestow blessings upon others. The Sword God's power further provided a 19,999x damage boost, with the ability to instantly slay targets lacking high-rank rule protection and with less than 50 remaining health. Just as Zhang Yuan had no time to review these notifications, a surge of immense divine power exploded in the sky. Looking up, he saw a swirling mass of terrifying divine energy hovering where Azrael had been destroyed. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan leaped into the air and seized the black mist. Height-Ear Demon God's Divinity, Divine Note. The divinity left behind after the fall of the netherworld demon god. It is currently unclaimed. Using it will grant Height-Ear Divinity, transforming the user into a Height-Ear demon god. Zhang Yuan stared intently at the divinity's information, a flicker of exhilaration flashing through his eyes. The appearance of this height-tier demon god's divinity meant he could create a summoning creature at the level of a D'Itya height-tier demon god, no less. As he pondered who to assign the divinity to, an unexpected change occurred. Golden arcs of lightning suddenly sparked around him, and sword aura combined with mysterious thunder roared out from within his body, instantly enveloping the netherworld divinity. Allow the sword aura and mysterious thunder to devour the netherworld divinity? The system prompt appeared abruptly, leaving Zhang Yuan momentarily stunned before realization dawned upon him. As an artifact, the sword aura and mysterious thunder indeed had the ability to devour multiple divinities. Devour it! Zhang Yuan made his decision without hesitation. Giving the divinity to a summoned creature was an excellent option, but enhancing his own strength was even better. Besides, Azrael's divinity level was far too high, his summoned creatures might not be able to handle it. Rather than risking the divinity being wasted or attracting the envy of other demon gods, it was better to let the sword aura and mysterious thunder absorb it. The golden lightning intensified abruptly, consuming the divinity in an instant. The system prompt followed. Sword aura and mysterious thunder have evolved. Now possessing mid-tier divinity, it is unaffected by the rules of mid-tier divinity and can penetrate shields, barriers, and wards created by high-tier gods and gods below that level. It improved this much? Zhang Yuan exclaimed in delight as he observed the sword aura and mysterious thunder ascend directly from low-tier to mid-tier divinity. If he had gained this power earlier, he wouldn't even have needed to use the 4 swords of immortal execution against Azrael. No wonder it's an artifact on par with the Sky Tower. Its power is truly unreasonable. Zhang Yuan grinned, satisfied, as he retracted the sword aura and mysterious thunder into his body. He quickly checked his status panel. Although most of the rewards had been absorbed by the sword of immortal execution, the portion he received was still incredibly generous, a concentrated essence of height-tier demon god power. After deactivating the sword formation, Zhang Yuan landed beside Yinli and said with a smile, "The situation is resolved. I'm going to search the area for something. You can continue gathering demon spirit grass." Zhang Yuan. Yinli stared at him, dumbfounded. That white-haired old man earlier was a god, wasn't he? And you actually defeated a god in one strike? Are you even human? Zhang Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. Well, if you put it that way, I guess I'm sort of a demigod now. You're already a demigod? Yinli exclaimed in shock again. No. Zhang Yuan shook his head, explaining. What I mean is that the power of the divinity I've absorbed hasn't fully awakened yet, so I can only be considered halfway to being a god. Yinli froze in place, momentarily speechless. Yinli fell silent after hearing Zhang Yuan's response. She had originally planned to study the divine blessing on Zhang Yuan after completing her research on the Abyss Seed, but she hadn't expected that he had already obtained a divine spark. 18 years old, level 60, and possessing a divine spark. This combination of traits was something she could never have imagined before meeting Zhang Yuan. I'm just a paramecium, a tiny, insignificant paramecium, only fit for labor, Yinli muttered under her breath. She retrieved a shovel and a container from her storage space and began mechanically digging for the magical spirit grass. Zhang Yuan glanced at her despondent expression and merely chuckled softly, shaking his head. He trusted that Yinli would adjust on her own. Summoning Shui, he gave her instructions. Protect Yinli. I'll search the area for artifacts to aid in my breakthrough. Contact me immediately if anything happens. Yes, master, Shui responded respectfully. After ensuring Yinli's safety, Zhang Yuan began searching the surrounding area for the elusive shadowless tome. At the same time, deep within the abyss, inside the Hall of 10,000 Demons, a level 100 demon prophet was carefully polishing a demonic idol. Suddenly, a sharp crack shattered the silence of the hall. What was that? The demon prophet turned toward the sound and saw a massive crack appear across the surface of a grand demon god statue at the back of the hall. His pupils constricted, but before he could react, the statue exploded into pieces. Moments later, the other demon god statues in the hall began to glow, and numerous demon gods descended into the chamber. Azrael is dead? Who did this? It must be one of the supreme gods from the divine realm. Investigate the movements of every supreme god in the divine realm. Is the divine realm breaking the truce? We must demand justice from them. The murderer must pay with their life. The furious roars of the demon gods reverberated through the hall of 10,000 demons, their terrifying power rippling across the entire abyss. The demon prophet collapsed to the ground, trembling as he stammered. The nether demon god has fallen? This is catastrophic. Scrambling to his feet, he staggered out of the hall and dashed toward the royal palace. News of the nether demon god's demise quickly spread across the abyss, throwing the demon kingdoms into chaos. Meanwhile, in the Dragon King's palace of the Cursed Kingdom, the Dragon King Algernon sat on his throne, absorbing the power of the abyss. Hellos appeared in the hall, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty, there is troubling news. What is it? Algernon asked without opening his eyes. Word from the Blackfire Kingdom Nether Demon God has fallen. As the words left Helos's mouth, Algernon unleashed an overwhelming aura that swept through the entire hall. Helos, unable to withstand the immense pressure, lowered his head, not daring to meet the Dragon King's gaze. Algernon slowly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping across the surroundings. He spoke. I recall that the Nether Demon God has been within our borders recently, hasn't he? Standing beside the throne, Helos immediately responded, Yes, my king. Not long ago, you ordered me to clear out a region in the Northern Territory, saying the Nether Demon God needed to go there for secluded training. No demon was allowed to approach that area. That's correct. A glint of light flashed in Algernon's eyes as his fingers tapped unconsciously on the armrest of the throne. Logically, the Nether Demon God should still be in seclusion. Yet now he's been found dead on my land, and I didn't sense even the slightest fluctuation of divine power. Do you know what this means? Helos lowered his head and remained silent. Taking a deep breath, Algernon pondered for a moment before issuing an order to Helos. Go investigate the northern region. If the Nether Demon God truly perished within my territory, there must be traces of the battle left behind. I need to know who is capable of killing the Nether Demon God in an instant. Understood, Helos replied respectfully before dissolving into a wisp of black smoke and disappearing. Algernon, seated on the throne, fell into deep thought, his eyes glinting with a calculating light. Well then, with the Nether Demon God gone, everything he left behind now belongs to me. Before his words fully dissipated, his figure transformed into black mist and vanished. Meanwhile, near the spectral grasslands on the edge of the abyss, Yinli had just finished collecting the spectral grass. She turned to Zhang Yuan, who was still searching around, and asked, Zhang Yuan, I've gathered enough spectral grass on my end. What are you looking for? Maybe I can help. Zhang Yuan had already scoured the area but hadn't found even a shadow of a dungeon. It was highly unusual. This part of the abyss should have been teeming with high-level dungeons, yet the area was eerily empty. Still, since the Starseeker compass had pointed here, the shadowless tome must be nearby. I'm looking for an item called the shadowless tome. It's essential for advancing my specialized weapon, Zhang Yuan explained. The coordinates I gave you earlier point to where the tome might be. The shadowless tome? Yinli pondered for a moment before a thought struck her. Could it be something invisible to the naked eye? This suggestion made Zhang Yuan's eyes light up. Yinli immediately activated the system of her Annihilator 055 and switched it to search mode. Do you know what the shadowless tome looks like? No, I've never seen it. Yinli quickly entered information related to books, tablets, scrolls, and other possible forms into the system. Soon, the system responded, target item located 1 kilometer underground. Please proceed. Underground? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. This was already the bottom of the abyss, yet there was still a way down? Yinli retrieved a massive drill from her storage space. Shall we dig? Dig. As Zhang Yuan began digging, Yinli immediately activated the drill at the designated spot. With a deafening roar, the drill spun furiously, sending dirt and rocks flying in every direction. Controlling her mech suit with precision, Yinli operated like a burrowing earth dragon, rapidly creating a massive hole in the ground and descending at an astonishing speed of over 10 meters per second. Observing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly before leaping into the pit. He hovered behind Yinli, deploying a protective sword formation and staying vigilant against potential dangers lurking in the unknown depths of the abyss. As they descended deeper, the geological structure became increasingly solid, noticeably slowing Yinli's drilling speed. By the time they had reached over 900 meters, the surrounding rock had hardened to a diamond-like toughness. The friction between the alloy drill and the rock walls produced blinding sparks. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the tunnel. The alloy drill snapped, ricocheting off the rock walls several times before hurtling straight toward Yinli's head. In the nick of time, a flash of sword light intercepted the broken drill, pinning it into the rock below. Yinli snapped out of her shock and turned to look at Zhang Yuan behind her. Looks like we'll have to switch to manual excavation, Zhang Yuan remarked casually. This was supposed to be a top-tier alloy drill. Yinli muttered, her lips twitching in frustration. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Yuan had already maneuvered her to a safe position. He summoned 9 specialized swords, and with dazzling flashes of light, the seemingly indestructible rocks that had shattered the drill were effortlessly sliced apart like tofu. Yinli watched in awe, secretly admiring the materials used in these divine weapons. In no time, Zhang Yuan had cleared the final 100 meters of rock, only to discover a purple barrier blocking their path. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan infused his flying swords with thunderous energy and shattered the barrier with a resounding blast. Instantly, a terrifying divine force erupted like a volcanic explosion. Zhang Yuan quickly stepped in front of Yinli, conjuring a dense shield of swords to protect her. The divine energy surged upward, forming a towering pillar of light that pierced through the abyss. Far away in the sky, Helos, who was riding a massive abyssal dragon, noticed the phenomenon and narrowed his eyes in concern. In the next moment, he leaped from the dragon's back, transforming into a streak of black light that shot toward the scene with incredible speed. Zhang Yuan swung his specialized weapon, firmly blocking the first surge of divine power. He quickly grabbed Yin Li's hand. "Let's go inside." The two pushed against the overwhelming force of divine energy, one leading the other, and passed through the shattered barrier. The scene before them opened a vast, unimaginable hollow space stretched out in front of them. At the center of the space, a dark red heart floated, shrouded in ominous black mist. Numerous chains inscribed with demonic script bound it tightly like a spiderweb. Beneath the heart was an enormous black vortex, crackling with flashes of blood-red lightning. Terrifying divine power surged out from it like tidal waves. Hovering midair, Zhang Yuan held Yin Li steady and immediately activated the Abyssal Eye to analyze the heart and the vortex. However, this time, the Abyssal Eye provided only two vague pieces of information. Heart? Dungeon? Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted. This was the first time he had encountered a situation where even the complete information about a dungeon couldn't be discerned. Not even when facing dungeons tied to ancient gods had this occurred. What could possibly lie behind those question marks? Zhang Yuan? Yin Li suddenly broke the silence. The demonic script on those chains tells a story a supreme god defeated another god and, to prevent their revival, sealed the loser's heart here. These chains are part of the seal. You can even read demonic script? Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. He had spent countless hours studying demonic language in the library, but his proficiency was barely equivalent to passing high school English, far inferior to Yin Li's expertise. Knowledge changes fate, Zhang Yuan thought to himself with a sigh. Being just a brute with a weapon will only get you so far. He silently resolved to study demonic language more diligently when he returned. "Anything else about the heart?" he asked. "Hold on, I'm still deciphering," Yin Li replied, continuing her analysis. The dungeon beneath it also contains the sealed corpse of that supreme god. So the divine power surging out of the barrier earlier was likely the residual power of the god. Yin Li confirmed with a nod. Her gaze then shifted to another set of demonic script etched into the nearby rock wall. "Zhang Yuan, those inscriptions are different from the ones on the chains. Can you take me over there?" Zhang Yuan guided his flying sword, carrying Yin Li closer to the wall. After carefully reading the text, her expression turned grave. This is an experimental record left by another god. They were trying to resurrect the sealed god, and the experiment has already reached its final stages. The experiment to resurrect the primordial god? Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, a flicker of shock flashing in his eyes. His thoughts immediately turned to Azrael, whom he had just killed. As a high-ranking deity, Azrael could not have been unaware of this sealed location. If Azrael had truly been orchestrating the resurrection of the primordial god here, then hadn't Zhang Yuan already thwarted this plan? This would undoubtedly pit him against the primordial god as a mortal enemy. "Yes, it's about resurrecting the primordial god," Yin Li replied, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Yuan's concerns. She remained engrossed in reading the experimental records. According to the documentation, the soul and body of the death primordial god had already been transferred into a subspace. The next step required severing the chains and sending the sealed heart into the subspace, which would allow the death primordial god to be reborn. "How can the chains be severed?" Zhang Yuan asked, noticing that the chains were imbued with the power of another primordial god. Ordinary methods would be useless, and any forceful attack would alert the deity who had placed the seal. "With abyssal spirit grass," Yin Li explained. "The primordial god seal is vulnerable to erosion by abyssal energy. The deity who cast the seal must return every millennium to reinforce it. Abyssal spirit grass has a unique property: it rapidly absorbs abyssal energy. By continuously drawing energy stored in the grass and keeping it in a state of hunger, it will constantly pull new energy from the abyss." She pointed out that the deity had planted a vast field of abyssal spirit grass above this spatial location. By continuously extracting the abyssal energy absorbed by the grass and channeling it into the barrier, the seal's decay was accelerated. Since this region was already teeming with abyssal spirit grass, even an abnormal concentration of abyssal energy wouldn't attract the attention of demons, thus eluding the watchful eyes of the primordial god. "That deity was quite clever," Yin Li remarked, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "To think of using such commonplace abyssal spirit grass to undermine the primordial god seal. I would love to meet this god of wisdom." Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. Even the weakest forces in nature could achieve remarkable results when utilized effectively. The design of this experiment was indeed ingenious. "Do we know which deity designed this experiment?" Zhang Yuan asked, recalling his earlier encounter with Azrael in the abyssal spirit grass field. He naturally assumed it was Azrael who had orchestrated this resurrection attempt. After listening to Yinli explain the experimental process, Zhang Yuan's thoughts shifted. Based on his judgment, Azrael didn't seem capable of designing such a complex experiment. As he pondered, Yinli's gaze fell on the last row of the experimental records. There's a god's name here, she said, pointing to the record. A deity called Huaiyue. But there's only a no other details about their identity. Huaiyue. Zhang Yuan repeated the name softly, committing it to memory. He then turned to Yinli, his tone becoming serious. Although we've found clues suggesting a god's attempt to resurrect the primordial god, this isn't something we can interfere with. Let's focus on finding the shadowless book for now. Yinli nodded in agreement. Clearly, she also believed this matter was beyond their capabilities. She reactivated the search system of the Annihilator 055 and began scanning the space. Soon, a holographic map unfolded before them, with a bright, blinking point marking a raised platform on the rocky wall. There it is, Yinli said, pointing to the stone platform. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan took Yinli to the indicated spot. On the platform, they found a noticeable mound of dirt, as if something was buried beneath it. Zhang Yuan quickly pulled out a shovel and began digging. Before long, the golden outline of a treasure chest emerged. A treasure chest? Zhang Yuan exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he unearthed it fully. Yinli, however, wore a puzzled expression. Strange. In a privately sealed space like this, there shouldn't be any wild treasure chests. Zhang Yuan didn't dwell on it. This was his first time encountering a wild treasure chest, and his excitement was hard to contain. The item detected by the Annihilator 055 must be inside, right? Yinli performed a scan to confirm. Yes, there's something resembling a book or scroll inside, but I can't be sure if it's the shadowless book. Zhang Yuan attempted to open the chest, but it wouldn't budge. Yinli explained that it was sealed and required a specific key to unlock it. Forcing it open could damage the contents inside. Where would the key be? Zhang Yuan asked. If this follows the usual pattern of wild treasure chests, the key should be somewhere in this space, Yinli replied. Zhang Yuan's gaze instinctively shifted to the massive dungeon vortex below. If there was a place in this space most likely to hide the key, it had to be that vortex. Should we go in? The thought flashed through Zhang Yuan's mind. As the thought flashed through Zhang Yuan's mind, he immediately shook his head forcefully, banishing the crazy idea. He gazed at the ominous vortex of the dungeon below, calmly analyzing the current situation. Are you kidding me? There's a supreme god down there, he thought to himself. Even if that supreme god is dead and significantly weakened, it's still a being at the level of a supreme god. While he had full confidence in the power of the phantom shadows of the four swords of Zhu Xian that he could summon, the odds of defeating a supreme god were utterly unpredictable. More importantly, it was still uncertain whether the treasure chest truly contained the shadowless tome, and there was no guarantee that the key to the chest could even be found within the dungeon. To recklessly dive into such a perilous dungeon for these two highly uncertain factors would undoubtedly be suicidal. He turned to look at Yinli beside him, further solidifying his decision to abandon the idea. Yinli's mission on this trip was merely to locate the demonic spirit grass. She had no reason to risk her life for his sake. In a dungeon with the presence of a supreme god, he couldn't ensure Yinli's safety with absolute certainty. As Zhang Yuan deliberated, Yinli was already taking action. She quickly input the relevant information about the treasure chest key into the search system of the Annihilator 055, attempting to use technology to locate the tool needed to open the chest. However, this time, the system returned no useful information. There are usually two possibilities in this case, Yinli explained. Either the item we're looking for is inside the dungeon, or it doesn't exist anywhere near here. She glanced at the dangerous dungeon vortex, her tone growing grave. Zhang Yuan, to be honest, that dungeon down there is far too dangerous. For an uncertain key, there's a 90 chance we'd have to face a supreme god. Is it worth it? Rest assured, I won't go in. Zhang Yuan gave a relieved smile. I'm not an idiot. Why would I risk so much for a key that's not that important? It's absolutely not worth it. Hearing this, Yinli visibly relaxed. Although she had prepared herself to accompany him on a dangerous venture if necessary, it was clear that Zhang Yuan's rationality had triumphed over any impulsive desire for adventure. What about the treasure chest and the shadowless tome? Yinli asked. Don't worry, I have my ways, Zhang Yuan replied with a grin. He placed a phase dagger beside the treasure chest and reburied both items together. Turning to Yinli, he said, our primary goal on this trip was to gather the demonic spirit grass. Since that's done, I'll take you back now. With that, Zhang Yuan used the phase dagger to transport himself and Yinli out of the abyss, returning to the battlefield of the abyss. Shortly after Zhang Yuan and Yinli teleported away, Helos followed the tunnel they had dug and arrived at the barrier space. Her eyes were immediately drawn to the massive heart bound by chains in the center of the space, as well as the swirling vortex of the dungeon below it. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan had already completed a series of arrangements. First, he released Dai Ren from the old days space, allowing him to return to the abyss. Then, he escorted Yinli safely to the Daxia Academy of Sciences. After ensuring Yinli's safety, he collected all the abyss-resistant potions she had prepared and found a secluded spot. God of Joy, are you there? Zhang Yuan called out. The God of Joy appeared instantly, looking rushed. Xiao Yuanzi, what now? The divine realm is in chaos right now, and I just took on a big arms deal. Can I borrow the God of Door's universal key? Zhang Yuan asked directly. The God of Joy immediately perked up, leaning closer and lowering his voice. Which treasure vault are you targeting? Count me in. Not a treasure vault, just a sealed wild treasure chest, Zhang Yuan explained. It might contain an item for upgrading my specialized weapon. The God of Joy looked disappointed, but still handed over the translucent golden key. You can borrow it, but you owe me a big favor later. Deal. Zhang Yuan agreed without hesitation. After handing over the key, the God of Joy hurried off to handle his arms business in the divine realm. Zhang Yuan carefully put away the universal key, hid a phase dagger in a secret spot, and used another one to teleport back to the abyss barrier space. The moment he appeared, a surge of powerful energy swept up from below. Looking down, he saw Hellos hovering above the dungeon vortex. Mom? Zhang Yuan stared at Hellos in shock. Hellos also seemed surprised to see her son there. As she turned and looked up, her eyes were filled with astonishment. However, before she could say anything, the dungeon vortex below suddenly erupted with blinding light, engulfing her entirely. Damn it! Zhang Yuan's expression changed dramatically. Without a second thought, he dived straight into the vortex. The blinding light enveloped both of their figures. When the light finally dimmed, Hellos and Zhang Yuan had vanished. They had entered the dungeon space together. As the glow of the teleportation gradually dimmed, Zhang Yuan found himself floating in a gray, misty space. There was no land in sight. Thick fog surrounded him, and the figure of Hylos was nowhere to be seen. His heart sank in shock and disbelief as he thought, I actually came in with her. Normally, a single individual couldn't enter the same instance. Moments ago, he had rushed toward Hylos in an attempt to stop her from entering, but to his surprise, this instance was so unusual that it pulled him in as well. Just from this, he realized this instance was entirely different from any he had encountered before. Well, since I'm already here, I'll just have to take it one step at a time, Zhang Yuan thought to himself, deciding to prioritize finding his mother. He cautiously deployed a sword array to protect a 10-meter radius around him. This way, the power of the Zhanlu sword would shield him, while the array's range wouldn't be too large as to attract unnecessary attention. After all, a supreme deity's power far surpassed that of higher gods, standing at the very pinnacle of the divine hierarchy. Such a being would undoubtedly possess abilities to bypass damage immunity, shields, and even life-preserving mechanisms, potentially capable of destroying Allot's sixth fate seat and erasing them entirely. Zhang Yuan was well aware of this and resolved to proceed with utmost caution in this instance. Huh. A sound, deep and resonant like a blue whale's call, echoed from the distance, instantly drawing Zhang Yuan's attention. He locked onto the direction of the sound and immediately flew toward it. Just then, a long whip lashed out from the dense fog. Zhang Yuan quickly sidestepped to dodge, his gaze fixed on the source. Emerging from the mist was Hylos, with black hair, crimson eyes, and a whip in her hand. Mom! Zhang Yuan felt a surge of relief, his worry easing slightly upon seeing her unharmed. However, Halos's expression remained cold, devoid of any joy at seeing her son. She spoke in an icy tone. This is not a place you should be. Leave at once, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Yuan spread his hands and replied, even if you say that, I can't leave even if I wanted to. Besides, this instance is so dangerous. Why don't we team up first and focus on surviving? Once we can leave, I promise I will. Hylos remained silent for a moment. Seeing she didn't immediately refuse, Zhang Yuan tentatively extended a team invitation. Mom, in this instance, we have no conflicting interests. Cooperation is the only way to win. Even if you've lost your human memories, you should be able to figure that out, right? As a high-ranking figure in the Cursed Kingdom and a trusted subordinate of the Dragon King, you've surely gathered plenty of intel on me. With me as the muscle in this instance, whatever you're trying to accomplish will be much easier. After a brief pause, Hylos finally accepted the team invitation and said coldly, call me Hylos. I am not your mother. Sure thing, Mom. Zhang Yuan said with a grin, then asked, Mom, how did you end up here? Do you know what this place is? Hylos countered, that's a question I should be asking you. This is the Abyss. How did a human like you get here? I was just trying to gather some materials from the Abyss and accidentally stumbled into this place. Zhang Yuan admitted honestly, feeling a sense of relief that, at the very least, they could now fight side by side. Hylos let out a cold sneer, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhang Yuan. Your accidental timing is just too convenient. You just happened to appear at the murder scene of a god, and then somehow stumbled into the sealed space of the main deity? Anyone unaware might think you killed a god and dug your way into this sealed realm. Zhang Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Well, I've always been pretty lucky. Without another word, Hyros flew off in the direction of the whale-like sound, with Zhang Yuan following closely behind. Soon, the silhouette of a towering tree emerged from the dense mist, its deafening whale-like cries reverberating through the air. The colossal tree stood tens of thousands of meters tall, dwarfing anything Zhang Yuan had ever seen, even the sky tower in Bohai. What an enormous tree! Zhang Yuan exclaimed in awe. That's a branch of the world tree, Hyros explained calmly. Someone attempted to resurrect the main deity sealed here by breaking off a branch of the world tree and planting it in this realm. The world tree is the source of all power in existence, brimming with immense vitality. Even a single branch is enough to revive a main deity or even a god king. How do you know so much about this, Mom? I keep telling you to read more books, and now here you are. Hyros abruptly stopped mid-sentence, a flicker of confusion crossing her face as if surprised by her own words. The oddity quickly passed, and she corrected herself. This is all knowledge recorded in the ancient texts of the Cursed Kingdom's library. Your Cursed Kingdom library must be pretty impressive, huh? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but compare it to Kyoto University's library. While it was a treasure trove of knowledge, it contained little information about the abyss, the divine realm, or even the blessings of gods. Hyros chuckled softly. If you'd like to become a demon, you're welcome to visit the kingdom's library anytime. If it's an invitation from you, Mom, I might seriously consider it, Zhang Yuan joked. In truth, given his current situation, even if he genuinely wanted to join the Cursed Kingdom, the Demon Dragon King would likely refuse. No ruler would tolerate a potential threat to their throne within their domain. Seeing through Zhang Yuan's jest, Hyros shifted the conversation. The main deity's corpse should be buried beneath that branch of the world tree. If you want to leave this instance, that's where you'll need to go. Is that whale-like sound coming from the deity's corpse as well? Hyros shook her head. Unlikely. We're still alive because the deity hasn't awakened yet. The source of the sound is probably this instance's boss. What exactly it is, we'll only know once we get closer. Let's move. Before she finished speaking, a piercing whale-like cry suddenly echoed woo-woo. A terrifying sound wave swept toward them, blocking their path. The shrill noise was so intense that it felt like their heads were about to split. Zhang Yuan turned toward the source of the sound wave and saw a massive whale-like creature, hundreds of meters long, emerging from the world tree's crown. Its skin resembled tree bark, and a sharp horn protruded from its head as it charged fiercely in their direction. Mom, watch out. The boss is here. Zhang Yuan shouted. Zhang Yuan saw the giant whale charging toward him and immediately used the Eye of the Abyss to inspect it. The screen displayed only the name World Tree Whale and a divine level marker, with all other information blank just like when he had previously investigated Azrael. Another upper-tier divine being, Zhang Yuan muttered, his eyes sharp with determination. He swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, hundreds of flying swords materialized in the air. Each sword crackled with the power of violet thunder, emitting a piercing sound as they shot toward the giant whale. However, when the thunder-infused swords pierced the whale's skin, it was as if they had sunk into a swamp, leaving only the hilts trembling on the surface. The world tree whale paid no heed to the attack and instead accelerated, its massive body surging forward with an overwhelming force toward Zhang Yuan. Just as Zhang Yuan prepared to shift his abilities to escape, a long whip suddenly wrapped around his waist. Following the whip with his eyes, he saw that Helos had already leapt into the whale's gaping mouth. With a powerful tug, she pulled Zhang Yuan in as well. Mom, what are you doing? Zhang Yuan exclaimed, but before his words could fully leave his mouth, the world tree whale had already closed its jaws. A powerful suction force from deep within its throat dragged the two of them into its belly. Yet, instead of a slimy, foul-smelling stomach, they found themselves in a lush forest. Dense canopies stretched endlessly into the distance, and above them hung a clear, blue sky. Is this really the boss stomach? Zhang Yuan asked in disbelief, looking around at the vibrant surroundings. Considering the world tree whale's 600 to 700 meter size, it seemed impossible for such an expansive space to exist inside it. Retracting her whip, Helos explained, the world tree whale is a creature formed from the world tree itself, inheriting its unique traits. Its body contains an internal realm of its own. These details are documented in the library of the Cursed Kingdom. Its outer surface is covered in the bark of the world tree, and until that protective layer is breached, no attack can cause meaningful damage. This particular world tree whale has ascended to divinity by absorbing a significant amount of power from the primordial gods. Its outer shell is likely dozens of meters thick, making it nearly impossible to penetrate even for an upper-tier deity. So that's why we're inside it now? Zhang Yuan asked, beginning to understand. That's one of the reasons, Helos replied with a nod. Helos nodded slightly, a hint of meaning flashing in his eyes. Inside the world tree whale, there might be a world fruit. This fruit embodies the essence of the world tree's energy and is already extremely rare. But the fruit within the body of this divine world tree whale is countless times more valuable than an ordinary world fruit. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up, his whole demeanor brimming with determination. Mom, where's the fruit? Generally, world fruits tend to grow in areas dense with elemental energy, Hellos explained. We just need to find the place where the elemental energy is most abundant. The two moved through the peculiar forest. Every tree emitted a soft green glow, creating a serene and idyllic atmosphere that felt like a fairyland. However, Hellos quickly reminded him, don't let the beauty fool you. To the world tree whale, we are invaders. Every living being in this space will see us as enemies. You'd better think of this place as a high-difficulty dungeon. Before he finished speaking, a nearby tree suddenly lashed out, its branches whipping like weapons, imbued with divine power. Hellos deftly flipped backward to evade, while Zhang Yuan summoned his flying sword, slicing through the branches and then piercing the trunk. The towering tree crashed to the ground, disintegrating into specks of light. A system prompt appeared. Successfully defeated Tree Guardian. EXP 5,050,000. This is the nature of this space, Hellos continued to caution. Even a single blade of grass could be lethal. The vitality here is not meant for outsiders like us. Zhang Yuan carefully activated his sword array and summoned the Rakshasa King, the Ice Spirit Queen, and the Infernal Flame Ram to clear the path ahead. This decision soon proved wise. Plants in the surroundings began to reveal their hostility. From towering trees to vines, from blooming flowers to weeds, everything transformed into deadly threats. Fortunately, the three summoned creatures drew the attacks, allowing Zhang Yuan to destroy the enemies before they could strike. The search went on for nearly an hour. Zhang Yuan had leveled up to 57, but there was still no sign of the world fruit. Mom, isn't this just bad luck? He asked, a little frustrated. Be patient. World fruits are always a matter of chance, Hellos replied calmly, before shifting her tone. But there's a more pressing issue. Haven't encountered any animals so far. What's the problem with that? Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled. Hellos' expression grew serious. The microworld inside the world tree whale should have a complete ecosystem: animals, plants, and microorganisms, all essential. The complete absence of animals here suggests there's a fatal problem in this world that we have yet to uncover. The world was facing a critical issue. Zhang Yuan immediately snapped out of his complacency upon hearing Hellos' warning. Although he knew nothing about this space, his mother clearly had a profound understanding of it. Since Hellos had sounded the alarm, he dared not take the situation lightly. For the next 2 hours, they searched through the forest relentlessly, but failed to find any trace of the world tree fruit. Not even a single animal crossed their path. Instead, the attacks from the plants became increasingly frequent. What started as an occasional assault every 10 or so meters had now escalated to the point where every step triggered a frenzied counterattack from the surrounding vegetation. Zhang Yuan swung his sword tirelessly, slashing through countless massive trees with bursts of sword energy. Yet, eerily enough, the trees he cut down always managed to regrow unnoticed. During this time, his level had risen twice, nearing the threshold of level 60, but he still had no clue about the world tree fruit. Mom, the plants in this forest are getting crazier. Even the trees we cut down keep regenerating. If this continues, the entire forest will go berserk, Zhang Yuan said, slashing through a massive tree that had attempted a sneak attack. Hello's expression grew grim. The rejection reaction of the world tree whale is intensifying. We can't afford to waste any more time, or the consequences will be catastrophic. Zhang Yuan, forget about the world tree fruit. We must destroy the core of this space and leave immediately. All right, Mom. Where's the space core? He asked. I don't know, Hellos replied, shaking her head. The location of the space core differs for every world tree whale. It's their lifeline and won't be easily revealed. Then how do we find it? Zhang Yuan pressed. By setting the forest on fire. Hellos conjured a dark flame in her palm, her eyes gleaming with a cold determination. If we burn the forest, the world tree whale will be forced to use its space core to release life energy and repair its world. That's when we'll locate it. With that, she hurled the black flame, igniting a colossal tree in an instant. The fire rapidly spread, consuming everything in its path. Setting the forest on fire, huh? Zhang Yuan chuckled at the simplicity of the plan. Let me help. He leapt into the air and activated his solar eyes, surveying the verdant forest from above. With a resounding roar, everything within his gaze was engulfed in golden flames. The inferno swept through the forest in an instant, painting the sky in a brilliant golden hue. Hellos stared in shock at the sight, waves of disbelief surging in her heart. This forest was under the divine protection of the world tree whale's power. The fact that it could be set ablaze so easily was only possible because of the abyssal energy she had stored. Even with the small area Hellos ignited earlier, she had already expended a significant amount of mental energy. According to her calculations, it would take a considerable amount of time to set the entire forest ablaze. Yet, Zhang Yuan effortlessly engulfed the entire forest in flames, a display of power that left her momentarily stunned. Hua! A deafening wail cry suddenly echoed through the sea of fire. Helos instantly felt an overwhelming sense of danger and instinctively leapt into the air. From within the flames, two burning vines shot out like venomous snakes, wrapping tightly around her body with precision. A scarlet sword light flashed, severing the vines in an instant. The Qishao sword carried the startled Helos to Zhang Yuan's side. Mom, is that the spatial core over there? Zhang Yuan pointed to a spot within the inferno. Following his direction, Helos saw a transparent, diamond-shaped crystal continuously releasing energy, attempting to extinguish the forest fire. Yet under Zhang Yuan's unwavering gaze, the solar flames continued to burn fiercely, showing no signs of diminishing. Yes, that's the core of this space, Helos quickly confirmed. Destroy it, and the entire space will collapse. We'll end up inside the world tree whale's stomach. At that point, it will enter a weakened state, and we'll have a chance to deliver a fatal blow from within. As she spoke, the world tree whale launched its final counterattack. Countless burning vines and branches shot out from the sea of fire like arrows, targeting the two of them in the air. Zhang Yuan immediately summoned a swarm of flying swords, their radiant light weaving into a net that sliced through every attack with precision. Hua! The thunderous wail cry echoed again as the diamond-shaped crystal suddenly unleashed a surge of terrifying energy, creating a special domain. Within moments, Zhang Yuan and Helos felt their life force draining at an alarming rate. A system prompt appeared before them. The world tree whale has activated its digestive domain, siphoning the life force of all living beings within the area. Inside the digestive domain, health points will decrease by 10 per second. Life cannot be restored within the domain, and damage immunity, lifelock, and revival skills are nullified. If health reaches 0, the soul will be completely assimilated. Zhang Yuan frowned. This meant they only had 10 seconds. Zhang Yuan, attack the spatial core with everything you've got. Helos shouted, pouring the last of her abyssal power into her whip and striking at the crystal with all her strength. A barrier of energy instantly manifested, completely blocking her attack. Zhang Yuan sprang into action. Channeling his Xinlei power into 9 specialized swords, he unleashed a torrent of golden lightning-infused sword energy that tore through the air, pierced the energy barrier, and struck the spatial core directly. Crack! Crack! Fractures spread rapidly across the surface of the diamond-shaped crystal as immense energy began to leak out. In the next moment, the core exploded in a blinding burst of power. It was done. As Zhang Yuan's flying sword shattered the spatial core, the entire space was instantly covered in web-like cracks, accelerating its collapse. However, just as Zhang Yuan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Helos' alarmed cry interrupted him. Zhang Yuan, something's wrong. The life-draining effect is still active. Zhang Yuan immediately checked his status panel, and his face turned pale. They were still trapped in the devouring domain, and their health had already dropped by 40. Worse yet, at the current rate of decay, they had less than 6 seconds left before death. At this critical moment, a deafening wail's cry echoed through the space. An overwhelming surge of life energy poured into the fractured space, and the shattered spatial core began to reform at a visible speed. It's restoring itself? Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted as his mind raced. If the spatial core could rebuild once, it could rebuild a second time. With only 6 seconds remaining, he couldn't stake all his hopes on destroying the core. Looking up at the sky, a sudden idea struck Zhang Yuan. Hylos, if we don't destroy the spatial core, can we directly kill the world tree whale? Highly unlikely. Helos' expression was grim. As long as the spatial core remains intact, it will be protected by the power of the world tree. Killing it from the inside would require at least the god-tier authority of a higher deity. There's no time. We have to take the risk. Zhang Yuan once again controlled his 9 specialized weapons, sending them hurtling toward the spatial core. With a thunderous explosion, the spatial core shattered once more, drastically increasing the collapse rate of the space, revealing the faintly green glowing stomach walls. Seeing this, Hylos gritted her teeth. As expected, the world tree's branches are shielding the world tree whale's interior. Zhang Yuan, are you confident? Confidence or not, we have no choice. Zhang Yuan responded as he swiftly cast the delight mark on the world tree whale and activated his true sword sovereign form. He summoned all his sword spirits, replicating tens of thousands of flying swords, each imbued with the power of profound thunder. This was his final gambit. If it failed, he would have no choice but to unleash the 4 swords of immortals. Another whale's cry erupted as the spatial core reformed, and the fractured space began to repair itself. As their health dropped by another 10, the world tree whale's health suddenly plummeted by 25. This world tree whale, it can't laugh. The god of merriment really delivered. Realizing the delight mark was working, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up as he commanded all the flying swords to strike at the stomach walls. The scene of tens of thousands of swords firing simultaneously was breathtaking. Countless streaks of sword light pierced through the green glow, stabbing into the stomach walls. Despite the immense damage reduction provided by the World Tree's branches, this strike still inflicted quadrillions of damage on the World Tree Whale. Combined with the delight marks effect, its health was instantly brought below 50. The level 10 effect of Sword of All Things was then triggered. As you wish heaven and earth become swords, any target with less than 50 health can be instantly slain, with the execution effect transferable to any number of allies. Zhang Yuan's swordsmanship skill triggered its fatal effect, unleashing an explosive surge of sword intent that transformed into countless sharp blades, shredding the stomach walls of the World Tree Whale into fragments. Stomach acid and blood churned violently in the shattered space, and with a piercing whale cry, the entire space collapsed with a deafening roar. Both Zhang Yuan and Hylos saw their health drop to 30 simultaneously. Just as the blood loss status on Zhang Yuan's panel disappeared, a surge of wildlife energy suddenly poured in from the outside, striking him heavily. The unexpected impact caused him to lose his balance, plummeting straight toward the stomach acid below. At the critical moment, a long whip lashed out with precision, wrapping around Zhang Yuan's waist and suspending him just above the corrosive liquid. His face was mere centimeters from the dangerous substance, less than 10 centimeters away. Phew. That was close. Zhang Yuan let out a long breath of relief, turning to Hylos with a thumbs up. Mom, nice work. Be more cautious, Hylos replied calmly. Zhang Yuan was about to respond with a grin when he suddenly noticed two glowing orbs embedded in the stomach wall beneath the acid. He immediately activated his abyssal eye to inspect them. World Fruit Divine Tier. Consuming it grants one of the following effects at random. 1. Permanently increases all attributes by 200. 2. Grants a divine level forbidden technique. 3. Unlocks a world treasure vault, allowing you to draw a random item. Mom, there are world fruits down there. Zhang Yuan shouted excitedly. Hylos descended to Zhang Yuan's side without hesitation. Using the long whip, she skillfully retrieved the two fruits from the acidic liquid and handed them directly to Zhang Yuan. Mom? Zhang Yuan froze in surprise. Given Hylos' demonic transformation, she could have easily kept the fruits for herself. Zhang Yuan had even been prepared to offer them up without protest. But Hylos offered no explanation. Instead, her expression turned serious as she said, "We need to leave now. When the World Tree Whale dies, it triggers a whale explosion. Staying here means certain death." Before her words even faded, another terrifying burst of life energy erupted. This time, Zhang Yuan was prepared, quickly forming a barrier with 9 specialized weapons to shield the two of them, barely withstanding the impact. Mom, how do we get out of here? Zhang Yuan asked urgently. Hylos scanned the surroundings and noticed that the esophagus was completely blocked. A spark of determination flashed in her eyes. We go through the intestines. What? Stop dawdling. Run for your life. Hylos snapped as she noticed Zhang Yuan still hesitating. Without a second thought, she lashed her whip around his waist, pulling him along as they sprinted through the intestines of the World Tree Whale. A deafening explosion erupted behind them as the stomach of the World Tree Whale began to collapse. The terrifying shockwave surged forward, and Hylos, glowing faintly red, dragged Zhang Yuan at high speed through the winding passageways. Just in the nick of time, the two of them managed to escape the creature's body. In the next instant, the colossal beast exploded with a thunderous roar, sending a massive shockwave that slammed the two of them into the branches of the World Tree. A blinding light consumed the entire dungeon space. A system notification appeared. World Tree Whale successfully slain. Please choose your base reward. 1. Remove level cap and instantly level up to 400. 2. Permanently gain 15 of the World Tree Whale's 4-dimensional attributes and acquire a divine skill. 3. Receive 3 world fruits. In his semi-conscious state, Zhang Yuan instinctively chose the third option before passing out. The system continued to issue the Godslayer rewards. Artifact, Branch of the World Tree. Protects the wielder's soul and grants resurrection capabilities beyond limits. Soul Embers of the World Tree Whale. Usable for class awakening. World Tree Third Awakening Stone. Can be combined with other awakening stones to harness the power of the World Tree. Talent, Godslayer activated. Gain 5 points of Divine Essence Experience. Progress 510. Receive 10 God Stones. Meanwhile, Hylos leaned against the wall, clutching her abdomen where a wooden spike had pierced through. She gazed at the unconscious Zhang Yuan and murmured softly, "How strange. You're supposed to be the mortal enemy of the Dragon King, yet I can't help but want to protect you. You call me Mom, and I don't even mind. Those blurry images in my memory, could they really be dreams?" Fatigue gradually overtook her as her voice grew fainter. So sleepy. Maybe in a dream. I'll see things more clearly. Her arm fell limp, and blood trickled from the wound in her abdomen, quietly absorbed by the branch of the world tree. At least he's safe, was Helos's final whisper before the light in her eyes faded completely. Inside the branch of the world tree, all returned to stillness. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the goddess of joy appeared in the sealed space, her face full of shock as she cursed internally. What the hell? Who blew up my lab? Enraged, she stormed into the dungeon, and the sight before her was heartbreaking. The shattered dungeon, fragments of the bark from the world tree whale, and half of the branches of the world tree blown to pieces. My lab. My little whale. My little tree. Who's the bastard responsible for this? The goddess of joy was seething with fury as she flew towards the broken branches of the world tree. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Zhang Yuan, lying within the remains of the branch. This brat. The goddess of joy's temple throbbed as she clenched her fists, her thoughts fuming. You borrowed my universal key just to rob my home? I hid this place so well, and you still found it. Are you part bloodhound or something? She landed beside Zhang Yuan, muttering complaints while checking his condition. Suddenly, she felt blood. Strange. Why does Xiao Yuan's blood have such a strong abyssal energy? A flicker of doubt crossed her eyes, but she quickly realized the blood wasn't his, it was flowing from nearby. Following the trail of blood, she was shocked to discover that Helos had collapsed on the ground, lifeless. What's going on here? Xiao Yuan was running this dungeon with his demonized mom? How much of the story did I miss? A sense of urgency gripped her as she stepped over Zhang Yuan and approached Helos to examine her condition. This isn't looking good. The goddess of joy frowned, sensing that Helos's life force had been nearly drained by the primordial god's corpse here, and her soul was heavily tainted by abyssal energy. She's a goner, she muttered. Normally, she'd just dig a hole and bury someone in this state. But Helos happened to be Zhang Yuan's mother. If she just let her die, the blow to Xiao Yuan might be too much. What if he fell into despair? Who would entertain her then? Grumbling to herself, the goddess of joy channeled her divine power into Hela's body to stabilize her soul. Once Hela's soul was secure, the goddess turned back to the unconscious Zhang Yuan. Kneeling beside him, her hands began to glow with a violet light. That thing should be in this brat's inventory, she thought to herself as she reached into Zhang Yuan's storage space and started rummaging around. Wow, this kid is quite the collection. Where did he get all this stuff? He's got so many artifacts and doesn't share any with me? After all the goodies I've shared with him. Wait a second, even got the sky tower. Damn it, this brat is filthy rich and still came to rob my home. The goddess of joy continued grumbling while searching through Zhang Yuan's inventory, eventually pulling out a branch of the world tree. Although Hela's soul was severely corrupted by abyssal energy, she wasn't a deity yet, so reshaping her soul would be relatively simple. With this branch, it should be possible to save her. Holding the world tree branch, the goddess returned to Hela's side, ready to use it to restore her. But suddenly, she paused. Wait a minute. Just reviving her like this is way too boring. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. Noticing the concentrated power of many primordial gods in this dungeon, she smirked. Let me spice things up a little. The goddess of joy chuckled slyly, then picked up Helos, along with the world tree branch, and disappeared on the spot. Zhang Yuan felt like he had been dreaming for an eternity. In the depths of his dream, he stood on the edge of an abyss, with countless demons groveling at his feet, bowing in submission to the newly crowned human demon king. Xiao Yuanzi? Xiao Yuanzi. The sun's already high in the sky. An irritating voice suddenly broke into his dream. At the same time, a faint, tickling sensation brushed against his ear. The grand coronation scene before him instantly crumbled, and Zhang Yuan opened his eyes to see the god of merriment squatting beside him, holding a goose feather and tickling his ear. What are you doing? Zhang Yuan asked, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Finally awake, you brat. The god of merriment teased while casually sticking the goose feather into Zhang Yuan's hair before standing up. You've been lying in this godforsaken place for 3 whole days and nights. The sun's already high in the sky. I've been unconscious for 3 days? Zhang Yuan sat up abruptly, his senses on high alert as he scanned his surroundings. Where's my mom? She left this instance a day ago, the god of merriment replied. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan visibly relaxed. Thanks, Lezishan, he said sincerely. Though he had no idea what had transpired over the past 3 days, being able to sleep soundly in the instance without harm was undoubtedly thanks to the god of merriment's protection. Just as Zhang Yuan was feeling touched, the god of merriment suddenly pulled out a calculator, his expression turning serious. No need for thanks. Let's talk compensation. ? Zhang Yuan looked utterly bewildered. The god of merriment began punching numbers into the calculator at lightning speed. The little whale I raised for over 500 years? You killed it. The little tree I nurtured for over 600 years? You blew it up. The experimental instance I worked on for over 700 years? You destroyed it. Direct economic losses, labor costs, material expenses, plus compensation for emotional trauma and the loss of my youth. His fingers flew across the calculator, making rapid clicking sounds. You now owe me 1,892 divine artifacts and 12 mid-ear divine cores. But since we're on good terms, I'll round it down to 1,800 artifacts and 10 mid-tier divine cores. Oh? Zhang Yuan was even more dumbfounded. Do you need me to issue an invoice? The god of merriment asked with a completely straight face. Wait, hold on. Compensation? For what? Zhang Yuan asked in confusion. Weren't you here to save me? Did I ever say I was here to save you? The god of merriment shot back. Zhang Yuan paused for a moment. Well no. This instance was created by me. The world tree branch was planted by me. The world tree whale was raised by me. The god of merriment said, hands on hips. You destroyed my personal property. Shouldn't you compensate me? You say this instance is yours. Do you have any proof? Zhang Yuan retorted, finally catching on. Of course I do. The god of merriment puffed out his chest. Outside this instance, there's an experimental log written by me, complete with my signature. You're Huayu. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that not possible? Zhang Yuan looked at the god of joy with confusion. You're a deity from the divine realm, so why are you running experiments in the abyss and even writing your records in demonic script? The god of joy raised an eyebrow. And aren't you, a mere human, here in the abyss grinding quests? Besides, isn't it perfectly normal for me to use demonic script in the abyss? Zhang Yuan instinctively nodded but then froze, his eyes widening as he stared at the god of joy. Wait a second, so you're the one secretly trying to resurrect the supreme god here. Is that surprising? The god of joy tilted her head, her tone light-hearted. Isn't it worth trying new things? Fair enough. You even dared to break the seal of the ancient god, so experimenting with resurrecting the supreme god here doesn't seem out of character. Zhang Yuan gradually came to terms with the fact that the god of joy was indeed Huaiyue. He sighed and spread his hands. But I've got no divine artifacts or godhood to offer. All I've got is this one life, take it if you want. Haha, I saw that coming from a mile away. The god of joy flashed a sly grin and pulled out a stack of contracts nearly a meter thick from thin air. Considering the massive debt you owe, I've prepared a labor contract for you. You'll work at my joyful agency to pay it off. She pointed to the documents and continued. I've calculated everything. If you hand over all your wages, bonuses, allowances, and benefits, you'll only need to work for me for 30,000 years to clear your debt. How many years? Zhang Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. The god of joy patted the hefty stack of contracts, her smile growing even brighter. Little Yuan, it's only natural to repay your debts, isn't it? Either hand over divine artifacts and godhood now, or sign this contract and officially become an employee of my agency. She paused, then suddenly exuded a faint trace of divine authority. Or are you planning to default on your debt? Go ask around in the divine realm. Ha, dare to owe the goddess of joy anything? Anyone who tries to stiff me is stepping on chewing gum they'll never get rid of. Overwhelmed by the sudden pressure, Zhang Yuan found himself speechless. After a moment of silence, he sighed, opened his palm and said, hand me the pen. Smart choice. The god of joy conjured a ballpoint pen with a smile and handed it to him. Oh, just so you know, our agency operates on a flexible work schedule. Got it. Typical exploitative company, Zhang Yuan muttered, fully resigned to his fate as he signed his name on the thick contract. A system notification popped up immediately. You have joined the joyful faction. Current faction deity count, 2. Zhang Yuan glanced at the notification with a twitching mouth. So, our agency only has 2 people right now? What's the problem? The god of joy swiftly tucked away the contract. Doesn't a 2-person company count as a company? Even your great Xia Empire supports small business startups, doesn't it? You've got away with words as if the great Xia Empire could possibly regulate matters in the divine realm. Zhang Yuan shook his head helplessly. Well, I'm stuck on this pirate ship now, and there's no jumping off. Guess I'll just make do. So, Boss Hua, what's my job? You're our company's HR manager, the god of joy said with a grin. Your job is to recruit talent and bring more deities into our agency. Do we have any advantages to offer? The god of joy puffed out her chest proudly. Our agency's biggest advantage is me. I'm the most famous superstar in the entire divine realm. No god doesn't know me. Zhang Yuan stared at her blankly. I think that might actually be our company's biggest disadvantage. Xiao Yuanzi, is that how you talk to your boss? The god of merriment put on a stern face, pretending to be serious. Careful, or I'll dock your pay for a whole month. Zhang Yuan shrugged indifferently, spreading his hands. Go ahead, dock it. I don't care. I'm already stuck working for free for the next 30,000 years, so what's a month or 2 more? You little brat. The god of merriment gritted her teeth in frustration at his nonchalant attitude. But soon, she realized the flaw in her threat. She had never intended to pay him in the first place. This tactic was utterly ineffective. I need to come up with something else, she thought to herself. After composing herself, she said, forget it. This goddess won't stoop to your level. The dungeon is about to collapse anyway. Pack up your things and come with me. Hearing about the dungeon, Zhang Yuan's interest was piqued. Hey, merriment god, tell me more. What's the deal with the main god you're trying to resurrect? I don't know. The god of merriment replied bluntly. Come on, don't be so stingy, Zhang Yuan coaxed. I'm just curious. Satisfy my curiosity, and I'll work extra hard for you afterward. I really don't know, she emphasized, shaking her head. What? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. You don't even know who the main god here is, and you're trying to resurrect him? The god of merriment looked at him innocently. Is there a problem with that? Zhang Yuan felt his worldview shatter. He began to question whether it was his own logic that was flawed or if the god of merriment had lost her mind. This place's god was the ruler of the demon realm, the god of merriment explained. When I discovered this area, the main god had already been dead for a long time, and his information was deliberately erased by another demon ruler. Even when I infiltrated the demon realm to investigate, I couldn't find anything about him. However, she added with a shift in tone, I do know who killed this main god and sealed him. Who? Your old acquaintance, the cursed demon god. The cursed demon god? Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted. He's a main god? Why else do you think the curse on you is so hard to lift? It's because the cursed demon god's rank is that high. This revelation hit Zhang Yuan like a bolt of lightning. He had originally assumed the cursed demon god was, at most, a high-ranking deity, someone he could potentially face off against once he reached level 70. But now, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Don't worry, Xiao Yuanzi, the god of merriment said, patting him on the shoulder. I won't abandon you. If the cursed demon god shows up, I'll be right there cheering you on from the back. Wow, thanks a lot. Zhang Yuan rubbed his temples, exasperated. Fine, a main god is a main god. As long as the Curse King doesn't make a move, he can't get to us. We'll just have to bide our time for now. He then turned the conversation back. By the way, merriment god, can your plan to resurrect the main god still go forward? Since this main god here was killed and sealed by the cursed demon god, it means they're enemies. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If we resurrect this main god, no matter how he feels about us, he definitely won't be on good terms with the cursed demon god. If we can cause some trouble for the cursed demon god, that's a win. The god of joy sighed, her face showing a hint of helplessness. According to my original plan, in a few more years, I could have revived the main god here. But now, with the world tree branch and the world whale both gone, the experiment is completely ruined. Starting over isn't an option. What's worse is that when the cursed demon god comes to reinforce the seal, he'll inevitably notice my actions here. At that point, reviving the main god will be completely impossible. Zhang Yuan frowned and asked, so, does that mean our plan to pit one against the other has failed before it even began? Not necessarily, the god of joy said with a faint smile. When I realized you had messed up my experiment, I initiated Plan B. We still have a chance to obtain the power of this main god. What's Plan B? The god of joy locked eyes with Zhang Yuan. I implanted the god's divine core into your mother. What? Seeing Zhang Yuan's stunned expression, the god of joy patiently explained what had happened over the past 3 days. After Helos died, she used the world tree branch to reconstruct Helos' soul, shattered the remnants of the main god's divine core, extracted its power, and planted a divine core seed within Helos. Although the divine core has yet to fully form, since it was created using the main god's power, once Helos ascends to godhood, she will likely become a main god. Zhang Yuan looked concerned. Joy god, are you sure transplanting a divine core into my mom won't cause any problems? How can you call it stealing? The god of joy responded seriously. The god here has been dead for ages. His divine core is ownerless. This is divine core recycling and reuse. She paused for a moment. Of course, there are certain risks. The main god here isn't completely dead, his soul and body still exist. If one day he breaks free from the cursed demon god seal, he'll definitely come for Helos to reclaim the divine core. When that happens, it'll be up to you to protect your mom. But unless the cursed demon god willingly removes the seal, that scenario is almost impossible. This power will inevitably belong to your mother. You really know how to stir things up, Zhang Yuan muttered with a mix of exasperation and gratitude. If not for the god of joy's intervention, his mother would have died 3 days ago. Thinking of this, his determination flared, and he said with conviction, don't worry, boss. The company is my home, and I'll give it everything I've got. Now that's the spirit I like to hear, the god of joy said, smiling as she grabbed Zhang Yuan's wrist. A white glow emanated from her palm, enveloping them both. In the next instant, they found themselves inside a dungeon. You've caused enough commotion here. The cursed demon god could show up at any moment. You'd better leave quickly. Wait, there's one more thing. What is it? Opening a treasure chest. Zhang Yuan grinned, flying to a protruding platform on the rocky wall. Right in front of the god of joy, he dug out a chest and pulled out a universal key to unlock it. Watching this shameless display, the god of joy's forehead veins throbbed. She smacked Zhang Yuan on the head with a flick of her finger. You idiot. I'm still standing right here. Amid the furious protests of the god of merriment, Zhang Yuan used the universal key to unlock the treasure chest. As the chest slowly opened, a dazzling light poured out instantly. Inside, an array of mystical artifacts was neatly arranged, each radiating an aura that could captivate anyone's soul. The sudden brilliance made Zhang Yuan squint his eyes. Whoa, merriment god. You've got so many treasures, and here you've been pretending to be broke. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Humph. The god of merriment let out a cold chuckle. If I let you easily see through my stash, wouldn't all these years of effort be in vain? So, tell me, what exactly are you looking for? Zhang Yuan's eyes quickly scanned the numerous artifacts in the chest before locking onto a semi-transparent book. He immediately activated the abyssal eye to inspect it. Shadowless book divine level, a semi-transparent book lost at the edge of the world. Though its pages were blank, it contained mysterious powers. This is the one. Zhang Yuan pointed at the shadowless book. The shadowless book? The god of merriment summoned the book into her hand. To me, it's just a collector's item. I could give it to you, but... Her tone shifted. Since you've already come to the abyss, why not help me with a task? What task? The god of merriment explained. I have a group of devout followers in the cursed kingdom, but one of them has recently run into trouble. He's been praying to my statue day and night, and it's driving me nuts. However, due to the pact between the divine and demonic realms, I can't directly interfere in abyss matters. But you're differentiator neither from the divine realm nor the demonic realm, and your strength is sufficient. Wait, Zhang Yuan interrupted. You can't interfere in abyss affairs, but you can still have followers there? Why not? If the demon gods of the abyss can disguise themselves as deities to gather believers, why can't I pretend to be a merriment demon god to recruit worshippers? Everyone does it. The god of merriment replied matter-of-factly. These followers are the seeds I've painstakingly cultivated. I can't just abandon them. But I'm human, Zhang Yuan said with a frown. Not only can I barely survive in the abyss, but even if I could resist the corruption, I still have a duel with the demon dragon king coming up. How am I supposed to get into the cursed kingdom? That's easy. The god of merriment pulled a demonic mask out of the treasure chest and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan activated the abyssal eye to inspect it. Demonic mask divine level. Wearing it grants immunity to the abyss corrupting forces and makes the wearer appear as a demon. Merriment god. Is this like Doraemon's magic pouch? You've got all kinds of bizarre gadgets, Zhang Yuan joked. Of course. The god of merriment said proudly, tilting her chin upward. Without some serious resources, how could I establish my own domain? Little Yuan, just stick close to me, and you'll do just fine. You're the best, merriment god, Zhang Yuan replied half-heartedly. In short, as long as you solve the trouble my follower is facing, I will give you the shadowless book. Fair deal, right? The god of pleasure's proposal made Zhang Yuan pause for a moment before nodding in agreement. He took the demon mask and put it on, immediately feeling a cool sensation, as if a refreshing mask had been applied to his face. As the mask adhered to his skin, a mysterious energy quickly enveloped his entire body. In an instant, the surrounding air became exceptionally fresh, and the suffocating abyssal power that had overwhelmed him earlier transformed into a strangely pleasant feeling. This mask has quite a unique effect, the god of pleasure explained. Except for gods of a higher rank, even the demon dragon king won't be able to discern your human identity. But remember, act cautiously. The abyss recently lost a high-ranking demon god, and many demon gods are keeping an eye on this place. Any unnecessary commotion could attract unwanted attention. Zhang Yuan attempted to ask for the shadowless book up front, but the god of pleasure flatly refused. Payment before completing the task? Where in the world does that happen? Help my follower through their predicament first, and I'll naturally give you the book. The god of pleasure then handed him a parchment map, which marked the location of his follower in the southern border of the cursed kingdom, coincidentally within the territory of the demon king Billy. Zhang Yuan noticed that he was currently on the northern edge, meaning he would have to traverse the entire kingdom. Pleasure god, it's one thing for you to develop abyssal followers, but why did you choose a place so deep inside? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ask. Don't you have a phase dagger? Distance shouldn't matter, the god of pleasure replied nonchalantly. Then, his expression suddenly became serious. Time is running out. The cursed demon god could arrive at any moment. I'll send you there now. Before Zhang Yuan could respond, A teleportation array appeared beneath his feet. Just as he was about to ask how to locate the follower, the god of pleasure chuckled and said, "You'll figure it out when you get there." With that, the array glowed brightly, and Zhang Yuan was transported away. After Zhang Yuan vanished, the god of pleasure revealed a cryptic smile and began humming a tune. "Oh, little Yuanzi, since you went behind my back and stirred up such a big mess, I might as well return the favor. This is a masterpiece I've been carefully preparing for years in the abyss. I was planning to star in it myself, but now, I'll let you take the lead." He struck a dramatic pose and exclaimed, "Soda, popcorn, let's get it all ready." The Cursed Kingdom, Southern Region, City of Billy. Zhang Yuan stepped out of the teleportation light and was greeted by the sight of a moat made of molten lava. A black stone bridge stretched over the fiery river, leading to a massive city wall towering 100 meters high. The wall was constructed of obsidian and steel. Beyond it, black skyscrapers rose into the sky, their dark red hues giving the city a grim atmosphere. Yet, the overall look bore a surprising resemblance to the modern cities of the Xia Empire. Zhang Yuan felt puzzled. Was the Abyss also advancing in technology? But if that were the case, why had they never used abyssal technology during their invasions of the human race? He crossed the stone bridge and approached the city gate, only to be stopped by two demon guards. One of them spoke in the demonic tongue. "Quiz Damon, Undivinisti?" Zhang Yuan's face turned pale, and he froze on the spot. He had studied the demonic language and could barely make out the meaning of the question. "What kind of demon are you, and where are you from?" But he couldn't respond. Previously, the demon dukes and demon gods he had encountered all communicated in the Xia language, making conversations effortless. Zhang Yuan had subconsciously assumed that abyssal demons could also easily communicate in the same way. To his dismay, the guards were now interrogating him in a thick southern accent of the Cursed Kingdom's demonic language. His proficiency in the demonic tongue was limited to phrases like, "How are you?" and "I'm fine, thank you." If he tried speaking at an elementary school level here, mask or no mask, even if he fully transformed into a demon, he would immediately be suspected as a human spy. The two demons exchanged a glance when Zhang Yuan didn't respond and drew their massive axes. They demanded again, "Kernonlocaris? Why are you not speaking?" Zhang Yuan had no choice but to stammer out a feeble response. "Mutemnes? Are you mute?" The two demons, seeing that Zhang Yuan still refused to speak, had a dangerous glint in their eyes. Their muscles bulged as they gripped their axes, clearly ready to behead him at any moment. Zhang Yuan tensed up, realizing their intent to attack. He resolved to summon his flying sword and take down the two guards in a swift assault before slipping into the city to hide. Just then, a beautiful succubus with pointed ears flew in from behind and stepped in front of Zhang Yuan. She began speaking to the guards in the demonic tongue. Zhang Yuan noticed a purple glow in her eyes, and the two fierce guards immediately appeared dazed. Their expressions softened, and they quickly bowed to Zhang Yuan, apologizing. "Pardon nobis, Arentessa Mustede. Please forgive us. We were wrong." With that, the two demons hurriedly moved to open the city gate. Zhang Yuan was still puzzled when the succubus quickly stepped closer and lowered her voice, saying, "Divine Envoy, let's head into the city first." Seeing the succubus speaking human language, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Yuan's eyes. However, the priority was to enter the city, so he followed the succubus through the gates. The scene inside the city left Zhang Yuan in awe. The layout of this demon metropolis bore an uncanny resemblance to the cities of Desire, towering skyscrapers on either side, wide roads in the middle, and even vehicles resembling cars moving through the streets. The only difference was that the inhabitants here were all demons. "If only I could capture this on film and bring it back to Xia," Zhang Yuan thought to himself. In the human academic sphere, it was widely believed that the technological level of abyssal demons remained stuck in the medieval era, as the invading abyssal armies still relied on cold weapons. Yet this modernized city completely overturned that understanding. "Divine Envoy, this way, please." The succubus respectfully led Zhang Yuan down a narrow alley, stopping at a dead end. She immediately began chanting an incantation, and a door materialized on the wall. "Please enter, Divine Envoy. My grandfather is waiting for you inside." The succubus bowed deeply. Zhang Yuan cautiously used his abyssal eye to assess her. "Pasha, follower of the god of pleasure, Shadow Walker, level 62. Confirming her as a worshipper of the god of pleasure, he asked, "How did you recognize me?" "The great god of pleasure has delivered a divine oracle, stating that a divine envoy would be sent to assist us. I can sense the blessing of pleasure upon you." "You must be the envoy mentioned in the oracle," Pasha replied respectfully. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan nodded slightly, temporarily setting aside his wariness as he stepped through the door. Beyond it lay a spacious temple, with a central statue of a female deity, exuding a demonic aura, clearly modified version of the god of pleasure's likeness. Standing before the statue was an elderly demon radiating immense power. The abyssal eye revealed, "York, High Priest of Pleasure, Archmage, level 90. Level 90. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed. That level was equivalent to a duke's ranking in the Curse Kingdom. He was inwardly alarmed. The quality of the God of Pleasure's followers was unexpectedly high. Realizing that a problem serious enough to stump a duke-level demon must be extraordinary, he couldn't help but think this mission would be a tough challenge. The God of Pleasure had dug him another pitfall. Seeing Zhang Yuan, York immediately knelt and bowed, his face filled with fervor and excitement. Praise the great God of Pleasure for finally answering our prayers. Divine Envoy, the Abyss and the Curse Kingdom have become unbearably dull. I implore you to lead us in destroying this monotonous kingdom and establishing a nation of pleasure in the Abyss. A system notification popped up. Mythic Quest, Demon King, has been triggered. Objective 1. Kill the Archdemon Billy and assist York in becoming an Archdemon. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile when he saw the sudden appearance of a mythic quest on his panel. Although he had anticipated that the God of Joy wouldn't assign him an easy task, this still far exceeded his expectations. He had initially come to handle some trouble involving the followers, thinking at most it would be a legendary level quest. Yet, unexpectedly, it triggered a series of mythic quests. What surprised him even more was the name of the quest, Demon King, with the first subquest being to slay a demon archduke. This immediately reminded Zhang Yuan of the Path of the Sword Immortal series of quests he had previously obtained through card draws. That quest had opened with a demand for him to slay a god, clearly paving the way for him to eventually become a sword immortal. Similarly, the Demon King quest, judging by its name and initial objective, was evidently about more than just making him the Demon King of the Cursed Kingdom. A college freshman, just starting my first year, and I already have to go to the Abyss to become a Demon King? Zhang Yuan chuckled to himself, but he quickly composed his thoughts. Having experienced his fair share of major events, he promptly focused on the task at hand. How many followers does the Church of Joy currently have? Zhang Yuan asked York. He understood well that building a kingdom required more than personal strength. He needed loyal demon subordinates, and the more, the better. Otherwise, even if he seized territory, he wouldn't be able to hold it. York respectfully replied, reporting to you, Divine Envoy, the Church of Joy currently has about 1,000 followers, among whom over 500 are demons above level 60. This number pleasantly surprised Zhang Yuan. Given the God of Joy's notoriously unreliable nature, Zhang Yuan wouldn't have been shocked if York had claimed the Church of Joy consisted only of himself and Pasha. York continued, these followers are elite demons I have meticulously selected over the years. They hold significant positions within various factions. If not for the need to avoid detection by Archduke Billy, our numbers could have been much higher. However, Archduke Billy has recently started taking notice of us and has begun investigating the Church of Joy. If we are discovered, the entire church could be wiped out in an instant. That's why I prayed to the God of Joy for assistance in eliminating Billy. And if I kill Billy for you, then what? Zhang Yuan pressed. How do you plan to become a demon archduke and establish the kingdom of joy? Rest assured, Divine Envoy. York replied confidently. I have been operating in this city for many years. As long as you eliminate Billy, I can immediately take his place and become the new demon archduke. At that point, all of Billy's territories will belong to the Church of Joy. I promise, once I ascend to the position of Demon Archduke, I can expand our followers to over 100,000 within a week and spread the Church of Joy across the entire Cursed Kingdom within 3 months. At that time, my lord, with just a wave of your hand, I will lead millions of demons to respond to your call, sweep through the Cursed Kingdom, and crown you as the new Demon King. York declared passionately. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile faintly. You certainly talk big. At the rate you're recruiting followers, it seems like you'll have the cult of ecstasy ruling the Abyss within a year. Standing nearby, Pasha quickly explained, my lord, my grandfather speaks the truth. As the leader of the succubi, we are born with the innate ability to charm lower-ranked demons. This charm is entirely dependent on status, not strength. Even if we are only level 1, as long as our status is high enough, we can easily charm level 100 low-ranking demons. She hastily added, now that my grandfather has awakened a god-level talent, he can charm demons without any limitations and even make the charmed demons influence others. If you, my lord, can help my grandfather become a demon duke, his status in the Cursed Kingdom would be second only to the Dragon King and the other dukes. By then, my grandfather could control 99 of the demons in the Cursed Kingdom. A flicker of shock crossed Zhang Yuan's eyes. If what Pasha said was true, once York became a demon duke, he would become the most dangerous figure in the Cursed Kingdom. The kingdom only had 7 demon dukes, and the only one above them was the Dragon King, Algernon. This meant that York could single-handedly convert all the kingdom's demons to the cult of ecstasy. Where on earth did the god of ecstasy find such a monster? Zhang Yuan thought to himself. Pasha spoke earnestly. Every word I've said is absolutely true, my lord. You can verify at any time. No need, I believe you, Zhang Yuan replied, falling into deep thought. York's ability was undoubtedly a double-edged sword. If used wisely, it could help him complete the mythic quest to become the Demon King. But if York were to betray him in the future, siding with another high-ranking demon god and uniting the Abyss to launch an attack on humanity, the consequences would be catastrophic. He must keep a close watch on York. If there are any signs of him going out of control, eliminate him immediately. Zhang Yuan smiled. Prepare yourself to become a demon duke. I'll deal with Billy right now. Right now? York was taken aback, then quickly reminded him, my lord, are you sure you don't need to prepare? Billy is one of the strongest among the dukes. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes. Are you doubting the strength of the god of ecstasy's emissary? York shuddered. I wouldn't dare. I only worry for your safety, my lord. Let's hope so. Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly, then turned to Pasha. You're coming with me to kill Billy. Me? Pasha was stunned. My lord, are you really bringing someone as insignificant as me? Zhang Yuan nodded. I'm unfamiliar with this city. I don't speak the demon tongue, nor have I seen Billy. I need a guide. Pasha glanced at York, seeking help. York hurriedly interjected. My lord, Pasha is too weak. She might hinder your battle against the demon duke. Perhaps I could find someone else. This is the second time you've questioned my abilities, Zhang Yuan said, narrowing his eyes at York. York, I'm beginning to feel that your faith in the god of ecstasy isn't as firm as it should be. Could it be that you're using the god as a stepping stone? York broke out in a cold sweat and dropped to his knees, bowing deeply. Please, my lord, see the truth. My faith in the god of ecstasy is unwavering. As York dropped to his knees in terror, the atmosphere in the room turned suffocatingly tense. Pasha sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly addressed Zhang Yuan, saying, Honored messenger, please don't misunderstand. My grandfather is only concerned for my safety. We have never betrayed our faith. A smile appeared on Zhang Yuan's face as he responded, I was just joking. If your faith weren't steadfast, why would the god of delight have sent me to assist you? Pasha, lead the way. Yais. Pasha dared not refuse further. She obediently stepped forward, bowed slightly and said, Honored messenger, please follow me. Zhang Yuan nodded, his gaze briefly sweeping over York, who remained kneeling on the ground, trembling slightly, his head bowed low. Then, he left the room with Pasha. The room fell silent. York kept his head lowered, but his expression had shifted from panic to something twisted, with murderous intent bubbling in his heart. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his skin. Just a messenger of some minor god. Acting so arrogantly. Once everything is in place, you'll get what's coming to you, he hissed through gritted teeth. Rising to his feet, he pushed the door open and walked out. Meanwhile, atop the divine statue of the god of delight, the deity casually sat with arms crossed, munching on popcorn and chuckling as he watched York leave. Oh dear, it seems my follower isn't all that loyal. Little Yuanzi, what will you do about this? In the city of Billy, Pasha walked nervously beside Zhang Yuan, her earlier composure completely gone. To her, Zhang Yuan's request to help assassinate the Grand Duke of Billy felt like a death sentence. In her mind, she could already see herself being led to the guillotine. Zhang Yuan noticed her unease and chuckled softly. No need to be so tense. It's just killing a demon duke. Think of it as slaughtering a chicken. Harder than that. Think of killing the Grand Duke as slaughtering a chicken? Pasha froze, staring at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. She wanted to ask if he was serious, but the memory of her grandfather's reaction to questioning Zhang Yuan stopped her. Suppressing her doubts, she took a deep breath, steadied herself, and seemed to reach a decision. Extending a hand toward Zhang Yuan, she respectfully said, Honored messenger, please place your palm against mine. For what? Zhang Yuan asked. You mentioned you can't understand the demon language. I would like to initiate a soul connection with you. This way, everything I hear and comprehend will be instantly transmitted to your mind, becoming your knowledge. After the connection, you'll have access to all that I know, Pasha explained. Worried Zhang Yuan might misunderstand, she quickly added, Rest assured, honored messenger, this soul connection is one way. You will gain my knowledge, but I won't glimpse any of your secrets. Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly. Aren't you afraid I might take this opportunity to control your soul? Pasha replied firmly, You are an esteemed messenger. To connect my soul with yours is an honor. I only ask that, after the connection, you refrain from doing anything peculiar in public. What? Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled. Nothing. Pasha shook her head and raised her palm. Honored messenger, please proceed. All right, Zhang Yuan said, not pressing further. He placed his hand on her cold palm. Indeed, the biggest challenge Zhang Yuan faced in this demon city was the language barrier. When Zhang Yuan's palm touched Pasha's, a tingling sensation spread instantly from the point of contact, as if their spirits had fused into one in that moment. What shocked him even more was the realization that, with just a single thought, He could fully control Pasha's soul and body, and even influence her senses. This revelation made Zhang Yuan instantly understand Pasha's earlier warning, and his cheeks flushed red. "All right, my lord," Pasha said as she withdrew her hand. Her face also tinged with redness. She explained, "During the connection, everything I see and hear will be transmitted to your mind in the form of signals and automatically translated into the Dixia language you're familiar with. Additionally, if you wish to speak in the demon language, I can translate your words so you can speak it directly," suppressing a few improper thoughts that surfaced in his mind. Zhang Yuan asked, "So, in simple terms, you're like a simultaneous interpreter, right?" Pasha nodded in confirmation and added, "Beyond that, you can also use your thoughts to extract information from my mind, or even issue commands, or control my actions through your will. Once we disconnect, will I have mastered the demon language?" Zhang Yuan asked. Pasha shook her head and said, "I'm afraid you might be disappointed, my lord. Because the soul connection is one way, I cannot directly transfer knowledge into your mind. Once the connection is severed, your proficiency in the demon language will remain unchanged." Zhang Yuan felt a bit disappointed. It seemed that mastering this language would still require traditional learning. He then decided to try extracting Pasha's memories to gather information about the demon Lord Billy. Ah! Pasha suddenly let out a startled cry and quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her face turning bright red. Startled, Zhang Yuan immediately took 2 steps back. "What happened?" "I didn't do anything strange, I was just trying to look up information about the demon lord." "It's not your fault, my lord," Pasha explained, her face still flushed. "This is my first time performing a soul connection. When you delve into my soul, it feels like someone is cleaning my ears. It's a bit ticklish. Then I'd better not look. Why don't you just tell me instead?" "It's fine," Pasha quickly replied. "Directly extracting soul memories is the most comprehensive and efficient method. I'll get used to it, please go ahead." Left with no choice, Zhang Yuan resumed probing into Pasha's soul. Standing nearby, Pasha's body tensed, trembling slightly. Zhang Yuan forced himself to remain focused, careful not to let his thoughts wander, fearing that a stray idea might cause Pasha embarrassment in public. He quickly retrieved the information he needed and withdrew his will. Pasha immediately collapsed to the ground, breathing softly. "Are you all right?" Zhang Yuan asked. "I'm fine," Pasha said with a forced smile. "I was just too nervous earlier, and now my legs feel weak." "I'm really fine," she repeated softly. After forming a soul connection with Pasha, Zhang Yuan gained deeper insights into Duke Billy and the city of Billy, realizing that humanity's misconceptions about abyssal demons were not entirely baseless. The city of Billy stood out in the abyss, shining like a radiant gem. Unlike other demon dukes who solely pursued power and strength, Duke Billy was more interested in conducting social experiments and advancing technology within the abyss. The Kingdom of Curses was a feudal dynasty ruled by the Dragon King. Aside from the Grand Dragon City, 90 of the kingdom's land retained the abyss's untamed, primal landscape. Most demon dukes only possessed a single castle, with their territories lacking any large-scale cities at best. They had small demon settlements. In these domains, rules and order were non-existent, and demons and creatures indulged in their base instincts, reveling in carnage day after day. Survival in such conditions was exceedingly harsh. Even among the few demon dukes who had established cities, their towns were no more than medieval in development, primitive in comparison to the city of Billy. Moreover, their city management was still chaotic, with demons acting on their whims. The streets reeked of blood, a stench that overshadowed even the abyss's natural aura. For abyssal demons, strength was the only truth, and the strongest fist dictated authority. To them, rules were meaningless, and technology was dismissed as heretical nonsense. Duke Billy, however, achieved a miracle by creating a modern metropolis within the abyss and implementing laws to curb the demon's violent tendencies. In this city, Billy even relinquished some of his power, establishing a parliamentary republic. The parliament consisted of 7 members, with all policies discussed and decided through collective voting. These parliament members were elected by the demon citizens of the city. Beyond learning about Billy and the city of Billy, Zhang Yuan discovered an even more intriguing fact. York, the leader of the succubi, was one of the city's parliament members. This meant that under Billy's system, York held an equal status to Billy. Since parliament members were elected by public vote and government policies were determined by their decisions, York's innate ability to charm lower-level demons gave him an overwhelming advantage. In the city of Billy, York effortlessly controlled the votes of both the demon citizens and the parliament members. In other words, York was the true power behind the city. Zhang Yuan even suspected that York could easily eliminate Duke Billy if he wished. Under the city's system, York was the greatest beneficiary. Yet he feigned fear of Duke Billy and continuously prayed to the god of mischief, pleading for a messenger to be sent to kill the demon Duke. Why was this? Zhang Yuan pondered deeply, his intuition telling him that York and the god of mischief were fundamentally different beings. York could not possibly be a devoted follower of the god. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's interface changed. The progress of the mythical quest, Demon King, had been updated. A choice awaited him. 1. Assist York in killing Duke Billy. When Zhang Yuan realized that York was hiding an unspeakable secret, his mythic quest objectives shifted. What was originally a straightforward task, kill the demon Archduke Billy, had turned into a choice. Kill either Billy or York. This discovery left Zhang Yuan deep in thought. Could the mission objectives change based on the information he gathered? Compared to his previous series of mythic quests, the initial goal this time seemed overly simple. Last time, it was to slay a god, but now it was merely to deal with a demon archduke. While demon archdukes were undoubtedly among the top-tier powerhouses in the Abyss, they were clearly far inferior when compared to gods. Pasha, how's your relationship with your grandfather? Zhang Yuan suddenly asked the young girl who had just stood up beside him. Very good. Pasha paused for a moment, surprised. Why does the divine envoy suddenly ask this? Just curious, Zhang Yuan replied with a light smile. Let's head straight to Billis Manor. Billis Manor was located in the city center, right next to the Parliament building. To Zhang Yuan's surprise, there were suggestion and complaint boxes set up at the entrance of the manor. Such facilities made him question the true nature of this demon archduke. If they weren't merely for show, then his sense of responsibility might surpass that of most humans. Just bear with me for a bit, Zhang Yuan said to Pasha. Before she could react, she was drawn into the old space. Then, Zhang Yuan summoned the spirit of the Qingying sword and activated the shadowless state, which even higher-level demon gods would struggle to detect. The interior of the manor resembled a human government office, with demons in formal attire working diligently. The only difference was that these staff members retained their inhuman, demonic appearances. Zhang Yuan easily bypassed multiple layers of guards and reached the top-floor office. Just as he was about to push open the office door, a deep, magnetic voice came from within. Ah, a friend from afar. In this city, any demon can see me by simply making an appointment. But you, why, of all things, did you choose to sneak in unseen? As the deep, magnetic voice resonated, the office door slowly opened. Zhang Yuan saw a man with red hair and violet eyes sitting behind the desk, wearing a white shirt and exuding a cold, stern demeanor. The imposing figure was none other than Duke Billy. Zhang Yuan deactivated his invisible state and released Pasha from the old space, reconnecting their souls. The moment Pasha appeared in the room, she was overwhelmed by Duke Billy's commanding presence. Her face turned pale as she nervously glanced at Zhang Yuan. My lord, she whispered in a trembling voice, barely audible. The oppressive aura of the Duke left her breathless. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Zhang Yuan reassured her softly before turning to Duke Billy and asking, how did you detect me? Duke Billy, noticing Zhang Yuan had suddenly released a succubus, was momentarily surprised before chuckling. Your skills are indeed impressive. I wouldn't have discovered you on my own, he admitted. Then, he swiveled the monitor on his desk towards them. Zhang Yuan glanced at the screen and was startled to see thermal imaging displayed on it. I have many enemies in the Abyss. Plenty of demon nobles want me dead, including elite assassins. For my safety, I've installed thermal imaging devices and gravity sensors in many places, including this office and its surroundings. On my turf, even if you manage to become completely invisible and suppress your presence, science will still expose you. With that, Duke Billy stood and walked to the liquor cabinet, asking Zhang Yuan, what would you like to drink? I recommend the Mani Duchy's blood grape wine. It's quite unique. Do you have cola? Zhang Yuan asked. Duke Billy paused, then burst into laughter. I didn't expect to meet another demon in the Abyss who shares my fondness for human carbonated drinks. He walked to a nearby fridge, pulled out 3 cans of chilled cola, and tossed 2 of them to Zhang Yuan and Pasha. Smiling, he said, Coca-Cola, my favorite brand. Every time I visit the human realm, I make sure to secretly buy a few crates. You won't find this stuff anywhere else in the Abyss. Visit the human realm? Zhang Yuan caught the cola and immediately latched onto the slip. Haha, a slip of the tongue. I simply enjoy studying human systems, Duke Billy replied with a chuckle. He moved to the guest area of the office and gestured to the seating. Please, take a seat. Zhang Yuan sat down on the sofa without hesitation, as if he owned the place, showing no sign of restraint. Pasha, seeing Zhang Yuan's ease, quickly followed suit and sat beside him, sitting upright and holding her breath. Duke Billy took the seat opposite them and asked, so, which demon family sent you 2 as assassins? Pasha nervously bit her lip, clenched her fists, and instinctively looked at Zhang Yuan, too frightened to speak. Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly. I can be an assassin, or I can be something else. That depends on you. Oh? Duke Billy raised an eyebrow, smirking. This is the first time I've heard such a proposition. Let me guess, the one who sent you didn't offer enough compensation? If it's payment you're after, I'm quite wealthy and could meet your demands. Zhang Yuan shook his head slightly. Duke Billy froze for a moment. Then what do you want? Zhang Yuan leaned back in his chair, his tone calm and indifferent. I don't really want anything. Whether I kill you or not depends on my mood. So, you need to give me a reason not to kill you. A flicker of amusement crossed Duke Billy's eyes, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. Interesting. He studied Zhang Yuan intently. Although I don't obsess over power, that doesn't mean I'm some weakling anyone can push around. Sir, don't you think your tone is a bit? Before he could finish, the sharp ring of a sword echoed through the room. A flash of cold steel grazed past Duke Billy's ear and embedded itself into the office wall, leaving behind a perfectly smooth circular hole. Duke Billy's pupils contracted sharply as a strand of red hair floated down in front of his eyes. A thin, bloodied line appeared on his cheek, with fresh blood slowly seeping out. Pasha, standing nearby, was too stunned to speak. Such swordsmanship, it was breathtakingly fast. The office fell into a suffocating silence. Zhang Yuan leisurely opened a can of chilled soda, took a slow sip and said, "Give me a reason." Duke Billy quickly regained his composure, pulling out a handkerchief to dab the blood on his face. He walked over to the window and pushed it open, revealing the bustling cityscape of the demon metropolis outside. It seems the abyss is indeed full of hidden talents. If that strike had been aimed at my forehead, I'd already be dead. Turning back to face them, he asked, "What do you two think of this demon city?" "I've only just arrived and haven't had the chance to learn much," Zhang Yuan replied honestly. "But my first impression is, it's impressive." Pasha finally snapped out of her shock. "I think it's amazing, far better than anywhere else in the abyss." Duke Billy gazed out at the view with a contemplative expression and began to speak. "The abyss possesses a power that tempts the heart, distorts the will, and fuels the desire for slaughter. The demons here, though no less intelligent than humans, are ruled by their violent instincts. In this jungle where the strong prey on the weak, powerful demons ruthlessly plunder the strength of the weak, with no rules to govern them." He continued, "The noble demons hold absolute control over the abyss, leaving the weak without even the right to survive. Even in my own territory, tens of thousands of demon infants die in the womb every day. Who knows how many geniuses perish among them? Such chaos can never nurture a strong civilization. That's why I built this demon city to impose rules that curb the demon's savage nature, to teach them cooperation, and to give the weak a chance at survival. My ultimate dream is to ignite the flames of civilization and science across the entire abyss." Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Words like these wouldn't be surprising coming from a human, as humanity's ability to resist the abyss for so long had always been thanks to those willing to sacrifice for the greater good. But hearing this from a demon duke was utterly unexpected. Even Dai Ren, who had secretly allied with him, was driven solely by the pursuit of greater power and authority. His vision paled in comparison to Billis. Duke Billy turned to Zhang Yuan with a faint smile. "Sir, that is my reason for wanting to live." The Mythic Quest panel suddenly updated, revealing two options for the Demon King mission. 1. Help Yerk slay the Archdemon Billy. 2. Help Archdemon Billy expand the Demon City. Zhang Yuan noticed the change in the mission and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Standing up, he turned to Pasha and said, "Pasha, let's go." Snapped out of her daze, Pasha quickly got to her feet and hurried to follow Zhang Yuan. Archdemon Billy, with a smile on his face, asked, "It seems my reasoning has convinced you, hasn't it?" "You've only managed to save your head for now," Zhang Yuan replied calmly. "As for whether your words match your actions, I'll need to see for myself. Rest assured, I'll remain here in Demon City." "I won't be going anywhere," Billy said. "You couldn't run even if you wanted to." Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly before leading Pasha out of the manor. After the two left, Billy finally let out a sigh of relief. He turned to face the window, gazing at the bleak, gray sky, and muttered to himself, "Another day survived." Truly, the abyss is relentless. Powerful demons come one after another, and I'm walking on thin ice every day. Teacher, the path to saving humanity is truly a difficult one. Outside the manor, Pasha was still in a state of dazed disbelief after narrowly escaping death. When she first emerged from the old dimensional space and saw Archdemon Billy, she thought her end was inevitable. However, Zhang Yuan's display of power left her utterly shaken. Just one strike of his sword had forced Billy to completely abandon resistance, leaving him to plead for his life with words alone. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Zhang Yuan's profile, her cheeks flushing. As a succubus, she knew all too well that survival for her kind depended on attaching themselves to powerful male demons, and her first soul bond had been with someone so overwhelmingly strong. It felt like a dream. Zhang Yuan glanced back at the grand structure of Billis Manor before summoning Shui. "Shui, keep a close watch on Archdemon Billy over the coming days. Report his movements to me at all times. Be mindful of the technology around him didn't get caught." "Understood, Master," Shui replied before vanishing instantly into thin air. Noticing Pasha lost in thought beside him, Zhang Yuan called out, "Pasha, my lord." I wasn't daydreaming. Pasha straightened up abruptly, as though startled out of a trance. Zhang Yuan chuckled, shaking his head. What are you even talking about? He then asked, after visiting the manor today, what's your impression of Archdemon Billy? Pasha hesitated for a moment before replying. My grandfather always said Archdemon Billy was extremely cruel. He claimed that the near extinction of the succubus race was Billy's doing. The massacres that often take place in the Demon City, grandfather said Billy was behind all of them. But after hearing what Billy said today, I'm starting to feel like he might not be as ruthless as the stories make him out to be. Zhang Yuan asked again, so, do you agree with Duke Billy's words? Pasha shook her head gently, a trace of confusion in her eyes. I don't know. I'm just a lowly succubus. I can't comprehend grand matters like that. For me, surviving is enough. What happens to the abyss has nothing to do with me. She paused, her voice dropping slightly. But there's one thing I do agree with: weak demons in the abyss don't even have the right to breathe. If it weren't for Billy's city, a succubus like me would never have reached level 62 without being forced into a soul bond with another demon. Outside the city, the fate of our kind is to become toys and pets for demon nobles. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly after hearing this. I see. Let's head back. Divine Envoy, does this mean we don't need to assassinate Duke Billy anymore? Pasha asked cautiously. No, we don't. The mission is considered a failure, Zhang Yuan replied with a shake of his head. Then what about Grandpa's plan? She asked. Zhang Yuan smiled faintly. This demon city isn't too bad. There's no need to destroy it. We'll go back and explain the situation. York should abandon the idea of establishing the nation of pleasure. Pasha's eyes lit up. Master, as the envoy of the pleasure demon god, your words represent the god's will. If you say so, Grandpa will definitely listen. You seem quite happy about not building the nation anymore, Zhang Yuan said with interest. Pasha scratched her head with an embarrassed smile. Hee hee, I don't have any grand ambitions, and I'm afraid of dying. Building a nation would mean fighting demon lords, and just imagining their power terrifies me. On this path to nation building, I'd definitely end up as cannon fodder. You do know yourself well, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. The two continued chatting as they walked, soon arriving back at the secret base of the Pleasure Church. York was kneeling in front of the statue of the Pleasure Demon God, praying. Grandpa, we're back. Pasha's voice brought a flash of joy to York's eyes. He quickly walked forward and bowed to Zhang Yuan. Thank you, Divine Envoy, for slaying Duke Billy. Everything is ready. As soon as the news spreads, I can become the new Demon Duke. There's no need, Zhang Yuan said directly. We didn't kill Billy. The mission failed. Abandon the idea of building the nation of pleasure. We'll continue to develop the church in secret. York froze. Divine Envoy, you're not joking, are you? Isn't building a nation our ultimate goal? I'm not joking. This is the will of the pleasure demon god, Zhang Yuan said calmly. Pasha happily chimed in. Grandpa, now you can finally take a good rest. York's expression darkened instantly. His fingernails grew sharp, and his body began to tremble. Are you joking with me? Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from York's body. Grandfather? Pasha's eyes widened in shock as she saw York's expression darken abruptly. Clearly, she hadn't expected things to take such a turn. York cast a cold glance at Pasha, making her face go pale. She wanted to explain herself, but under York's suffocatingly oppressive aura, she dared not utter a word and silently retreated to the side. Zhang Yuan, meanwhile, was racking his brain on how to deal with York without losing Pasha's favor. Seeing York's attitude, a surge of glee secretly filled his heart. Old York, you're digging your own grave. However, despite his thoughts, Zhang Yuan feigned anger on the surface and questioned, York, what is the meaning of this? Are you planning to defy the envoy of the gods? Just a worthless level 59 trash. Envoy of the gods? What a joke. York spat, his voice seething with anger. A wild god from Wakno Shirai, been playing the submissive role for so many years. Also, you people could help me get rid of Billy and put me in power. And what do I get in return? That wild god sent you, a level 59 failure, who ignores advice and stubbornly wants to charge at Billy without a shred of preparation. I thought that wild god had granted you some real power, and I was ready to reap the rewards. But what happened? You went out, took one look, and chickened out. Are you playing games with me? If you can't kill Billy or help me rise, then what good is your so-called god to me? Boom. As York's words fell, a surge of black energy erupted from his body. His form quickly expanded, transforming into a towering 3-meter demon with wings sprouting from his back. Zhang Yuan, seeing this transformation, immediately activated the Abyssal Eye to assess York's stats. York, a Grand Archmage, was level 90, boasting 5 million points each in strength, agility, and spirit, 15 million in endurance, and 5 million in skill proficiency. He wielded forbidden spells across the elements of lightning, fire, water, wind, and poison. along with the blessing of the demon god. His stats were decent, and as a master of 5 elemental forbidden spells with a divine blessing, he truly lived up to the title of Grand Archmage. Clearly, York had been hiding a significant portion of his strength, secretly allying himself with other demon gods besides the god of merriment. Unfortunately for him, fate was not on his side, had crossed paths with someone with a cheat-like advantage. Every element York specialized and fell squarely within the immunity range of Zhang Yuan's specialized equipment. Facing York's revealed form, Zhang Yuan remained calm and unhurried as he asked, "So, is this your way of saying you want to fight me?" York opened his hand, and a 5-colored grimoire materialized, radiating an overwhelming, terrifying power. His voice was low and menacing as he said, "Kid, I've had enough of that wild god. Trusting you people was a colossal mistake. No matter. I'll kill you first, then deal with that useless Billy, and finally pin all the blame on you and that god. The outcome will be the same." Crackle. Sparks of lightning danced across the surface of the 5-colored grimoire as York finished speaking. Suddenly, Pasha stepped in front of Zhang Yuan, her voice urgent as she pleaded, "Grandfather, please stop. Do not provoke the envoy of the gods any further." While York remained unaware, Pasha was fully cognizant of the truth. With just a single strike, Zhang Yuan managed to terrify Duke Billy into losing all will to resist. Such overwhelming strength was absolutely beyond York's ability to confront. York stood frozen in place, his eyes locked onto Pasha, who was shielding Zhang Yuan. His gaze grew increasingly dark and menacing. "You ungrateful traitor. How long have I let you follow this man? And now you're siding with him?" "Grandfather, it's not like that, Pasha tried to explain desperately. "Enough!" York roared, losing all sense of reason. The magic tome before him surged with terrifying lightning energy, and a black bolt of lightning shot out from its pages, heading straight for Pasha and Zhang Yuan. But just as the lightning was about to strike Pasha, the 7-star Long Yuan sword conjured a starlight barrier in an instant. The lightning was deflected by the barrier and pierced directly through York's chest. A system notification immediately appeared. York successfully slain. Experience 10,050,000,050. Legendary equipment obtained. Succubus Ring. Succubus Ring effect. Does not require equipping. Increases favorability gained for the holder, and all summoned creatures' loyalty is boosted to 100. A golden light burst out from Zhang Yuan's body, and his level returned to 60. York collapsed to his knees, glaring at Zhang Yuan with unwilling eyes. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound came out. Moments later, his body dissolved into black smoke and disappeared. Zhang Yuan watched this unfold, somewhat speechless, hadn't even made a move, and York had perished due to his own magic backfiring. Wasn't this essentially self-sabotage? The system continued to display notifications. Mythic Quest, Demon King Phase, task complete. Artifact obtained, Demon Scepter. Demon Scepter effect. When planted into the abyssal ground, an area of 100,000 kilometers around it becomes the holder's territory. All attributes 1,000, and the holder can draw power from the abyss. The quest updated to 1. Assist Demon Duke Billy in expanding Demon City. 2. Use the Demon Scepter to claim territory and establish yourself as a ruler. Grandfather. Pasha stood frozen, her mind blank. Everything that had transpired in just a few minutes, York's betrayal, his murderous intent toward her, and his eventual death felt like a nightmarish blur. "Are you all right?" Zhang Yuan asked softly. "Divine Envoy, I know this isn't your fault, but I'm sorry, please just let me be alone for a while." "All right." Zhang Yuan nodded. "If you need to contact me, you can pray before the statue of the God of Delight. The God of Delight will inform me." As Zhang Yuan turned to leave the space, another notification appeared on his interface. Succubus Ring effect triggered. Frost, the glacier song of the Netherworld, has chosen to submit and become a summoned creature. So sudden? Zhang Yuan stared at the panel where new information had just appeared, his eyes quickly locking onto Frost's attribute section. What greeted him was a series of astonishing stats. Glacial Song Frost. Demigod level, 100. Base attributes, Strength, Agility, Spirit, and Constitution 50 million each. Core skills. Absolute Zero Domain. Causes enemies to enter a hypothermic state, losing 5 of their maximum health per second. Absolute Zero Storm. Summons an icy storm, reducing enemies' ice resistance by 1,000 and causing them to lose 20 of their health per second. Frost Dragon's Breath. Unleashes a frigid breath, dealing damage and slowing targets, with a chance to freeze them completely. Special ability. Immune to magical damage. Constellation Seed. 0. Dragon God's Blessing. Increases all dragon allies' damage by 10 times. This effect doubles for each additional dragon ally. Currently, the boost is 80 times. Another dragon with a constellation. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, a delighted smile appearing on his face. He knew full well that even dragons like Shinkong and Yaoyuot, who hadn't reached level 100, could play key roles in divine battles, let alone Frost, a being born with demigod-level power. Zhang Yuan quickly opened the summoning space. There, Frost's massive figure stood calmly. This dragon's size surpassed the combined bulk of Shinkong and Yaoyuot, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance just by standing still. Not bad, not bad at all. Zhang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, already envisioning the birth of a fully realized dragon a month from now. After confirming the details of his new companion, Zhang Yuan took to the skies and landed on a remote rooftop high above the city. God of Merriment, the task is complete. Time to deliver on the reward, don't you think? The God of Merriment appeared soon after, his tone carrying a hint of exasperation. Xiao Yuanzi, you've done well, I admit. But I asked you to solve the problem of my followers' troubles. Did you conveniently forget the word troubles? Let me ask you, does your have any worries left now? Zhang Yuan countered. Splitting hairs, the God of Merriment snorted, but nonetheless tossed the shadowless tome to Zhang Yuan. Fine, fine. York's dead, but I've stumbled upon something even more interesting. So I suppose it balances out. What new amusement? Zhang Yuan asked curiously while catching the shadowless tome. The God of Merriment grinned but didn't answer. If I told you, it'd spoil half the fun. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Oh, by the way, you can return to the abyss whenever you like. But the god I arranged for you to meet has been waiting for quite some time. It's about time you headed to the Star God Duel dungeon. You can't keep standing them up forever. Zhang Yuan, if you want to come back here after returning to school, I can help you, the God of Joy said with a playful tone in her voice. I've set my divine statue as a fixed teleportation point. You can transport here directly from your dormitory, just as easily as going to Xiao Shu's place. Before her words fully settled, the God of Joy's gaze shifted into the distance, a faint smile curling her lips. Xiao Yuanzi, it seems you'll need to stay here a bit longer. I have something to discuss with Xiao Pasha. Bye. With that, her figure vanished in an instant. Zhang Yuan hadn't yet processed the deeper meaning behind her words when Xue suddenly appeared in front of him, kneeling on one knee. Master, Duke Billy is in danger. What's going on? Zhang Yuan frowned slightly. The bowed demon god's projection has appeared at Duke Billy's mansion. It seems he's targeting Billy. The bowed demon god. The mid-tier demon who attacked me in Lushong? Zhang Yuan's expression turned serious. Recovered from his injuries and already causing trouble again. But why would he go after a demon duke? After a moment of contemplation, he decided firmly, let's go check it out. Recalling Xue into her summoning space, Zhang Yuan activated his shadowless state and headed swiftly toward Billis' mansion. Meanwhile, within Billis' office, a tense and subtle conversation was unfolding. A black-haired man in a suit, the bowed demon god, sat leisurely on the sofa, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. Billy, how long have you been a demon duke? Not quite 30 years, Billy replied respectfully. All my achievements today are thanks to the Demon Dragon King and the esteemed demon gods, especially your guidance. The bowed demon god chuckled lightly. At least you're aware. He took a sip of wine. I came here today to talk about your junior apprentice. My junior? Yes, that drunkard master of yours, Yi Qingsong, has taken on a new disciple, the bowed demon god said, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. That kid's no ordinary person. At such a young age, he's already managed to kill the illusion demon god and even escape from me. Billy was stunned. How is that possible? The human race has a vast population. It's inevitable that a few monstrous talents will emerge. Plus, he's backed by a powerful deity. So while it's surprising, it's not entirely inexplicable. The bowed demon god gave Billy a meaningful look. Your death happens to be Yi Qingsong's greatest source of inner turmoil. If you were to suddenly call for his help, he'd surely come to the abyss. And if he comes, Zhang Yuan will undoubtedly follow. At that point, Billis' pupils constricted, while the bowed demon god's lips curled into a smirk. Su Jianxin, it's time for you to prove your loyalty. Billy heard the words of the bowed demon god and let out a bitter smile at the corner of his lips. My lord, you flatter me. Su Jianxin has long since died. The one living in this world now is only Billy. If you want me to deceive Yi Qingsong, I'm afraid he won't believe me. The bowed demon god's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Whether they believe it or not is their concern. Whether you do it or not is yours. Billy, building this city in the abyss wasn't easy, but destroying it would take me no more than a single arrow. His tone shifted, carrying a deeper meaning. You lived as Su Jianxin for 18 years, and now as Billy for 30. In the endless years to come, this brief human experience will be but a drop in the ocean. A few centuries from now, the name Su Jianxin may be nothing more than a faint memory to you. The bowed demon god's words continued to echo through the office. Billy is the name that defines your life, and this demon city is your life's work. Are you really willing to sacrifice the fruits of 30 years of effort for those who are destined to be forgotten? Billy's fists clenched involuntarily. The bowed demon god chuckled lightly. Don't be so tense. I'm not unreasonable. I know you still retain some humanity, and doing this would weigh on your conscience. I'll give you 3 days to think it over. When I return, I hope to see a qualified demon. The bowed demon god raised his glass and downed the red wine of the Monte Principality in one gulp. Excellent wine. Thank you for the hospitality. Before his words finished echoing, his projection vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the empty wine glass standing silently on the table. Billy let out a long sigh and slumped back in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. It's over. Everything's over. If only I had a few more years. What would you do with a few more years, senior brother? Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's voice echoed in the office. Billy sat up abruptly, only to see the refrigerator door open on its own, and a can of cola float out. The cola's tab popped open with a crisp, pause sound. Billy stared in surprise at the inverted can, noticing that the liquid didn't spill out. Realizing something, he quickly activated the thermal imaging software. No need for that, senior brother. Zhang Yuan's figure materialized on the sofa. It's you. Billy's pupils narrowed. What did you just call me? Zhang Yuan chuckled. We're both disciples of Teacher Yi. Calling you senior brother isn't inappropriate, is it? You're Zhang Yuan? Billy exclaimed. When did you become a demon too? Zhang Yuan removed a demon mask, revealing his human face. Relax, I'm only using a piece of equipment to disguise myself as a demon. Billy felt a wave of relief wash over him. Good. Teacher Yi only has 3 disciples in total. If both of us turned into demons, I'd worry his heart couldn't take it. So, senior brother, you've known about me all along, Zhang Yuan said with a meaningful raise of his eyebrows. Billy smiled. I've been keeping an eye on Xia in secret. What you saw just now was all an act for the Bao demon god. In the abyss, my actions have threatened the interests of too many demon nobles. Plenty of powerful families want me dead. Surviving until now has been all thanks to my acting skills. Zhang Yuan, aren't you a Grand Duke of Demons? In this cursed kingdom, there shouldn't be many demons of higher rank than you, right? It's not that simple. Billy shook his head slightly, a faint frown on his face. The other Grand Dukes of Demons, even the Dragon King, they all have deeply rooted families supporting them. These families have been operating in the abyss for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, and each of them is backed by several demon gods. But me, he gave a self-deprecating chuckle, I'm just a rootless drifter, with no family to rely on and no demon god to protect me. A Grand Duke like me, once I show any weakness, would immediately be swarmed and attacked. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's expression softened with a trace of sympathy. Then, senior brother, it's truly remarkable that you've made it this far. But what does it matter? Billy sighed deeply. You must have overheard my conversation with the Bao demon god. In 3 days, all my efforts will come to nothing. Zhang Yuan, however, chuckled lightly. Not necessarily. Since the Bao demon god wants you to lure me and Teacher Yi into the abyss, just do as he says. Once the task is done, what happens next has nothing to do with you. Junior brother, Billy froze, looking at him in disbelief. This is a demon god's trap. Just because you escaped from the Bao demon god once doesn't mean you'll get away a second time. Zhang Yuan shrugged nonchalantly, a confident smile on his face. Let him talk big. Last time, he ran off after taking a single hit from me. I've been looking for a chance to deal with him. If he's setting a trap this time, it saves me the trouble. I'll settle it once and for all. You already have the strength to kill a mid-tier demon god? I've had it for a while now, Zhang Yuan replied with a grin, skillfully changing the subject. But senior brother, you haven't answered my question yet. You mentioned needing a few more years. What exactly is your plan? Billy gave a bitter smile. I used to think my plan was grand, but after hearing what you said, it suddenly feels insignificant. If I'd known someone like you would emerge from the Great Xia, I wouldn't have spent 30 years struggling in the abyss, walking on thin ice every day. Senior brother, don't underestimate yourself, Zhang Yuan said. I've taken on a mythic quest, and the goal is to help you expand your demon city. Your plan must be quite ambitious. My affairs have become your mythic quest? Billy was momentarily stunned before revealing his grand vision. To establish a demon city governed by rules to curb the demon savagery, leveraging technology and weaker demons to build power. When the time was right, he would lead a rebellion to overthrow the Dragon King and transform the cursed kingdom into a modern state. Though this would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the demon nobility, he aimed to ascend to godhood and serve as its guardian, making the cursed kingdom a buffer zone between the abyss and the human world. In doing so, he hoped to shield humanity from the abyss's wars. Even if he ultimately fell, by then, humanity would have grown strong enough to stand against the abyss on their own. After hearing this, Zhang Yuan gazed intently at Billy, his expression thoughtful. Senior brother, this plan of yours is far from simple. I'm truly curious, what are you working on that makes you so confident a few more years would see it succeed? Billy spoke slowly, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. To be honest with you, junior brother, I've established a special institution in this demon city, the Abyssal Academy of Demons. He stood up, walked to the window, and continued. The demons in the academy are considered defective by the standards of the Abyss. They are born weak, destined to become prey for stronger demons. But I discovered that while their strength is lacking, their intelligence far surpasses that of ordinary beings, rivaling even the most brilliant human scientists. A trace of pride appeared on Billy's face. I saved these near-death genius demons and brought them to the academy for training. And it turns out I was right. 80% of this city's current prosperity is thanks to their contributions. At this point, Billy suddenly paused. He walked quickly to the wall and pressed a nearly invisible transparent button. Instantly, a special magnetic field enveloped the entire office. Within the academy, Billy lowered his voice. There's a top-secret project that has never been revealed to the outside world. It's also the key to my plan's success. Can you tell me what it is? Zhang Yuan asked, his curiosity piqued. Billy took a deep breath. Creating gods. Creating gods? Zhang Yuan froze, his mind immediately conjuring the image of Yin Li. She had always wanted to study deities, but hadn't taken any action yet. He hadn't expected the Abyss to already be ahead. That's right, Billy confirmed. We aim to create true gods with divine essence. The Abyssal Academy has already succeeded in producing artificial divine essence. Although it's currently unstable and incapable of harnessing divine power, the hardest part is behind us. Once we find a way to stabilize it, we'll be able to mass-produce gods. Even if we can only create lower-tier gods, it will be enough to counter the Cursed Kingdom and even the entire Abyss. His eyes glimmered with determination. At the current pace, we'll overcome this hurdle within 4 years. Are there any risks to this project? Zhang Yuan asked cautiously. Of course there are, Billy said without hesitation. The divine essence we create uses the power of the Abyss, which is inherently unpredictable. The gods we create could be corrupted by the Abyss and spiral out of control. More importantly, once we start mass-producing gods, it will inevitably threaten the interests of both the divine and demonic realms. At that point, the heavens and hell might join forces to destroy my kingdom. You know all this, and yet you still choose to proceed? Billy's voice carried a resolute tone. Junior brother, you must understand the Abyss is too vast. The Cursed Kingdom is just a remote corner. Deeper within the Abyss, there are demon kings who are gods in their own right. I am too insignificant on my own. This audacious plan is the only solution I can think of. The Abyss needs a demon king to draw the attention of all demons, and only then, his gaze was unwavering. Only then can humanity be spared from the Abyss torment. Zhang Yuan's expression was grave as he looked at Billy and said, Senior brother, there's a fine line between genius and madness. Creating a god is an absolute taboo. Your plan is far too reckless and could easily bring catastrophic disaster. Billy's face remained firm, unwavering. I've already prepared myself for self-destruction. Besides, junior brother, his voice turned slightly somber. Having come this far, I can't stop now unless I die. Zhang Yuan nodded slowly. I understand and I support you. Billy froze at those words. You really agree with this plan? He had expected Zhang Yuan to strongly oppose it. After all, creating a god was an act that was extraordinarily dangerous and insane from any perspective. Rather than agreeing, I am confident I can catch you if your plan fails. Zhang Yuan said, meeting Billy's gaze directly. Whether it's an assault from the gods or the rampage of a created god. As long as your original intention remains pure, I can handle these issues. Even if you end up on the wrong path, I'll stand in front of humanity to stop you. So, go ahead and stir up the Abyss. I've got your back. Billy was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Haha, junior brother, having someone like you in Desya is truly a blessing for humanity. With those words, my last hesitation has vanished. It's settled. Then if something goes wrong, you'll step in to clean up the mess. My life isn't important, but you must protect Desya. No problem, Zhang Yuan replied with a faint smile. But I have one condition: this technology must be mastered by Desya. Billy frowned. Junior brother, this technology is far too dangerous. Bringing it back to Desya could lead to unpredictable consequences. Having no sword in hand and choosing not to use one or two different things, Zhang Yuan said seriously. This technology may never need to be used, but Desya cannot afford to lack it. Billy was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily. What a profound insight, having no sword in hand and choosing not to use one. Junior brother, for someone so young, you have remarkable wisdom. All right, they'll share all the technology from the Demon Academy with the Desya Academy free of charge. Zhang Yuan bowed to Billy. Then I thank you in advance, senior brother. They'll head back to humanity first. You go inform the Bao Demon God. It's best to set the battle location in the Abyss battlefield, or at least near the Abyss entrance. While I can kill the Bao demon god, if he summons a primordial god, it'll be easier for me to retreat with our teacher. Billy nodded in agreement. I'll do my best to persuade the Bao demon god to set the ambush point in the Abyss battlefield. I'll wait for your message at the teacher's place in 3 days. After Zhang Yuan activated the phase dagger and departed, Billy deactivated the magnetic field barrier in the room. He took a deep breath to steady himself and prepared to contact the Bao demon god. Back in Xia, Zhang Yuan didn't immediately return to dormitory number 0. Instead, he took out the shadowless tome and the Qingying sword. The Qingying sword sensed the shadowless tome and awaited Zhang Yuan's decision on whether to consume the tome to further its evolution. Yes, Zhang Yuan made his choice. As the Wuying scroll transformed into a radiant light and merged into the Qingying sword, an extraordinarily powerful sword aura erupted from the blade. The surrounding space seemed to distort slightly under the force, as if it might be sliced apart at any moment. Mission accomplished. The system notification appeared before Zhang Yuan, indicating that the Qingying sword had evolved into a divine weapon, now capable of refinement beyond Tier 3. The new attributes were displayed: Divine Sword Qingying, Exclusive Artifact, Tier 3. Attack power increased by 30,000 points, featuring automatic protection for its wielder. The holder was not only immune to wind elemental damage, but could also reflect wind-based attacks. Most impressive was the enhancement of its Wuying state. Both the sword and its energy became completely invisible, significantly harder to detect, and unaffected by equipment level restrictions. Gripping the sword, hailed as one of the top 10 legendary blades, protector of its master, vanquisher of evil and purifier of the world, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ponder. The Wuying state was already imperceptible to mid-tier demon gods, and now it's even more advanced. Not even high-tier gods or advanced technology might detect it now. Stowing away the Qingying sword, Zhang Yuan flew straight back to the school's dormitory 0. At the entrance, he was met by Madame Niu, who looked utterly exhausted. Madame Niu, what happened to you? Zhang Yuan asked with concern. You brat. Madame Niu glared at him. How dare you ask? You're never around. And do you even know what the dormitory has turned into? Following Madame Niu's gesture, Zhang Yuan stepped through the dormitory gates. Passing through an invisible barrier, the sight before him left him stunned. A grand, opulent building stood magnificently in place. As he stood there in a daze, a massive teleportation array lit up. A robotic delivery courier appeared, burdened with a mountain of packages. Before the robot could speak, a surge of divine water energy flowed out from the dormitory, forming a giant water bubble that enveloped the packages and simultaneously conjured a magical pin to complete the receipt. Madame Niu walked over to Zhang Yuan and explained with exasperation, your esteemed water goddess single-handedly boosted the GDP of an entire province in our Xia Empire. The Imperial Trade Exchange even assigned her 30 dedicated customer service representatives and 300 delivery robots working around the clock, just so she can shop to her heart's content. Under Shui Shun's extravagant spending, dormitory number 0 had undergone a complete transformation. The entire building's interior was refurbished, with the second floor's rooms converted into independent 1,000 square meter replica spaces, each equipped with advanced auxiliary arrays to greatly enhance the residents' cultivation. Even Wang Haoran, that kid, had managed to assemble a full set of legendary-grade equipment just by accepting the gear Shui Shun thought looked nice but had no place to store. Hearing Niu Popo's words, Zhang Yuan immediately checked his communicator. He felt a slight sense of relief upon seeing there were still billions left in the account, but the next second, his balance suddenly dropped to 0, causing his pupils to contract. At the same time, the teleportation array lit up, and another delivery robot appeared, carrying a mountain of packages. Zhang Yuan watched helplessly as Shui Shun used water elements to flamboyantly sign her name on the receipt. Kid, it's not that I don't want to stop Shui Shun from shopping, No Popo said helplessly, but her shopping frequency is just too high. Sure, Shui Shun isn't short on money, but at this rate, dormitory number 0 will turn into a shopping mall. Sorry about that. We'll go talk to her right away. Zhang Yuan turned into a flash of sword light and dashed into the lavishly decorated building. He sped through hallways lined with world-famous paintings and stopped in front of his dormitory door. Looking at the now 0 account balance, his Hardiketa had sold legendary-grade equipment worth several hundred billion at the Empire Exchange, and in just a few days, this spendthrift woman had burned through it all. As he stood outside the door, calculating how to convince Shui Shun to produce more Zhanlu stones to make up for the losses, the door suddenly opened. Shui Shun poked her head out, beaming with excitement. Zhang Yuan, you're back. Come in. I bought you lots of nice clothes. Seeing Shui Shun's innocent and adorable smile, all of Zhang Yuan's words of reproach instantly evaporated. What are you waiting for? Come in. Shui Shun grabbed his hand and pulled him inside. Apart from an upgraded, high-end computer and a newly added display case for figurines, the room remained mostly unchanged. As soon as he stepped inside, a system notification popped up, showing 10,000 talent experience points gained. Zhang Yuan was stunned in the market. Even talent pills that cost billions only provided this much experience. Shui Shen spread out a selection of carefully chosen men's clothing on Zhang Yuan's bed and explained with a smile, I upgraded your dorm for you. Now you can gain more talent experience. I wanted to redecorate everything, but I was worried you wouldn't like it, so I left it as it is. Oh, and here, take this. She handed him a bank card, looking a bit embarrassed. I spent a lot of money from your account on upgrade materials and used it all up. I can't remember exactly how much I spent, so I started an online shop and sold some collectibles. I made 500 billion and put it on this card. If it's not enough, I can sell more treasures and make sure to pay you back in full. Zhang Yuan was struck like thunder upon hearing Xiao Shui's words. The dark thoughts lurking within him were utterly exposed under Xiao Shui's pure brilliance. He wished he could slap himself hard. Damn it, what a foolish, petty, despicable person I am. He cursed himself inwardly. How could I think of Xiao Shui as some spendthrift? She's the most perfect wealthy benefactor in history. Forget the 5 trillion. Just the upgraded dormitory benefits Xiao Shui provided were enough for Zhang Yuan to willingly hand over everything he owned. After all, legendary gear could always be farmed again. But the dormitory effect of gaining 10,000 talent experience points daily was an unparalleled treasure. With tears of gratitude in his eyes, Zhang Yuan accepted the bank card and said softly, Xiao Shui, this is more than enough. Xiao Shui blinked her bright eyes and added with a smile, I've already started running an online store. I've made quite a bit selling Zhanlu stone accessories. If you ever need money, just come to me, I'll take care of you. Her little ahogue bounced cheerfully. Oh, and please apologize to Granny Nyo for me. I created a private room in the dormitory instance just for myself, so deliveries will teleport directly there and won't bother anyone anymore. If she doesn't like the current decor, I can change it back to the original style. Moved by her thoughtfulness, Zhang Yuan could only say, Xiao Shui, you've done more than enough. Well then Xiao Shu's eyes lit up. Since I'm so amazing, can you grant me a small wish? What wish? I'm stuck again. I want to watch you play the game. And so, Zhang Yuan spent the entire night battling in the dormitory instance, going head-to-head with the final boss through hundreds of grueling rounds. Even with the power of the true form of the Imperial Sword and the various buffs provided by Xiao Shui, he barely managed to clear the level with extreme precision and effort. Having grown used to his overpowered abilities in real life, this was a rare moment for him to experience the sheer difficulty of a pure gaming challenge. You're incredible. Xiao Shu's ahogue bounced excitedly. Rubbing his tired eyes, Zhang Yuan glanced at the time. Xiao Shui, I have to go now. I've got an appointment with Li Zishun. So soon Xiao Shu's ahogue drooped instantly, but perked back up quickly. Alright, next time then. Good luck. With a surge of water elements enveloping him, Zhang Yuan felt a soothing blue light wash over his body, instantly clearing away his fatigue. Thanks, Xiao Shui. I'm off. Bye-bye. Leaving the dormitory, Zhang Yuan headed straight for the Star God Duel instance on the 6th floor, spending 30,000 star stones to enter. Zhang Yuan found himself in a radiant forest. Not far away, a goddess dressed in a flowing white gown sat gracefully. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her demeanor was cool and distant. Greetings, Goddess of Fate, Zhang Yuan said respectfully, bowing. The corners of the Goddess of Fate's lips lifted slightly, her gaze soft as she looked at Zhang Yuan. It's been some time since we last met, and you've already condensed your divine core. When I heard about you from the God of Joy, I was genuinely surprised. Is there anything in this world that could surprise the Goddess of Fate? Zhang Yuan asked with a light laugh. There certainly is, she replied. Her expression suddenly turned serious as she stared deeply at Zhang Yuan. I can see the fate of all things in this world, but you, a visitor from beyond, remain an enigma to me. Not only that tiny being who comes into contact with you, whether human, god, or demon, has their fate become unpredictable. Zhang Yuan, the destiny of this world has grown increasingly obscure since your arrival. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Zhang Yuan asked. The Goddess of Fate shook her head gently. I don't know. While I can perceive the fates of all beings, I cannot interfere with them. Now, I can barely even observe. So, Zhang Yuan, I have a request to make of you. A system prompt suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. The Goddess of Fate requests to join the Joy faction. Do you accept? Are you serious? Zhang Yuan asked, astonished. The Goddess of Fate smiled faintly. Though I can no longer see many things clearly, one thing is certain. A storm of fate is spreading across this world, with you at its center. If this world were a grand stage play, you would undoubtedly be the protagonist. If I wish to understand the fate of this world, I must stay close to the protagonist. Goddess of Fate, you're exaggerating, Zhang Yuan said modestly. My origins may be unique, but in this world, I am just one of countless beings with a bit of good fortune. Perhaps, she said softly, but I sincerely wish to join the Joy faction. Will you allow it? Zhang Yuan chose to accept. The system displayed. The goddess of fate has joined the joy faction. Faction deities. 3. Thank you, the goddess of fate said, then continued to explain. According to my agreement with the god of joy, I am to bestow divine blessings upon you. However, since you already possess a divine core, a standard blessing may not be appropriate. Instead, I propose granting you an alliance blessing. What do you think? What's the difference between the two? Zhang Yuan asked. A blessing is a god bestowing power upon a mortal. An alliance blessing is a god bestowing power upon another god. The essence is similar, but the alliance blessing is stronger, and I will not gain any feedback from it. It simply signifies that we are allies, nothing more. After hearing her explanation, Zhang Yuan bowed once again. In that case, I humbly accept the alliance blessing from the goddess of fate. Very well, she said. A notification of the goddess of fate, blessing the alliance appeared before Zhang Yuan. Without hesitation, he chose to accept it. Instantly, a radiant, multicolored light surged from the goddess of fate, cascading onto him like a flowing stream. New skill prompts immediately flashed on his panel: 7th Fate Constellation Swordsmanship Enhancement and Fate Sword Array Passive. The characteristics of this skill were astonishing within the sword array. All damage dealt by attacks would randomly fluctuate between 1 and infinity. Zhang Yuan's breathing quickened with excitement. Although, in theory, the skill could reduce damage to 1, the chances of that happening were negligible. Even in such an unlikely scenario, his Thousand Swords Unleashed ability could easily compensate for the shortfall. Even if 9,999 out of 10,000 flying swords only dealt 1 damage, as long as one sword delivered over 10,000 damage, the overall output would still be remarkable. More importantly, this skill granted him an unlimited damage ceiling. The goddess of fate's expression briefly showed a hint of surprise, catching Zhang Yuan's attention. Goddess of fate, isn't this your blessing? Why does it seem to surprise even you? Fate's blessings are inherently random, the goddess of fate replied after regaining her composure, smiling. But it seems fate has a special favor for you. Such a skill with unlimited damage potential is something not even the gods of the highest divine rank possess. Looks like my luck isn't too bad, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. No, the goddess of fate shook her head. This is destiny. I can feel if this skill was meant for you. When it came to the profound topic of fate, Zhang Yuan decided not to probe further. He bowed to the goddess of fate in gratitude and asked if there was anything he could do in return. No need, she replied with a smile. Observing the shifting fates of all things in the world is my greatest joy. All you need to do is keep growing stronger and influence the destinies of more people. That will be the best repayment for me. After bidding farewell, Zhang Yuan left the star deity duel instance. The goddess of fate watched him depart, letting out a soft sigh as she opened her palm. A balanced scale materialized in her hand, with each side suspending the shadow of a golden birdcage. Inside one cage was a doll with purple hair and purple eyes, while the other held a doll with white hair and green eyes. Both emanated a powerful divine radiance. 2 slaves to fate. When destiny tilts to one side, the other is doomed to destruction. Their calamity is drawing near. At this moment, the sky above the stellar god's gamble instance transformed into a dazzling galaxy, with the goddess of fate surrounded by shimmering starlight. She softly asked, "Are you also curious about their fate?" The starlight flickered rhythmically through the forest, as if conveying some kind of message. The goddess of fate smiled faintly and, noticing the frequency of the flickers, murmured, "So that's what you think. Well then, let's watch closely. Who will fate choose to save?" Zhang Yuan was unaware of the god's conversation after he left the stellar god's gamble instance. He first sought out Granny Niu to convey Xiao Shui's apology. Then, he called Yi Qingsong. With less than 2 days until his scheduled meeting with Billy, Zhang Yuan felt it necessary to discuss matters with Yi Qingsong. However, Yi Qingsong's communicator went unanswered. Zhang Yuan wasn't surprised and headed straight to the bamboo grove at school, but Yi Qingsong was nowhere to be found there either. Where could teacher Yi have gone? Zhang Yuan wondered. Just as he was about to find Wang Haoren to ask, he saw Wang Haoren walking into the bamboo grove, carrying a large jar of wine. Perhaps it was the boost from Wang Haoren's top-tier legendary gear, but Zhang Yuan felt his presence was at least twice as imposing as the last time they met. Zhang Yuan, when did you return to school? Wang Haoren asked excitedly upon seeing him. Yesterday, Zhang Yuan replied with a smile, then asked, "Brother Wang, have you started drinking now?" "Ah, I don't have much of a choice," Wang Haoren said with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. "Last time, when teacher Yi took us to the dream dojo of the Wine Sword Immortal, I went to sleep that night, only for the Wine Sword Immortal to appear in my dreams, insisting on sparring with me. He said he wanted to see if all of teacher Ye's students were as impressive as they seemed. I ended up getting thoroughly beaten in that dream. Afterward, the Wine Sword Immortal said he liked me and decided to grant me divine favor. Now I have a skill that increases my attributes the more I drink, and the better the wine, the greater the boost. At this, Wang Haoran sighed. But this divine favor is really expensive. Good wine costs a fortune, and I'm so broke I can barely afford to eat. If it weren't for the kind and generous water god in your dormitory helping me out, I'd be starving by now. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan could only offer an awkward smile. He suspected that Wang Haoran got beaten up in his dream because he had one-shotted the wine sword Immortal's projection earlier, prompting the immortal to seek revenge. Still, the outcome turned out well. Wang Haoran received divine favor, which could be considered a blessing in disguise. Shifting the topic, Zhang Yuan asked, Brother Wang, do you know where Teacher Yi has gone? I need to speak with him. You might have to wait for a while. Teacher Yi has gone to the abyssal battlefield, Wang Haoran replied. Abyss battlefield? Zhang Yuan froze, looking at Wang Haoran with confusion. Is he heading to the front lines to fight monsters? Wang Haoran shook his head. Not exactly. Teacher Yi goes to the abyss battlefield every now and then, but I'm not sure what he does there. Then how can I find him? I can't reach him through the communicator. Zhang Yuan asked anxiously. Is it something urgent? Wang Haoran noticed Zhang Yuan's serious expression. Normally, Teacher Yi returns in 3 or 4 days. It's extremely urgent and needs to be resolved within the next 2 days. Hearing this, Wang Haoran immediately realized the gravity of the situation and suggested, you can seek help from Assistant Principal Su Wanning. She can contact any department head in emergencies, and if necessary, she can even construct a teleportation array to send you directly to Teacher Yi. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up as he remembered the shy and introverted Teacher Su. He recalled her astonishing ability to construct various arrays effortlessly during their raid on the Holy Spirit Realm dungeon. Thanks, Brother Wang. Zhang Yuan quickly expressed his gratitude and hurried to the assistant principal's office. Pushing open the office door, he found Su Wanning buried in a mountain of paperwork. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and she wore formal attire, fully absorbed in her work. Teacher Su, Zhang Yuan called softly, knocking on the door. Su Wanning looked up and, seeing Zhang Yuan, immediately put down her pen. Zhang Yuan? Are you here to see the principal? He'll take you to him right away. No, Teacher Su. I'm looking for Teacher Yi. It's extremely urgent. He's currently in the Abyss battlefield, and I can't reach him through the communicator. I heard you have emergency contact methods for the department heads. Could you help me? Su Wanting nodded in agreement and quickly constructed a small array in front of her. The array glowed faintly, its energy rippling outward before dissipating. She frowned slightly and increased the energy input, but the array only grew brighter without producing any response. Teacher Su, is something wrong? Zhang Yuan asked. The communication array isn't connecting to Teacher Yi. That likely means he's in a barrier or dungeon completely isolated from the outside world. We'll have to wait for him to come out before we can reach him, Su Wanning explained. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brows. Is there any other way? I do have a tracking array, Su Wanting replied. However, with my current abilities, I can only locate targets within a 100-kilometer radius. If Teacher Yi is in the Abyss battlefield, I'm afraid it won't be of much help. Ms. Su, could you accompany me to the Abyss battlefield? Zhang Yuan asked, looking directly into Su Wanting's eyes with what seemed like a simple request. Su Wanting's reaction, however, was unexpected. Her expression shifted sharply, her facial muscles twitching slightly, revealing an obvious unease. This puzzled Zhang Yuan after all. As someone skilled enough to tackle level 80 Abyss dungeons with ease, a trip to the Abyss battlefield should have been a trivial matter for her. Yet, at this moment, he could clearly see the unmistakable fear and resistance in her eyes. Zhang Yuan, I'm sorry. I can't go to the Abyss battlefield with you. I can't help you with this, Su Wanning said, her voice tinged with regret. Zhang Yuan opened his mouth to ask further, but upon seeing the pain in Su Wanting's expression, he chose to stay silent. Sorry for bothering you. I'll think of another way, he said as he turned to leave. Wait, Su Wanting suddenly called out. Zhang Yuan, is your business with Teacher Yi truly urgent? It's a matter of life and death, Zhang Yuan replied after a brief pause. This answer seemed to strike a chord with Su Wanting. She fell silent, and after what felt like an intense internal struggle, she spoke with a trembling voice. Zhang Yuan, I'll go to the Abyss battlefield with you. Despite her decision, Su Wanting's legs were still trembling slightly. She quickly constructed a 2-person teleportation array on the ground, explaining that it was inscribed with all the dean's information and could trace the last remnants of Yi Qingsong's presence. Since the situation is urgent, let's depart immediately, Su Wanning said, forcing herself to step into the array. She gestured for Zhang Yuan to follow. Zhang Yuan noticed that while fear still flickered in Su Wanting's eyes, there was now a newfound determination as well. He realized this might be her chance to overcome her own limitations. Stepping into the array, he solemnly promised, Miss Su, don't worry. In the Abyss battlefield, I won't let any harm come to you. As the teleportation light flared, Su Wanting activated a communication array to request leave from Jing Bingyun. Upon receiving the message, Jing Bingyun stood up abruptly from her seat, her face filled with disbelief as she murmured to herself, little Su, can actually go to the Abyss battlefield? Overcome with excitement, Jing Bingyun immediately shared the news in the dean's group chat. The announcement was like a bombshell, leaving all the other deans ecstatic over Su Wanting's breakthrough. It felt as though this wasn't just an ordinary excursion, but a significant and monumental step forward. Abyss battlefield, at the site of a war relic. The thick scent of blood lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Chaotic elemental energy intertwined with the chilling aura of the abyss, forming an oppressive web. The desolate land was barren, devoid of any vegetation, with only countless wandering specters and abyssal creatures aimlessly roaming among the ruins. Suddenly, a flash of teleportation light illuminated the area, and the figures of Zhang Yuan and Su Wanting emerged from it. Zhang Yuan scanned his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the traces of devastation left by the battle. This place. It seems like a fierce battle once took place here. Teacher Su. Could this have been where Xia fought against the Abyssal army? He asked. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Yuan noticed something strange. The abyssal aura and chaotic elemental energy around them seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, surging wildly towards Su Wanting. Her face turned deathly pale, her body trembling violently as if she had just witnessed something utterly horrifying. No, no. A piercing scream shattered the eerie silence. Su Wanting suddenly crouched down, clutching her head with both hands, repeatedly muttering, "No, no." Her aura became chaotic, and her state was on the verge of collapse. Teacher Su. Zhang Yuan called out urgently. Without hesitation, he retrieved Xiao Shui's soul water pearl and formed a thin water barrier around Su Wanting. Then, he activated the heart of the ocean, allowing the gentle water elements to purify the invasive abyssal aura and soothe her crumbling emotions. Under the healing influence of the water elements, Su Wanting gradually calmed down. She slowly stood up, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, and apologized softly. "I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. I overestimated myself." Zhang Yuan didn't press her about her past. Instead, he partially activated his sword formation, controlling a flying sword to pierce through a nearby abyssal creature. In an instant, every abyssal creature within several hundred kilometers was annihilated. System notifications flooded the interface. Abyss King 36,123,354. Zhang Yuan leveled up to 61 immediately, and even Su Wanting, who was at level 70, gained a significant amount of experience. She stared in disbelief at the densely packed kill notifications on her interface, her previous fear replaced by sheer astonishment. "Zhang Yuan, you've become this powerful?" Su Wanting asked, her voice filled with disbelief. "I've been through quite a bit these days. It's only natural that I've gotten a little stronger," Zhang Yuan replied nonchalantly. With a wave of his hand, he used a flying sword to carve a massive stone into two neatly cut stools. Then, employing his old Starcatcher skill, he stored them in his old space before placing them back in front of Su Wanting. "Teacher Su, take a seat and rest for a while." Su Wanting hesitated for a moment, but eventually sat down on the carefully crafted stone stool, still processing everything that had just happened. Zhang Yuan sat next to Su Wanting and muttered, "Why does this battlefield feel so cold?" "The aura of the abyss is inherently a force of extreme cold," Su Wanting explained, rubbing her chilled arms. "This is one of the battlefields where the abyss fought against Xia 30 years ago. Countless lives were lost here, turning this land into a place of extreme energy. Even lighting a fire can't dispel this kind of chill, we can only endure it." Before she could finish speaking, Zhang Yuan raised his hand and drew a circle of solar flames around them. The warm firelight instantly drove away the surrounding cold, even warming the water barrier encasing Su Wanting's body. In that moment, despite being in the dark and frigid abyss battlefield, Su Wanting felt as though she were relaxing in a hot spring resort. "Is the temperature better now?" Zhang Yuan asked with a smile, glancing at Su Wanting. "Miss Su, is the water temperature comfortable?" "It's fine," Su Wanting replied softly. Zhang Yuan's thoughtfulness brought an unexpected sense of warmth to her heart amidst the desolate battlefield. "That's good. You should rest for now. Finding teacher Yi can wait a little longer." After a brief silence, Su Wanting suddenly spoke. "Zhang Yuan, thank you." She paused before continuing. "When I was a child, I was an orphan and grew up relying on my older brother. To me, he was both a father and a brother." Her voice carried a hint of reminiscence. "When my brother turned 18, he drew a card and transitioned into the hidden class of Sword Spirit. He entered Kyoto University as the top-ranked student in the nation. Because of him, I was able to live on the university campus. My brother showed incredible talent and progressed rapidly, never meeting an equal. Everyone said that within 30 years, he would become the greatest warrior in Xia." Su Wanting's gaze dimmed. "But then the Cursed King led the Abyss army to invade. My brother was only level 30, yet he resolutely followed the university's teachers to the battlefield. I remember that day. It was sunny and bright. He told me that after his triumphant return, He would attend my card transition ceremony. Her voice choked. But that was the last time I saw him. Not just him, many teachers and classmates I knew also remained here forever. So, that's why you're afraid of the Abyss battlefield, isn't it? Zhang Yuan asked cautiously. Su Wanting nodded. Yes. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yuan asked, Miss Su, if I may ask, was your brother Su Jinshin? It seems you've heard his story, Su Wanting said with a bitter smile, looking up at the dark sky. For 30 years, the Abyss battlefield has been a nightmare I can't escape from. It took everything from me, and I never had the courage to face it. But I can't keep running away. The dead can't come back to life, and the living must move forward. I'm sure my brother's spirit wouldn't want to see me like this. Coming to the battlefield this time is not only to help you find Teacher Yi, but also to overcome my own psychological barriers. One day, I want to become a true warrior like my brother, fighting bravely on the battlefield. After hearing her words, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but mutter, man, your brother Billy had a pretty tough heart, letting his sister suffer mentally for 30 years without even trying to console her. Who's Billy? Su Wanting asked, puzzled. Your brother. Su Wanting felt her head buzzing as she spoke with trembling hands. Zhang Yuan, this isn't something to joke about. Miss Su, I assure you, I'm not joking, Zhang Yuan said with a serious expression. I met with my senior brother just a couple of days ago. He's alive and well. The reason I'm here to see Mr. Yi is precisely because of him. Really? Su Wanting suddenly leapt from her seat, her voice trembling with excitement. My brother is really alive? Where is he? Miss Su, please, calm down. Zhang Yuan gestured for her to take it easy. Your brother is now a Demon Grand Duke. You won't be able to meet him anytime soon. Demon Grand Duke? Su Wanting froze in place, as though she had just heard something out of a fairy tale. Her brother had become a Demon Grand Duke? What on earth was going on? Seeing her confusion, Zhang Yuan recounted his encounter with Duke Billy in the Demon Metropolis in detail. He explained, in short, my senior brother chose a different path to save humanity. For the past 30 years, he's been working tirelessly in the Abyss. Now, a demon god is targeting him. As his junior, I naturally have to step in and deal with this troublesome demon god. However, Mr. Yi doesn't yet know that my senior brother is alive. I need to warn him so he doesn't act rashly and fall into the demon god's trap. Wait, Su Wanting sank back onto the stone bench, holding her head in her hands. This is all too much to process. Give me a moment. Zhang Yuan nodded understandingly and waited in silence for Su Wanting to absorb the shocking information. After a long pause, she finally began to come to terms with the situation. Thank you for telling me all of this, Zhang Yuan. Su Wanting stood up, took a deep breath, and said with determination, I've made up my mind. I'm going to follow in your footsteps, head to the Abyss, and join the Demon Metropolis to help you establish the Demon Kingdom. Miss Su Yu, Zhang Yuan, don't underestimate me. I may seem delicate, and my level may only be 70, but I'm a mythical great array master, born to expand territories and fortify borders. You'll definitely need someone like me. Zhang Yuan was momentarily stunned by her words, but then he smiled. I understand. I support your decision, Miss Su. However, the Demon Metropolis is my senior brother's domain. I can't make decisions on his behalf. Don't worry. Once I see my brother, they'll convince him to agree. For now, let's go find Mr. Yi, Su Wanting said firmly. As soon as Su Wanting finished speaking, a faint glow surrounded her, and a blue magic circle appeared at her feet. Countless blue ripples, resembling electromagnetic waves, spread outward from the circle. Zhang Yuan, I've located Teacher Yi's position this way. She quickly pointed to the north. Zhang Yuan followed closely behind, and the two rushed forward until they stopped in front of a pitch-black mountain. At the base of the mountain was a narrow cave entrance, shrouded in darkness and seemingly bottomless. Su Wanting approached the entrance and reached out her hand, immediately encountering an invisible barrier. As expected, there's a barrier here, and it's quite strong. She was preparing to forcibly break through when Zhang Yuan stepped forward to stop her. Teacher Su, no need to go through all that trouble. Leave it to me. He pulled out the universal key and gently pressed it against the transparent barrier. The surface of the barrier rippled, and a virtual light door appeared. Zhang Yuan inserted the key into the door's lock, and with a soft click, the door in the barrier opened. Teacher Su, see? All done, he said with a grin. Su Wanting stared in astonishment at the scene. As a master of formations, she had encountered countless methods for breaking barriers, but she had never seen anything this straightforward and effortless. This is the universal key, a divine artifact from the god of doors. It can open any door in existence, Zhang Yuan explained. A barrier like this is essentially just another kind of door. You certainly have your share of treasures. This key is on par with the Central Trial Tower, our nation's most prized artifact, Su Wanting remarked in awe. Haha, this artifact is borrowed. Teacher Su, let's head inside. Zhang Yuan said. The two of them entered one after the other, carefully making their way through the narrow cave passage. As they advanced, Zhang Yuan felt a chilling aura emanating from deeper within, and he couldn't help but wonder why Teacher Yi had come to such a place. Zhang Yuan, be careful. I can sense a powerful sealing formation in the cave. It might be holding back some kind of monster, Su Wanting warned in a low voice. After walking over 100 steps, they finally saw light ahead. Emerging from the narrow passage, they found themselves on a protruding stone platform, overlooking a massive cavern. In the center stood a towering, pitch-black ancient statue, reaching over 100 meters high. In front of the statue, Yi Qingsong sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, his eyes closed. The terrifying power of the ancient god swirled around him like a dense fog. Teacher Yi, Zhang Yuan, and Su Wanting were utterly stunned by the sight before them. Zhang Yuan stood on the platform, frowning as he watched Yi Qingsong below, who was absorbing the power of the ancient god. Although Su Wanting did not recognize the power of the ancient god, the ominous aura made her uneasy. Zhang Yuan, what is that statue? Su Wanting asked softly. That is the ancient god, the oldest deity in this world. Zhang Yuan replied with a serious expression. To humans, they are no different from abyssal monsters. Absorbing the power of the ancient god might grant immense strength, but the cost is terrifying. Teacher Yi is treading a path of self-destruction. Then what should we do? Should we stop him? Of course, we must stop him. We can't just watch him go down the wrong path, Zhang Yuan said, pulling Su Wanting as they leaped off the platform. Yi Qingsong, Zhang Yuan shouted sharply. Startled, Yi Qingsong, who was sitting cross-legged on a meditation mat, opened his eyes and stood up. What are you two doing here? He asked. Why we're here isn't important. Zhang Yuan cut straight to the point. What matters is what are you doing? Yi Qingsong was momentarily stunned. He glanced back at the ancient god statue, then seemed to grasp their misunderstanding and gave a bitter smile. Kid, you're not thinking that I'm absorbing the ancient god's power, are you? I saw it with my own eyes. Isn't that exactly what's happening? Yi Qingsong shook his head and explained. This kind of power corrupts one's mind and, over time, turns a person into a puppet of the ancient god. When I discovered this place more than 10 years ago, the sealing array was already fragile and on the verge of collapse. I've been trying to strengthen it ever since, but there's only so much I can do. He took out a gilded gourd that was absorbing the ancient god's power. What you saw wasn't me absorbing the power, it's this wine god gourd doing it. I'm trying to weaken the ancient god's power as much as possible to increase the chances of resealing it in the future. Zhang Yuan immediately used his abyssal eye to examine the gourd. Wine god gourd divine level. The wine gourd of the wine sword immortal before he ascended to godhood. It contains supreme divine power and can refine all things. Teacher Yi, why didn't you tell the principal and the other deans? Su Wanting asked. If everyone worked together to repair the array, wouldn't it hold for a longer time? Yi Qingsong shook his head. Su, it's not that simple. Yi Qingsong slowly shook his head, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. I've seen too many people blinded by power, eventually losing their sanity. Ancient gods are masters of manipulation. The more people who know of them, the easier it is for them to gain loyal followers. When that happens, those followers may willingly destroy the sealing formation, and the situation will only worsen. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, Yi Qingsong remained clear-headed and rejected the power of the ancient god. If he had accepted the god's blessing, even if Zhang Yuan managed to kill the ancient deity, the cost to Yi Qingsong would have been irreversible, would either be crippled or worse. Feeling more at ease, Zhang Yuan asked, Teacher Yi, how much longer can this ancient god remain sealed? If I regularly use the wine god gourd to refine its power, the formation should hold for another 3 years, Yi Qingsong replied. 3 years is too long. Why not take care of it today? Zhang Yuan said directly. Yes, 3 years is too short, Yi Qingsong nodded instinctively before realizing what Zhang Yuan had just said. He turned to him, shocked. What did you just say? Zhang Yuan explained. Since the seal will eventually break, instead of having you exhaust yourself refining its power, why not just break the formation now and deal with the ancient god once and for all? Yi Qingsong's mouth twitched. You brat, do you even know what you're saying? This is an ancient god. These deities are not only cruel, but also far stronger than the newer gods. Even with most of its power weakened by the seal, it's still incredibly dangerous. If we release it recklessly, the entire Great Xia could be wiped out. Zhang Yuan, however, smiled and said, Teacher Yi, when it comes to dealing with ancient gods, no one is better than me right now. I've already killed 2 of them. What? Yi Qingsong's eyes widened in disbelief. He remembered that just a month or 2 ago, Zhang Yuan and Wang Haoren had struggled to defeat a hellfire demon ram from the abyss. How could Zhang Yuan now claim to have killed 2 ancient gods? While Yi Qingsong was still reeling from shock, Su Wanting spoke up as well. Teacher Yi, I agree with Zhang Yuan's proposal. Since he's planning to take on a demon god in the next day or two, this ancient god can serve as a warm-up. Hearing this, Yi Qingsong was completely dumbfounded. After a long pause, he finally forced himself to accept Zhang Yuan's capabilities and asked, Teacher Zhang, when do we begin? Zhang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Let's begin now. Once we deal with this ancient god, I have something important to discuss with Professor Yi. With that, he strode forward to the prayer mat, his gaze locked on the massive ancient god statue before him, and once again retrieved the universal key from his hand. Yi Qingsong was about to ask about the origin of the key when Su Wanning quickly explained, that's the universal key of the gate god. It can open any door in existence. Whether it's a seal or a barrier, as long as it can be classified as a door, it can unlock it. Zhang Yuan plans to use it to break the seal. I see, Yi Qingsong said, realization dawning on him. He gave Su Wanning a thumbs up. Impressive, Xiao Su. As expected of a master of formations, you even know about such divine artifacts. Su Wanning gave an awkward smile at the compliment. Actually, I just learned about it recently. While the two conversed, Zhang Yuan had already pressed the universal key against the ancient god statue. In an instant, a radiant and intricate sealing formation appeared in front of the statue, transforming into a massive door of light. The universal key slipped from Zhang Yuan's hand and automatically inserted itself into the lock on the door. With a soft click, the door of light creaked open, revealing a crack from which a chilling, bone-piercing aura of the ancient god began to seep out. Yi Qingsong and Su Wanting immediately tensed, ready for combat. After all these years, I am finally free. A deep, resonant voice echoed from behind the door. The door swung open, and a humanoid creature stepped out, its body covered in writhing tentacles. The oppressive aura it exuded made Yi Qingsong and Su Wanting feel as though they were suffocating. The ancient god's gaze swept over the trio before finally settling on Yi Qingsong. A cold smile crept across its face. So, it's you, this lowly human, who has been hindering my escape all these years. I vowed long ago that my first meal upon regaining freedom would be you. Before the words had fully left its mouth, the ancient god raised a hand and pointed at Yi Qingsong. His pupils constricted as he instinctively dodged to the side. An invisible energy blade grazed his neck, leaving a shallow cut. That was close. Yi Qingsong muttered, touching the wound on his neck, still shaken. A moment's hesitation and he might have been decapitated. A mere human, and yet you managed to evade my strike? The ancient god's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but it quickly twisted into an amused grin. It seems today's pre-dinner game will be quite entertaining. As it spoke, a vortex of dark, swirling energy began to form at its fingertips, resembling a black hole. Yi Qingsong immediately summoned his specialized longsword, while Su Wanting swiftly formed hand seals, activating an array of complex formations beneath their feet to bolster their abilities. Futile. The ancient god's words were cut short as its entire body was abruptly flung backward, crashing heavily into its own statue. The pupils of the ancient god contracted sharply as he stared in horror at the invisible wound on his chest. It was only when the searing pain struck that he realized he had fallen into a trap. You, what have you done to me? The ancient god's voice trembled slightly. Zhang Yuan, now reduced to level 51, looked at him coldly. Oh, Mr. Ancient God, am the main DPS here. Why did you ignore me? Do you think so little of me? Before his words fully landed, the invisible absolute immortal sword that had pierced through the ancient god's chest erupted with an overwhelming, suffocating power. Sheer terror appeared on the ancient god's face as he began to plead desperately. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Spare me. Just seal me away again. I promise he'll never come out. Too late. Next time, don't ignore me, Zhang Yuan replied, his voice devoid of any warmth. Boom. With an earth-shattering explosion, the ancient god and the statue behind him were obliterated into dust. The terrifying divine power unleashed sent Yi Qingsong and Su Wanting flying dozens of meters away. The system notifications immediately refreshed. Successfully killed the god of gravity, Moore's absolute immortal sword has absorbed divine power. No experience or rewards gained for slaying the god. Absolute immortal sword's favorability increased. Talent, I am the sword immortal upgraded. I am the sword immortal level 6. Damage increased by 600 times. Can lower level by 20 to randomly summon one of the 4 immortal slaying swords for coordinated attack. Talent, Godslayer triggered. Divinity experience 1610. Mythical quest, the nemesis of ancient gods updated. Kill 3 ancient gods 23. This particular ancient god wasn't actually that strong, much weaker than Nodin, whom Zhang Yuan had faced previously. At best, Moore's could be considered a lower mid-tier deity. Zhang Yuan had chosen to use one of the 4 immortal slaying swords primarily because the rewards for a standard kill weren't enticing enough. More importantly, He had noticed that using the swords to slay gods seemed to increase their favorability toward him. He had a hunch if he could max out the favorability of all 4 swords, he might gain access to their true forms. As for the temporary drop-in levels, it wasn't a concern for Zhang Yuan at all. With his talent that ignored equipment level restrictions, combined with a full set of level 100 divine artifacts and the 30 million plus 4-dimensional stat boost provided by the Abyssal King, he could function just fine even at level 1. Besides, he could always rapidly level up again in the abyssal battlefield with a single strike of the Celestial River Sword. Yi Qingsong and Su Wanting, covered in dust and debris, climbed out of the ruins. Staring at the aftermath, Su Wanting couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Yi, I really need to know Zhang Yuan. Is he even human?" A god that had troubled them for over a decade had just been obliterated in an instant. Yi Qingsong muttered blankly, "Absolutely not." Zhang Yuan dismissed the encircling sword formation and turned to walk toward Yi Qingsong. "Teacher, the little incident is over. Let's get down to business." Yi Qingsong snapped out of the shock he had just experienced, his gaze shifting back and forth between Zhang Yuan and Su Wanting. "I must say, I'm really curious now. What kind of matter could bring the two of you all the way to the Abyss battlefield to find me?" "It's about Su Jianxin," Zhang Yuan stated bluntly. Yi Qingsong raised an eyebrow, a wry smile appearing on his face. "Why the sudden interest in the story of your long-dead senior brother?" "In a couple of days, Su Jianxin will come looking for you," Zhang Yuan said calmly. "You brat." Yi Qingsong erupted in anger. "Are you cursing me to die? Sure, I can't beat you anymore, but am still strong and kicking." Su Wanting stifled a laugh behind her hand. "Teacher Yi, Zhang Yuan isn't cursing you. My brother is still alive." Her words struck Yi Qingsong like a thunderclap. He froze, staring at Su Wanting in disbelief. "What did you just say, Su?" Zhang Yuan then explained everything in detail, the truth about Su Jiangxin's identity as the demon Duke Bale and the demonic trap they would face in 2 days. "That's why I came here in advance to inform you, Teacher Yi, so you wouldn't act impulsively when the time comes." After hearing the full story, Yi Qingsong silently walked over to a nearby rock and sat down. With his back to the two of them, he pulled out a gourd of wine and began drinking heavily. Su Wanting was about to step forward to comfort him, but Zhang Yuan stopped her. "Teacher Su, I've conveyed the message. Let's head back to the academy. Teacher Yi needs time to process all of this on his own." Glancing at Yi Qingsong, who was still drinking in solitude, Su Wanting nodded in agreement. She activated a teleportation array, and together, she and Zhang Yuan left the Abyss battlefield. Not long after they departed, Yi Qingsong suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you brat, so you're not dead after all." Before his words could fade, a terrifying sword aura erupted from his body, piercing the dark mountain and forming a dazzling pillar of light that stretched into the heavens. The overwhelming energy rippled outward in all directions. In the distant sky, the wine sword immortal lay leisurely on a white cloud, savoring a celestial brew. Watching the sword aura soar, he chuckled softly. That fool. He should have broken through ages ago, but he just had to hold himself back until now. With a mind open to the vastness of the world, all things become trivial. Without a heart of detachment and transcendence, what's the point of cultivating immortality? As a gentle breeze swept by, the wine sword immortal vanished from the cloud, leaving only the lingering fragrance of wine in the air. The scene shifted back to Kyoto University. After returning to the office with Zhang Yuan, Su Wanting couldn't wait to ask, "Zhang Yuan, when can I see my brother?" "Don't worry, Miss Su," Zhang Yuan said with a reassuring smile. "Once I deal with the trouble caused by the Demon Lord, I'll arrange for your brother to meet you. It won't take long." "Great." Su Wanting nodded excitedly. Zhang Yuan then reminded her, "By the way, Miss Su, for now, don't tell anyone about your brother still being alive and becoming a demon archduke. His position in the Abyss isn't stable yet, and the fewer people who know, the better." "Don't worry, my lips are sealed." Su Wanting made a gesture as if zipping her mouth shut. After bidding Su Wanting farewell, Zhang Yuan headed straight to the library. Considering that he would need to travel frequently to the Abyss in the future and couldn't always rely on a succubus to translate, learning the demon language became an urgent priority. However, just as he sat down in the library and opened the demon language dictionary to memorize the first word, his communicator buzzed. It was Yinli calling. "Zhang Yuan, the antidote has been developed. Come to the Academy of Sciences immediately." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan abandoned the dictionary and rushed to the Academy of Sciences. Pushing open the laboratory door, he saw Yinli, dressed in a white lab coat, carefully placing 2 bottles of pink liquid into a temperature-controlled carrying case. "Perfect timing," Yinli said as she handed the case to Zhang Yuan. "These are 2 bottles of antidote. They've already been tested with the blood of demon Archduke Darren, and the results were excellent. They should restore those 2 demonized humans to normal." After thanking her and securing the case, Zhang Yuan asked, "Yinli, would you be interested in collaborating with the Demon Academy of Sciences?" "The Demon Academy of Sciences?" Yinli asked in surprise. That bunch of demons stuck at medieval technology levels actually has an Academy of Sciences? Zhang Yuan chuckled and explained everything about Archduke Billy and the Demon Academy's God Creation project. Our nation must gain control of this dangerous technology. But I know nothing about the technical side, so I was hoping you, as our chief scientist, could work with them in the Abyss lab and gather research data. Without hesitation, Yinli strapped on the 055 Annihilator transformation device on her wrist, and in an instant, her body was enveloped in powered armor. All right, when do we leave? Zhang Yuan was taken aback by her eagerness. Aren't you going to think this through? We're talking about going to the Abyss, not just a trip abroad. It's dangerous there, and the issue of abyssal corruption needs addressing too. None of that matters, Yinli said dismissively. I trust you'll protect me. As for the abyssal corruption, with a lab at our disposal, it shouldn't be hard to create a resistance potion. Zhang Yuan, creating a god has always been my ultimate dream. If the Demon Academy of Sciences is truly working on this miracle, then no matter what, even if it costs my life, I have to be part of it. Zhang Yuan stared into Yin Li's determined eyes, momentarily stunned, then broke into an understanding smile. No wonder you're the chief scientist of Dixia. I really underestimated your resolve. Let's go. I'll take you to the Abyss. Don't worry, Yinli said with a confident smile. Once I step in, I'll master all the abyssal demons' technology. Even the technologies they haven't developed yet, he can handle those too. Within 5 years, I will transform Dixia. Well, I'll be looking forward to it, Zhang Yuan replied, leading her into the teleportation array at the Academy of Sciences. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Kyoto University. Huh. Yinli stepped out of the teleportation array, glancing around the familiar campus with confusion. Weren't we supposed to go to the abyssal battlefield? Why are we at Kyoto University? Zhang Yuan explained. The Demons Academy of Sciences is located on the southern edge of the Cursed Kingdom. If we enter from the abyssal gate, we'd have to traverse the entire kingdom. Not only would it take time and effort, but it would also risk exposing us. So Kyoto University can solve this problem? Yinli mused. Does that mean there's a direct teleportation array to the demonic metropolis here? Smart guess. Follow me, Zhang Yuan said, leading her to Dormitory 0. A magnificent, gilded building came into view. Yinli was stunned. This is Dormitory 0? You seem familiar with this place? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. Of course. I was a star student here, Yinli said proudly, hands on her hips. Yinli, you dare show your face here again? A furious voice suddenly rang out. It was Granny Nyo. Yinli froze, her whole body stiffening like a guilty child. She turned toward the door, ready to bolt. Zhang Yuan, maybe we should just go through the abyssal gate after all. As soon as she took a step, Granny Nyo appeared behind her and grabbed her by the collar, pulling her back. Hello, Granny Nyo. Yinli greeted her awkwardly, forcing a smile. Zhang Yuan watched in amazement as the fearless chief scientist cowered before Granny Nyo. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, Granny Nyo, did Yinli cause some kind of trouble in the dormitory? If I were to rank all the troublemakers in the history of Dormitory 0, you, boy, would only come in second, Granny Nyo snapped. Wow, Zhang Yuan, you're pretty impressive, Yinli exclaimed, looking at him in surprise. Granny Nyo immediately flicked her on the forehead. And you, the number one troublemaker, have the nerve to talk? That was years ago. How do you still remember those minor incidents? Yinli said, rubbing her head with a pout. Minor incidents? Zhang Yuan pressed. What exactly did you do? Oh, nothing really, Yinli said nonchalantly. I just built a nuclear reactor in the dormitory. A new nuclear reactor? Zhang Yuan stammered in shock. Granny Nyo snorted. A nuclear reactor? That barely counts as one of her achievements. Zhang Yuan stared at Yinli in shock, utterly stunned to learn she had done something like this. Zhang Yuan, you know, Yinli hurriedly explained. I'm not that high level. There's no way I could clear the Starry Secret Realm dungeon. And since I have to pay rent to stay in Dorm 0, I had to find a way to make money, right? Sure. Your approach is definitely normal, Granny Nyo said with a tone of helplessness. Most people clear dungeons by using skills to defeat monsters, or they upgrade their equipment if they can't manage it. But you? You straight up threw a nuclear bomb into the Starry Secret Realm. It caused the dungeon to shut down for 3 whole months. That was my first time building a nuclear bomb, Yinli said sheepishly, scratching her head. I didn't have anywhere to test its power. The Starry Secret Realm was created by the Starry God It's Strong, and its protection measures are top-notch. It was the perfect testing ground. I just couldn't resist. Zhang Yuan was dumbfounded. He had always thought the trouble he brought to Dorm 0 was bad enough, and he often felt guilty about it. But after hearing about Yin Li's feat, he suddenly felt like a relatively normal person. Seeing the weary expression on Granny Nyo's face, he gained a new appreciation for how hard it was to be a dorm manager. Even so, after scolding Yin Li, A hint of pride flickered in Granny Nyo's eyes. Who would have thought that a young girl like you would become the chief scientist of Desya? At least you haven't brought disgrace to Dorm Zero. Her tone softened. So, what are you back for this time? As long as it doesn't involve nuclear reactors or bombs, we can talk. Don't worry, Granny Nyo, Yinli quickly assured her. This time, I promise not to cause any trouble in the dorm. I can vouch for her, Zhang Yuan added. Looking at the two top-ranked individuals in history making such earnest promises, Granny Nyo couldn't shake a sense of foreboding. But she just sighed and said, fine. I've always said Dorm Zero will always be your home. If you want to come back, you're welcome. After thanking her, the two entered the dorm. Watching their figures disappear inside, Granny Nyo murmured to herself, who would have thought that the pinnacles of power and intellect both emerged from this tiny Dorm Zero? With them around, how could Desya's fortunes not thrive? Back in the dorm, Zhang Yuan noticed that Xiao Shui wasn't there, but he wasn't surprised. As a deity, Xiao Shui naturally had her own duties to attend to. The teleportation array is in your dorm room? Yinli asked in astonishment as they stepped inside. Zhang Yuan nodded with a smile. Closing the door, he adjusted the teleportation point to the demon city. When he opened the door again, the hallway of Dorm Zero had transformed into the secret chamber containing the statue of the joyful demon god. How does this even work? Yinli was stunned, unable to sense any trace of teleportation energy. It's the principle of the anywhere door, Zhang Yuan chuckled. Come on, we've arrived in Demon City. Yinli followed Zhang Yuan out of the dormitory room, and a dense, abyssal aura rushed toward her. She quickly took out 2 bottles of resistance potion, drank one herself, and handed the other to Zhang Yuan. Here, this one's for you. I don't need it now, Zhang Yuan said with a smile, pulling out a demon mask and putting it on. In an instant, he transformed into a towering demon. That mask of yours? Yin Li's eyes lit up, and she immediately leaned in to take a closer look. While reaching out to touch Zhang Yuan's face, she murmured, this mask is quite something. What are you doing? Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled. Hold still, Yin Li said intently. I'm collecting data on the mask. If I can replicate it, we won't have to keep making resistance potions every time we enter the abyss. Her armored gloves emitted a faint glow as they began scanning Zhang Yuan's face. This demon mask is a Goddard artifact. You think you can replicate something like that? Zhang Yuan asked, standing still. Creating a divine artifact is out of the question, Yinli replied, retracting her hand. But once I figure out the principles behind it, making a lower-tier version for daily use shouldn't be a problem. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. If we can mass-produce it, the day Xia invades the abyss will be within reach. You have quite the ambition, Zhang Yuan remarked with a laugh. He glanced around but didn't see Pasha. So he asked, do you speak the demon language? Of course, Yinli replied seriously. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you'll win every battle. The abyssal demons are Xia's greatest enemy. To defeat them, we have to start by understanding them. Speaking the demon language is just basic preparation. As one of Xia's pillars of strength, you should learn it too. Zhang Yuan silently assessed his own proficiency in the demon language and decided to steer away from the topic. Let me take you to meet Duke Billy, the city lord. He'll guide us to the demon academy. All right, Yinli nodded and followed. But as soon as she stepped out of the secret base of the Church of Bliss, she was stunned by the sight before her. Towering skyscrapers, streams of vehicles, and bustling streets. It was a demon metropolis on par with the grand Kyoto city. This is really the abyss? Yinli turned to Zhang Yuan in shock. That demon duke you're working with, what kind of figure is he exactly? Are you sure he'll stay on the side of humanity? If a demon like him switches sides, humanity's last advantage will be completely wiped out. Don't worry, Zhang Yuan said, smiling to reassure her as he noticed her tension. Duke Billy is my senior brother's absolutely one of us. I can guarantee that. That's good. Yinli let out a sigh of relief, temporarily setting aside her doubts about the connection between Demon Archduke Billy and Zhang Yuan. She glanced around, her expression shifting from astonishment to admiration. I am truly amazed by this demon city. To build such a marvel in the harsh environment of the abyss, these beings are indeed worthy of being called godlike. I'm so glad they are on our side. She turned to Zhang Yuan, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. To be honest, before seeing this city, I carried a hint of arrogance. But now I realize we must hold the technology of the abyss in awe. If we stop learning, we will be surpassed by others. Our human race's pride in our technological advantage is already on shaky ground. As she spoke, a spark of determination lit up in her eyes. Zhang Yuan, thank you for giving me this opportunity to broaden my horizons. I promise you, I will uphold the honor of the Daxia Academy of Sciences. I trust you, Zhang Yuan replied with a nod and a smile. He then led Yinli toward Billy's mansion. Along the way, Yinli collected data on the city while marveling at its layout, using professional terms to express her admiration. When they arrived at Billy's office, they They found him deep in thought, his expression heavy with concern. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the window. Billy instantly tensed up, ready for battle. Who's there? Relax, senior brother. It's me, Zhang Yuan said as he entered through the window with Yinli recognizing them. Billy exhaled and relaxed. Junior brother, can't you use the front door? Your information is already in the system. No one will stop you. When you show up like this, I almost thought it was another assassin. I'll keep that in mind next time. Zhang Yuan replied with a grin, quickly changing the subject. You seem troubled. Is there an issue with the plan? The plan is going smoothly, Billy said. The Bao Demon God has agreed to ambush on the Abyss battlefield, and the operation is scheduled for 3 days from now. What worries me is the Demon City. But never mind that. His gaze shifted to Yinli, junior brother. Why did you bring Academician Yin here? Zhang Yuan looked surprised. You know her? Billy chuckled and explained that, despite being a demon archduke, he had always kept an eye on Daxia's developments. He detailed Yinli's accomplishments, the youngest chief scientist, her contributions across various fields, and her reputation as the brain of the future. He even revealed that researchers at the Demon Academy often studied her papers, and that she was fondly referred to as the demon mentor there. Yinli expressed her humble admiration for the construction of the Demon City, while Billy admitted that its current scale owed much to her research in architecture and energy. Zhang Yuan interrupted their mutual praise. Senior brother, we're all on the same side here. No need for formalities. I'm hoping to involve Yinli in the research for the God Creation Project. She can facilitate technology transfer and accelerate the progress. Of course, it depends on your approval. That's an excellent idea. Billy agreed without hesitation. Come, I'll take you both to the Demon Academy so Academician Yin can get familiar with the environment. After Billy finished speaking, he walked to his desk and skillfully twisted a delicate ornament on it to a specific angle. With a crisp click, a mysterious magic circle instantly appeared on the office wall, and soon after, a vortex began to take shape on the surface. Zhang Yuan, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the vortex, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He immediately activated his abyssal eye to analyze it. Demon Academy Dungeon, Level 0, no difficulty. Senior brother, as far as I know, the Demon Academy is located in the northern part of the city. How could there be a dungeon of the Academy here? Zhang Yuan, having read Pasha's memories, was quite familiar with the layout of the Demon City. He clearly remembered Billy designating a massive area of 50,000 acres in the northern district for the Demon Academy. That area was not only fully equipped but also housed 2 demon universities. Billy gave a knowing smile. The Academy in the north is just a facade for outsiders to see. Our real research base is hidden inside this dungeon. You see, the God Creation Project is a taboo in the Abyss. If other demons were to discover it, not only would the project fail, but the entire demon city would be in jeopardy. He paused before continuing. Creating a godhead is a colossal endeavor, and energy fluctuations are inevitable in the process. So, I needed a space that's both hidden and large enough, while also capable of isolating those fluctuations. Yinli nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. A dungeon is probably the only thing that can meet all 3 requirements. Exactly, Billy agreed. That's why I used the power of the Abyss to create this large-scale dungeon shell and place the research base inside. Yinli couldn't help but marvel. Hiding the research base inside a dungeon solving concealment, safety, and space issues all at once. Billy, you're truly a genius. Listening to their conversation, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but think of the trickster god's experiment to resurrect the primordial god. The trickster god had also hidden the deceased primordial god within a dungeon to conceal the presence of both the god and the world tree branch. Could the trickster god also be a genius? The thought crossed his mind but was quickly dismissed. Let's go in and take a look, Yinli suggested. Billy nodded in agreement and stepped into the vortex first, with Zhang Yuan and Yinli following close behind. They arrived at a vast plaza, where an irregular energy cluster floated in the center. The energy emitted an awe-inspiring divine power, contained securely by several layers of barrier formations below it. Around the plaza, numerous demons in white lab coats were busily recording various data, their focus unwavering. Zhang Yuan immediately recognized the energy. It was identical to the divine power of a godhead, though it had yet to be encased in a vessel. Billy explained. That glowing energy sphere is the godhood we created. However, its power is still unstable, and we haven't yet found a suitable vessel to store its energy. That's the godhood? Yinli's eyes lit up as she quickly ran to the edge of the barrier formation. She activated the analysis tools on her armor and began meticulously collecting data on the godhood's energy. Watching her immerse herself in her research, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but smile. Turning to Billy, he said, Senior brother, show me around this instance. Billy nodded and led the way. The instance was an octagonal structure with an artificial godhood suspended in the central plaza. Surrounding it were 8 towering buildings, each housing laboratories dedicated to different fields of study and equipped with cutting-edge scientific equipment. Zhang Yuan was amazed to find not only all the advanced instruments from the Granxia Academy of Sciences, but also many devices even they didn't possess. After touring the entire research base, Billy asked with a smile, "Junior brother, what do you think of my secret base?" "Though I hate to admit it, I have to say, senior brother, your Demon Academy has surpassed the Granxia Academy of Sciences. Achieving something like this in just 30 years is nothing short of a miracle," Billy replied matter-of-factly. "I stood on the shoulders of giants. In the early days of establishing the Demon City, I infiltrated the academies of all the human nations and stole their core technologies. This Demon Academy is essentially a culmination of the wisdom of humanity's scientists." "Well, that explains it." Zhang Yuan shrugged with a grin, then turned serious. "Senior brother, Yinli can handle the technical stuff. What I care about more is the trouble you're facing." Billy hesitated at first, but when Zhang Yuan reminded him that the battle with the demon god was only 3 days away, he realized that any current issues could jeopardize their plans. With a sigh, he admitted, "Recently, our reconnaissance satellites detected a massive tribe of abyssal trolls over 2,000 kilometers south of here. These creatures, twice the size of regular demons, are migrating north and will inevitably pass through Demon City. They possess immense attack power, incredible defense, and staggering vitality, and they tend to move in large groups. They've already closed in to within 200 kilometers. I sent several extermination forces to deal with them, but all were completely wiped out." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuan decisively said, "Got it. They'll go and wipe them out. If you're willing to step in, junior brother, that would be perfect," Billy said, a trace of delight flashing in his eyes. He quickly pulled out a tiger token shrouded in black mist from his chest and handed it to Zhang Yuan. "This is my tiger token. With it, you can directly command our 300,000 demon mechanical troops on the front lines." Zhang Yuan took the token and glanced toward Yinli, who was deeply engrossed in studying the divine core a short distance away. Turning back to Billy, he gave a firm reminder. "Senior brother, Yinli's safety is in your hands. She is the treasure of Daxia, and no harm must come to her." "Rest assured," Billy said, thumping his chest with confidence. "As long as I'm alive, not a single hair on Academician Yan's head will be harmed." With that assurance, Zhang Yuan left the Demon Academy dungeon. However, he didn't head straight to the southern battlefield. Instead, he returned to the secret base of the Church of Pleasure to find Pasha. He knew very well that without a translator fluent in the demon language, even with the tiger token, he'd be unable to communicate effectively with Billy's army. More importantly, he needed to avoid excessive killing on the battlefield, which could cause his experience points to skyrocket. If he abruptly reached level 70 and unleashed the Curse King, the situation would spiral further out of control. For an ordinary commander, preparing for war would involve devising strategies, adjusting troop positions, coordinating units, managing logistics, and boosting morale. But for Zhang Yuan, he only needed two things: a translator and a clear distinction between friend and foe. Once those were in place, and the experience point distribution was carefully managed, he could end the war. Yet, upon returning to the Church of Pleasure, Pasha was nowhere to be found. Just then, the goddess of pleasure appeared, dressed in a white dress. "Xiao Yuanzi, are you looking for that little succubus?" the goddess of pleasure asked directly. "Ever since you killed York, the demons he enchanted have regained their freedom. Unable to seek revenge on York, they turned their hatred toward little Pasha. She's fled the city. Why didn't you tell me this earlier?" Zhang Yuan's expression darkened. "You didn't ask," the goddess of pleasure replied with a casual shrug. "Besides, little Pasha voluntarily severed her ties with the faith of pleasure. That was her choice, and I simply respected it. But don't worry, she's hidden herself well. York's vengeful followers haven't been able to find her. I'm going to save her," Zhang Yuan said, turning to leave. "Xiao Yuanzi, I wouldn't recommend that," the goddess of pleasure said, stepping in to block his path. "York died by your hand. Even though Pasha didn't say anything at the time, it's inevitable that she harbors some resentment toward you. Now that she's severed ties with the faith of pleasure, and you are its divine emissary, she's clearly determined to cut all connections with you. If you go after her now, not only will she fail to appreciate it, but you might also make things worse." Hearing the words of the god of joy, Zhang Yuan let out a long sigh and asked, "Then what should I do? Just leave Pasha to fend for herself?" The god of joy gently shook her head, her expression resolute. "Little Pasha's potential far surpasses York's. This setback will only make her stronger. Besides, the soul bond you share remains unbroken. York's demise was caused by his own skill. It has nothing to do with you. Give her some time to cool down, and she will return, stronger than York ever was." She blinked playfully and added, "Xiao Yuanzi, isn't a beautiful and powerful succubus strategist exactly what you've been looking for?" Zhang Yuan forced a bitter smile. "That may be true, but right now, I really need a translator for demon language. A demon language translator? The god of joy suddenly brightened with a wide grin. Isn't one standing right in front of you? Where? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. The god of joy instantly teleported in front of him, twirling gracefully, her skirt fluttering with the motion. Right here, Reem. You. Zhang Yuan looked at her in disbelief. Are you just bored out of your mind? Xiao Yuanzi, watch your tone. The god of joy scolded, giving him a sharp look. She floated elegantly in midair, sitting with one leg crossed over the other, her chin resting on her hand. I am your boss, after all. Having me as your translator is a privilege you should be grateful for. Your translation skills? I wouldn't count on them, Zhang Yuan retorted dryly. The god of joy chuckled softly. In this demon city, aside from me, only Yinli and Billy understand both demon language and Daxia language. Why not ask them? Zhang Yuan fell silent for a moment before letting out a resigned sigh. Fine, I'll make do with you. Though he wasn't entirely confident in having the god of joy as his translator, something was better than nothing. He silently vowed to find time to learn demon language himself. Let's get going then, the god of joy said excitedly. This is my first time being a translator. She transformed into the appearance of a dark elf and snapped her fingers, summoning a teleportation portal. In a flash of light, the two appeared in the sky above a battlefield 200 kilometers south of the demon city. The scene before them was awe-inspiring. Massive trolls, standing 5 or 6 meters tall, were locked in fierce combat with the demon army. The trolls' thick, tough hides made them impervious to magic and firearms, which left no more than faint marks on their bodies. On the other hand, each time a troll swung its massive hammer, a dozen or so demons in mechanical armor were sent flying. The battle was one-sided, and if it continued, the demon city's army would face total annihilation. Suddenly, a deep voice from the rear of the demon forces shouted, Omnis exercitus residat. All troops, retreat. The demons, locked in combat, immediately began to withdraw. The bloodthirsty trolls were about to give chase when a low, resonant horn sounded from behind them. Astonishingly, the frenzied trolls immediately stopped attacking, lowered their weapons, and ceased their pursuit. Watching this unfold, the god of joy smiled and said, to control these low-intelligence, bloodthirsty trolls with just a horn signal, there must be someone extraordinary behind this army. Xiao Yuanzi, we're in for a show. Zhang Yuan observed the orderly retreat of the troll army, but did not rush to pursue them. Instead, he turned his attention toward the demon city's forces and began flying in their direction. Behind him, the god of pleasure seemed a little impatient. Xiao Yuanzi, aren't you going to deal with those trolls? Just summon your flying sword, a few swishes here and there, and they'll be done for. The god of pleasure nagged incessantly. Too much experience, I can't handle it. Zhang Yuan replied curtly. Level up to 70 already. The cursed king's capital can't wait forever. The god of pleasure urged further. Or is it that you just want to stir up some trouble? Zhang Yuan saw through the other's intentions and descended near the command center of the demon city's forces. 2 demon guards stiffened at the sight of this unexpected visitor, their mechanical spears pointing directly at him. Quis's demon? One of them demanded. Zhang Yuan calmly retrieved a tiger tally. Summon your general to meet me, he said. The god of pleasure immediately acted as a translator. Was dutses vocate, he shouted. At the sight of the tiger tally in Zhang Yuan's hand, the expressions of the 2 guards changed abruptly. One of them quickly ran into the tent to report. Moments later, a burly demon clad in armor strode out and greeted Zhang Yuan respectfully. Ego, Dickens, Militum extremum, vidi legatum magnificum. The god of pleasure leaned in to whisper to Zhang Yuan. He says his name is Dickens. Zhang Yuan nodded. Tell him to form a legion and include us in it. Got it. The god of pleasure made an okay gesture and then, with a provocative tone, said to Dickens, Vir stultus es, pausis tantum trolibus non potes vincera, et non statum trotis pot stata militarim? Dickens' face darkened immediately. He responded in a deep voice, said legatus noster statum auctoritatem militarim sibi vindicat, nunquid nemes arrogantem est? What did he say? Zhang Yuan asked. He said, who do you think you are, demanding a legion just like that? If you're so bold, settle it with a duel. The god of pleasure exaggerated in his translation, clearly stirring the pot. Zhang Yuan sensed something was off. Pleasure god, are you deliberately trying to provoke him? Would I do such a thing? The god of pleasure replied with an expression of mock sincerity. Zhang Yuan glanced at him, already certain that the god of pleasure was intentionally causing trouble. Meanwhile, Dickens' face had become so dark it seemed like it could drip water, and his hand instinctively moved toward the sword at his waist. Zhang Yuan felt that if he let the god of merriment continue translating, things might escalate to the point of drawn swords. Just then, Billy's holographic projection suddenly flickered into view nearby. Junior brother, Academician Yin informed me that you don't understand demonic language. That was my oversight. Billy said as a beam of light flashed in front of Zhang Yuan, delivering a sleek, headphone-like translator. This is the latest synchronous translator developed by the Demon Academy. Not only does it enable you to communicate in demonic language, but its built-in neural sensing chip can also instantly convert any demonic text you see into Daxia's language. TCH. The god of merriment clicked her tongue in displeasure at the sight of the device. Judging by that sound, you don't seem too happy? Zhang Yuan turned to glance at her. What, can't I complain after losing my job? She retorted sarcastically. Of course, complain all you want. Zhang Yuan replied with a smile, putting on the translator. With the device, he immediately understood Billy's command to Dickens. Dickens, from now on, the army is to be under the envoy's full command. You are to cooperate fully. Dickens' face turned ashen. The indignation of having his military authority stripped rendered him nearly speechless. Yet, he forced himself to kneel on one knee. Yes, Grand Duke Billy. He then handed over the Legion commander's authority to Zhang Yuan. A control interface resembling that of a Daxia military legion appeared before Zhang Yuan, except it was covered in demonic script. Thanks to the translator, this obstacle was no longer an issue for him. Junior brother, I'm entrusting the troll clan to you, Billy said. Reach out to me anytime if you need assistance. The translator has a built-in communication function. Thank you, senior brother. It's me who should thank you, Billy replied with a smile. He then turned to the god of merriment, offering a slight bow. My lady, I apologize for interrupting your fun, but my humble business can't withstand too much disruption. I ask for your mercy. I'll cut you. The god of merriment mimicked, swinging a sword. Feel free to cut me, as long as you spare the demon city. Farewell. Billy smiled before his projection faded away. Zhang Yuan shook his head, amused at the god of merriment's defeated expression. He then adjusted the experience distribution settings, ensuring all the demonic soldiers shared the gains equally. Turning to Dickens, he issued a command. Relay the order, have the entire army rest and remain stationed here. No one is to advance or retreat without my command. Violators will be executed. Already resentful of this newly appointed commander, Dickens grew even more furious at such an inexplicable order. An opportunity. The god of merriment's eyes lit up at Dickens' rising agitation, ready to stir up trouble, but Zhang Yuan swiftly clamped a hand over her mouth. God of merriment, use your brain for once. Don't sabotage your own side. Zhang Yuan reprimanded before fixing Dickens with a sharp gaze. As the commander, all military decisions are my responsibility. If you have objections, you may raise them after the battle. But if you dare to defy me now, clang, a sword light flashed past Dickens' cheek, embedding deeply into the ground behind him. Dickens' pupils contracted, and cold sweat poured down his face. He immediately knelt and bowed his head. This subordinate accepts the order. After ordering the demon troops to halt and rest, Zhang Yuan ascended into the sky with the god of pleasure, heading toward the encampment of the troll army. In the camp, Dickens stared at Zhang Yuan's departing figure. A demon strategist hurried out of the tent, his brows furrowed. General, the trolls are on the brink of a great victory. Our forces are battered and demoralized. The most urgent task is to retreat and regroup. Dickens remained calm. The command is now in the hands of the envoy. We just need to follow his orders. But General, the demon strategist spoke passionately. That envoy is clearly inexperienced. If we stay here, our forces will be completely annihilated. The envoy made it very clear. Dickens interrupted. If his strategy fails, he will bear the responsibility. If we act on our own, it will be our heads on the line. Seeing that the strategist was about to argue further, he added, Strategist, that envoy is not as simple as you think. Let's observe his actions. Dickens's thoughts drifted back to the earlier moment, the flash of sword light that had crossed Zhang Yuan's cheek. In that instant, he felt as though he had glimpsed the shadow of death. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan and the god of pleasure had arrived at the desolate plains where the troll army rested. Thousands of trolls sat motionless, their eyes closed as if they were statues. How peculiar, Zhang Yuan remarked as he observed the scene below. They've just won a major victory, yet instead of pressing their advantage, they've all fallen asleep here. The god of pleasure chimed in. It's like they're all sharing one mind, isn't it? Exactly, Zhang Yuan nodded. There must be a powerful demon controlling them. According to my senior brother, even he, a demon duke, would struggle to quickly kill a single troll. Yet someone is able to control over 5,000 at once. This individual's power must far exceed that of a demon duke. The god of pleasure chuckled. You're absolutely right. And that powerful demon is hiding in the shadows. If we simply slaughter the trolls and let the mastermind escape, it would be a temporary solution for Demon City at best. My sword formation can cover the entire battlefield and has a splash effect. Could it eliminate that hidden demon in one strike? Zhang Yuan asked. Theoretically, yes, the god of pleasure replied. But aren't you curious why they're controlling so many trolls to attack Demon City? What if the mastermind is someone like Kalami? If you kill him with splash damage, Wouldn't that let the real puppet master slip away? Zhang Yuan looked thoughtful. Though I know you have ulterior motives, your point isn't without merit. We should force the mastermind to reveal themselves. With that, he summoned 4 of his powerful entities, Shui, Shinkong, Yaoyuot, and Fuyuosite. Go and destroy the troll army below. Yes, master. Roar. With overwhelming force, the divine being and 3 dragons dove toward the battlefield. Instantly, the trolls awoke in panic, scrambling for their weapons and looking to the skies in terror. Boom. Shui and the 3 dragons tore into the enemy ranks, red sword light and 3-colored dragon breaths sweeping across the battlefield. Trolls fell like wheat before the scythe. With each abyssal troll he killed, Zhang Yuan's interface continuously displayed notifications of experience gained. Although the experience had to be shared among over 200,000 demon troops, each troll still provided 100 experience points. Zhang Yuan quickly calculated that if he were to claim the experience exclusively, a single troll would grant him 20 million experience points. Eliminating all the trolls in this area would yield a staggering haul of hundreds of billions in experience. With this in mind, he immediately adjusted the experience distribution setting to solo mode. Soon, golden light burst forth from his body repeatedly as his level climbed rapidly. Within just a few minutes, Zhang Yuan's level skyrocketed to 60, while only a small fraction of the trolls on the battlefield had been defeated. This abyss truly is a leveling paradise, Zhang Yuan exclaimed. Upon reaching level 65, he readjusted the experience distribution for his legion, setting his own share to 0. In the demon metropolis far in the rear, Dickens and the demon strategist watched in shock as 4 summoned creatures slaughtered the trolls effortlessly, as if slicing through vegetables. Though they had already witnessed Zhang Yuan's power before, this display far exceeded Dickens' expectations. Just relying on summoned creatures to completely rout the troll army, the envoy's strength has likely surpassed that of Duke Billy, Dickens remarked in awe. The demon strategist, who had initially harbored prejudice, now spoke with reverence. To possess such power at such a young age, it's fortunate he's on our side. If he were aiding the humans, they might already be launching a counteroffensive into the abyss. While they were still talking, over half of the trolls on the battlefield had been wiped out. However, the hidden mastermind controlling the trolls, whom Zhang Yuan had anticipated, had yet to reveal themselves. Just as he began to doubt his judgment, the crimson sky sword suddenly flew out on its own, forming a red barrier around him and blocking an unexpected psychic attack. There you are. Zhang Yuan's eyes gleamed sharply as he quickly locked onto the troll that had launched the attack. Without hesitation, he activated his sword formation and raised the infinite sword realm barrier while directing a replica flying sword to strike the target. At the very moment the flying sword was about to hit, a thick black mist surged out from the troll's body, swallowing the sword entirely. Moments later, a succubus with an aura far more formidable than York emerged from the black mist, her cold gaze fixed on Zhang Yuan. A white-haired succubus emerging from the black mist immediately caught Zhang Yuan's attention. He quickly activated the abyssal eye to gather information on the entity. Eve, demigod level. Attributes far surpassing ordinary demigods. Strength 100, agility 70 million, spirit 90 million, vitality 90 million. Skills include charm, shadow thrust, dark moon domain, soul corrosion, and undying aura. Her power was already approaching that of Shui in her sealed state. What concerned Zhang Yuan even more was the blatant hostility radiating from her, despite him having never encountered this succubus before. Realizing Zhang Yuan was unaffected by her mental control, Eve swiftly turned her attention to his summoned creatures. Her eyes shimmered with an eerie glow, and a wave of peculiar energy rippled outward. In an instant, the eyes of the 3 dragons Shinkong, Yalot, and Fuyuosita turned pink as they flapped their wings and flew to Eve's side. Although Shui was immune to the charm, she frowned at how easily the 3 dragons were controlled. So easily influenced? Looks like their usual training isn't nearly rigorous enough. Without hesitation, she activated her phantom demon eyes, summoning the illusion realm of the underworld into the sword formation. In a flash, the dragons were freed from Eve's control. As Eve prepared to unleash a stronger charm, a dark crimson blade was already at her neck. Shui held the blade in a reverse grip, its edge pressed against Eve's pale throat, emanating divine power that left the succubus immobilized. Return to your master's summoning space. Your training low doubles today, Shui commanded coldly. The 3 dragons let out low, reluctant growls, but, under Shui's oppressive aura, transformed into streaks of light and disappeared. Witnessing how effortlessly Shui subdued 3 demigod-level dragons, despair filled Eve's heart. The gap between her and Zhang Yuan was simply insurmountable. Don't move. Shui applied a bit more pressure, the sharp blade grazing Eve's neck, drawing a thin line of blood, ready to sever her head at any moment. Well done, Shui. Zhang Yuan flew over to Shui's side, praising her. But don't you think you're being a little too harsh on Shinkong and the others? They weren't too bad this time. Shui immediately adopted a tone of grievance. Yelot and Fuyuasite are both demigod-level dragons, and even Shinkong has demigod combat strength. Dragons naturally possess high resistances, yet they were controlled by a succubus of the same level. That's completely unacceptable. Master, I'm trying to make them stronger. You can't coddle them, or they'll grow complacent. All right, I won't go easy on them. You can push them as hard as you want. Zhang Yuan gave Shui a slight smile, his gaze carefully examining Eve, who was pinned to the ground. He frowned slightly. Why do I feel like you look familiar? Kill me or torture me as you please, but there's no need to scrutinize me like this. Eve responded coldly. Ignoring her hostility, Zhang Yuan spoke calmly. Fine, I don't care about your identity. I can give you a quick death, but on one condition: you answer a few of my questions first. To start with, why did you control such a large group of ogres to attack the Demon City? I don't like Demon City. That's all, Eve replied bluntly. Just because you don't like it, you went to the trouble of controlling thousands of ogres to launch an attack? That doesn't make sense, Zhang Yuan said with a faint chuckle. That's my answer. Believe it or not, Eve maintained her defiant tone. At this moment, Shui stepped forward. Master, I can kill her now and capture her soul into my realm of the Yellow Springs, turning her into your summon. That way, we can still get the information you need. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yuan nodded. That's a good suggestion. Go ahead, kill her. Understood. Just as Shui was about to act, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, hold your blade. The god of joy flew in just in time, stopping Shui. He turned to Zhang Yuan and said, Xiao Yuanzi, you can't kill this succubus. Why not? Zhang Yuan asked, surprised. The god of joy leaned in close to Zhang Yuan's ear, speaking in a mysterious tone. I also thought she looked familiar, so I secretly took a bit of her blood for analysis. Guess what? She's Pasha's mother. What? Zhang Yuan looked at the god of joy in shock. Joy god, are you messing with me right now? This time, I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself, the god of joy said with a shrug. Zhang Yuan took a moment to collect himself, then turned to Eve, who still wore a resolute expression. Are you Pasha's mother? What? After killing my daughter, now you want to humiliate me too? Eve sneered. When did I kill your daughter? Still pretending? Eve's voice was icy. I left my daughter in York's care, and before York died, he sent me a message explaining everything and describing you. I attacked Demon City this time to avenge York and Pasha. That old York, even in death, he's stirring up trouble, Zhang Yuan muttered, finally understanding Eve's animosity towards him. Pasha isn't dead. You've been deceived by that old York. You think I'm that easy to fool? Zhang Yuan sighed and looked at the god of joy. Joy god, do you have a way to prove it? Of course I do. The god of joy grinned and conjured a magical screen in midair. On the screen, Pasha, cloaked in black, was seen running across a barren wilderness, clutching a blood-stained dagger. Behind her, several fearsome, three-headed hellhounds were in pursuit. Suddenly, one of the hellhounds leaped at her, knocking her to the ground, and the screen abruptly went black. Pasha! Eve cried out in alarm, her composure instantly shattered. What happened to her? Joy god! Your habit of cutting off the story at a critical moment, where did you pick that up from? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but complain. The god of joy chuckled mischievously and turned to the panicked Eve. If you join the Church of Joy and pledge your faith to the god of joy, I'll tell you where Pasha is. How about that? Fine. I'll join. Eve agreed without a moment's hesitation. Zhang Yuan watched as Eve was so easily persuaded by the god of joy to join the Church of Joy, and he shook his head silently. Were all succubi from the abyss this gullible, or were Eve and Pasha, this mother-daughter pair, particularly unique? Nevertheless, since the god of joy had successfully turned an enemy into an ally, Zhang Yuan decided not to interfere. He simply stood by quietly, observing how things would unfold. The god of joy cleared his throat twice, a sly smile spreading across his face as he said, Ahem, just professing your faith isn't enough. You need to prove it with actions. I'll do whatever you say, Eve said urgently, as long as it helps me find out where my daughter is. She's in grave danger. The god of joy narrowed his eyes. You, on your own, even if you can control thousands of trolls, couldn't possibly gather so many of them by yourself. Be honest, who's behind you, directing the attack on the Demon City? Eve's expression shifted noticeably, and she fell silent. The god of joy chuckled coldly. It seems you aren't sincerely joining the Church of Joy after all. No matter, we can do without one more follower. Xiao Yuanzi, kill her. Zhang Yuan immediately understood. A flash of cold light streaked through the air as his flying sword aimed straight for Eve's forehead. It's the Blood Spirit Kingdom. Eve shouted at the last possible moment. The flying sword stopped just short of her brow, its icy gleam causing cold sweat to drip down her face. A moment's hesitation would have meant certain death. Eve quickly confessed everything. King Cly of the Blood Spirit Kingdom had long coveted the Cursed Kingdom and sought an opportunity to invade the human territories. Over the past 30 years, the rise of Demon City had presented him with that chance. He sent York as an undercover agent with a plan to replace Duke Billy of the Demons and establish a puppet regime within the Cursed Kingdom, thereby weakening the Dragon King's power. Once the time was right, King Cly could lead his army to invade, seize the Cursed Kingdom, and control the abyssal gate leading to the human realm. However, York's death had thwarted the plan, and with Demon City's growing strength, King Cly was forced to turn to Eve for help in an attempt to destroy Demon City. The God of Joy scrutinized Eve for a moment before turning to Zhang Yuan. Xiao Yuanzi, she's laid everything bare. I'll take her to find little Pasha. You go deal with the Blood Spirit Kingdom. Noticing the God of Joy's unusual enthusiasm today, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ask, Joy God, you seem particularly invested in everything today. Are you up to something? Xiao Yuanzi, don't we have any trust between us? What if I genuinely just want to help you? What's the likelihood of that, what if? Not very high. I thought so. Relax. When have I ever led you astray? The God of Merriment wore a knowing smile as she laid out her plan. I want to make this game more interesting. The demon scepter you obtained after defeating York will come in handy. The Blood Spirit Kingdom lies just south of the Cursed Kingdom, bordering the demon metropolis. All you need to do is go to the capital of the Blood Spirit Empire, plant the scepter, and establish a nation. That way, your empire will neighbor the demon metropolis. Once you form an alliance, not only can you help the demon metropolis expand, but your Demon King mythic quest will also progress to the next stage. And what exactly is the next stage? Zhang Yuan pressed. The God of Merriment spread her hands. I'm not an all-knowing, all-powerful deity. I can only see parts of mythic quest information that are related to me. For instance, your ancient god Nemesis and Demon King quests, I can share those details because we're on the same side. As for other quests, I have no way of knowing. So there are rules like this in the divine realm? Zhang Yuan mused. Little Yuan, the God of Merriment said, hands on her hips, you've done well for a mortal, but you have a long way to go before becoming a true god. I have matters to attend to with Eve. As for my suggestion regarding the Blood Spirit Kingdom, it's up to you to decide. With that, she snapped her fingers and vanished in a flash of light alongside Eve. Master, should we follow the God of Merriment's suggestion? Xuejian asked. Of course. Zhang Yuan barely hesitated. Aside from the Demon King quest, he also needed to complete the legendary tasks of slaying 1,000,000 targets in one strike with the Tai sword and defeating a level 90 ruler with the Fishgut sword. The king of the Blood Spirit Kingdom and those abyssal creatures would be perfect for achieving these goals. Zhang Yuan glanced at the battlefield, where over 2,000 trolls lay scattered. With a wave of his hand, a flying sword shot out, piercing through the head of one troll. Instantly, all the trolls collapsed to the ground, lifeless, as a torrent of kill notifications rolled across his interface. This spectacle left Dickens, a commander from the demon metropolis, utterly stunned. Before he could recover, Zhang Yuan descended from the sky. Commander Dickens humbly greets the envoy upon his triumphant return. Dickens immediately knelt on one knee in salute. Zhang Yuan ignored the flattery and issued a direct order. Relay my command to the entire army, march south at full speed. Envoy, the southern border is just 500 kilometers away from the Blood Spirit Kingdom. Dickens hesitated. Zhang Yuan replied calmly, of course, we're going to destroy the Blood Spirit Kingdom. Destroy the Blood Spirit Kingdom? Dickens' eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. As a general of the Demon City, he knew all too well how absurd this order was. The strength of the Blood Spirit Kingdom was on par with the Cursed Kingdom, while their Demon City was the weakest among the 7 duchies of the Cursed Kingdom. The thought of their 200,000 strong army, which couldn't even handle a few thousand trolls, now being sent to challenge a vast kingdom was akin to asking a small human county to take on the 5 empires. Faced with Dickens' shock, Zhang Yuan coldly issued his command. Within an hour, all demons must arrive at the Blood Spirit Kingdom's border. Anyone who is late will be executed without mercy. With that, he rose into the air and flew southward. General, should we inform the council about this? A nearby demon strategist cautiously asked. Fool. Dickens glared at the strategist. The envoy is Duke Billy's confidant. His orders are the Duke's will. What use is there in notifying those useless council members? The demon strategist began to argue about the council's decision-making process, but Dickens cut him off. Do you really think those council members are on equal footing with Duke Billy? The council is nothing more than a game to the Duke. Informing them now would not only be pointless, but would also offend the Duke. Realizing his mistake, the strategist quickly apologized. Pass down the orders, Dickens commanded in a deep voice. Activate the army's rapid advance buff. March south immediately. Any deserters will be executed on the spot. As the horns blared, the 200,000 strong demon army surged across the barren plains, raising clouds of dust into the air. The demon mages in the army mercilessly obliterated any obstacles in their path, whether they were abyssal creatures or other demons. In less than an hour, the army had traversed 500 kilometers and reached the border of the Blood Spirit Kingdom. There, a massive river of lava, 2 kilometers wide, separated the two nations. Zhang Yuan was already waiting by the riverbank. Dickens, accompanied by his demon strategist, flew out from the army and approached Zhang Yuan from behind. He bowed respectfully, his voice tinged with excitement. "Your Excellency, the 200,000 strong army has arrived in full. Please issue your next orders." Zhang Yuan gazed at the vast, dark mass of the demon army behind him and nodded with satisfaction. "Station your forces here." "Station here?" Dickens froze, clearly taken aback. He had assumed Zhang Yuan had gathered them for a surprise assault to catch the Blood Spirit Kingdom off guard. While the demon metropolis forces were not numerous, they excelled in mobility. Combined with Zhang Yuan's strength, which rivaled that of a demon king, this army's combat power was undeniable. The demon strategist at his side couldn't help but interject. "Your Excellency, we've marched swiftly to get here, and the Blood Spirit Kingdom hasn't had time to react yet. In my opinion, this is the perfect moment to strike their capital directly." "When did I ever say I wanted you to attack the Blood Spirit Kingdom?" Zhang Yuan replied calmly. Isn't our southern march aimed at destroying the Blood Spirit Kingdom?" The demon strategist stammered, momentarily at a loss. "To deal with the Blood Spirit Kingdom, I alone am enough. Your role is to remain here and help me form a legion. I'll lead you all to level up the entire army." "You intend to destroy the Blood Spirit Kingdom by yourself?" Dickens exclaimed in disbelief. "Your Excellency, the Blood Spirit Kingdom is a powerful empire on par with our cursed kingdom. They command numerous demigod-level demons, and the strength of their ruler, Blood Spirit King Clyde, is unfathomable." "Enough," Zhang Yuan interrupted, cutting him off. He then ascended into the air, flying directly over the molten river. At that moment, a burly demon clad in crimson armor materialized, blocking Zhang Yuan's path. "You have crossed the boundary," he declared. "It's the Blood Spirit Kingdom's Grand Duke Theodore." Dickens, standing on the riverbank, recognized the figure and turned pale. "He's been watching us all along?" The demon strategist's expression darkened with concern. "This is bad. It seems His Excellency has fallen into the Blood Spirit King's trap." But just as their anxiety peaked, a notification suddenly appeared on the interface. "Legion Commander successfully killed Grand Duke Theodore. Entire army gains 10,000 experience, morale 50. The two snapped their heads up in astonishment, only to see Zhang Yuan already flying past Theodore's position, heading straight for the Blood Spirit Kingdom's capital. Theodore's chest bore a gaping hole, his body crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Dickens and the demon strategist exchanged stunned glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. A demon Grand Dukean elite powerhouse had been defeated in an instant? Inside the Demon King's palace in the capital of the Blood Spirit Kingdom, King Clyde sat solemnly on his throne. His dark and brooding face was fixed on the demon messenger kneeling in the center of the grand hall. In a deep voice, he demanded, "Say it again. What happened?" The demon messenger trembled slightly and reported in a low voice, "Grand Duke Theodore has been slain, and the emissary from the demon city is heading to the capital alone." "Outrageous!" Clyde roared, slamming his hand down and shattering the throne beneath him. In an instant, a terrifying surge of blood energy erupted from his body, sweeping through the entire hall. "I must see for myself who this person truly is." As Clyde's fury echoed, a crimson pillar of light shot into the sky, piercing through the palace's ceiling. The oppressive aura spread across the entire capital in an instant. Meanwhile, outside the city of Blood Spirit, Zhang Yuan stood in midair. He gazed at the crimson pillar rising from the distant capital and murmured to himself. According to Dickens, the Blood Spirit King is as powerful as the Dragon King. This is the perfect opportunity to test the Demon King's strength. With that, Zhang Yuan began to unleash his full power, activating his sword formation. Enhanced by the triple layers of his Sword Heart domain, Void Traversal, and Sword Monarch Command, the range of his formation rapidly expanded, nearly enveloping the entirety of the Blood Spirit Kingdom. At that moment, a dense blood mist materialized before Zhang Yuan. From the mist emerged King Clyde, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of blood energy. His cold eyes fixated on Zhang Yuan. "Boy, state your name." "I do not kill the nameless." Zhang Yuan offered no reply. Instead, he activated his abyssal eye. Instantly, Clyde's information appeared before him, demigod level, with near 10 billion in all 4 attributes, and mastery over 10 powerful skills, including blood magic. Such strength was already comparable to that of Snow, who possessed divinity, standing at the pinnacle of demigods. As expected of a monarch, Zhang Yuan remarked with a faint smile. If you were to conquer the cursed kingdom and use it as a springboard to invade humanity, it would spell disaster for mankind. What are you implying? Clyde asked, narrowing his eyes. What I'm saying is, Zhang Yuan's tone suddenly grew icy. You and every demon in your kingdom will die today. Zhang Yuan immediately entered his true sword emperor state, nullifying skill consumption. Without delay, he unleashed the absolute zero storm. A chilling wind swept past Clyde, and snowflakes began to fall in the dim sky of the blood spirit kingdom. Clyde stared at the snowflake resting in his palm, a flicker of confusion passing through his crimson eyes. As he snapped back to reality, he turned to see his capital city already freezing over, the temperature plummeting by more than 100 degrees in an instant. The howling winds intensified, and frost rapidly spread across the kingdom's land. Countless demons, caught off guard, were frozen into ice sculptures before they could even react. Clyde felt his thoughts slowing down, an icy chill piercing through to his very bones, beginning to freeze his soul. It was as if his mind was encased in frost, every thought sluggish and weighed down. Faced with this lethal threat, Clyde struggled desperately, blood surging out of his body. Yet, as soon as the blood touched the air, it instantly froze into ice. With a deafening roar, a ferocious blizzard swept across the entire blood spirit kingdom in an instant. Billions of demons and abyssal creatures were not spared, all transformed into ice sculptures. Clyde gazed at the tragic scene, despair filling his eyes. He turned toward the royal capital's temple, trembling as he stretched out his arm, but not a single word escaped his lips before his entire being turned into an eternal ice statue. The Legion channel was instantly flooded with a torrent of kill notifications. The Legion commander has successfully slain Demon King Clyde. The Legion commander has successfully slain Demigod D. White. The Legion commander has successfully slain Demigod Petable. The demons of the Abyssal City forces stood frozen in place by the magma river, staring in stunned silence at the completely frozen world across the bank. Their levels began to soar uncontrollably. Dickon's body trembled violently. His eyes, initially filled with shock, shifted to deep fear, then to reverence, and finally to fanaticism. With a loud thud, he fell to his knees, gazing at the frozen world across the river as he shouted in exhilaration, "He is the king! He is the greatest demon king of the abyss!" One by one, the other demons followed suit, kneeling in worship. At the same time, a series of notifications appeared on Zhang Yuan's interface. The Divine Sword Yuchang and Tai Yi have completed their artifact quests, evolving into artifacts that can be refined beyond Tier 3. The rules of the snowy Yellow Springs have taken effect, pulling Clyde's soul into the nation of Yellow Springs. The Abyssal Monarch talent has evolved into the celestial-level talent Abyssal Reaper after slaying over 1 billion abyssal creatures, awakening the Death God Divinity. Under the effects of Sword Chi and Thunder, the Sword God Divinity and Death God Divinity coexisted, synchronizing their ascension and sharing the number of blessed followers. The Death God Divinity advanced to a lower mid-tier level, gaining partially unlocked powers of the Reaper, including immunity to damage from lower-tier beings, and allowing for up to 20 blessed followers, with 2 currently chosen. A side-shaped divinity shrouded in black mist took form within Zhang Yuan, resonating with the Sword God Divinity. At this moment, Zhang Yuan officially ascended as a demon god. Zhang Yuan noticed the scythe-like divine core within his body, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. This situation was indeed rare. Someone who had yet to ascend to godhood, yet possessed both a divine core and a demon core simultaneously. He couldn't help but ponder his current identity. Was he human, a god, or a demon god? My path of growth is getting stranger by the day, Zhang Yuan muttered with a wry smile. He then took out the Tai sword and the Yuchang sword, carefully examining the attributes of these weapons, now ascended to divine artifacts. The attributes of the Tai sword made his eyes light up. Divine Sword Tai exclusive Tier 3. Attack power, 30,000. Auto Guardian function. Immune to and reflects fire-based attacks. Increases area skill damage, 30 per target hit. Sword formation bonus, 30 area skill damage per allied unit. No level restriction for equipping. Now my attacks are practically energy bombs, Zhang Yuan chuckled. Once the Tai sword spirit was activated, all flying swords within the formation were considered as dealing area damage. With his current sword formation's radius of 500,000 kilometers, the entire Xia Empire's population of over 1 billion would count as allies, providing an astronomical damage boost. Even if a main god descended, they might not withstand such overwhelming power. The Yuchang sword's attributes were equally astonishing. Divine Sword Yuchang exclusive Tier 3. Attack power, 30,000. Auto Guardian function. Immune to and reflects poison-based attacks. Special effect, permanently reduces target's 4 core attributes by 1. Can trigger critical hits and benefit from critical damage bonuses. No level restriction for equipping. When Zhang Yuan saw the line, attribute reduction effect can crit, he froze. He quickly checked his attribute panel, 264 critical rate and 15,168 critical damage. This meant a single strike could potentially reduce a target's attributes by 151.68, even pushing them into negative values. If someone's vitality dropped into the negatives, would they instantly die? Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan's current mental attributes, bolstered by various enhancements, had already surpassed 1 billion. Combined with the damage fluctuations from his destiny sword formation, it was unlikely that even gods of the same tier could endure a casual strike from him. Finding a suitable target to test his swords seemed almost impossible. Sometimes, having too much power takes away some of the fun. Zhang Yuan sighed as he descended into the frozen capital of the Blood Spirit Kingdom, taking out the demon scepter. Do you wish to claim dominion over this land? As the system prompt appeared, Zhang Yuan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them with resolute determination. Yes. Boom. The demon scepter erupted with blinding light, its effect rapidly expanding. In an instant, its reach surpassed 100,000 kilometers, enveloping the entirety of the Blood Spirit Kingdom. The demon scepter has detected a fallen kingdom. Do you wish to forcibly annex it? The sudden notification on the panel made Zhang Yuan's eyes light up. Such a pleasant surprise was something he definitely wouldn't pass up. Yes. Zhang Yuan made his decision without hesitation. As soon as he confirmed, the panel displayed a new prompt. Annexation of the kingdom is complete. The demon scepter has detected over 5 billion demon souls within the territory. Do you wish to declare them as your subjects? Zhang Yuan, who was already prepared to rule as a solitary king, was pleasantly surprised. Not only did the demon scepter grant him territory, but it also came with its own population. He chuckled softly and once again chose yes. Boom. A strange energy erupted from the scepter, spreading outward at the speed of light and enveloping the entirety of the Blood Spirit Kingdom. Within the frozen sculptures scattered across the land, countless demon souls emerged, resonating with the mysterious power. The panel quickly updated with new information. A total of 4.8 billion demon souls have chosen to submit. You must find a way to resurrect your subjects. Note: resurrected demons will have their loyalty increased by 50. Unresurrected demons will have their loyalty reduced by 100. If the overall loyalty of your subjects falls below 30, you will lose your qualification as king. Zhang Yuan suddenly realized the stakes and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was exactly where his strength lay. With the true form of the imperial sword, he could use skills without consuming mental energy, and when combined with the perpetual blessing of the goddess of nature, resurrecting these demons would be effortless. He ascended into the air, unleashing a sword formation that covered the entirety of the Blood Spirit Kingdom. Entering his imperial sword true form, Zhang Yuan shouted with a commanding voice, "My subjects, rise." His voice echoed through every corner of the kingdom as the green light from the sword formation melted the frozen land. One by one, countless demons rose again, gazing up at their new king, who stood shrouded in radiant light above them. The panel updated once more. All subjects have been successfully resurrected. Demon loyalty increased by an additional 30. Current subject loyalty, 80. You are about to be crowned as the Demon King. Please choose your title. 1. Cursed King, Blessing of the Cursed Demon God. 2. Blood Spirit King, Blessing of the Blood Demon God. 3. Spirit Sword King, no blessing. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan chose the title Spirit Sword King. After all, he was a god himself. Why would he need the blessing of any demon god? After confirming his title, a resounding chime echoed through the abyss, shaking its very depths. All demons received the message simultaneously. Silence, all demons. A new king has risen. His name is Spirit Sword King. Whoosh. The entire abyss erupted in a frenzy, waves of chaos surging like a tidal storm. A new king has been crowned? Rumors echoed throughout the abyss. How many years has it been since a new demon king emerged in the abyss? The Sword King, one of the demon nobles, frowned. I've never heard of a demon skilled with a sword here. How was he crowned? Oomph. A coward who dares not reveal his Nemiso. What if he's a king? I could incinerate him in an instant. An old and seasoned demon king roared in anger. Find out everything. I want to know who this new king is and how strong he really is as soon as possible. The sudden news sent waves of excitement through the abyss. From noble lords to common demons, everyone was fervently discussing this enigmatic Sword King. Clang. Just as the discussions grew louder, a resonant bell rang out across the abyss once more. Bow before the new king. The Sword King has entered the Demon King rankings top 100 for the first time. Boom. The previously lively abyss fell into a deathly silence. The demon kings who had been calmly conversing moments ago now stood abruptly, their faces filled with disbelief. In the abyss, demon kings were known for their incredibly long lifespans, thousands, tens of thousands, or even more years. Constantly nourished by the power of the abyss, their strength gradually grew over time. Because of this, every demon king in the top 100 was an ancient powerhouse, a supreme overlord from the deepest reaches of the abyss. Immediately, the demon kings rushed to check the rankings. Number 67, Sword King. Strength, SSS. National power, D. Influence, F. Blessing of the demon god, none. Impossible, one demon king exclaimed in shock. To make it into the top 100, strength, national power, and influence are all supposed to be SSS. This Sword King's kingdom was just established, and his national power and influence are so weak yet, he managed to rank 67th based on personal strength alone. What was even more astonishing was that the Sword King had not received any blessing from a demon god. To achieve such a ranking through sheer strength alone was unprecedented. If given time to develop, breaking into the top 10, or even the top 5 seemed entirely plausible. The abyss was thrown into chaos. Every demon king, including the ancient ones hidden in the deepest depths, began investigating this mysterious Sword King with all their might. They all understood one thing. Anyone who could enter the top 50 was a being on par with the demon god. The top 10 were exclusively high-ranking demon gods themselves. The rankings were not just about individual strength, but also the combined power of a king's domain and their influence on the abyss. The news of Lingjian King securing the 67th spot through his personal strength caused a massive uproar among the myriad demons of the abyss. Just as the demons were still reeling from shock, new notification prompts appeared on Zhang Yuan's interface. The panel revealed that not only had he entered the top 100 Demon King rankings, but he had also received dual rewards. On a national level, his territory experienced significant enhancement. Citizen loyalty increased by 30, all attributes were boosted by 50, experience gain accelerated by 50, and the probability of genius demons being born rose by 20. On a personal level, he was granted 10 chances per month to draw from the demon god's treasury, along with the top 100 Demon King Abyssal Blessing. This blessing allowed him to upgrade any talent by 1 level each month, and if all talents were maxed out, the blessing would instead enhance his overall level. So this is the treatment of a demon king? Zhang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. These rewards were perfectly tailored to his needs: lottery opportunities and talent upgrades, the two things he desired most. Without hesitation, he chose to enhance his absolute luck talent. Instantly, a massive vortex of abyssal energy surged toward him. What should have been cold and foreboding now carried a hint of warmth. The abyssal power flowed into his body, raising his absolute luck talent to level 4, allowing him 40 MA's luck draws per month. Taking stock of his inventory, he counted 16 God Stones, 2 Star God Stones, 5 World Fruits, and, with the newly acquired 10 Demon Gods Treasury draws, a total of 33 chances to draw. Finally, I don't have to hoard like a miser anymore. Zhang Yuan sighed in relief. Given that the new month was approaching and the draw count would soon refresh, Zhang Yuan decided to try his luck with the Demon God's Treasury. As he confirmed the activation, a substantial concentration of abyssal energy coalesced into a pitch-black dungeon entrance before him. The system notified him that this was a God-Ear, zero difficulty Demon King Treasury dungeon. Zhang Yuan reached out to touch the swirling vortex, and a beam of light transported him to a majestic grand hall. At the center of the hall stood a massive formation resembling a black hole, with swirling dark energy that seemed unfathomably deep. In the next moment, 10 jet-black demon god stones materialized before him. The system informed him that these stones could be offered to the treasury in exchange for generous abyssal rewards. The demon god stones, the demon god's treasury. Zhang Yuan tightly gripped the 10 demon god stones in his hand as he approached the deep, black hole-like magic array. His heart was filled with anticipation, eager to uncover the secrets of the demon god's treasury. Without hesitation, he threw all 10 demon god stones into the black hole. Instantly, the black hole began to spin violently, and a massive vortex emerged at its center, with dark red spheres of light churning within, as if waiting to be unleashed. Before long, 5 red spheres crackling with arcs of lightning shot out from the array and exploded right in front of Zhang Yuan. Boom! An overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted from the 5 red spheres, forcing Zhang Yuan to stumble back several steps. Once the energy dissipated, a set of equipment shrouded in black mist appeared before him, its overall color a dark crimson. Demon God's Helm. Spirit 1000. No need to equip, effective upon possession. Demon God's Armor. Stamina 1000. No need to equip, effective upon possession. Demon God's Gauntlets. Strength 1000. No need to equip, effective upon possession. Demon God's Legguards. Agility 1000. No need to equip, effective upon possession. Demon God's Boots. All attributes 250. No need to equip, effective upon possession. Note: when a demon god collects the complete set of helm, armor, gauntlets, legguards, and boots, the full power of the demon god's armament will be unlocked, evolving into the demon god's exclusive gear. Zhang Yuan had just finished reviewing the details of this equipment when a new prompt appeared on his interface. The complete Demon God's armament has been collected, and the conditions for unlocking its power are met. Would you like to release the power of the Demon God's armament? Though he didn't fully understand the significance of unlocking the armament's power, curiosity drove him to try. Without hesitation, he chose to unlock it. As soon as Zhang Yuan made his choice, the equipment floating midair began to emit a dark crimson glow. An incredibly ominous aura surged forth from the armament. In the next moment, the Demon God's armament transformed into 5 beams of dark red light that shot toward Zhang Yuan, enveloping his entire body. Before he could react, the Demon God's divine essence within him released its power, merging with the armament that now covered him. The Demon God's armament had awakened, evolving into the Death Armament. The Death Armament, exclusive to Zhang Yuan, grants a 5,000 increase to all attributes. Upon activation, all attributes become infinite for 10 seconds, with a 1-month cooldown. No need to equip, effective upon possession. Infinite attributes with no restrictions on use? Zhang Yuan thought to himself, might as well just label it as invincible. He couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the armament's effects, finding them even more overpowered than the true form of his imperial sword. As expected of the absolute luck talent, he mused. Just 5 attempts, and I got the best item from the Demon God's treasury. As Zhang Yuan marveled at his fortune, his gaze drifted back to the still spinning black hole array. He thought to himself that it was unlikely anything more precious than the Demon God's armament could emerge. Just as he was lost in thought, another 5 red spheres crackling with lightning arcs burst from the vortex, exploding before him. Boom! Another wave of terrifying energy, no less powerful than that of the Demon God's armament, erupted, catching Zhang Yuan off guard and forcing him back several steps once more. This time, a set of equipment radiating golden light, its overall color a dazzling shade of gold, appeared suspended in midair. And now, the armament. Zhang Yuan fixed his gaze on the newly appeared set of equipment floating in midair, his pupils narrowing slightly. 5 pieces of gear radiating golden light came into view, each brimming with immense power. Celestial headgear, Spirit 1000, Celestial armor, Stamina 1000, Celestial gauntlets, Strength 1000, Celestial greaves, Agility 1000, Celestial boots, all attributes 250. The system notification indicated that these items could take effect without the need to be physically equipped. More importantly, when a celestial being collected the complete set, the gear would evolve into celestial exclusive armament. Zhang Yuan suddenly realized why this all felt so familiar. It reminded him of the demonic armament he had acquired earlier. Without a moment of hesitation, he chose to unleash the power of the celestial armament. 5 golden beams instantly shot toward Zhang Yuan, enveloping his entire body. The divine essence of the sword god within him activated, perfectly merging with the celestial armament. Sword armament awakened. Zhang Yuan's exclusive effects. All attributes 5,000. Ascend to the rank of a supreme god for 10 seconds upon activation. Cooldown, 1 month. Effective without equipping. Unstoppable. I'm truly unstoppable now. Zhang Yuan exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. This meant he could not only surpass the suppression of a supreme god's rank, but, when combined with the infinite attributes of the death armament, he could even annihilate supreme god-level opponents in an instant. Such a dual armament configuration was unheard of in the divine realm. Ordinarily, even if a god obtained a set of armament, they could only benefit from its singular effect. However, due to Zhang Yuan possessing both a divine core and a demonic core, he could seamlessly wield 2 sets of armament. Once I test these 2 armaments on the Bao Demon God in a few days, if their effects can stack, I should be able to hit level 70 and take down both the Curse King and the Curse Demon God. Zhang Yuan's eyes sparkled with confidence, eager for the battles that lay ahead. Zhang Yuan was quite satisfied with his card draw results in the Demon God's treasury. After carefully hiding the 2 sets of equipment he obtained, he exited the dungeon. However, the sight that greeted him as he stepped out made him pause slightly. The once icebound Blood Spirit Kingdom had completely thawed and was now brimming with vitality. The streets were bustling with people, and the capital had regained its former prosperity. The king has returned. A sharp cry pierced through the noisy streets. Before the words had fully settled, hordes of demons surged from all corners of the royal city like a tidal wave, quickly surrounding the wide street, leaving no room to escape. Yet, despite their overwhelming numbers, not a single demon dared to step within a 50-meter radius around Zhang Yuan. Suddenly, a powerful demon knelt down first and shouted loudly, "Hail the Spirit Sword King!" As though ignited by this proclamation, the entire demon population of the royal city dropped to their knees, and tens of thousands of voices roared in unison, "Hail the Spirit Sword King! Hail the Spirit Sword King! Hail the Spirit Sword King!" The deafening acclamation caused the entire capital to tremble. Standing at the center of the demonic crowd, Zhang Yuan appeared somewhat at a loss. Though he had indeed ascended to the throne, it was merely to complete a mythical quest. As for governing a kingdom, let alone a demon kingdom, had no preparation or experience whatsoever. At that moment, the god of joy suddenly appeared before him, a mischievous grin on his face. Well, little Yuan, you've really made something of yourself. I wasn't gone that long, and here you are, crowned as a demon king. When I set up that duel between you and the Dragon King, I expected you to take the throne in the cursed kingdom, but instead, the Dragon King survived, and his neighbor, the Blood Spirit King, ended up falling to your hand. Don't tell me you sent me to the Blood Spirit Kingdom without anticipating this outcome, Zhang Yuan replied irritably. Heh, I did foresee it, the god of joy admitted with a chuckle. But I didn't expect you to shoot straight into the top 100 of the Demon King rankings. You're even ranked higher than the Dragon King now. What's the Dragon King's rank? Zhang Yuan asked. 72nd, the god of joy explained. But since the cursed kingdom is near the abyss entrance, its influence in the abyss is artificially inflated. In reality, his rank is probably closer to the 90s. That said, Algernon becoming a demon king in less than 30 years and reaching the top 100 suggests he has the backing of a powerful demon god. Whether that demon god is stronger than the cursed demon god, though, remains unclear. Zhang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Your intel is solid. I'll stick to my original plan: defeat the cursed king first, then take care of the Dragon King. In the meantime, I'll rescue my parents. Sounds like a plan. The god of joy agreed with a nod. Zhang Yuan did not dwell too much on the topic and instead posed a practical question to the god of pleasure. God of joy, although I have become the demon king, I lack experience in governing a nation and cannot remain in the abyss for long. How should this country be managed? The god of pleasure curved his lips into a smile and snapped his fingers. The air rippled, and a figure emerged, a woman, Eve. She immediately knelt on one knee. Eve greets the Spirit Sword King. Eve was once the leader of the succubi and also served as a demon Grand Duke in the Blood Spirit Kingdom. She is highly experienced in governance, the god of pleasure explained. If you wish to delegate the responsibilities of ruling, you can entrust her with managing this demon kingdom. Zhang Yuan had no objection to the suggestion and nodded. If Eve is willing to assist, that would be ideal. Thank you for your trust, Spirit Sword King. I will not let you down, Eve said respectfully. Zhang Yuan then turned to the god of pleasure. What about Pasha? Little Pasha has already dealt with the pursuers on her own, the god of pleasure explained. After witnessing her strength, Eve decided to let her gain more experience independently for a while. I cast a protective magic on Pasha, and Eve returned here with me, Eve added. Once Pasha is fully capable of standing on her own, I will bring her back to serve you. Good. I look forward to that day, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. From now on, the Spirit Sword Kingdom is in your hands. Your first task is to address the expectations of the citizens. Eve was momentarily at a loss, but before she could respond, Zhang Yuan rose into the air and declared to the gathered demons below. From this day forward, Eve will serve as my chief minister. Her words are my words. To see her is to see me. Do you all understand? A powerful aura accompanied his words, sweeping across the entire city. The demons shuddered and responded in unison. Understood. Zhang Yuan transformed into a streak of sword light, vanishing instantly into the sky above the royal city. Eve turned to the god of pleasure, her expression tinged with concern. My lord, isn't it too hasty for the king to entrust such authority to me? What if something goes wrong? It doesn't matter. He doesn't care much about this country to begin with, the god of pleasure said with a smile. As long as he exists, this nation won't collapse. I have just one request for you. Please go ahead. Within the borders of the Spirit Sword Kingdom, only the Church of Joy is allowed to exist. All other demon churches are to be declared heretical. Understood. Do a good job. I have faith in you. With that, the god of pleasure also vanished into thin air. Eve looked around at the demons surrounding her and took a deep breath to steady herself. She ascended into the sky and, with a voice imbued with a commanding allure, proclaimed to the entire city, by the decree of the Spirit Sword King, I now announce henceforth, the Spirit Sword Kingdom is officially established. When Eve took over the king's authority in Zhang Yuan's stead, Zhang Yuan flew back to the border between the Spirit Sword Kingdom and the Cursed Kingdom, landing in the camp of the Demon City forces. The moment Dickens saw Zhang Yuan, he dropped to one knee, his voice trembling with excitement. Congratulations, Your Excellency. You've ascended as the Spirit Sword King. Zhang Yuan frowned. How do you know that? He was certain that when he became the Demon King, he hadn't announced his identity to the Abyss. The Abyss should only be aware of the emergence of a new king, but not where. Dickens gave a faint smile. Your Excellency must be joking. You single-handedly destroyed the Blood Spirit Kingdom, and soon after, word of a new king's rise spread through the Abyss. Other than you, I truly can't think of anyone else worthy of such a title. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan realized it wouldn't be long before his identity as the Spirit Sword King was exposed. However, he hadn't planned to keep it hidden forever. After all, the Blood Spirit Kingdom had been renamed the Spirit Sword Kingdom, and any faction investigating even slightly would uncover the connection between the Spirit Sword King and Demon City. By then, his senior brother Billy would inevitably bear the brunt of the pressure. Zhang Yuan turned to Dickens. In your opinion, who is stronger, or the Dragon King? Of course, it's you, the Spirit Sword King. Dickens answered without hesitation. And how does the Spirit Sword Kingdom compare to the Cursed Kingdom? Dickens's expression was resolute. Rest assured, my king, before your return, I had already prepared everything. The brothers are all willing to follow you. Just give the word, and we'll immediately break away from the Cursed Kingdom and pledge allegiance to the Spirit Sword Kingdom. Zhang Yuan hadn't expected Dickens to be so perceptive, which saved him considerable trouble. Very well. I have a task for you. For now, do not reveal my identity. Lead your troops back to Demon City and secretly turn all demons loyal to the Dragon King to our side. For those who cannot be swayed, find a way to eliminate them. Ensure that Demon City is completely freed from the Dragon King's control. Remember, don't let any information leak until the task is complete. And do not expose my connection to Grand Duke Billy. Understood? Dickens accepted the order with excitement, already envisioning a bright future for himself. If he succeeded in this monumental task, his status in the Spirit Sword Kingdom would surely surpass that of ordinary generals under the Demon Dukes, elevating him to a key position in the kingdom. He had already begun mentally drafting a list of targets for elimination. My king, I will depart immediately and ensure everything is done without a trace. After watching Dickens lead his troops away, Zhang Yuan used a translation device to contact Billy. As soon as Billy's virtual projection appeared, he got straight to the point. Junior brother, the newly risen Spirit Sword King in the Abyss is it you? Zhang Yuan gave a wry smile. Even you've guessed it. Senior brother, it seems my attempt to conceal my identity was completely pointless. So it really is you, junior brother? A trace of astonishment flickered in Billy's eyes. He scrutinized Zhang Yuan standing before him and sighed. I never expected this. I've been struggling in the Abyss for nearly 30 years, barely making it to the rank of Demon Archduke. Yet you've only been here a few days and already become a Demon King. Looks like my dream of guarding the Abyss entrance will have to be entrusted to you. Zhang Yuan's expression turned serious. Senior brother, that's not the main issue. A lot of demons already know it was your envoy who became the new Demon King. It won't be long before the entire Abyss turns its attention to you, trying to dig up information about me. You might face immense pressure, even Demon Dragon King Algernon might come knocking. Billy let out a hearty laugh. Junior brother, you don't need to worry about me. If I've mastered anything in these 30 years, it's handling pressure. As for your identity, I've already fabricated an entire life story for you. As long as no demon discovers you're human, your rise as a Demon King won't put me in a tough spot. On the contrary, it'll give me a powerful ally. Just the fact that your ranking as Demon King is higher than Algernon's is enough to make him wary. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan felt slightly relieved but quickly raised a new concern. But senior brother, we will eventually go to war with the Cursed Kingdom. When the Spirit Sword Kingdom declares war on them, the Demon Metropolis will become the front line. It won't be safe here anymore. I need you to gradually transfer the Demon Academy and the artificial divinity research to the Spirit Sword Kingdom. At the same time, we need to transform the Spirit Sword Kingdom into a technological powerhouse. Billy nodded in agreement. No problem. I'll start preparing right away. But the Demon Academy has many critical machines, and the artificial divinity's power is unstable. A secret transfer will take some time to organize. During this period, it's crucial that nothing major happens in the Demon Metropolis. Don't worry, senior brother. I won't engage with the Cursed Kingdom in the short term, Zhang Yuan reassured him. Additionally, I've already turned Dickens to our side. I've instructed him to secretly eliminate the demons in the Demon Metropolis who are loyal to the Demon Dragon King. Coordinate with him. Got it. After their conversation ended, Zhang Yuan's interface displayed new updates. He had completed the tasks of spreading influence in the Demon Metropolis and using the Demon Scepter to divide territories, earning the legendary artifact, the Crown of the Legendary Demon. This crown, which only the legendary king could wear, increased the loyalty of subjects by 100 and accelerated the growth of the kingdom's power and influence. At the same time, the Demon King quest updated with 2 new objectives. Annex a kingdom to expand the Spirit Sword Kingdom and rank among the top 50 Demon Kings. This mission is no joke, Zhang Yuan mused. Becoming a Demon King is just the beginning. He suddenly realized that the true meaning of this mission wasn't merely to become a Demon King, but to become the king of all demons. Me, a human, ruling over all demons in the Abyss? If I actually pull this off, it'll be unprecedented. Zhang Yuan sighed softly, momentarily setting the mission aside. For now, He had two primary goals in the Abyss. First, to send Yinli to the Demon Academy to participate in the artificial divinity research. Second, to have his parents drink the antidote created by Yinli to free them from the Demon Dragon King's control. Once these tasks were completed, he would no longer have any vulnerabilities in the Abyss. At that point, he could do whatever he wanted here. Clearing his thoughts, Zhang Yuan soared into the sky, heading toward the capital of the Cursed Kingdom. The capital city of the Cursed Kingdom was a massive, intimidating fortress, far larger than the royal city of the Blood Spirit Kingdom. Towering black walls, over 100 meters high, pierced the sky, and the entire city was shrouded by a giant transparent barrier. In the skies above, black demonic dragons circled and patrolled relentlessly. The walls were densely lined with sentry posts, one every 10 meters, and every 100 meters, a demon of at least level 80 stood guard. In front of the 50-meter central gates, two colossal demons, each over 30 meters tall, loomed like mountains. This fortress, as impregnable as it was, seemed impossible for an ordinary demon to infiltrate. Of course, Zhang Yuan was an exception. Zhang Yuan arrived outside the Demon Dragon King city, gazing at the majestic royal fortress encased in the barrier. Without hesitation, he activated his shadowless state. He ascended to the top of the barrier, took out the universal key he had borrowed from the god of pleasure, and effortlessly created an opening in the barrier, silently slipping into the city. With his mother's strength, her status in the Cursed Kingdom was undoubtedly prominent. Finding her should not be difficult. Disguised as an ordinary demon, Zhang Yuan strolled through the royal city. It didn't take long before he spotted a familiar figure, Odysseus. At this moment, Odysseus exuded the demeanor of a noble. Wherever he went, the demons on the streets stopped what they were doing and bowed respectfully. Odysseus, accustomed to such treatment, walked with his head held high, radiating an air of superiority. Watching this man, whom he had already killed twice yet still managed to thrive, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of annoyance. He immediately entered his shadowless state and began tailing him. Odysseus entered a fortune-telling shop located in a bustling part of the city. It was a small establishment, with a string of bone chimes engraved with ancient runes hanging at the entrance. The chimes swayed gently in the wind, producing crisp sounds as the runes glowed faintly. The interior walls were adorned with ancient charms and totems, and the air carried a faint scent of potions. In the depths of the shop sat a witch with golden hair and violet eyes, wearing a pointed witch's hat. Using his abyssal eye, Zhang Yuan identified her. Triss, the Witch of Fate, level 72. Welcome, Odysseus. Triss greeted warmly, guiding him to a round table that held a blue crystal ball. Lady Triss, please divine my fortune for the near future, Odysseus said respectfully, placing a luxurious pouch of coins on the table. Triss accepted the pouch with a radiant smile and took her seat behind the table. Please wait a moment. Fate will guide your path. The crystal ball began to emit a gentle glow, with stars swirling within. Suddenly, the stars turned blood red, and the entire crystal ball flickered with an unnatural crimson light. The stars inside flashed rapidly, their order descending into utter chaos. What is this? Triss exclaimed, unable to contain her shock as she stared at the anomaly, her eyes filled with confusion. Odysseus noticed that Triss's tone suddenly became unusual, and his heart leapt into his throat. Lady Triss, what's going on? Please don't worry, maybe there's something wrong with my crystal ball. Let me replace it and try the divination again. Triss snapped out of her thoughts, a hint of an awkward smile on her face. She quickly put away the crystal ball on the table and took out a new one to start divining again. However, it didn't take long before the new crystal ball displayed the same strange phenomenon, leaving her completely baffled. Seeing this, Odysseus became even more alarmed, his face turning pale. Lady Triss, what on earth is happening? Please tell me. I'm really starting to feel scared. Triss took a deep breath to calm herself and asked in a serious tone. Odysseus, have you done something recently that could have angered the heavens or others? Injustice, Odysseus exclaimed with an innocent expression. Ever since I was resurrected the second time, I've been staying quietly in the royal city, not doing anything at all. But the crystal ball shows that 4 powerful figures are coming after you, Triss said gravely. This includes a rising human star, a demon lord from the abyss, a celestial god, and a demon god. You've managed to offend major figures from the human realm, the abyss, the celestial realm, and the demon realm. This kind of entanglement across 4 realms is something I've never encountered in all my years of practice. Hearing this, Odysseus' face turned ashen, and his body began to tremble. That's impossible. The only human genius I've offended is Zhang Yuan, and he's already killed me twice. He wouldn't chase me all the way to the Demon Dragon King city, would he? As for the Demon Lord and the gods, could it be that the Demon Dragon King thinks I'm useless and wants to get rid of me? Although Triss tried to reassure him that divinations weren't always accurate, Odysseus was already in a state of panic. He immediately took out a bulging pouch of coins and placed it on the table. Lady Triss, I beg you, please calculate again. There must be a way to avoid disaster. Triss looked at the pouch, hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed. She began chanting obscure incantations, her body emanating a faint glow. The crystal ball flickered with a series of mysterious symbols, which made her freeze in place. After repeated urging from Odis, Triss finally revealed the method of salvation. If you want to survive, first, stand up and turn around. Odis obeyed immediately, turning his back to Triss. And then, he asked. Triss hesitated for a moment before saying, kneel down, knock your head on the ground 3 times, and beg Zhang Yuan to spare you. Odis? Question mark. Lady Tsuetsue, are you sure there's no mistake? Odis looked at Tune with doubt, thinking to himself, I don't mind kneeling and begging for forgiveness, but even if I kneel here in this shop, Zhang Yuan won't hear it. What's the point of doing this? Tune shrugged helplessly and said, well, that's just what the divination said. I already told you I'm not in a good state today, so the results might be unreliable. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not, but I'm not giving you a refund. Hearing this, Odis gritted his teeth and thought, fine, bowing a few times won't kill me. If it can get me out of this mess, I'll kneel. With a thud, Odis dropped to his knees on the cold floor. As he kowtowed, he spoke to the empty air. Master Zhang Yuan, I know you can't hear me, but I was truly wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Please, I beg you, let me off this once. Thud, thud, thud. He knocked his head against the floor 3 times. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's voice echoed through the shop. Odis's pupils contracted sharply as he quickly looked up, only to see a young demon standing before him. Realizing it wasn't Zhang Yuan, Odis let out a sigh of relief, then stood up with a scowl and demanded, hey, kid, where did you come from? How dare you take advantage of me? Do you even know who I am? Whoosh. A flying sword appeared out of thin air, grazing Odis's cheek and embedding itself in the table behind him. Zhang Yuan smiled and asked, who are you? Thud. Without hesitation, Odis knelt down again, thinking, Master Zhang Yuan, I was wrong. Though he couldn't fathom why Zhang Yuan had turned into a demon and appeared here, the flying sword was something he'd never forget. This young demon before him was undoubtedly Zhang Yuan. Seeing Odis kneel on the spot, Tsuetsue instantly understood that a formidable figure had entered the shop. Without hesitation, she stood up and bolted toward the back door. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more flying swords streaked past her, nailing the door shut and forcing her to stop in her tracks. Stiffly, she turned around, forcing a weak smile as she addressed Zhang Yuan. Hey there, young man. This is between you and Odis. There's no need to involve me, right? Oh, but it's very necessary, Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. He turned around, hung the closed sign on the shop door, locked it, and then looked back at Tsuetsue. I'm quite interested in the divination you just did. Could you do one for me? Haha. Young man, I was just joking around. Tsuetsue laughed nervously. You saw it earlier, I wasn't in a good state today. The divination I did for Odis was all nonsense. I don't think so, Zhang Yuan said as he sat down at the table. Odis, pay up. Yes. Odis, still kneeling, immediately sprang into action. He stood up, pulled out a pouch of money, and placed it on the table. Turning to Tune, he said, Lady Gay, when business comes knocking, how can you refuse? Tsuetsue glanced at the sweat-drenched, tense Odis, then at Zhang Yuan, who sat lazily with a faint smile on his face. She realized there was no escaping today. With a soft sigh, she sat back down and asked, what do you want me to divine? Start by reading my fortune, Zhang Yuan replied. All right. Tsuetsue nodded and began to channel her power. The crystal ball on the table lit up once more. But soon, the glowing crystal ball dimmed. Huh. Quiruis frowned, staring at the suddenly darkened crystal ball with a trace of confusion in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she placed her hands on the ball once more, attempting another divination. This time, however, the ball began to glow faintly only to shatter with a crisp crack moments later. Countless cracks spread across its surface like a spider's web, and in the next second, the entire crystal ball shattered into pieces. The shop fell into an eerie silence. What's going on? Zhang Yuan asked, frowning slightly as he looked at the shattered crystal ball before him. Let me try again. Quiruis quickly pulled out another crystal ball, but as soon as it began to glow, it too shattered into fragments. Impossible, give me one more chance. As if possessed, Quiruis grabbed a third crystal ball, only for it to meet the same fate. Standing behind Zhang Yuan, Odis was utterly stunned. As the most renowned demon prophet in the capital, Quiruis had made a name for herself long before Odis was even born. Yet, in all of Odis' countless divination experiences, he had never witnessed anything so bizarre. After losing 5 crystal balls in a row, Quiruis finally let out a resigned sigh. I'm sorry, I can't divine your fate. Not even a hint of it. Zhang Yuan asked in astonishment. No, nothing at all, Quirinus replied with a nod. It's as if you don't belong to this world. Her words sent a jolt through Zhang Yuan's heart. Quirinus was now the second person to point out that he didn't belong to this world. Despite the shock within, Zhang Yuan maintained a calm expression. If you can't divine anything about me, then how were you able to foresee so much about me when divining for Audis? It has to do with the level of influence on the world and the person being divined for, Quirinus explained. The greater the influence, the harder it is to divine accurately. Audis' fate doesn't significantly impact the world, nor does he have the power to change much, so it was easy for me to foresee that you'd cause him trouble. However, even then, I made a mistake. Assuming some other important figure would trouble him. Lady Quirinus, that's a bit hurtful, Audis grumbled from the side. Ignoring him, Quirinus turned back to Zhang Yuan. Now, if I can't even divine your simplest fate, it can only mean one thing: your destiny is tied to the future of the entire world. Am I really that important to this world? Zhang Yuan murmured, his gaze deepening. After a moment of silence, he asked, then can you divine something else for me? Can you try to locate my parents? We'll give it a shot. Quirinus retrieved a brand new crystal ball. This time, the ball didn't shatter. Instead, it emitted a soft glow, with stars inside pointing the way. I've got it. Cui stared intently at the glowing crystal ball. Turning to Zhang Yuan, she said with certainty, according to the crystal ball's guidance, head north for 3 kilometers, then west for another 3 kilometers, and you'll find a magnificent mansion. The person you're looking for is inside that luxurious estate. Standing nearby, Audis frowned slightly upon hearing this. The direction sounded eerily familiar to him. He quickly ran through the map of the royal city in his mind, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Isn't that the residence of Lord Hellos? Cui blurted out in surprise. I've heard that Hellos was a human corrupted by the Abyss under the command of the demon Dragon King. And you're looking for your parents? Could it be that Hellos is… She abruptly stopped mid-sentence, realizing something shocking. Covering her mouth with both hands, she dared not continue. Audis's face turned pale in an instant as the startling truth dawned on him. Hellos was Zhang Yuan's mother. Trembling, he immediately dropped to his knees. My lord, rest assured, I will never reveal this secret. Once I step out of this room, I will forget everything. Cui nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, big brother. I'll also forget about this. She was well aware that the demon Dragon King was already struggling to find a way to deal with Zhang Yuan. If the connection between Hellos and Zhang Yuan were exposed, the demon Dragon King would undoubtedly exploit it to threaten him. Both of them, now privy to this critical secret, couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety. Zhang Yuan, observing their flustered reactions, curved his lips into a faint smile. No need to be so nervous. Since I asked you to divine the whereabouts of my parents, I don't mind you knowing this secret. After a brief pause, he added, besides, I've already arranged an escape route for both of you. Mercy, my lord. Audis once again prostrated himself on the ground. Cui's hands trembled as she stammered, big brother. I'm just a good demon. I work hard every day to support my family. I've never done anything bad. I'm just an ordinary commoner. Please spare me. Zhang Yuan offered Cui a kind smile. Don't worry. You're quite talented, and I happen to need capable people. If you're willing to serve under me, I can appoint you as my chief court mage. Chief court mage. Cui's face was filled with astonishment. Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce my identity in the Abyss. Apart from being Zhang Yuan, you can also call me the Spirit Sword King. The Spirit Sword King? Cui stared at Zhang Yuan in shock. You're the one who just became a demon lord and immediately climbed into the top 100 of the Demon King rankings? Zhang Yuan's smile deepened. Well, instead of running a small shop in the Cursed Kingdom, scraping by with petty fortunes for random clients, how about joining me in the Spirit Sword Kingdom? With your abilities, I can guarantee you'll enjoy wealth and glory in my realm. Cui couldn't help but drift into a daydream after hearing Zhang Yuan's words. A bit of drool escaped the corner of her mouth as she giggled foolishly, murmuring to herself, does this mean I can become a noble too? Nearby, Audis was struck with shock as he realized Zhang Yuan's true identity as the Spirit Sword King. He stepped forward hastily, his voice filled with urgency. Your Majesty, please grant me a chance as well. I want to contribute to the Spirit Sword Kingdom. At this moment, the Spirit Sword King was a rising star in the Abyss. Ranked 67th among demon lords solely based on his strength, it was only a matter of time before the Spirit Sword Kingdom climbed into the top 10. Such a status meant even the demon Dragon King would need to kneel in his presence, and the benefits his citizens could enjoy were beyond imagination. Zhang Yuan cast a faint, ambiguous smile at Audis. You are not like her. How am I different? Audis stammered, caught off guard. You have neither strength nor talent. Your status as a demigod is your only redeeming quality, but even that was a gift from the demon dragon king, and he can take it back at any moment, Zhang Yuan sneered coldly. Moreover, you've inflicted great harm on my human race. Regardless of your intentions now, I will make sure you suffer. Otis felt a chill in his heart at these words, but Zhang Yuan's tone shifted suddenly. However, you're the first to survive being killed by me twice. Perhaps the demon dragon king saw something in you that I haven't. I might be willing to give you a chance. Otis's face lit up with hope. Your Majesty, I swear I will give it my all. Don't be so eager, Zhang Yuan said, summoning the Crimson Sky Sword. This opportunity has nothing to do with your attitude. Third time's the charm. This will be the last time I kill you. If you survive, the chance will be yours. Before Otis could react, Zhang Yuan's words were punctuated by a flash of red as the Crimson Sky Sword pierced through Otis's skull. Chui Si shuddered violently, utterly terrified by the sudden scene. A system prompt echoed in Zhang Yuan's mind. Would you like to use the power of the God of Death to reap Otis's soul? Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan chose yes. A scythe of pitch-black divine energy materialized, harvesting Otis's fragmented soul. As I thought, the demon dragon king has been experimenting on him, Zhang Yuan murmured thoughtfully. Just then, a new system prompt appeared. The underworld rule power of summoned entity Shui has activated. Otis's fragmented soul has been drawn into the underworld, forcibly becoming a summoned entity. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Shui. It turns out our skills can work together as a combo. The voice of Shui echoed in Zhang Yuan's mind. Master, should I use the netherworld to reconstruct a body for Odysseus, or let his soul return to his original body? Zhang Yuan squinted his eyes and pondered for a moment. First, reconstruct a body for him in the netherworld, but we won't use it for now. Release his soul, and I'll bring him back to life. The demon dragon king must be scheming in the shadows. Since he had already taken control of a fragment of Odysseus's soul, allowing it to return to its demigod body would be akin to planting a hidden danger within the dragon king's plan. Understood, Shui responded concisely. Without delay, she extracted Odysseus's soul from the netherworld and sent it back to his demigod body. Zhang Yuan swiftly unfolded a sword formation and activated the technique of endless vitality. The blood hole on Odysseus's forehead began to heal at a visible speed, and soon, life returned to him. Standing nearby, Tuatsi witnessed it all, her face pale with shock. In her eyes, Zhang Yuan had become a twisted individual who took pleasure in brutally killing demons. Odysseus stood up and bowed respectfully to Zhang Yuan. Thank you, Master, for sparing my life. Odysseus, Zhang Yuan suddenly asked, are you aware that your soul is incomplete? My soul is incomplete? Odysseus looked puzzled. Seeing his reaction, Zhang Yuan realized there was no useful information to be gained. He waved dismissively. Forget I asked. You may leave now, but remember, do not disclose anything about me to anyone. Understood. Odysseus bowed again and turned to leave. Tsuetsuesi cautiously spoke up, can I not go to the Lingjin kingdom? Running my shop here is pretty good. After realizing Zhang Yuan might be a maniac, her dreams of nobility were utterly shattered. Money was important, but her life mattered more. Zhang Yuan fiddled with the blazing red Qishao sword he had just used to kill Odysseus and chuckled lightly. Sure. Tsuetsuesi's eyes lit up, but before she could express her gratitude, Zhang Yuan added, however, you know the secret that Helos is my mother. If the demon dragon king were to find out about this, hearing the blatant threat, the smile on Tsuetsuesi's face froze instantly. Your Majesty, I was just joking. I'll pack my things right away. She hurriedly stuffed the store's valuable items into her storage space. All done. Quick hands. Zhang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Once I finish dealing with matters in the royal city, I'll take you to the Lingjian kingdom. Until then, you'll have to endure a little inconvenience. With that, Zhang Yuan activated the ancient star capturing skill, drawing her into the ancient space. He then entered a stealth mode, silently making his way to Helos' residence. At the Duke's mansion, Helos was practicing martial arts in the courtyard. The long whip in her hand moved like a serpent striking from its lair, leaving deep marks on the hardened ground with each lash. The afterimages of the whip wove into an impenetrable net. Suddenly, a sharp headache struck her, accompanied by fragmented yet familiar images flashing through her mind. Her whip fell to the ground as she clutched her temples tightly. In these fleeting visions, she appeared to coexist peacefully with a group of humans. Yet, whenever such memories surfaced, the searing pain would follow, and the images would vanish like bubbles. Ever since returning from the main god's mission, these episodes had been tormenting her frequently. Mom, are you okay? Zhang Yuan's voice suddenly broke the silence. Helos immediately snapped to attention. She swiftly recalled her whip, her sharp gaze locking onto Zhang Yuan, who had somehow appeared in the courtyard. What are you doing here? she demanded. I came to see you, Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. Zhang Yuan, our cooperation during the last mission was out of necessity, and I spared you once. Now you dare trespass into my residence? Do you really think I won't kill you? Hello's voice carried a chilling edge. Mom, I'm standing right here, not moving. Can you really bring yourself to kill me? You're courting death. A murderous glint flashed in Hello's eyes as her whip lashed out with a sharp crack towards Zhang Yuan. True to his word, Zhang Yuan remained completely still as the whip whistled through the air. With a thunderous snap, it struck the ground beside him, sending fragments of stone flying and leaving a deep scar on the floor. You really won't dodge? Hello's frowned. As I expected, Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. Even though you've lost your memories as a human, the kindness in your soul remains unchanged. You may act fierce, but you can't truly harbor ill will toward me, can you? Hello's was silent for a long time before speaking. Zhang Yuan, why are you here? I've told you before I am not your mother. Calling me mom won't change that fact. Perhaps I can't bring myself to harm you right now, but I won't tolerate you causing chaos in the cursed kingdom. This is your first and final warning. Leave immediately or you will die. Zhang Yuan acted as if he hadn't heard her. Mom, there's just one thing I need you to do, and then I'll leave right away. And what is that? Zhang Yuan took out the antidote prepared by Yin Li. Drink this. Do you take me for a fool? Why would I drink something given to me by a mere human boy? Hello sneered coldly. If you don't drink it, I'll just stay here in your house indefinitely. Hello's was silent for a moment before asking, if I drink this, you'll leave? Absolutely, Zhang Yuan replied with a grin. Once you tell me to leave, Mom, I'll be out of here in no time. No looking back. All right, hand it over. Here you go, Mom. Zhang Yuan lightly tossed the vial to Hello's. As she caught the vial, Hello's face showed a trace of confusion, her doubts growing stronger. Logically, as a subordinate of the Demon Dragon King, she should have taken action against Zhang Yuan, her enemy. Yet, for reasons she couldn't explain, she felt no hostility toward him. In the contrary, she instinctively trusted him. She had even hidden Zhang Yuan's whereabouts from the Demon Dragon King after returning from the main god instance. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't have hesitated to destroy them for merely stepping into her courtyard, let alone threatening her within her home. Why was Zhang Yuan so different? Suppressing her confusion, Hello's looked at Zhang Yuan. You promised if I drink this, you'll leave? I guarantee it. Hello's didn't hesitate any longer and tilted her head back to drink the potion. Zhang Yuan clenched his fists nervously. Even though the antidote had been prepared by Yinli, its effectiveness was still uncertain. All right, I've drunk it. Now you can leave, Hello said flatly. You don't feel anything? Zhang Yuan asked cautiously. What kind of reaction were you expecting? Hello's frowned in response. Seeing no change in her, Zhang Yuan sighed in disappointment. I guess I was too optimistic. As promised, I'll leave. He turned to go, but before he could take a step, a heavy thud sounded behind him. Spinning around, he saw Hello's collapsed on the ground, clutching her temples tightly, her face contorted in pain. Mom, what's wrong? Zhang Yuan rushed to her side. What did you make me drink? Why are all these strange images flooding my mind? Hello's gritted her teeth, groaning as black mist began to seep from her body. Her aura grew increasingly unstable, and a violent glint appeared in her eyes. Zhang Yuan quickly activated his communicator to contact Yinli. A holographic projection of Yinli appeared, her face serious. Zhang Yuan, what's going on? I gave my mom your antidote, but now her condition seems unstable. Is this normal? Zhang Yuan asked anxiously. Yinli studied the black mist swirling around Hello's. It seems I underestimated the Demon Dragon King's hold over your parents. The antidote's potency isn't strong enough to completely eliminate the power of the abyssal seed within her. The seed has sensed the threat and is now resisting the antidote, which is causing this reaction. So what should I do? I gave you 2 vials of the antidote for a reason. If one isn't enough, increase the dosage. 2 vials should be sufficient to free your mother from the abyssal seed's control. Afterward, I'll prepare a stronger antidote for her. Got it. Zhang Yuan immediately pulled out the second vial and approached Hello's. Get back, Hello shouted sharply, swinging her whip with a fierce crack toward Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, quick on his feet, caught the whip midair and said in a deep voice, Mother, forgive me. Before his words had fully settled, Shuai silently appeared behind Hello's, delivering a precise strike to the vulnerable spot on the back of her neck. Hello's eyes rolled back, and she slumped to the ground. Zhang Yuan immediately stepped forward, skillfully retrieving a second vial of antidote and carefully administering the liquid into Hello's mouth. As the antidote took effect, the dark aura surrounding Hello's gradually dissipated, and her chaotic breathing began to stabilize. Nearby, Yin Li's holographic projection observed everything attentively, nodding in satisfaction. The reaction is just as I predicted. Once she wakes up, She should be able to regain her human form. Zhang Yuan exhaled in relief. Thank you. It's my duty, Yinli replied with a smile, then added, however, I must remind you your mother was corrupted by the Abyss seed. While my antidote can purge the abyssal power from her body, it cannot completely eliminate the Abyss seed. Since I'm only a holographic projection, I can't analyze her internal data in detail. You'll need to monitor her closely. If you notice anything unusual, contact me immediately, and I'll prepare a stronger antidote. Zhang Yuan nodded solemnly. Understood. After Yin Li's projection disappeared, Zhang Yuan instructed Shui to look after his mother while he began searching the estate for any trace of his father, who might also have been corrupted. However, after a thorough search, he found no sign of his father's presentino personal belongings, no evidence of his life within the estate. This troubling discovery furrowed Zhang Yuan's brows. Returning to the courtyard, Zhang Yuan brought Tsuetsuesi out from the dimensional space. Finally free, Tsuetsuesi let out a visible sigh of relief, though her gaze at Zhang Yuan still carried a hint of fear. Relax, Zhang Yuan said with a helpless tone. I genuinely invited you to serve as the chief court mage of Lingjian Kingdom. I mean you no harm. As for killing Audis, that was to confirm certain suspicions. I'm not a psychopath, so there's no need to look at me like that. Tsuetsuesi forced an awkward smile but remained silent. Zhang Yuan decided not to dwell on the matter and shifted directly to the issue at hand. I still have unfinished business in the capital. I need your help to divine my father's location. Can you do that? I'll give it a try. Tsuetsuesi retrieved a crystal ball, allowing it to hover before her as she began the divination. However, the process proved difficult. After a brief flicker, the crystal ball dimmed. Frowning, she increased her efforts and tried again. But the result was the same. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, Tsuetsuesi said apologetically. Your father's location is obscured by a mysterious force. I can only confirm that he has left the Cursed Kingdom. I can't pinpoint where he is. He's no longer in the Cursed Kingdom? Zhang Yuan's expression turned grave. That's right. Not in the Cursed Kingdom. Tsuetsuesi nodded, her hands gently spreading open. This is the limit of my divination. To go any further would require stepping into the realm of the gods. At that moment, Shui quietly entered the courtyard and gave Zhang Yuan a formal bow. Master, she has woken up. All right. Zhang Yuan nodded, then turned to Tsuetsuesi. Thank you for your efforts. Rest here for a while. Once I've taken care of matters, they'll take you away from here. You're not going to put me into that strange space of yours? Tsuetsuesi tilted her head with a mischievous smile. Aren't you afraid I might run away? Zhang Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile. It doesn't matter anymore. If you want to leave, you can do so anytime. With that, he gestured for Shui to lead the way. After the two left, Tsuetsuesi pouted. What do you mean, it doesn't matter anymore? Weren't you the one who said I'd be the chief court mage? Men and their lies. She adjusted her witch's hat, stubbornly sitting down in the shaded part of the courtyard. You want me to leave? Well, I'm staying. On the way to Hello's room, Shui suddenly stopped in her tracks. Master, that witch might not be as simple as she seems. What do you mean? I've seen her before, Shui said, her expression grave. In a cave painting that predates even my lifetime. It depicted the golden age of the Ghost Clan, and it's at least 10,000 years old. Zhang Yuan frowned deeply. If she's truly lived for 10,000 years, she'd at least be at the level of a deity, not this weak. Besides, my abyssal eye didn't detect anything unusual. Could it be you're mistaken? Or maybe it's just someone who looks similar. There's no mistake, Shui said firmly. Blonde hair, violet eyes, flat-chested demeanor is exactly the same. My swordsmanship was inspired by that very mural, so I remember it vividly. Zhang Yuan's expression turned thoughtful. All right, they'll keep an eye on her. After Shui dissolved into light and returned to the summoning space, Zhang Yuan glanced one last time in the direction where Tsuetsuesi was, then collected his thoughts and pushed open the door. Inside, Hello sat motionless in front of a mirror. Though she had taken Yanli's antidote, she still retained her demonic form, showing no signs of reverting back. Zhang Yuan felt a pang of sadness as he noticed Hello scrutinizing his body, assuming that his mother, now with her memories restored, could not accept his current appearance. Just as he was about to comfort her, Hello's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Xiao Yuan, I've become younger, Hello's exclaimed, her hands caressing her smooth face. Look at this radiant skin, it's exactly like when I was young. Seeing the joy on his mother's face, Zhang Yuan realized his worries were unnecessary and couldn't help but smile. Mom, how are you feeling now? My memories are fully restored, Hello's replied. But the seed of Abyss is still inside me, and it will take time to remove it. Until then, I need to stay in the Cursed Kingdom to avoid arousing suspicion from the Demon Dragon King. She looked at her son with pride in her eyes, marveling at how much he had grown. So many years have passed, and the little Xiao Yuan I worried about most has grown so tall. By the way, Mom, Zhang Yuan asked, do you know where Dad is? It seems like he's already left the cursed kingdom. At the mention of Zhang Lin, Hello's expression turned grave. Sensing the shift, Zhang Yuan felt a sinking feeling in his chest and quickly pressed her for answers. Hello sighed and said, some time ago, the Demon Dragon King sent him to the depths of the abyss to retrieve something. Since then, we've lost all contact with him. Even the Demon Dragon King hasn't mentioned him again. Is there any way to find out where he went? Hello shook her head. I'm afraid not. Algernon is cunning and ambitious. He's scheming something monumental in the shadows. Demon demigods, corrupted humans, the remains of demon gods, large-scale blood rituals, these are just part of what I know. His plan could shake the very balance of the abyss in the realms of gods and demons. Your father is at the heart of it all, and rescuing him won't be easy. What if I kill the Demon Dragon King now? Zhang Yuan asked. You can't, Hellos replied bluntly. Since you defeated the illusion demon god, he's been hiding his true form. To prevent you from gaining enough support in the cursed kingdom to challenge him, he even abdicated in favor of a puppet ruler. The one in the palace now is just a decoy. Killing him would only alert the real one. Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow in thought. Hellos continued, I will remain undercover as a demon duke to investigate his plans and your father's whereabouts. Meanwhile, you need to exert pressure from the outside and disrupt his schemes. What can I do now? Zhang Yuan asked. A sharp glint flashed in Hellos' eyes. The most urgent task is to stop his plan to corrupt humanity. We cannot allow him to continue defiling our people. Mom, how can we disrupt the plan to demonize humanity? Zhang Yuan asked directly. This question weighed heavily on his mind. As one of the fortunate few, his parents, after being demonized, ascended to the rank of abyss dukes, enjoying high status within the abyss. But reality was far harsher. Most infected humans lost all traces of humanity, becoming low-level abyssal creatures, ultimately dying at the hands of their own kind. Every fallen monster on the battlefield represented the tragedy of a shattered family. Hellos' expression grew serious. The Demon Dragon King has entrusted the mass production of abyssal seeds to the Demon Archduke, Soborn. He has already established a fully operational factory within his territory. Destroying that factory would deal a significant blow to the Demon Dragon King's plan. All right, I'll destroy Soborn's factory, Zhang Yuan declared without hesitation. Xiao Yuan, this has to be done covertly, Hellos said in a hushed tone. Not many demons know about this factory. If you attack it directly, it will look too deliberate and might expose my involvement. Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly. Got it. I'll make it look like an accident. That's my son, Hellos said with a satisfied nod before handing Zhang Yuan a map of the Daxia Empire. This map marks the dungeons that the Cursed Kingdom plans to corrupt in the near future. Soborn will use these abyssal dungeons to transfer a new batch of abyssal seeds. When that happens, a teleportation channel will inevitably open between the dungeon and the factory. If you intercept the abyssal seeds in the dungeon, you can use the teleportation channel to infiltrate the factory. That way, the Demon Dragon King will only blame Soborn for his incompetence. Zhang Yuan took the map and frowned. These dungeons are scattered all over the country. How can I determine which one Soborn will choose? This is a specially enchanted map, Hellos explained. I have a corresponding version. Once I confirm Soborn's route, I'll mark it on my map, and the information will sync to yours. But don't rely solely on my intel. Make sure you're prepared for contingencies. Understood. Zhang Yuan stored the map in his inventory and added with concern, Mom, be careful in the Cursed Kingdom. Your safety comes first. Hellos smiled. Don't worry about me. Your mom isn't that fragile. Yeah, I believe you, Zhang Yuan replied with a grin. After all, Hellos still carried a seed of a main god's divinity planted by the god of fun within him. This latent power was enough to potentially enable him to rival the Demon Dragon King in the future. After a brief farewell to Hellos, Zhang Yuan returned to the courtyard and found Quisuisi napping under a large tree. Quisuisi, he called out, startling her awake. Quisuisi rubbed her sleepy eyes and quickly stood up. Finally done with your business? Yeah, Zhang Yuan nodded, a teasing grin on his face. But didn't you always resist coming with me? Why are you still hanging around here? Hanging around? Quisuisi frowned. You promised to make me the chief court mage of the Spirit Sword Kingdom. Are you going back on your word? Of course not, Zhang Yuan chuckled. With someone as skilled in divination as you, practically on par with the goddess of fate, joining us, I couldn't be happier. With that, Zhang Yuan brought Quisuisi into the old space and entered a stealthy, shadowless state to leave the capital of the Cursed Kingdom. He swiftly converted his spiritual energy into agility, flying back to the Spirit Sword Kingdom at top speed. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of the Spirit Sword Kingdom, Eve was overwhelmed by the numerous tasks Zhang Yuan had left behind. Although the administration from the Blood Spirit Kingdom could be utilized, the newly established Spirit Sword Kingdom was in a state of total reconstruction. Balancing the interests of the new nobility and the old factions, soothing the public, and managing the flood of diplomatic affairs were just a few of the challenges. After all, with the Spirit Sword King now ranked among the top 100 demon lords, the kingdom had become a focal point in the abyss. Ambassadors from various nations had packed the capital's inns, arriving in an endless stream. Before Eve could catch her breath amidst the mountain of paperwork, Zhang Yuan had already returned to the palace. Eve, my king, you've finally returned. Eve's eyes lit up with joy as she immediately handed him a stack of documents. These all require your approval. Zhang Yuan glanced at the towering stack of files, his expression twitching as he pushed them back toward her. Eve, I trust your administrative abilities. You can set the policies, and he'll just support you. No, that would be completely against protocol. Then let it be against protocol. Zhang Yuan was unconcerned with the ceremonial aspects of his position as king. His only interest lay in the monthly rewards for his demon lord ranking. Rather than risk mismanaging the kingdom, he preferred to leave it in the hands of a professional. Before Eve could protest further, Zhang Yuan quickly changed the subject. The reason I came back this time is to introduce a talented individual to you. With that, he summoned Quisuisi from the old space. This is Quisuisi. What do you think about making her the chief court mage of the Spirit Sword Kingdom? The moment Eve laid eyes on Quisuisi, her expression shifted dramatically, and she blurted out, My king, absolutely not. Zhang Yuan noticed Eve's overly emotional reaction, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Realizing her loss of composure, Eve cleared her throat and said, Apologies, my king. I overreacted. May I request a private conversation with you? Zhang Yuan nodded and turned to Tsuetsuesi. Sorry, they'll have to trouble you to wait a little longer. No problem, I'm used to it. You can just put me away. Tsuetsuesi shrugged, her expression indifferent. After thanking her, Zhang Yuan stored Tsuetsuesi into the old space. He then turned serious and asked, Tell me, why did you react so strongly upon seeing Tsuetsuesi? My king, that which is the legendary calamity which, Eve said gravely. Her appearance always heralds great disasters. The calamity which? Zhang Yuan frowned. This should be your first time meeting her. Why are you so certain? In the ancient records of our succubus clan, there are descriptions and illustrations of the calamity witch. The depiction matches the witch you brought perfectly. Do those records still exist? My king, our succubus clan has long since declined. Our people are scattered across the abyss, and our ancestral lands have become lairs for other creatures. Those ancient records are likely lost. Zhang Yuan's expression grew solemn. This was the second time someone had raised concerns about Tsuetsuesi. First it was Shui, a demon god, and now Eve, a demigod. Their warnings could not be taken lightly. What was even more troubling was that both of them had seen Tsuetsuesi's likeness in ancient texts. My king, Eve continued, if you wish to verify this, you could search the royal library. The Blood Spirit Kingdom has a history spanning thousands of years. Although the former Blood Spirit King ranked just over 100 among demon lords, the kingdom has a rich heritage. You might find some clues there. Zhang Yuan nodded. All right, I'll take a look. I'll leave the kingdom's affairs in your hands for now. After leaving the royal palace, Zhang Yuan arrived at the library of the former Blood Spirit Kingdom, now the Spirit Sword Nation. It was a magnificent and ancient palace, towering 20 meters high. Standing guard at the entrance were two demon sentries, both above level 80. Their bodies radiated an aura of blood energy, and they wielded massive axes. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan, the sentries immediately knelt in salute and pushed open the grand doors of the library. As he stepped inside, a breathtaking sight unfolded before him. A colossal hexagonal space, over 500 meters tall, with a total of 100 levels. Each level was lined with shelves filled with books. Compared to the library at Kyoto University, this place resembled a temple of knowledge straight out of mythology. Its sheer scale was awe-inspiring. A well-dressed, tuxedo-clad demigod-level demon suddenly appeared before Zhang Yuan. He bowed respectfully and introduced himself. I am Gan Jiefu, the librarian. Welcome, Spirit Sword King. Our library holds 1.72 billion volumes, encompassing over 70 of the knowledge and secrets of the abyss. May I ask what you wish to consult? Zhang Yuan scrutinized the librarian before him. Do you know every single book in this library? Gan Jiefu's face lit up with a confident smile. For the past 3,000 years, organizing and cataloging this collection has been my sole purpose. Whatever you seek, if it exists in our library, I can find it for you immediately. I want to look into books related to witches. There are 3,720 volumes about witches here in the library, documenting the deeds of 322 witches. Which witch are you interested in? The Calamity Witch, the Fate Witch, or a witch named Quitruis? Gan Jiefu closed his eyes, and a faint red glow emanated from his body. In mere moments, 3 books flew down from the upper levels and hovered steadily before him. Your Majesty, Here are 2 works on the calamity witch and 1 account of the fate witch. However, I could not find any records concerning Quitruis. Zhang Yuan took the books and found a quiet corner to read them. Among the 3 books, 2 were written in ancient demon language, while the third was in a more recent demonic script. Fortunately, with Billy's translator in hand, he had no trouble reading them. The 2 ancient texts about the calamity which primarily described how disaster followed her wherever she went, causing the downfall of countless demon kingdoms and noble families. However, aside from noting her golden hair and violet eyes, there were no detailed illustrations or portraits. While this description matched Quitruis's appearance, it was insufficient to confirm they were the same person. The Fate Witch's journal began with mundane, everyday observations. However, in the latter half, the content became strikingly compelling. The entries from March 12th to May 22nd vividly depicted a tragedy: meeting a ghost tribe, foreseeing disaster, enduring a massacre by extraterrestrial invaders, and ultimately retreating to a mountain cave with surviving children. She left behind a cultivation manual before leading the pursuers away. This account matched the mural Snow had described with astonishing accuracy. Zhang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he immediately summoned Quitruis from the old space. "Where is this?" Quitruis asked, bewildered by her sudden arrival. Zhang Yuan placed the journal in front of her and asked directly, "Is this your journal?" Upon seeing the journal, Quitruis's pupils noticeably contracted. "So, it really is yours." Zhang Yuan keenly caught the fleeting panic in Quitruis's gaze, his voice tinged with a certainty of victory. "Quitruis, or should I call you the Witch of Fate? Or perhaps the Witch of Calamity?" Zhang Yuan's tone carried a hint of self-mockery. "It seems I still lack composure. Just seeing that long-lost journal was enough to unsettle me." Quitruis sighed softly, her hands tightening slightly. "It doesn't matter. Call me whatever you like. If you think I'm a bringer of misfortune, I can leave at any time." At her words, Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly. "I think you've misunderstood." "What?" Quitruis was taken aback. "I'm not particularly interested in your past, nor do I care if you bring calamity," Zhang Yuan said, meeting her gaze directly. "What I'm truly curious about is how much power you're hiding." "Huh, that's what you're focused on." Quitruis clearly hadn't expected this turn in the conversation. Zhang Yuan pointed to his own eyes. "I have a talent called the abyssal eye, which allows me to see the truth hidden behind the fog. With my current strength, even gods would find it hard to escape my sight. But you're different. I've scanned you several times with the abyssal eye, and all I can see is a power level of 72. Either that's your true strength, or you possess a concealment ability far beyond my detection." "I'm inclined to believe the latter." "And what difference does knowing that make?" Quitruis asked with a bitter smile. "Or are you planning to challenge me once you know my true strength?" "That won't be necessary," Zhang Yuan said, waving his hand dismissively. "You're about to become the chief court mage of the Lingjian kingdom. As the king, I think it's reasonable to want to know your true capabilities, don't you? You're still willing to appoint me as chief court mage?" Quitruis looked at him in surprise. "Didn't one of your ministers already oppose it vehemently?" "I've said it before, I don't care whether you bring calamity or not. Right now, I'm only interested in your true strength," Zhang Yuan replied, pausing briefly. "If you're willing, you could even settle in Lingjian kingdom under your real identity." His words seemed to touch something deep within Quitruis. Her gaze grew distant for a moment. "Settle in Lingjian kingdom under my real identity." She let out a soft laugh. "Your Majesty, you really know how to joke? If my true identity were revealed, within a month, no, within a week, your Lingjian kingdom would be reduced to ruins." Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up immediately. "What kind of identity are we talking about? That sounds pretty intense." Cui Chuisi was momentarily stunned by Zhang Yuan's reaction. "Why do I feel like you're getting more excited?" Before her words could fully land, the god of joy suddenly appeared out of thin air in the seat next to Zhang Yuan, her eyes gleaming as she stared at Cui Chuisi. "Yeah, who exactly are you? What's with all the excitement?" Startled by the unexpected visitor, Cui Chuisi instinctively leaned back. "And who are you?" Zhang Yuan gave the overly enthusiastic god of joy a helpless look. "Why are you getting involved in this?" "How could I not? This is too juicy to miss," the god of joy said with a grin. "Besides, I just made a major discovery." As she spoke, she pulled out 2 items from what seemed like a spatial dimension stone tablet carved from a rock wall and a tattered ancient book and placed them on the library table. Both items bore depictions of the same person. Though the artistic styles were vastly different, there was no doubt they were both images of Cui Chuisi. This tablet was discovered in a cave in the Sakura Nation, and the book was unearthed from the lair of an abyssal creature, the god of joy explained with great interest. "The fascinating part is that these 2 items are separated by 5,000 years in age. That tablet, in fact, dates back as far as 10,000 years. She gave Cui Chuisi a meaningful look. "You're not a deity, and your level is only 72. How have you survived this long?" "She's really only level 72? Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. The god of joy nodded. My eyes don't lie. Cui Si isn't hiding anything, her level is exactly that. That's insane. Zhang Yuan stared at Cui Si in disbelief. Are you cheating somehow? Faced with their relentless questioning, Cui Si let out a soft sigh. I can tell you the truth about who I am, but I need to ask you both a question first. What is it? They asked in unison. Cui Si took a deep breath. What are your thoughts on the Forsaken? The Forsaken? What's that? Zhang Yuan asked, clearly puzzled. There are still Forsaken around these days? The god of joy raised her eyebrows in surprise. Noticing Zhang Yuan's confusion, the god of joy elaborated. The Forsaken refers to those who reject the divine stones and refuse to draw cards for a profession. They have no class, no attributes, no status panels theory, essentially outcasts abandoned by this world. Cui Si nodded to confirm this explanation and repeated her question. I don't really have an opinion, Zhang Yuan shrugged. Whether or not someone chooses to take up a profession is their personal choice, as long as they're ready to face the consequences. I know some gods out there are hunting down the Forsaken, the god of joy said with a mischievous smile. But as far as I'm concerned, anyone who brings entertainment is a friend of mine. Cui Si nodded thoughtfully at their answers. All right, then I'll tell you I am one of the Forsaken, a relic from the era before the card-drawing profession system. Wait, Zhang Yuan interrupted sharply. Aren't the Forsaken supposed to have no professions? But you clearly have a level. Technically, I was a Forsaken, Cui Si clarified. But 30 years ago, I decided to take up a profession. 30 years ago, Zhang Yuan's expression grew, slightly more serious. The god of joy, however, was brimming with excitement. What made you abandon something you'd held on to for over 10,000 years? If you've lived that long, you must be one of those legendary immortals, right? Cui Si let out a long sigh. Human effort has its limits. Going with the flow is easy, defying it is hard. It took me over 10,000 years to realize that the path to immortality in this world has been severed. The only way to ascend is to draw cards and become a god. The god of joy heard Tunisi's words, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes before she burst into hearty laughter. I never expected a godforsaken being who has lived for over 10,000 years to have such awareness. If those old geezers in the divine realm learned about your existence, they probably wouldn't be able to sleep or eat in peace. Why? Zhang Yuan asked, puzzled. Cui Si chose to draw cards and change professions. Isn't that exactly what they want? The god of joy shook her head. It's not as simple as you think. Even if a godforsaken being chooses to change professions through drawing cards, their original power still remains. Their cultivation depends on absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to grow stronger, which means that after becoming a deity, they'll absorb a vast amount of energy from the divine realm, encroaching on the survival space of other gods. She paused for a moment. The divine realm is already struggling to deal with a single wine sword immortal. They would never allow a second one to appear. Is the wine sword immortal really that powerful? Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked. The god of joy chuckled as she began her tale. Let me tell you about something that happened when that drunkard first became a god. Back then, he was just a lower deity. A few upper deities, not knowing better, decided to pick on him because of his godforsaken status. And the result? She deliberately left a dramatic pause. He dug out the divine cores of those upper deities and soaked them in wine. Even when the main gods backing those upper deities intervened, they couldn't get the divine cores back. In the end, it took the god king himself to mediate and settle the matter. Zhang Yuan was utterly stunned. To him, the wine sword immortal had always been a fragile character who could be defeated with a single blow. Yes, he's incredibly strong and vengeful too, the god of joy added, her expression showing lingering fear. I once stole one of his wine gourds, and he kept yelling about it being his life-bound treasure. He chased me all the way from the divine realm to the demon realm. Those flying swords whizzing past me scared me half to death. Zhang Yuan wisely chose to ignore the god of joy's personal misadventures and turned to Cui Si. I take back what I said earlier. It's better to keep your identity hidden. However, if you're willing to join the Spirit Sword Nation, you'll be my friend, Cui Si. If you ever run into trouble, I'll do my best to help you. Cui Si couldn't help but laugh. You still invite me to join even knowing I'm a godforsaken being? I'm used to being a lone wolf, but making friends as interesting as you two isn't bad. Alright, I agree. A system notification appeared. Cui Si has joined the joyful faction. Number of faction deities, 3. Number of faction godforsaken beings, 1. Zhang Yuan stared at the panel in surprise. God of joy. Non-deities can join your faction too? I have no idea. The god of joy seemed just as confused but quickly recovered, smiling at Zhang Yuan. Little Yuan, you're such a workhorse. Our faction was just established, and you've already doubled its size. Keep it you paying to double it again. Going from 2 members to 4 is not the same as going from 4 to 8. Do you think the difficulty is the same? Zhang Yuan retorted with a hint of exasperation. Then, turning serious, he promised to me, "They'll keep your identity a secret. I'll handle things with Eve on my end. From now on, you will be the chief court mage of Lingjian Kingdom. Whatever you need, just let Eve know, and I'll make sure she fulfills it without fail," Zhang Yuan said with a resolute gaze as he made this promise. Cui Si curved her lips into an elegant smile. "Then I shall thank you in advance. And if there's anything you need my help with in the future, just say the word, I will certainly assist you." Deal. After the agreement was made, Zhang Yuan immediately set out to return to the royal palace to find Eve. When explaining the situation to her, he deliberately omitted Cui Si's identity as a forsaken one, and instead emphasized the truth that the calamity which was, in fact, someone who divined calamities. His clever explanation successfully persuaded Eve, convincing her to accept Cui Si as the new chief court mage. Once Cui Si was settled, Zhang Yuan quickly used the phase dagger to teleport from the abyss back to the academy. Without delay, he headed straight for the military headquarters to find Wan Chang'an. The map his mother had given him marked over 100 abyssal dungeons scattered across the country. It was impossible to investigate them all on his own to pinpoint where Saborn was transferring the abyssal seeds. The military, as a crucial component of the nation's machinery, had the resources to deploy professionals across the country, making it the ideal choice for this task. When Zhang Yuan arrived outside Wan Chang'an's office, he could already hear a furious voice coming from inside. "If you're short-staffed, go borrow people from the Adventurers Guild. Do I have to teach you everything step by step?" Zhang Yuan knocked lightly on the door. Upon seeing him, Wan Chang'an immediately lowered his voice to the person on the other end of the phone. "I have something urgent here, so we'll leave it at that for now. If a single city falls, I'll hold you accountable." After hanging up, Wan Chang'an's demeanor instantly shifted to a warm smile. "Xiao Yuan, what brings you to the military headquarters today?" Sensing the tense atmosphere in the office, Zhang Yuan cautiously asked, "General Wan, is there some trouble you're dealing with?" "Just minor issues, nothing for you to worry about," Wan Chang'an replied with a wave of his hand, pulling out a chair for Zhang Yuan. "Come, sit down. Tell me, what do you need from the military?" "Take your time. I'll just stand," Zhang Yuan said, feeling a bit awkward about the drastic change in Wan Chang'an's tone earlier. He directly took out the map. "General Wan, take a look at this map." As soon as Wan Chang'an saw the contents of the map, his expression darkened. "Xiao Yuan, where did you get this map?" Recently, reports of abyssal dungeon corruption had been pouring in from all over the country, and just pinpointing their locations had already consumed significant military resources. Yet this map not only marked all the known abyssal dungeons, but also included dozens the military had not yet discovered. "My mother gave it to me. Zhang Yuqiu gave it to you? You found her?" Wan Chang'an asked, visibly stunned. Zhang Yuan then recounted in detail how he used the antidote prepared by Yinli to restore his mother's memory and their plan to destroy the abyssal seed factories. After hearing everything, Wan Chang'an paced back and forth in the office before suddenly bursting into hearty laughter. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent! Xiao Yuan, you've done brilliantly. So that's why abyssal dungeon numbers have been skyrocketing recently. Those scumbags are up to their tricks again. Rest assured, the task of confirming Saborn's transfer locations will be handled by the military. I guarantee not a single abyssal seed will make its way into Daxia. I believe with the military's capabilities, it won't be difficult to determine which abyss dungeon Sabin chooses to transfer the abyss seed," Zhang Yuan said, looking directly at Wan Zhanshan. "However, the key to this plan is not just to strike down a single smuggling operation, but to use that dungeon as a gateway to penetrate the abyss and completely destroy Sabin's abyss seed factory." As he spoke, he took out a phased dagger glowing with a faint blue light from his pocket and handed it to Wan Chang'an. "Once the military confirms the dungeon's location, please take this dagger to the site immediately and contact me. I'll handle the rest of the operation." Wan Chang'an accepted the dagger with a slight frown. "Heading into the abyss to destroy the factory is no easy task. I can arrange for the strongest domestic raid team to assist you." "No need," Zhang Yuan replied firmly, shaking his head. "I can handle it alone. The other abyss dungeons also need manpower, so you'd better send the elite squads to tackle those instead." Seeing Zhang Yuan's resolute attitude, Wan Chang'an no longer insisted. He nodded and said, "All right, once we confirm the specific abyss dungeon, we'll notify you immediately." After finalizing the details of the plan, Zhang Yuan left the military headquarters and returned to his school. While waiting for Billy's contact, he focused on studying demonic language in the library to improve his proficiency. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Zhang Yuan was engrossed in the demonic dictionary, messages from both Yi Qingsong and Billy arrived simultaneously. "It's finally starting." Zhang Yuan stretched his stiff body from sitting too long, closed the dictionary, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Every now and then, it's good to take a break from studying and go slay a god or two. When he arrived at the bamboo grove, he saw Yi Qingsong already dressed in combat gear and ready. while Billy, having resumed his Su Jianxin appearance, was engaged in conversation with Yi Qingsong. Teacher Yi, senior brother. Zhang Yuan greeted as he approached. Su Jianxin motioned for Zhang Yuan to join them. Junior brother, you're just in time. I was explaining the details of this operation to Teacher Yi. The Bao demon god has agreed to meet us at the barren valley outside the abyss entrance, but it seems he's bringing an accomplice whose identity is still unknown. So, we might have to face two gods at once? Yi Qingsong asked. No problem, Yi Qingsong said firmly. I can hold one off. Once Zhang Yuan takes down the other, we can join forces to deal with the remaining one. With the coordination between us master and disciples, we'll make sure these two demon gods don't leave alive. Zhang Yuan looked at Yi Qingsong in astonishment. Teacher Yi, are you able to fight against gods now? A confident smile appeared on Yi Qingsong's face. You two troublemakers, one has become a demon duke and built a city in the abyss, while the other has slain several gods. Recently, Wang Haoran also encountered a great opportunity. As your teacher, if I didn't improve myself, how could I face you all? Rest assured, while I can't guarantee killing a god, holding one off is well within my ability. And if things get out of hand, I can always summon the wine sword immortal to assist us. You can fight without worrying about me. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan relaxed and smiled. I didn't expect the teacher to have such strength. This mission will be much easier than I anticipated. He had originally planned to face two opponents alone before dealing with the Bao god. But now, with Yi Qingsong as a reliable ally capable of standing against a god, the pressure was significantly reduced. Of course, Yi Qingsong said, straightening his posture. I, Yi Qingsong, was once the #1 among humans. It's only natural I still have some tricks up my sleeve. Listening to their exchange, Su Jianxin smiled knowingly before his expression turned serious. Since both teacher and junior brother are so confident, I won't dwell on our strength. Let's discuss the Bao god's plan. According to his script, I'm supposed to lure Teacher Yi into a trap and use him as a hostage to force junior brother into submission. The Bao god specializes in pinpoint, long-range attacks, and if junior brother steps into the trap, his long-prepared arrow will surely be fatal. Moreover, he's extremely cautious. Any unexpected changes will cause him to retreat immediately, exposing my cover. The key is to make him reveal himself while avoiding that deadly arrow. That's simple, Zhang Yuan said with a light chuckle. Since he's already written the script, well, act according to it. I have an invisibility skill that can evade the perception of higher gods. Senior brother, you take Teacher Yi to the abyss battlefield while I follow in secret. When the Bao god appears to control Teacher Yi, his focus will undoubtedly be on the teacher. That will be my chance to ambush and eliminate one of them, then set up a sword formation to trap the other. Junior brother, Su Jianxin said with some concern, the Bao god is a mid-tier deity. Are you confident in killing him in one strike? If he escapes, Teacher Yi could be in serious danger. Well, go with Zhang Yuan's plan, Yi Qingsong interjected. I've seen him with my own eyes cut down an ancient god with a single sword strike. Forget mid-tier demon gods, even a higher tier one wouldn't survive if they took his strike unprepared. Hearing this, Su Jianxin no longer questioned the plan. Instead, he asked, should we begin now? I'm ready to move at any time. Zhang Yuan nodded with a smile and activated his invisibility skill, vanishing before their eyes. Yi Qingsong looked at Su Jianxin and remarked with emotion, I never would have thought that, after 30 years, our teacher-student trio would fight side by side again. Let's go, Jiangxin, let's show those demon gods what we're made of. Understood, Su Jianxin replied. Together with Yi Qingsong, he headed toward the school's teleportation array, preparing to transport to the abyss battlefield. The abyssal battlefield, an unnamed, desolate valley. Su Jianxin led Yi Qingsong into the valley, where an eerie silence prevailed, not even a whisper of wind brushing through. Suddenly, several slender black pillars, as dark as ink, tore through the sky, aiming directly for Yi Qingsong's vital points. His eyes narrowed sharply as his long sword instantly left its sheath, clashing with the incoming pillars. The metallic clangs rang out, sparks scattering everywhere. The immense force within the black pillars sent a numbing shock through his hand, almost making him lose grip of his sword. What overwhelming strength! Yi Qingsong muttered, staring at his trembling hand with a hint of shock in his eyes. This brief exchange confirmed his suspicion whoever had launched this attack was far from an ordinary deity. Yet, he maintained his composure and immediately turned to warn Su Jianxin. Jianxin, be careful. It's an ambush. Su Jianxin suddenly let out a cold, sinister laugh. At some point, a black dagger had appeared in his hand. He spun around abruptly, thrusting the dagger straight at Yi Qingsong's throat. Anticipating the betrayal, Yi Qingsong swiftly parried the strike with his sword, feigning a look of disbelief. Jianxin, what are you doing? My foolish teacher, Su Jianxin sneered, his body beginning to transform grotesquely. He snarled, I haven't been Su Jianxin for a long time. From now on, address me as Duke Billy. Before his words fully landed, A terrifying demonic aura erupted from his body, forcing Yi Qingsong back over 10 steps. A deep sorrow flickered across Yi Qingsong's face. Jinshin, you've turned into a demon? Yi Qingsong, surrender peacefully, or you'll suffer for it. Su Jinshin snarled, transforming into a streak of black light and charging forward. Yi Qingsong's face displayed a mix of anguish and fury as he was forced into combat with his own disciple. The fierce battle between master and student shook the entire valley, sending tremors through the ground. Jinshin, wake up. I'm your teacher. Ha ha ha. Yi Qingsong, I stopped being human a long time ago. Hiding in the shadows, Zhang Yuan watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress his inner critique. Are these two overacting? Do they really think this will fool the Bao Demon God? As Zhang Yuan silently mocked the drama, 6 black pillars descended from the sky at an even faster speed, targeting Yi Qingsong. Locked in combat with Su Jinshin, Yi Qingsong sensed the danger and kicked his opponent away, unleashing a sharp wave of sword energy upward. Yet the black pillars were indestructible, not even a scratch appearing on their surface. The pillars embedded themselves into the ground, forming a hexagon. A sudden burst of light created a 6-sided barrier, trapping Yi Qingsong within. At that moment, a cloud of black mist gathered beside Su Jinshin, materializing into the projection of the Bao Demon God. The figure emerged, chuckling. Billy, well done. I must admit, Yi Qingsong is quite capable. If you hadn't lured him out of Xia, capturing him would have been far more difficult. From his concealed position, Zhang Yuan noticed that the Bao Demon God was merely a projection. He furrowed his brow slightly, suppressing the restless swords within the sword array space. The fact that the Bao Demon God was merely a projection weighed heavily on Su Jinshin's mind, but he kept his composure and instead flattered. You flatter me, my lord. As a Grand Duke of Demons, serving the Abyss is my duty. Well said, worthy of praise. The Bao Demon God nodded with a smile, then shifted the topic. However, Yi Qingsong is merely the bait. The key is to use him to lure Zhang Yuan here. Billy, bring me Yi Qingsong's communicator. I will call Zhang Yuan myself. Yes, my lord. Su Jinshin bowed and turned toward Yi Qingsong. Trapped within the barrier, Yi Qingsong noticed the subtle change in Su Jinshin's expression. Coupled with the fact that Zhang Yuan had yet to appear, he immediately realized something was off. The Bao Demon God before him was merely a projection. If that was the case, he needed to use real power to force out the true form. Yi Qingsong acted decisively, pulling out a wine gourd and taking a deep drink. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged wildly, and his aura climbed steadily. The 6 black pillars that confined him trembled violently, and cracks began to appear in the barrier. A Forsaken One? The Bao Demon God's eyes narrowed as he sensed Yi Qingsong's rising power. Before he could react, Yi Qingsong spat wine onto his sword, unleashing a blazing wave of fiery sword energy. With a thunderous roar, the sword energy shattered the barrier, sending Su Jinshin flying and targeting the Bao Demon God directly. The Bao Demon God swiftly conjured a black bow, and an arrow crackling with lightning took shape in an instant. The arrow shot through the air, effortlessly piercing the fiery sword energy. However, Yi Qingsong's figure suddenly vanished. The black arrow struck the mountain wall, leaving a massive crater. A mirage? The Bao Demon God spun around warily, aiming at Yi Qingsong, who appeared behind him, and fired again. The arrow pierced through the target, but had no effect. As the mirage continued to close in, the Bao Demon God finally realized he'd been tricked. It wasn't a mirage at all, but Yi Qingsong skillfully evading the arrows through rapid movement. Hurriedly, the Bao Demon God drew his bow again, forming 3 lightning arrows simultaneously. But it was too late. Yi Qingsong was already upon him. A sharp crescent slash of sword light flashed, severing the bow and cutting through the Bao Demon God's body. Yi Qingsong stood behind the Bao Demon God, calmly sheathing his sword and pulling out a fresh wine gourd. As the cap popped off with a crisp sound, the Bao Demon God stared in disbelief at the massive sword wound across his chest. Impossible! How could a mere mortal like you? Before he could finish, the projection disintegrated into points of light. Hidden in the shadows, Zhang Yuan, along with Su Jinshin nearby, was left stunned. This old man was unexpectedly so cool. Yi Qingsong turned to look at the Bao-wielding demon god, whose form dissipated into specks of light. He gave his wine gourd a slight shake and curled his lips into a disdainful smile. A projection of a god. Huh? Seems like that's all there is to it, not even worth a second thought. Before his words had fully landed, a streak of black light suddenly tore through the void. With a sharp crack, the wine gourd in Yi Qingsong's hand shattered instantly, sending wine splattering everywhere. The pitch-black arrow, undeterred, flew forward and struck a distant mountainside. In the blink of an eye, the entire peak disintegrated into dust. The air rippled as the Bao-wielding demon god reappeared, materializing out of nowhere. His expression was dark as he gazed down at Yi Qingsong. A mere mortal, lucky enough to destroy one of my projections, and yet you dare to act so arrogant? In the presence of a true deity, you are nothing more than an ant. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura of divine power surged from the demon god's body, sweeping across the land. The ground quaked violently, and the pressure descended upon Yi Qingsong like a tidal wave. So this is the true form of a god? Yi Qingsong muttered, his breathing quickening as he locked his gaze on the bow-wielding demon god, who was wreathed in black energy. Yet, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, he placed his hand firmly on the hilt of his sword. At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. Heh, I agree, dragging me along to hunt a mere mortal was already absurd enough. And now, the target hasn't even shown up, and you can't even handle a single hostage? Have you really fallen this far? Another demon god, emanating an equally powerful divine presence, appeared beside the bow-wielding demon god. Hiding in the shadows, Zhang Yuan immediately activated his abyssal eye to investigate. The blood demon god, a mid-tier demon god. Two mid-tier gods manageable. Confirming his assessment, he promptly activated his sword immortal talent, lowering his level by 20 to summon the phantom of the heaven-slaying sword, locking onto the unsuspecting bow-wielding demon god. The bow-wielding demon god shot the blood demon god a cold glance. Spare me your sarcasm. If it were you, you wouldn't fare any better. Then, turning back to Yi Qingsong, his tone grew even icier. Yi Qingsong, I despise the look in your eyes. I've changed my mind. I won't use you as bait anymore. I'll take your life here and now. With that, the bow-wielding demon god drew his bowstring, and the elemental forces of the world converged on the bow, forming a terrifying arrow. Despite the impending deadly attack, Yi Qingsong remained motionless, showing no intention of dodging. The blood demon god, noticing this, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Mortal, are you truly unafraid of death? Though his words mocked the bow-wielding demon god, deep down, he was well aware of the devastating power behind one of Iangri's serious arrows. Even for an upper-tier god, it would be nearly impossible to withstand an arrow from the bow demon god at such close range, let alone for an ordinary mortal like Yi Qingsong. As the bow demon god prepared to release his arrow, Yi Qingsong showed no sign of panic. Instead, he sneered and said, You two think you can kill me? Do you even know whose teacher I am? This unexpected reaction left both the bow demon god and the blood demon god momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment, a brilliant sword light burst forth from behind Yi Qingsong, slicing through the space beside him. The sword light, unstoppable as a tidal wave, first shattered the divine bow in the bow demon god's hands, and then pierced straight through his chest. The bow demon god froze in place, staring in disbelief at the fragments of his divine bow. He then looked down at the gaping, blood-gushing hole in his chest. He raised his head, as if to demand an explanation, but managed only to utter the word, You, before coughing up a mouthful of blood and collapsing to his knees. He glared at Yi Qingsong with defiant unwillingness, as though trying to speak, but cracks had already begun to spread across his body. In mere moments, his form disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the air. A system notification appeared, successfully killed by demon god Ian Gray. The immortal trapping sword has absorbed divine power experience, and rewards for killing the god cannot be obtained. The immortal trapping sword has gained sufficient divine power, increasing its favorability. The talent, I am a sword immortal, has been upgraded to level 7, increasing damage by 700 times. You may lower your level by 30 to randomly summon one of the 4 immortal slaying swords: immortal slaying, immortal trapping, immortal destroying, or immortal slaying array for coordinated attacks. Meanwhile, the talents, Godslayer, and the power of the Death Demon God's Divine Core were simultaneously triggered, granting Zhang Yuan 2 Divine Core experience points each. He now required 10 out of 20 experience points to advance to a mid-tier intermediate Divine Core. The Blood Demon God, finally snapping out of his shock, displayed a look of terror. Witnessing his companion being instantly obliterated, he transformed into a streak of blood-red light, attempting to flee to the skies. However, Zhang Yuan had anticipated this and activated a sword array, raising the infinite sword realm. A barrier instantly enveloped the entire valley. The Blood Demon God slammed into the barrier, only to be repelled. Damn it! He cursed before dissolving his form into blood, scattering in all directions. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly. Clever. Turning into blood does make it harder for the 4 immortal slaying swords to lock onto you. But he activated both sword armament and death armament, temporarily elevating his divine core status to a supreme god for 10 seconds, with all 4 attributes reaching infinity. Amid the explosive surge of power, Zhang Yuan felt as though time itself had slowed. In his eyes, the movement of all things became vividly clear, down to the fluttering of dust thousands of meters away. In that moment, he truly understood the sensation of divinity. He calmly surveyed the scattered droplets of blood and activated his solar eyes. With a hiss, the flames of the sun ignited every drop of blood belonging to the blood demon god. In less than a heartbeat, everything, including his soul, was incinerated. The system immediately displayed another notification. Successfully killed blood demon god main. Please choose a basic reward. 1. Remove level cap and instantly rise to level 300. 2. Permanently gain 10 of the blood demon god's 4 attributes and a randomly selected divine skill. 3. Summon a random creature to inherit the demon god's power. Faced with 3 options displayed on the panel, Zhang Yuan chose the third reward without hesitation. To him, leveling up wasn't particularly significant. He could always increase his level anytime by annihilating nations in the abyss. As for attribute boosts, his mental power had already reached an impressive 2.5 billion, with his other 3 stats exceeding 1.5 billion each. Further attribute enhancements seemed to have diminishing returns. In contrast, granting his summons the power of a demon god was of true value. Among his summoned beings, only Shui currently wielded the power of a demon god. The others who could play a role in divine battles were the 3 dragons Shinkong, Yaoyuot, and Fuyuosite. It was high time to add another deity to his team. Upon confirming his choice, the Rakshasa king instantly inherited the power of the blood demon god, ascending to the rank of a lower-tier demon god with his level skyrocketing to 100. The system panel promptly displayed the Rakshasa king's newly upgraded attributes. All 4 of his main attributes surged to 1 billion, and he gained mastery over 5 formidable skills: Flash of the Blade, King's Oppression, Undying Will, Sea of Blood, and Ultimate Sword Intent. Each skill demonstrated astounding power, from the lightning-fast piercing light of his blade to overwhelming domination, unyielding will, a boundless sea of blood, and peerless swordsmanship. Zhang Yuan stared at the stats in awe before remarking with a chuckle, "Old Luo, you've been a warehouse keeper for so long, but now you're finally stepping into the spotlight." As Zhang Yuan's very first summon, the Rakshasa King had provided immense support in the early days. While he had recently been relegated to retirement in the summoning space due to lagging strength, he had now ascended to become a true T0 tier powerhouse. With excitement, Zhang Yuan promptly summoned the Rakshasa King. A flash of silver light illuminated the room, and a man clad in silver armor, with gray hair and crimson eyes, emerged before him. A chilling aura of bloodlust swirled around him, exuding the unmistakable presence of a demon god. The Rakshasa King knelt on one knee and said reverently, "Thank you, Master, for granting me rebirth. I shall become your sword and obliterate all obstacles in your path." Seeing the Rakshasa King's commanding presence, Zhang Yuan smiled with satisfaction and replied, "Not bad, not bad. Next month, I'll max out your constellation." "Thank you, Master. I swear to protect you with my life." With the Rakshasa King's solemn vow, the system notified Zhang Yuan that his loyalty had reached its peak and he would never betray him. The system then proceeded to distribute the other rewards for slaying the god. Zhang Yuan received 2 divine artifacts, the Bloodthirst Demon Sword and the Bloodthirst Demon Blade. As godder equipment, the sword not only provided a 100,000 point attack boost, but also came with multiple effects such as lifesteal, bleeding, paralysis, and poisoning. Additionally, it could permanently enhance its attributes by slaying enemies. A series of reward notifications appeared. Bloodthirsty Demon Blade Divine Level. Attack power 100,000, guaranteed critical hits, ignores target's shield and defense. Upon killing a target, the wielder can permanently enhance their own attack power and attributes based on the target's strength. Equipment level 100, usable by summoned creatures. Additionally obtained, Soul Remnant of the Blood Demon God Divine Level, can assist in class awakening. Third Awakening Stone of the Demon God Divine Level, formed from the residual divine power of a fallen demon god, can be used with other awakening stones. The awakened will gain the power of the demon god. Talent triggered, Godslayer. Absorbs the divine power of the blood demon god, gaining 2 divine core experience. Death Demon God's Divine Core. Harvests the divine energy of the blood demon god, gaining 2 divine core experience. Progress, 1420 divine core experience required to advance to mid-tier intermediate divine core. Additional reward, 10 divine stones. As the notifications ended, 2 uniquely designed weapons materialized in front of Zhang Yuan. The bloodthirsty demon blade exuded sharpness, its blade resembling a dried river of blood, with dark red patterns flowing like liquid. The bloodthirsty demon sword had a wide, thick blade, with blood-like patterns writhing as if alive. Both divine weapons emitted an unsettling, bloodthirsty aura. Zhang Yuan noticed the usable by summoned creatures label and immediately summoned Shui, bestowing the demon sword and demon blade to the Rakshasa King and Shui respectively. "These 2 divine weapons are for you." The Rakshasa King solemnly accepted the demon sword and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Master. I will wield this divine weapon well, expanding your domain." Shui also accepted the demon blade with delight. Thank you for the gift, master. I will cherish it. Zhang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. All right, everyone, let's work hard together. Go and rest now. The two summoned creatures respectfully bowed before dissipating into light particles. At this moment, Yi Qingsong and Su Jianxin approached. Su Jianxin exclaimed in awe, Junior brother, you're incredible. Those two demon gods didn't even last a single round. I had already written my will, but now it seems completely unnecessary. Zhang Yuan teased, Senior brother, you might want to hold on to that will. Teacher Su Wanning knows you're still alive. I promised to take her to the demon city, and she said she wants to settle the score with you for the past 30 years. What? My sister is coming to the abyss? Su Jianxin's expression froze instantly. Oh no, oh no. I've kept it from her for 30 years. She's going to kill me. I need to prepare. With that, he turned into black mist and vanished. Watching Su Jianxin leave, Yi Qingsong shook his head with a chuckle. That kid, even as a Grand Duke of Demons, is still so afraid of his sister. He then turned to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, you did well this time. As your teacher, I have a reward for you. What kind of reward? Yi Qingsong gave a mysterious smile. The reward is in the Abyss battlefield. Come with me. Zhang Yuan followed Yi Qingsong out of the desolate valley where they had just slain the demon god. Heading south, they eventually arrived at a vast, gray plain. As far as the eye could see, the barren grassland was only sparsely dotted with wandering abyssal creatures. At its center, a swirling gray vortex hovered in midair, radiating an eerie, dim light. The words Ashen Plains appeared before Zhang Yuan, and the dungeon's information unfolded, level 70, with difficulty levels categorized as normal, hard, nightmare, and abyss. Teacher Yi, are we going to clear this dungeon? Zhang Yuan asked with a frown. For ordinary adventurers, a level 70 dungeon was undoubtedly high-level content, offering not only rich rewards, but also the chance to acquire legendary gear if lucky. However, for someone like him, now equipped with a full set of divine artifacts, such a dungeon posed no challenge at all. Yi Qingsong gave a cryptic smile. Clearing the dungeon isn't the main point. The reward I've prepared for you is inside. Let's go in first. Before Zhang Yuan could respond, a team invitation popped up on his interface. What puzzled him even more was that Yi Qingsong had chosen the most basic normal difficulty. Ever since Zhang Yuan had changed his class through the gacha system, he hadn't touched such low difficulty dungeons. Teacher, are you sure you didn't select the wrong difficulty? Zhang Yuan asked, still doubtful. No mistake. Let's go. Yi Qingsong chuckled softly and led the way into the dungeon. As the light of the teleportation faded, they found themselves in a scorched wasteland. The dark gray sky was filled with fine floating dust, and a massive two-headed red-furred wolf was advancing toward them. Zhang Yuan instinctively activated his abyssal eye to scan it. Flame twin-headed wolf. Level 70. Strength 14,000. Agility 25,000. Spirit 12,000. Constitution 40,000. Skills Bite, Flame Impact. The stats were absurdly low, not even a fraction of his own. It was so underwhelming that Zhang Yuan couldn't muster any enthusiasm to fight. You've never run a normal difficulty dungeon before, have you? Yi Qingsong said with a smile. This is what normal stats look like. Most adventurers in Daxia deal with dungeons like this in their daily lives. But these little mobs aren't important. This dungeon has a hidden mechanic. Follow me. Without waiting for a reply, Yi Qingsong soared into the air, heading straight for the boss area. Zhang Yuan quickly followed, leaving the snarling twin-headed wolf behind. Before long, they came upon a massive bear wreathed in flames, slumbering on the charred ground. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to examine the boss stats, Yi Qingsong casually unleashed a sword aura, killing it in an instant. After successfully defeating the ash bear, gaining 50,000 experience points minus 50, the vortex exit for the dungeon appeared as the boss's corpse vanished. Just as Zhang Yuan thought this intense and thrilling dungeon run was coming to an end, an unexpected twist unfolded. He quickly glanced at the boss kill information on his interface, then looked up at Yi Qingsong. Teacher Yi, what now? Back to the starting point of the dungeon, Yi Qingsong replied with a mysterious smile, already turning to fly towards the entrance of the dungeon. Although Zhang Yuan felt puzzled by this unexpected action, he silently followed his teacher's lead. When they returned to the starting point, the fiery two-headed wolf was still pacing near the entrance. However, its fur was now ablaze with roaring flames. Is this the dungeon mechanic? Evolving the initial mobs? Zhang Yuan immediately used his abyssal eye to inspect the creature's stats, only to find that aside from its appearance, its attributes were still pitifully weak. Kid, don't just look at the surface, Yi Qingsong said with a smile. Try attacking it, but don't use any of those divine weapons, just a plain iron sword. With a head full of questions, Zhang Yuan summoned a basic iron sword and aimed at the two-headed wolf's head. To his astonishment, this seemingly weak creature suddenly demonstrated incredible speed, effortlessly dodging the attack. When Zhang Yuan launched a second strike, the two-headed wolf once again displayed extraordinary agility. Not only did it evade the attack, but it also howled towards the sky, its eyes brimming with defiance. This stupid wolf is actually acting cocky now. Zhang Yuan chuckled, then conjured hundreds of iron swords in midair. Faced with this overwhelming display, the previously arrogant two-headed wolf immediately tucked its tail, crouched low to the ground, and submissively bowed its head. Teacher Yi, what's the deal with this two-headed wolf? It seems to have developed a high level of intelligence. It's just an ordinary dungeon monster, Yi Qingsong explained with a smile. But this is exactly the gift I wanted to give you, the ultimate treasure hidden in this dungeon, the Beast Spirit Pearl. The Beast Spirit Pearl? Is it a tool or equipment? Neither. Yi Qingsong shook his head. It's the life-bound treasure of an immortal from 10,000 years ago. The life-bound treasure of an immortal? Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. He recalled how the god of joy had mentioned not long ago that after stealing the life-bound treasure of the wine sword immortal, it drove him into a frenzy, making him hunt her down across the mortal world. From this alone, Zhang Yuan understood that a life-bound treasure was undoubtedly a supreme artifact, comparable to a divine weapon. Even if this beast spirit pearl couldn't match the wine sword immortal's wine gourd, it was surely a treasure of extraordinary value. Seeing Zhang Yuan's interest piqued, Yi Qingsong began to explain the origins of the beast spirit pearl in detail. The original owner of this treasure was the sect leader of a major sect from 10,000 years ago. At the time, he was already one of the most powerful beings in existence, just one step away from ascending to immortality. However, after the great upheaval of heaven and earth, when everyone gained the ability to draw cards and change classes, this immortal steadfastly believed that drawing cards was a heretical path and refused to change his class. As a result, during his tribulation, he was betrayed and ambushed by his disciples who had switched classes, leading to his demise. Before his death, the immortal used all his remaining strength to send the beast spirit pearl away, unwilling to let it fall into the hands of the traitors. Afterward, the pearl drifted through the world for many years until it ended up in the Abyss battlefield, where it created this dungeon. Mr. Yi, how do you know all of this? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. This immortal was an old friend of the wine sword immortal. I read about it in the records at the wine sword immortal's dream dojo, Yi Qingsong explained. When the wine sword immortal learned of his friend's betrayal and death, he was so enraged that he wiped out the entire sect and spent several years tracking down the beast spirit pearl. Who would have thought the wine sword immortal was such a loyal and righteous person? Zhang Yuan remarked with admiration. Yi Qingsong chuckled and said, the wine sword immortal often said that cultivating immortality is about cultivating one's mindset, and one should never endure grievances. That's why he never let a grudge last overnight. He then shifted back to the main topic. The beast spirit pearl is now a masterless treasure. Although it hasn't recognized me, I believe you have a good chance of becoming its new owner. But I'm not an immortal cultivator. Can I even use such an artifact? Zhang Yuan hesitated. There are countless paths to cultivation, but they all lead to the same destination, Yi Qingsong said earnestly. Whether it's immortal cultivation or leveling up through card draws, there's no hierarchy between them. Anyone has the chance to become the master of the beast spirit pearl. With this explanation, Zhang Yuan nodded. So what should I do now? Yi Qingsong detailed the method for obtaining the beast spirit pearl. The hidden mechanism of this dungeon was set up by the wine sword immortal. You need to clear the dungeon on normal difficulty without killing any minor monsters, and then defeat the boss without taking any damage. By meeting these conditions, the beast spirit pearl hidden inside the boss will awaken. Whether it recognizes you or not will depend on your fate. Can't I just kill the boss and forcibly take the beast spirit pearl? Zhang Yuan asked. Yi Qingsong shook his head in warning. While it's true that you have the strength to forcibly subdue it, doing so would cause the beast spirit pearl to resist you. Even if you obtain it, its effectiveness would be greatly diminished, and in severe cases, it might even self-destruct. Such a wasteful approach is not something I would recommend. I see. Let me try and see if I can connect with the beast spirit orb. Zhang Yuan nodded slightly and landed steadily in front of the flame two-headed wolf. The wolf immediately bared its fangs in vigilance, letting out a low growl. Flames around its body surged violently, with orange-eared tongues of fire licking the air, as if ready to pounce on the human before it at any moment. Zhang Yuan sneered, and with a thought, 9 swords, each radiating a unique aura, shot out from his sword array space. They traced elegant arcs through the air, forming a tight encirclement around the two-headed wolf. Faced with this imposing display, the wolf's aggressive demeanor faltered. It slumped to the ground, and the flames around it dimmed noticeably. Teacher Yi said I shouldn't forcefully kill this dumb wolf you're possessing to drag you out, Zhang Yuan stated bluntly. So I want to talk to you. You have 2 choices. Either show yourself willingly so we can see if we're compatible, or keep hiding. But be warned, these divine swords each have their own spirits. If they see me being bullied, they might take matters into their own hands, and I can't promise to stop them. Hearing these words from midair, Yi Qingsong's mouth twitched involuntarily. This kid's idea of connecting was to threaten the beast spirit orb with divine weapons. The beast spirit orb was known for its pride and arrogance. How could it possibly yield to threats so easily? Just as Yi Qingsong was about to step in and stop Zhang Yuan, an unexpected scene unfolded. A red light suddenly glowed on the flame two-headed wolf's forehead, and a translucent, crystalline red orb slowly floated out. Is this even possible? Yi Qingsong's eyes widened. He still remembered how he had spent an entire month trying to coax the beast spirit orb, only to fail in the end due to incompatibility. Zhang Yuan immediately activated his abyssal eye to inspect the orb's information. Beast spirit orb. Type: magical artifact. Effect: enhances the power of the wielder's summon creatures. The stronger the summoned creature, the greater the enhancement. No limit on the number of summoned creatures. Remark: an ancient treasure passed down through the ages, rumored to conceal even greater power. Zhang Yuan's heart surged with excitement. This artifact seemed tailor-made for him. With it, Shui and the Rakshasa King's powers would undoubtedly reach new heights. He extended his hand toward the floating beast spirit orb. Come on, let's see if I'm worthy to be your master. The orb hesitated for a moment before finally descending into Zhang Yuan's palm, releasing a faint red glow that enveloped his hand. A searing energy immediately coursed from the orb, spreading throughout his body in an instant. Suddenly, the beast spirit orb seemed to sense something, and the entire orb began to tremble violently, its internal energy spiraling into chaos. Beast spirit orb successfully subdued. Please offer a drop of blood to establish ownership. Is that it? Zhang Yuan murmured to himself as he noticed the notification on his panel indicating that the beast spirit pearl had been successfully subdued much faster than he had anticipated. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He had expected the process to take longer, yet it concluded so smoothly. Without hesitation, he bit his fingertip, letting a drop of fresh blood fall onto the surface of the beast spirit pearl. The moment his blood made contact, fluid-like patterns rippled across the pearl, and a peculiar connection was instantly established between Zhang Yuan and the artifact. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Achievement unlocked. First time obtaining a magical artifact. Reward: awakening a unique god-ear talent. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the unique god-ear talent, Master of Artifact Crafting. You can consume artifact souls to enhance divine weapons or magical artifacts, or dismantle materials to obtain artifact souls. Zhang Yuan's gaze shifted immediately to the beast spirit pearl in front of him. He noticed a new suffix attached to its name, upgradable. The system interface displayed that upgrading the beast spirit pearl to one required one legendary tier artifact soul, with a 100 success rate. A note clarified that dismantling legendary quality materials had a chance to yield legendary tier artifact souls, while dismantling god-ear materials would guarantee them. What kind of money-burning system is this? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but grumble. The one notation strongly hinted at additional upgrade levels in the future. The mention of success rates also raised a red flag. What if future failures caused the equipment to shatter outright? Curious, he checked his personal weapons and found that they, too, now had upgrade options. For instance, upgrading the Qishao sword to one required one god-ear artifact soul, with a 100 success rate. The notes revealed that only dismantling god-ear materials had a chance of yielding god-ear artifact souls. Seriously? This is highway robbery. Zhang Yuan muttered, stunned. He quickly calculated his resources. In his storage space, the only items that qualified as god-ear materials were the Sacred Spirit Heart and Sacred Spirit Core, obtained during his conquest of the Abyss Dungeon in the Sacred Spirit Realm. Other items, such as the Demon Archduke's Heart, were merely legendary tier. Yet, he had 10 personal weapons to upgrade, and each one required a god-ear artifact soul just to reach one. Where on earth was he supposed to find enough materials? Left with no better options, Zhang Yuan decided to test his luck by upgrading the Beast Spirit Pearl first. He dismantled the Sacred Spirit Heart, Sacred Spirit Core, and various high-tier materials dropped by bosses from his storage space. The results? 5 legendary tier artifact souls and 120 epic tier artifact souls. The orange and purple glowing orbs floated silently in his storage space. That's it. Zhang Yuan frowned at the results. The market value of the dismantled materials was in the hundreds of billions, yet it only yielded 5 legendary tier artifact souls, and 2 of those came from dismantling god-ear materials. The output of these artifact souls is way too low, Zhang Yuan calculated silently in his heart. A master artifact refiner is supposed to have godlike talent. If the enhancement isn't significant enough, it'll be a huge loss. The materials had already been dismantled, leaving him no other choice but to begin the enhancement process. As the first legendary artifact soul emerged from his storage space and fused into the beast spirit orb, a golden light burst forth, and the aura of the orb surged dramatically. In midair, Yi Qingsong immediately sensed the change, a look of disbelief flashing across his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan had already started examining the enhanced attributes. Beast Spirit Orb 1. Effect. Increases the strength of the wielder's summons. The stronger the summons, the greater the enhancement. There is no limit to the number of summons the wielder can have. Although the description hadn't changed, the aura of the Beast Spirit Orb had clearly increased by over 50. This outcome reassured Zhang Yuan, prompting him to proceed with the second enhancement. 2 more legendary artifact souls were infused into the Beast Spirit Orb, causing its aura to double once again. This scene left Yi Qingsong utterly stunned. As a cultivator, he deeply understood how arduous it was to refine a magical treasure. He had spent a full decade meticulously refining his life-bound treasure, and its effects likely couldn't even compare to a tenth of the Beast Spirit Orb's current enhancement. Overcome with excitement, Zhang Yuan didn't pause. He immediately combined 120 epic artifact souls into 2 legendary ones, gathering 4 in total for the final enhancement. When these 4 legendary artifact souls merged into the Beast Spirit Orb, an overwhelming aura erupted with terrifying force. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared within the dungeon. It was the projection of the Wine Sword Immortal. His gaze locked onto the Beast Spirit Orb, now crackling with arcs of lightning, and he murmured in shock, "This is impossible." Seeing this, Yi Qingsong hastily bowed and greeted, "Master." The Wine Sword Immortal turned to Yi Qingsong with visible excitement. What did that boy do to the Beast Spirit Orb? When his disciple failed to respond, the Wine Sword Immortal waved his sleeve, instantly appearing in front of Zhang Yuan. Grabbing the Beast Spirit Orb, he demanded, "Boy, tell me, how did you restore the Beast Spirit Orb to its peak state? Is my friend still alive? Answer me." The Wine Sword Immortal suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Yuan, his face barely able to conceal his excitement. "Which friend of yours?" Zhang Yuan looked at the overly excited Wine Sword Immortal with a puzzled expression. Seeing Zhang Yuan's reaction, the excitement in the Wine Sword Immortal's eyes instantly faded. With a long sigh, he said, "Never mind, it was my mistake. You don't need to take what I just said to heart." "All right," Zhang Yuan replied casually. He turned and walked to the side, holding the Beast Spirit Pearl to summon the Rakshasa King and Shui. With the amplification of the Beast Spirit Pearl, how much stronger are you now? The Rakshasa King immediately knelt on one knee. "Master, I cannot describe it precisely, but I feel my power has grown far beyond what it was before." After a moment of thought, Shui responded, "With the amplification of the Beast Spirit Pearl, my current strength should be on par with the bowed demon god. I believe the Rakshasa King's enhancement is roughly the same as mine. So, with the Beast Spirit Pearl at 3 enhancement, it can elevate you from lower god level strength to mid god level." A bright smile spread across Zhang Yuan's face. "It seems this artifact and its enhancements are even more powerful than I thought." "Not bad at all." Not far away, the Wine Sword Immortal watched Zhang Yuan engrossed in studying the Beast Spirit Pearl, veins bulging on his forehead. This brother was really, completely ignoring him. Initially, the Wine Sword Immortal had hoped Zhang Yuan would ask him questions, giving him the chance to recount his past glories, show off a little, and perhaps even learn how Zhang Yuan repaired the Beast Spirit Pearl. But to his dismay, Zhang Yuan took his words at face value and truly paid him no mind. Although he wanted to regain some dignity in front of Zhang Yuan, his pride as an immortal made him unwilling to speak first. In the end, he shot a meaningful glance at Yi Qingsong, who was floating in midair. Yi Qingsong understood immediately and landed next to Zhang Yuan, lowering his voice. "Kid, don't be so dense. The Wine Sword Immortal is still your grandmaster in a sense. Show him some respect and don't ignore him." "Huh?" Zhang Yuan looked confused. "Didn't he just tell me not to take his words seriously? You idiot. How can you be so literal?" Yi Qingsong couldn't help but complain. Then, lowering his voice further, he explained, "Your grandmaster is a proud, contradictory soul who says one thing but means another. Don't take his words at face value." Ahem. The Wine Sword Immortal suddenly cleared his throat loudly. Realizing he had said too much, Yi Qingsong quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, your grandmaster is curious about how you refined the Beast Spirit Pearl. If you explain it to him and make him happy, you might get something good in return." Zhang Yuan glanced at the Wine Sword Immortal in the distance and sighed helplessly. "Fine." He dismissed the Rakshasa King and Shui back into the summoning space, walked over to the Wine Sword Immortal, and gave a slight bow. "Grandmaster." The Wine Sword Immortal nodded solemnly before saying, "Since you're so eager to know about my past with an old friend, I suppose I can share it with you." Zhang Yuan looked completely baffled. "Wait, I didn't ask though." The Wine Sword Immortal ignored Zhang Yuan's words, his gaze deep and reflective as he continued. "An old friend of mine, Li Rue. the renowned master of the Myriad Beast sect and known as the Mad Taoist, was a legendary figure 10,000 years ago. The Myriad Beast sect was famed for cultivating the Tao through harmony with spirit beasts, emphasizing mutual cultivation and shared spiritual energy. To establish oneself in the sect, one first needed to earn the recognition of a spirit beast, which demanded exceptional talent from the disciples. He added with a hint of pride, back then, Li Rui's talent was second only to mine, Onsen Tenthasandier's cultivation prodigy. He formed contracts with more than 10 spirit beasts in succession. With his potential, he was certain to ascend within a century. So basically, you're just finding a way to boast about yourself? Zhang Yuan muttered under his breath. The wine sword immortal seemed not to hear the remark, his expression turning grave. However, the heavens underwent a sudden upheaval, and the card-drawing profession system descended upon the mortal world. Ordinary people could draw a good profession, level up 10 or 20 times, equip some gear, and rival the results of decades of a cultivator's arduous training. This revolution turned all cultivators into a laughingstock. At the time, Li Rui, like myself, was stubborn and saw professions as heretical, strictly forbidding his disciples from drawing cards. But those with insufficient talent, who struggled to form contracts with spirit beasts, couldn't resist the temptation and secretly switched professions. These individuals, already possessing cultivation, experienced rapid breakthroughs when combined with the skills granted by their professions. In just a few months, former servant disciples surpassed core disciples and even rivaled elders in power. As more disciples and elders changed professions, the Myriad Beasts sect split into two factions. One faction, loyal to Li Rui, clung to tradition and denounced professions as a violation of the Tao. The other faction advocated embracing the change and adapting to the new era. The conflict between the two sides deepened, leading to betrayal and bloodshed. When ideals diverge, parting ways is inevitable. But as the sect master, Li Rui couldn't escape responsibility, Zhang Yuan remarked thoughtfully. The wine sword immortal sighed deeply. Exactly. His arrogance ultimately led to his downfall, was ambushed and killed by his own disciple during his tribulation. Such an end was not uncommon among high-level cultivators of that era. And thus, the age of cultivation came to an end. Li Rui's fate served as a wake-up call for me. Defying destiny is futile. So, I resolutely changed my profession to swordsman and began cultivating anew from the lowest level. Understanding dawned on Zhang Yuan. I see. You're telling me this story to teach me that I should follow destiny and embrace the path of a professional to achieve success, right? No. The wine sword immortal shook his head, a sly smile curling his lips. I shared this story to let you know that after changing my profession, it took me only a year to condense a divine core and earn the title of the wine sword immortal. Zhang Yuan was left speechless. The wine sword immortal observed Zhang Yuan's silent reaction and smiled in satisfaction. Just as he was about to impart a lesson on the saying, "There's always someone better, and the heavens are vast," Zhang Yuan suddenly raised his hand. A surge of powerful divine energy rippled through the air. Master, is this the divine core you were talking about? Zhang Yuan asked casually, his tone light and completely unbothered. The wine sword immortal's pupils contracted sharply, his words cut off, and the smile on his face froze. Before he could respond, Zhang Yuan unleashed a second wave of divine energy. Not this one? Then the divine core you're referring to must be this. You already possess a divine core? And two of them? The wine sword immortal's voice trembled with disbelief. I thought you had noticed long ago but just hadn't mentioned it, Zhang Yuan replied innocently. Ugh. The wine sword immortal spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, glaring at Zhang Yuan. You little rascal. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Doing what on purpose? Zhang Yuan maintained his innocent expression. The wine sword immortal stared at Zhang Yuan's response, nearly choking in frustration. After finally calming himself, he let out a bitter laugh. Kid, it seems when it comes to showing off, I am nowhere near your level. Once his mood settled, the wine sword immortal turned to a serious matter. Li Rui has been gone for 10,000 years. His life-bound artifact, the beast spirit pearl, should have long lost its power. How did you manage to restore it? Zhang Yuan explained that it was accomplished through his newly awakened enhancement talent, and then handed the 3-beast spirit pearl to the wine sword immortal. Examining the artifact closely, the wine sword immortal's eyes lit up with astonishment, and he repeatedly marveled at the mysteries of cultivation. Kid, you've done me a great favor this time. Name your reward, and I'll make it happen, the wine sword immortal said excitedly. After confirming that the wine sword immortal wasn't affiliated with any faction in the divine realm, Zhang Yuan finally made his request. Master, I hope you can join my faction. Your faction? Zhu Jinxian paused slightly, his brows furrowing as he said, though you've acquired a divine spark, you're not truly a god yet. You don't even qualify to enter the divine realm, so how could you have a faction? Zhang Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile. Instead of answering, he sent a faction invitation directly to Zhu Jianxian. The faction of merriment? Zhu Jianxian's expression turned odd the moment he saw the invitation, and a vein seemed to throb on his forehead. Kid, are you trying to make me join the same faction as that shameless, troublemaking god of merriment who's always stirring up chaos? Master, Zhang Yuan replied earnestly, the god of merriment isn't the key point here. What's important is that everyone in our faction is a true powerhouse. Plus, there are no strict rules or constraints. If you join, you'll have complete freedom. Our faction of merriment is nothing like the standard factions in the divine realm. Will focus on an elite path, one that's absolutely worthy of your status. Hearing this, Zhu Jinxian couldn't help but burst into laughter. I didn't expect you to have such a talent for persuasion. Fine. Since I already agreed to fulfill any of your requests, joining the faction of merriment is no big deal. A system notification immediately appeared. System. Zhu Jinxian has joined the faction of merriment. Faction deities, 4. Faction renegades, 1. Zhang Yuan quickly bowed to Zhu Jinxian. Thank you, master. No need for thanks, Zhu Jinxian said with a wave of his hand, his expression suddenly becoming serious. In a way, joining the faction of merriment might actually be beneficial. The god of merriment may seem unreliable, but she harbors many secrets. She's far from an ordinary figure. Making her an enemy would be unwise. Is the god of merriment really that powerful? Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. Zhu Jinxian gave him a meaningful glance. You'll understand the more you interact with her. But let me warn you about something. He paused briefly before continuing. The god of merriment isn't inherently bad, but there's a secret weighing heavily on her. It's slowly driving her toward destruction and madness. Her constant pursuit of fun might just be a way to distract herself. At this rate, it wouldn't surprise me if she disappeared one day like a fleeting firework. It's that serious? Zhang Yuan's expression grew grave. Zhu Jinxian nodded solemnly, then sighed. She's been wearing her mask for too long. As I always say, a clear mind opens the heavens, and all burdens become light as feathers. Cultivation is about achieving clarity of thought. If emotions get trapped in a dead end, the consequences range from stagnation like that fool Yi Qingsong, who's been stuck for decades to complete self-destruction, as in the case of the god of merriment. Lost in her false facade, she edges closer to ruin. Shaking his head, Zhu Jinxian added, I've said too much today. These are just my personal observations. Ultimately, only the god of merriment herself knows the full truth. Let's leave it at that. His gaze shifted to Yi Qingsong, who was waiting nearby, and his tone suddenly rose. Yi Qingsong, look at yourself. Your disciple has already left you far behind. You've been slacking off, and that Wang Haoren is no better, completely useless. I need to take you both for some intense training. Let's go. Before the words had fully settled, Zhu Jinxian waved his sleeve, whisking Yi Qingsong away in an instant, leaving Zhang Yuan standing alone. As Zhu Jinxian left with Yi Qingsong, Zhang Yuan also exited the dungeon. The truth about Li Zishan that Zhu Jinxian revealed had left him deeply disheartened. Back at the long wall of arms, Zhang Yuan hovered alone in the air outside the fortress. This time, he didn't unleash one of his usual dazzling sword formations. Instead, he silently controlled tens of thousands of replicated iron swords, cutting down the Abyss army one by one. The professionals on the wall, finding an unusual moment of respite, paused their defensive duties and watched the scene with interest. Under Zhang Yuan's control, the countless flying swords forced the abyssal monsters into a chaotic retreat. The spectacle was grand, yet it carried an inexplicable sense of oppression. What's up with Zhang Shun today? Someone murmured. Normally, he'd take them out with one strike. Today, it's like he's cutting them apart with a dull blade. I won't lie, it's oddly satisfying to watch. Should we grab some popcorn to go with this? $100 a bag. Seriously? You're still doing business at a time like this? This one-sided massacre lasted for several hours. By the time Zhang Yuan finally stopped, he had single-handedly wiped out 99 of the million-strong Abyss army. This cathartic leveling spree not only restored the levels he had previously lost, but also pushed him directly to level 69, just one step away from 70. As Zhang Yuan finished off the last demon general and let out a deep breath, the god of joy suddenly appeared by his side. Xiao Yuanzi, what's wrong? You seem to be in a bad mood, the god asked. Zhang Yuan froze for a moment before forcing a smile. Nothing, just leveling up to pass the time. Your lying skills are terrible, the god of joy teased, shaking his head with a smile. Grabbing Zhang Yuan by the wrist, he said, Come on, let me take you somewhere. With a flash of teleportation light, the two vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers on the wall stunned. The scene was quickly reported to the military headquarters, causing a wave of concern. After all, any anomaly involving Zhang Yuan was considered a major event by the military. When the teleportation ended, Zhang Yuan found himself standing amidst a breathtaking field of starry flowers. The air was filled with a gentle floral fragrance, and the stars in the sky twinkled as if they were alive. Occasionally, a meteor streaked across the heavens, creating a beauty so stunning it took his breath away. What do you think? Beautiful, isn't it? The god of joy asked with a grin. Where is this? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. This is my secret base. I don't usually share it with anyone, the god of joy said with a playful smile, beckoning him. Come on, let me show you another place. I'll take you to a place. Before the words had fully left his lips, the god of merriment had already started bounding lightly towards the depths of the flower field. Zhang Yuan hurriedly followed in his footsteps. The flower field stretched endlessly before them, so vast that even standing on tiptoes, one couldn't see its boundaries. Along the way, glowing little creatures took a keen interest in Zhang Yuan. A small bird, radiating a gentle light, even dared to perch on his hand, tilting its head as it curiously studied this unfamiliar visitor. After about 5 minutes of walking, they arrived at 3 pristine, glowing white doors. The god of merriment stopped, turned to Zhang Yuan, and gave him a mysterious smile. Xiao Yuanzi, pick a door to open. What's behind these doors? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but ask. Exciting things. The god of merriment replied with a playful tone. Although Zhang Yuan found the vague answer a bit suspicious, he quickly made his choice. The one in the middle, I guess. Oh. The god of merriment's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands in excitement. Xiao Yuanzi, your luck is amazing. You hit the jackpot. Zhang Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Can I open it now? With permission granted, he pushed the door open eagerly, only to find a swirling vortex inside. Instinctively, he activated his abyssal eye to investigate, but to his surprise, even the most basic information about the instance was unreadable, just a string of question marks. Zhang Yuan's instincts immediately kicked in, and he became wary. Merriment god, what exactly do you mean by jackpot? Of course, it means you picked the most thrilling instance. The god of merriment replied with a mischievous grin. This instance has been open for ages, but I never had the guts to go in alone. Now that you're here, we can tackle it together. An instance even you were afraid to enter? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened, and he shook his head firmly. No way. I'm not going in. Don't chicken out. When you're feeling down, you need something exciting to lift your spirits. The god of merriment said cheerfully, suddenly teleporting behind Zhang Yuan. With a quick push, he added, Don't worry, I've got your back. Off we go. A flash of light enveloped them, and the two were pulled into the instance. When Zhang Yuan regained his senses, he found himself standing on the beam of a white palace. Below, the grand hall was filled with silver-armored angels, each crowned with a glowing halo and bearing wings on their backs, radiating an overwhelming divine presence. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to speak, the god of merriment pressed a finger to his lips. Sure, those angels have sharp ears. We'll talk somewhere else. With that, he crouched low and began carefully crawling along the beam. Like a pair of thieves, the two crept cautiously across the rafters, avoiding the countless angels below. Finally, they reached a secluded loft. Zhang Yuan peeked through the crack in the door to ensure no one was around before whispering, Merriment god, can we talk now? What kind of instance is this? The god of merriment exhaled softly and uttered 5 words. The dream of the god king. Zhang Yuan froze in place. Whose dream is this? Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the god of joy. That's right. We're inside the dream of the god king. The god of joy replied with a sly smile playing on his lips. Are you out of your mind, Li Zixin? Zhang Yuan immediately lowered his voice, glancing around nervously. It was one thing when you experimented with reviving the prime god, but now you're actually invading the god king's dream? What if we get caught? The god of joy waved dismissively, unconcerned. Relax, this is the dream of the old god king. He's been asleep for tens of thousands of years. It's not like he'll wake up easily. Besides, I've prepared an emergency escape tool. Even if he does wake, we can get out in no time. Zhang Yuan sighed helplessly. So, what exactly are we here for? Don't tell me we're going to force a confrontation. Though he possessed the power to slay gods, the sheer number of angelic forces in the palace would make it impossible to gain any advantage, even for the prime god. Of course not, the god of joy replied, lowering his voice. Our goal is to sneak into the god king's hall of slumber, grab a few treasures, and get out. If we make too much noise, even if the old god king sleeps like a dead pig, he'll stir within his dream. Wow, what a small objective. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sarcastically remark. Sneaking into the god king's palace to steal? Only the god of joy could come up with such a reckless plan. But since they were already here, he had no choice but to see it through. To be honest, he was a bit curious about the god king's treasures himself. The god of joy snapped his fingers, and a faint purple glow enveloped both of them. This is a concealment spell. It masks our presence and appearance. Unless we run into a prime god-level entity, no one will detect us. After confirming the coast was clear, the god of joy led the way, climbing onto the beams above. Zhang Yuan followed closely behind, asking, if we have a concealment spell, why not just take the hallways? Wouldn't that be faster? This palace is riddled with wards and traps, the god of joy explained. The angels won't notice us, but if we trigger an alarm, no concealment spell in the world will save us. The beams may be slower, but they're much safer. You've been here before, haven't you? How else would you know this place so well? Zhang Yuan asked suspiciously. The god of joy grinned smugly. All these divine secret realms are pretty similar. Sneak into enough of them, and you naturally pick up a thing or two. What exactly do you do in the realm of the gods? Zhang Yuan asked, exasperated. Everything. The god of joy declared proudly, continuing to lead the way forward. The palace of the God King was not only vast but also intricately complex in its design. The entirely white architectural ensemble, paired with similarly styled decorations, made the entire palace nearly indistinguishable in its layout. Zhang Yuan followed the god of merriment through the maze-like corridors, and before long, he was utterly lost, forced to stay close behind her. The god of merriment, however, seemed to know the place like the back of her hand. She effortlessly avoided the patrolling angelic guards and skillfully bypassed various hidden traps and restrictions. Her movements were so fluid and precise that they revealed the extraordinary expertise of a master thief. In less than half an hour, the two of them reached the deepest part of the palace. A massive white door loomed before them. Its surface was densely inscribed with golden runes and embedded with countless gemstones. Zhang Yuan examined it closely and was shocked to realize that every single gem was made of divine-grade materials, their sheer quantity rivaling the treasures in the forged god's vault. As a master craftsman, he couldn't help but gulp, but his rational mind warned him not to act recklessly. The god of merriment approached the grand door, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She licked her cherry-red lips and rubbed her hands together eagerly. Xiao Yuanzi, you brought the key of the gate god, right? Here. Zhang Yuan handed her the universal key. Without hesitation, the god of merriment stepped forward and used the key to open a small door within the massive gate. She urged him on. Come on, Xiao Yuanzi, let's get moving. All right. Zhang Yuan's heartbeat inexplicably quickened, perhaps influenced by her enthusiasm. Passing through the small door, they found themselves in another enormous palace. At its center stood a crystalline coffin, within which lay a white-haired elder, towering at a height of 100 meters. Even through the crystal, which was designed to seal away any presence, Zhang Yuan could feel the oppressive and terrifying aura emanating from within. Was this the power of the God King? He was inwardly shaken, his instinct screaming that if this being were to awaken, his only chance of survival would be to flee immediately. Xiao Yuanzi, stop standing there like a statue. Over here. The god of merriment's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. She was already standing in front of a row of display cases, holding a large sack. Each treasure in the cases was protected by an independent barrier, but these barriers were utterly useless before the universal key. With a light touch, she created openings in the barriers and deftly placed the treasures into her sack. Her actions so practiced they resembled a well-rehearsed performance. Zhang Yuan stared in disbelief as the sack expanded from flat to bulging. Unable to hold back any longer, he blurted out, God of merriment, didn't you say we'd just grab a little something and leave? From the look of things, it was clear she intended to empty the God King's entire treasury. Xiao Yuanzi, don't just stand there. Take a good look at these treasures, said the god of joy, busily stuffing items from the display cabinet into a burlap sack. We can't take everything, and some of these things won't be of any use to you. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan relaxed and began carefully examining the treasures in the display cabinets. Unlike the god of forging's treasury, these cabinets didn't contain weapons or materials. Instead, they were filled with peculiar items of various forms, some alive, some inanimate, some solid, some gaseous or liquid, and even some that seemed to have no tangible form at all. Using the abyssal eye, Zhang Yuan studied the descriptions of these items, but quickly realized that most were beyond his comprehension. The treasures of the God King are way out of my league for now, he muttered to himself. Just as he was about to leave empty-handed, his gaze was drawn to a stone in the corner. It was completely transparent, resembling a divine stone in shape but devoid of any color. The abyssal eye provided only a sparse description. Stone of nothingness, a stone containing nothingness. God of joy, I want this one, Zhang Yuan said, pointing to the transparent stone. The god of joy leaned closer, her eyes flashing with curiosity. Huh, something even I haven't seen before. You've got an eye for treasures, Xiao Yuanzi. Using her universal key, she unlocked the barrier around the stone of nothingness and handed it to Zhang Yuan. I don't know what this stone does, but anything in the God King's collection could fetch a high price on the black market. After thanking her, Zhang Yuan stowed the stone in his storage space. Just as the god of joy was about to resume her looting spree, her expression suddenly changed. She quickly stashed the bulging sack of treasures and pulled Zhang Yuan up to the rafters to hide. Someone's coming, stay quiet. They're strong. We'll wait for a chance to slip away, she whispered, her voice low and her eyes fixed intently on the door. Moments later, a glowing portal appeared on the door, and through it stepped a six-winged male angel alongside an eerie figure shrouded in black mist. Fellow intruders? Zhang Yuan thought to himself, startled by their method of entry, which mirrored his own. He immediately activated the Abyssal Eye to investigate these unexpected visitors. Target undetectable. This message sent a shiver down Zhang Yuan's spine. The notification from the Abyssal Eye implied that the two beings before him possessed godhood, far superior to his own, at least at the level of supreme deities. From the beam above, Zhang Yuan and the god of pleasure held their breath, watching the scene below intently. A dignified male angel was engaged in conversation with a mysterious figure cloaked in black mist. Michael, that old geezer won't wake up, will he? A cold, androgynous voice emanated from within the black mist. The angel, referred to as Michael, chuckled lightly. Relax. That old man has been in slumber for tens of thousands of years. As long as we don't cause too much commotion, he won't wake up. Don't waste time, find what you need, and we'll leave immediately. If those outside catch wind of this, we'll have a hard time getting out. The black mist let out a disdainful snort and transformed into a streak of darkness, darting toward the display cabinet. Who would have thought Michael, usually so self-righteous, secretly colluding with a demon god? Now that's some explosive news, the god of pleasure whispered in amazement. In response to Zhang Yuan's curiosity, the god of pleasure briefly explained that Angel Michael is a supreme deity of the new God King's faction, a major figure in the pantheon. His influence in the divine realm is immense. He even led the divine side in the last war between gods and demons. As for that demon god, though their true form is obscured, they're undoubtedly at the supreme deity level too. While they were conversing, the demon god had already ransacked the display cabinet, their aura growing increasingly volatile. Michael, are you messing with me? I risked so much bringing you into the God King's dream, and you think I'm playing games? Michael retorted with a frown. Then where is it? It's not here at all. Impossible. Michael insisted firmly. I've seen that treasure with my own eyes. Look again. The demon god scoured the area once more, their aura becoming oppressively heavy. Michael, you'd better have an explanation for this. Are you blind? I checked just a few days ago. The void stone you wanted was definitely here. Michael strode to the display cabinet, his pupils contracting sharply. It's been stolen. And not just that, many other items are missing too. Enough. The demon god roared, unleashing a terrifying wave of demonic power. This is the God King's dream. Who could possibly steal from here? Do you take me for a fool? Michael's face turned pale. Are you insane? You'll wake the God King. Let him wake. I'm done putting up with your nonsense. The demon god abandoned all pretense, their aura erupting as they bellowed. I'm killing you here and now. Emohi. You lunatic. I'm done playing with you. Mikhail roared furiously, unleashing an overwhelming aura within the Hall of Slumber. Overcome with panic, he transformed into a streak of white light and bolted through the doors. Stop. Don't think you can escape. The demon god known as Emohi bellowed, his voice echoing with fury. In an instant, he morphed into a chilling ghostly wind and gave chase. Watching the two disappear one after the other, the goddess of joy couldn't help but curse. Are those two idiots completely brainless? She turned to Zhang Yuan, her tone urgent. Little Yuan, we need to leave too, or the God King will wake up and catch us. However, Zhang Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the crystal coffin below. Joy goddess, I think he's already awake. Startled, the goddess of joy quickly looked down. Her heart skipped a beat as she saw the God King inside the crystal coffin, his eyes wide open, staring directly at them perched on the rafters. We're doomed. Those two fools have gotten us into serious trouble. Forcing a nervous smile, the goddess of joy addressed the God King. It wasn't us who woke you up, I swear. If you're grumpy about being disturbed, go after Mikhail. We're just passing through. Sorry for the intrusion. As she spoke, she swiftly pulled out a crystal ball the size of a ping-pong ball, ready to crush it. But before she could, her wrist was suddenly immobilized by a small magical array. Little Yuan, help me! The goddess of joy shouted urgently. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan activated his sword armament and death armament, summoning the Qishao sword to strike at the crystal ball. A brilliant, multicolored magic array materialized instantly, deflecting the attack. Zhang Yuan wasted no time and entered his true sword form, summoning 8 additional specialized weapons to unleash a combined assault on the magic array. The deafening impact reverberated through the hall as cracks began to form on the array's surface. A flicker of surprise crossed the God King's eyes within the crystal coffin. Seizing the opportunity, the goddess of joy broke free from the restraint and crushed the crystal ball. In a blinding flash of white light, both of them were enveloped and transported back to the sea of flowers. The goddess of joy quickly sealed the dungeon entrance and exhaled in relief. That was close. We almost got caught. Thank goodness for you, little Yuan. Zhang Yuan dismissed his armaments and teased. Didn't you say this plan was foolproof? We almost didn't make it. How was I supposed to know there'd be others involved? The goddess of joy threw up her hands, then gritted her teeth. Those two idiots dragged us into this mess. We can't just let it slide, we need to make them pay. Zhang Yuan was about to retort about her lack of foresight when her expression suddenly changed. Watch out, she yelled, yanking him aside just as a spear of condensed light pierced through the spot where Zhang Yuan had been standing moments before. Huayue, after all these years, your mischievous nature truly hasn't changed one bit. You actually turned my dream into a dungeon. An aged voice pierced through the tightly shut doors, and moments later, the projection of the God King effortlessly passed through, appearing amidst the flower fields. Though it was merely a projection, the overwhelming pressure emanating from it caused Zhang Yuan's entire body to tense. It far surpassed anything he had ever experienced from other deities. Zhang Yuan's hand was already resting on the hilt of his sword, ready to unleash the 4 swords of immortal execution at any moment. Stay calm. The goddess of delight quickly stepped in front of Zhang Yuan, pulling out a pile of treasures from her spatial pouch. Smiling, she addressed the God King. Old God King, for the sake of old times, I'll return these items to you exactly as they were. Please go back to your slumber, and I promise not to disturb your dreams again. Let's leave it at that, shall we? The God King chuckled softly and shook his head. I have no interest in these trinkets. If you like them, you may keep them. His gaze moved past the goddess of delight and locked onto Zhang Yuan, suddenly sharp and piercing. But as for you, outsider, you are far too dangerous for this world. Before the words even finished, a spear of light tore through the air toward Zhang Yuan. Instantly, 9 of his specialized weapons emerged from the sword formation space, forming a shimmering barrier of 7 colors in front of him, barely deflecting the lethal strike. With a deafening explosion, the surrounding flower fields were reduced to dust. Zhang Yuan immediately attempted to activate his I am the sword immortal ability, only to receive a system message, insufficient level, unable to activate ability. A quick glance at his status panel made his pupils contract. His level had been suppressed to level 1. Worse yet, a series of terrifying debuffs had been applied. God King's suppression irremovable. Level, attributes, abilities, and skills reduced to level 1. Damage locked at 1. Unable to use items, summon, fly, or teleport. All damage amplification, reduction, and immunity effects nullified. An outsider who can block a strike from my projection even in this state. A flicker of shock crossed the God King's eyes before he summoned more spears of light, each far more powerful than the last. Your existence has disrupted the balance of this world. You must be eradicated. Just as the God King prepared to launch his attack, the goddess of delight teleported behind him in an instant. In her hand, a dagger glinted with a blood-red hue, her eyes glowing with a crimson light. A terrifying killing intent erupted from her as the dagger tore through space, aimed directly at the God King's vital point. Who gave you permission to touch little Yuan? Her voice was filled with an unprecedented ferocity. Who allowed you to lay a hand on him? The God King sensed the danger approaching from behind and swiftly turned, wielding a spear of light to block the attack. The God of Joy's dagger struck the spear with tremendous force, unleashing a shockwave dozens of times more powerful than before. The collision shattered the surrounding space, and a fierce spatial storm wreaked havoc across the sea of flowers. Zhang Yuan was blown back by the immense force. The spirit effect of his 7-star Long Yuan sword activated, limiting the damage to 10 of his health. Steadying himself, he gazed in shock at the center of the battlefield. The God of Joy moved at an unimaginable speed, her dagger tearing through space like a relentless storm, forcing the God King's projection into a purely defensive stance. However, Zhang Yuan quickly noticed something unusual. The God King's aura remained steady, while the God of Joy's aggressive rhythm was subtly being guided by him. Her aura was beginning to falter. Realizing that the God King was gradually seizing control of the battle, Zhang Yuan sprang into action. Without hesitation, he activated the Sky Tower, sacrificing health to reset all his skill cooldowns. His Emperor Sword's true form and dual armaments were ready once more as Zhang Yuan launched another all-out assault. The sword formation unfolded, and the endless sword domain took shape. Tens of thousands of specialized swords, empowered by the 9 Heavens Crimson Fiend sword formation, vanished into a stealth state and silently targeted the God King's back. The God King let out a cold snort. With one hand, he deflected the God of Joy's attack, and with the other, he conjured a complex, massive magic array. A golden pillar of light erupted, instantly obliterating all of Zhang Yuan's flying swords. In the brief moment the God King was distracted, the God of Joy seized the opening. Her dagger pierced through his protective barrier, leaving a gash across his back. The God King winced in pain, and the magic array began to dissipate. Zhang Yuan capitalized on the moment, summoning countless flying swords once more to strike the God King. This time, many of the swords hit their mark. Though the damage was suppressed, the effects of the sword formation persisted. Under the enhancement of the Endless Sword Domain and the Nine Heavens Crimson Fiend Sword Formation, the God King's projection began to lose levels at an alarming rate. You too. The God King's eyes flickered with shock, clearly unprepared to be forced into such a predicament. This time, he held nothing back, unleashing an overwhelming and suffocating aura of terror. A dazzling golden light radiated outward from his body, its immense power directly blasting the God of Joy away. Zhang Yuan's meticulously cultivated boundless sword realm shattered like fragile glass under the impact of the golden light, and all the replicated flying swords disintegrated into dust in an instant. Even more terrifying, this force broke through his true form of the Emperor's sword state. The intense backlash caused Zhang Yuan to cough up blood. Although the red sky sword activated just in time to preserve his final thread of life, his health was forcibly locked at a single point. The suppression effect of the God King took full effect. His physical and mental strength were reduced to 1. All beneficial statuses and divine blessings were nullified. His status panel was instantly filled with numerous fatal negative effects, completely cutting off any chance of a comeback. Meanwhile, the God of Joy, who had just unleashed an overwhelming aura, was pinned to the ground and rendered immobile by several golden spears that descended from the heavens with unerring precision. The child's play ends here. The God King's voice was cold and piercing. He gazed at Zhang Yuan with indifference. Boy, I bear no personal grudge against you, but you do not belong to this world, and your continued presence here will inevitably lead to unforeseeable consequences. As a former king, it is my duty to maintain the balance of this world. For Hua Yu's sake, I will spare your life, but I will expel you from this world. As he spoke, the God King reached into the void and slowly drew out a golden spear crackling with arcs of lightning. The terrifying pressure of the divine weapon rippled outward, shaking the entire space violently, and even causing the stars above to begin falling from the sky. The God of Joy's eyes shifted from crimson to violet, and the moment she saw the God King draw the golden spear, her pupils contracted sharply. She shouted urgently at Zhang Yuan. Xiao Yuanzi, what are you standing there for? Run. He won't escape. The God King roared, transforming into golden lightning as he charged directly at Zhang Yuan. 9 specialized weapons immediately moved to shield their master, blocking the God King's path, but they were effortlessly blasted aside by the lightning. The God King, wielding his divine weapon, was unstoppable as he thrust toward Zhang Yuan, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. At the critical moment, a white light suddenly glowed from within Zhang Yuan. The sky tower burst forth from his body, placing itself between him and the God King. The God King's spear struck the sky tower, but it only caused faint ripples in the surrounding space. The sky tower? The God King's eyes widened with boundless shock at the sight of the artifact. In the next moment, Li Shuer stepped out of the sky tower, her gaze calm as she faced the God King. Ariel, that's enough. The God King frowned slightly. Itaya, you and I are both God Kings. You should understand what the arrival of an outsider means for this world. Do you want the tragedy from 10,000 years ago to repeat itself? Li Shuer raised a sword of starlight in her hand, her expression remaining serene. You and I are relics abandoned by this world. Its future has nothing to do with us, and it won't thank you for your presumptuous interference. Itaya, are you really willing to oppose me for the sake of this outsider? Do you understand the consequences of 2 God Kings going to war? Whatever the consequences, I don't care, Li Shuer replied indifferently. All you need to know is this. He is the one I have chosen, the God King. The God King fell silent for a moment, and then withdrew his spear. His voice was low and heavy. Itaya, you will regret the decision you made today. Li Shuer let out a cold laugh, her sharp gaze fixed on the God King. You should worry about yourself. Sleeping for 10,000 years to evade responsibility? The current state of the divine realm is half due to your negligence. A mighty God King bullying a mere mortal below level 70. All in the name of justice? Such shamelessnessly, you could pull off something so disgraceful in the entire history of the divine realm. The God King's expression darkened, anger flashing across his face. An ordinary mortal? What kind of mortal could nearly destroy my projection? A mortal below level 70 who can stand against a God King? What chaos will he bring in the future if left unchecked? That's Zhang Yuan's talent, not a justification for you to abuse your power, Li Shuer retorted without backing down. Itaya. The God King roared in fury, but quickly suppressed his anger. I have no desire to waste my strength clashing with you here. Neither of us is in peak condition. But that outsider able to rival a top-tier high god in mere months will undoubtedly match our peak power within a year. If he brings calamity to this world, you will regret your actions today." With that, the god king snorted coldly, dispelled the light spear imprisoning the god of merriment, and vanished into golden light. Li Shuer wasted no time casting a healing spell on the god of merriment. Under her invisible power, his injuries healed rapidly, and soon he was back to his lively self. "Ataya, no wonder you've been impossible to find all these years. Hiding away in the sky tower, how cunning of you," the god of merriment said with a cheeky grin. "Why you? Taking a beating from Ariel and still bouncing back so quickly, you're truly the most resilient god in the divine realm," Li Shuer teased. "If I had used my true power, that old fossil wouldn't have been able to hold me down. Right, little Yuan?" The god of merriment turned to Zhang Yuan with a playful smirk. Zhang Yuan chuckled and shook his head. "You're absolutely right, losing the fight doesn't mean you have to lose the argument." But he could tell the god of merriment had fought with all his might earlier. Shifting the topic, he asked, "Shuer, what was the god king referring to about that incident 10,000 years ago?" The god of merriment quickly chimed in. "Oh, I know this one. Over 10,000 years ago, there was someone just as extraordinary as little Yuan here, insanely talented, with power growing at an unbelievable pace. But this person was a complete menace, wreaking havoc across the divine realm, doing as he pleased. At first, the god kings didn't take him seriously, thinking any one of the principal gods could suppress him. But then he somehow managed to kill a principal god with some mysterious means and gained god king level power. His ambition grew unchecked, and he even conspired with the demon gods of the demon realm, declaring his intention to unify the divine realm. In the end, it took the combined efforts of several god kings, including Yataya and Ariel, to barely defeat the powerful adversary. The battle was devastating. 2 god kings fell, and the others were gravely injured. One god king's divine essence descended to the mortal realm and merged with the world, fundamentally altering its rules and ushering in a new era where everyone could draw cards to change their professions. "Huaiwe was right," Li Shuer said, her voice tinged with exhaustion. "In that battle, my rank fell from god king to supreme deity. Although Ariel managed to retain his god king status, his strength was severely diminished. He could no longer lead the divine realm and had to step back, making way for a new god king." "So, you've been hiding in the sky tower because of this?" Zhang Yuan asked. Li Shuer shook her head. "That's only part of the reason, not the main one." The god of joy was just about to speak. "During the Second Divine Demonic War, Yataya, she, Huaiwe." Li Shuer shot him a cold glare. Recognizing the warning, the god of joy raised his hands in surrender. All right, I won't say anything." Turning back to Zhang Yuan, Li Shuer's expression softened. "Don't take Ariel's actions to heart. He only attacked you out of fear. Once he calms down, he'll realize that what happened 10,000 years ago has nothing to do with you. On the contrary, you are this world's hope. Ariel isn't inherently a bad person. When he comes to his senses, he'll become an ally to you." "Exactly," the god of joy chimed in. "Ever since the old god king stepped down, the divine realm has been falling apart. To be honest, it's not much different from the demonic realm now, just with a thin veneer of respectability." Li Shuer didn't comment on this, and continued speaking to Zhang Yuan. Yuan, I didn't keep things from you intentionally. It's just that I'm too weakened to protect you. Ariel stepped in to help because of our past connections, but the new gods won't show the same consideration. Until you have the strength to stand against the cursed demon god, knowing too much will only put you in greater danger. You have immense talent, but growth takes time." Seeing that Li Shuer wasn't willing to elaborate further, Zhang Yuan nodded in understanding. Just as Li Shuer was about to say more, she suddenly swayed, nearly collapsing. "Shuer." Zhang Yuan's expression changed with concern. "I'm fine, just out of strength," Li Shuer said, barely managing to stand. "Forcing myself to awaken, controlling the sky tower to block Ariel's attack, and staying away from the tower for so long have drained all my accumulated power. I need to return to my slumber." She turned to the god of joy. "Huaiwe, they'll have to rely on you to look after Yuan from here on. I only have one request: don't take him to any strange places. If you provoke another god king, I truly won't be able to save you both." "Don't worry, I've got it under control," the god of joy said, thumping his chest in assurance. "Hearing you say that only makes me more worried." Li Shuer let out a soft laugh, but her time was running out. She looked at Zhang Yuan one last time. "Yuan, I might sleep for a long time this time. Please take care of my divine essence fragments." Before her words were fully spoken, Li Shuer's figure dissolved into shimmering light and returned to Zhang Yuan's body along with the sky tower. As Li Shuer drifted back into slumber, the god of merriment immediately leaned closer to Zhang Yuan with an amused smile on his face. "Xiao Yuanzi, feeling any better?" Zhang Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. "So your way of cheering me up is sending me into the jaws of danger? Isn't there a gentler option? Look at you. The god of merriment's eyes gleamed with a trace of mischief, not just in the mortal realm, but even across the worlds of gods and demons. The number of deities daring to face the god king Hedon can be counted on one hand. Isn't such a thrilling experience the ultimate fun? True, going up against the god king was certainly enlightening, Zhang Yuan mused. This time, although they had only faced the god king's projection, it had effortlessly rendered all his techniques useless. Zhang Yuan didn't even get the chance to summon the four swords of immortality. Under the overwhelming suppression of the god king's divine rank, every skill he had was rendered futile. Thinking about the cursed demon god, a chief deity whose rank was second only to the god king, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of caution. Currently, he only had 2 sets of divine-grade equipment and could transform into a chief deity for just 10 seconds. If he failed to defeat the cursed demon god within that brief window and reverted to a mid-tier divine rank, only to have his innate abilities sealed, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's still too risky, Zhang Yuan calculated silently, deciding to let the cursed king live a little longer. He needed to deal with the Abyss Seed Factory first, and after drawing enough cards next month to complete his set of 10 unique weapons and reaching level 70, he'd then consider confronting the cursed demon god. Speaking of which, the god of merriment suddenly shifted the conversation. Didn't Ataya ask you to help her find her divine shard? Oh, do you have a lead? Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. The god of merriment chuckled and nodded. While I was searching for stone tablets related to Tsue Sea in the Ghost Clan ruins, I sensed an unusual divine power in that area. The energy was of an extremely high rank, yet it felt unusually weak, much like a shard of a high-ranking deity's divine essence. Considering how rare high-ranking deities are to begin with, and how seldom their divine essence gets shattered, I think it's highly likely to be Ataya's shard. Where exactly? The god of merriment quickly conjured a map with magic and circled an area in the volcanic region of Sakura country. This is where I sense the divine power. You can start your search there. Thanks. Zhang Yuan accepted the map. No need to thank me, the god of merriment said with a grin. This dungeon run has been quite the haul for me. I need to go offload some loot, so I won't be joining you for the investigation. Want me to teleport you straight to Sakura country? Just send me back to Kyoto University, Zhang Yuan replied. Since this is an overseas trip, it might take some time. I need to deal with the Abyss Seed Factory first. Fair enough. The god of merriment nodded, casually tossing the universal key to Zhang Yuan. Take this key with you for now. I won't be needing it for a while, and it might come in handy for your trip abroad. Thanks again, Zhang Yuan said. Zhang Yuan gladly accepted the universal key. He chuckled softly. No need, just give me something entertaining to watch. The god of merriment laughed lightly and snapped her fingers. In an instant, a dazzling teleportation array appeared beneath Zhang Yuan's feet. The radiant light enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he was transported away. After Zhang Yuan disappeared, the smile on the god of merriment's face gradually faded, and a somber aura enveloped her. A faint black mist seeped out of her body, spreading around her. She took a deep breath, gently patted her cheeks twice, and a cheerful curve returned to her lips, causing the black mist to retreat back into her form. In the next moment, she appeared in a secret tavern located at the border between the realms of gods and demons. The place was a gathering spot for deities of all kinds, where even terrifying celestial gods and demon lords could share a drink at the same table. The god of merriment leaped onto a table, pulled out a burlap sack and a drum, and began beating it while shouting, "Step right up, take a look, fresh off the latest source. Miss it now, and you'll wait a whole year." The gathered gods, upon seeing her arrival, chuckled and greeted her. Boss Wa's here again. What treasures did you swipe this time? Swipe? Please, I got these fair and square, she retorted. One deity grumbled, "Hey, fun god, that artifact I bought last time was faulty. It got dull after just slaying 3 mythical creatures. Rubbish. Anything from me, Bosswa, is top-notch. If there's a quality problem, take it up with the god of forging." With her presence, an air of cheerfulness spread throughout the tavern. The gods eagerly gathered around to examine her wares, exclaiming in amazement, "Wow, fun god. You actually got the Tears of the Abyss, a treasure that's been lost for millennia? The Sorrow Beetle? Didn't those go extinct 10,000 years ago? Did you raid some God King's treasure vault for these? I heard there was a huge incident at the Pantheon. Was that your doing? How could it be? I'm a model citizen of the divine realm," the god of merriment replied with a grin. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan was teleported back to his dormitory, where he immediately saw Xiao Shui engrossed in a video game. "Zhang Yuan, you're back," Xiao Shui said, putting down the controller to greet him. "Don't mind me, Xiao Shui. Keep playing," Zhang Yuan replied. Watching Xiao Shui focus intently on the game, Zhang Yuan's mood improved considerably. Noticing that Xiao Shui was upgrading equipment on the screen, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered something. He quickly opened the storage box in the room. It was filled with Zhanlu stones, which Xiao Shui had unknowingly created while crying during a movie last time. Picking up one of the stones, Zhang Yuan decided to test his artifact mastery talent to disassemble it. Sure enough, he successfully extracted a legendary-grade artifact soul. Glancing at Xiao Shui, who was still deeply immersed in the game, an amusing idea began to take shape in Zhang Yuan's mind. This is just too cruel. Zhang Yuan shook his head, dismissing the thought of letting Xiao Shui keep crying. Instead, he turned his attention to disassembling every single Zhanlu stone in the box. The system immediately displayed the results: 50 divine-grade weapon spirits and 326 legendary-grade weapon spirits. This drop rate. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. From just over 300 Zhanlu stones, he had obtained 50 divine-grade weapon spirits, a ratio far exceeding his expectations. He had initially thought a 10 drop rate would already be impressive, but the nearly 1 in 6 chance he was witnessing now was simply unbelievable. Could it be that Xiao Shui's tears are exceptionally high quality? Zhang Yuan mused. Based on this drop rate, if Xiao Shui cried a few more times, he might be able to strengthen his exclusive weapon to 5 or even higher. However, as soon as the thought surfaced, he suppressed it and instead took out the Qishao sword to attempt an enhancement. After all, before deciding how many times Xiao Shui should cry, he needed to figure out how many Zhanlu stones were required to strengthen a single exclusive weapon. The system prompt immediately popped up. Would you like to consume 1 divine-grade weapon spirit to enhance the Qishao sword to 1? Current success rate: 100. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan confirmed. As soon as the enhancement succeeded, the attributes of the Qishao sword underwent a stunning transformation. Divine Sword Qishao 1 exclusive artifact, max tier. Attack power: 200,000. Critical rate: 100. Critical damage: 10,000. When the wielder's HP drops to 0, all negative statuses are removed, HP is fully restored, and for 1 minute, all damage dealt is increased by 200x. Additionally, the wielder is immune to all damage twice per day. Auto protects its wielder, granting immunity to mental attacks and nullifying all mental influences. This sword's attacks never miss, with no equipment level restrictions. Holy crap, this enhancement is insane! Zhang Yuan exclaimed in shock. Unlike the vague and unpredictable enhancements of the Beast Spirit Orb, the Qishao sword's attributes had clearly doubled across the board. And this was just at 1, it was already this powerful. No wonder it's on par with talents like I Am the Sword Immortal and Absolute Luck. Zhang Yuan marveled as he continued enhancing. The system prompts came one after another, from consuming 2 divine-grade weapon spirits for 2, all the way to requiring 16 divine-grade weapon spirits with a 90 success rate for 5. As he observed the exponentially increasing costs, Zhang Yuan calculated silently, at this rate, even if I completely exhaust Xiao Shui, I probably won't be able to strengthen a single exclusive weapon to 10. After weighing his options, he decided to proceed with the enhancement. The system quickly provided feedback. Enhancement successful. Qishao sword upgraded to 5. At the same time, a new prompt appeared. The Qishao sword has completed its transformation, unlocking 10 of its primordial power. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to check the 5 attributes of the Qishao sword, a new notification suddenly popped up on the interface. He focused his attention and noticed that the Qishao sword's attributes had undergone a dramatic transformation. Its attack power increased by 510. Each strike now dealt an additional 10 points of origin damage. It became completely immune to mental rule-based attacks and was unaffected by their effects. Even more astonishingly, any fatal damage the wielder suffered would be transferred to the Qishao sword. As long as the sword remained intact, the wielder wouldn't die, and the sword itself possessed self-repair capabilities. What is origin damage? Zhang Yuan stared at the seemingly insignificant 10-point damage value, filled with confusion. After all, his current damage output was calculated in the trillions, making this 2-digit figure feel rather underwhelming. Driven by curiosity, he continued to examine the enhancement details. The system indicated that upgrading to 6 required 1 celestial-grade weapon soul, with an 80 success rate. A note explained that celestial-grade weapon souls could only be obtained by dismantling divine artifacts, and even then, it was a rare chance. Isn't that an absurdly demanding requirement? Zhang Yuan muttered to himself in frustration. Just then, another notification appeared on the interface. Due to the Qishao sword's transformation, the effects of the Imperial Sword True Form and the Qishao Sword Spirit had also changed. The new Qishao True Form allowed all origin damage to bypass defenses completely, while the developing Qishao Sword Spirit gained a remarkable ability. It could progressively unlock the power to execute targets with less than 1 of their origin value as its strength increased. These changes made Zhang Yuan realize that origin damage was likely far more terrifying than it appeared on the surface. He turned to look at Xiao Shui, the experienced deity in the room, hoping for some answers. Xiao Shui, do you know what origin damage is? He asked. Xiao Shui was stunned by the question. Isn't that a power exclusive to beings above the level of a supreme deity? Why are you asking about this? Zhang Yuan candidly explained the changes to the Qishao sword, leaving Xiao Shui utterly shocked. Your weapon already has origin damage? Does that mean you can kill a supreme deity? Having origin damage means I can kill a supreme deity? Yes. Supreme deities are only immortal as long as their origin remains intact. Their battles revolve entirely around their origins, Xiao Shui explained. By the way, does your weapon's origin damage exceed 1 point? Zhang Yuan almost thought he'd misheard. His Qishao sword, with only 10 of its power unlocked, could already deal 10 points of origin damage, yet Xiao Shui was asking if it exceeded a single point? This stark contrast made him realize an astonishing truth. The 9 specialized weapons he currently possessed, along with the one he had yet to acquire, were each comparable to the pinnacle of Sky Tower's might. After listening to Xiao Shui's analysis of the damage to the essence, Zhang Yuan leaned back in his seat and began calculating carefully. The requirements for evolving 9 exclusive weapons were truly staggering. 300 Zhanlu stones could be broken down into 50 god-level weapon spirits and 300 legendary-level weapon spirits. Since 60 legendary-level weapon spirits could be combined into 1 god-level weapon spirit, this meant that 300 Zhanlu stones would ultimately yield 55 god-level weapon spirits. Each exclusive weapon required 31 god-level weapon spirits, which meant 9 weapons would need 279 in total. Subtracting the already evolved Qishao weapon and the 19 god-level weapon spirits he currently had, Zhang Yuan still needed 229 god-level weapon spirits. This translated to approximately 1,400 Zhanlu stones. The sheer number made Zhang Yuan gasp, doubted even the entire treasury of Daxia could gather such an astronomical quantity of divine materials. His gaze fell on Xiao Shui, who was engrossed in a video game. A subtle smile appeared on Zhang Yuan's face. He quickly opened his communicator and placed an order for a collection of tear-jerking movies, anime, and games, along with various food ingredients, most notably, a large supply of onions. Xiao Shui, want to watch a movie together? Zhang Yuan asked casually. Sure. Xiao Shui responded eagerly. I actually love watching movies, but I'm not very familiar with human culture, so I don't know which ones are good. Do you have any recommendations? Of course. How about starting with Lyon, the professional? Zhang Yuan suggested as he adjusted the projection equipment, setting up a screen on the wall and bringing over a comfortable double beanbag sofa. 2 hours later, the plan had worked flawlessly. Watching Xiao Shui, who was visibly emotional, Zhang Yuan quietly picked up the Zhanlu stones that had fallen and went to retrieve the ingredients he had pre-ordered. Xiao Shui, you must be hungry. Let me cook something for you. Eating takeout all the time isn't good for your health, Zhang Yuan said. Tears still glistening in her eyes, Xiao Shui was deeply touched. Zhang Yuan, you're so kind. I'll head to the kitchen to prepare, Zhang Yuan replied. Let me help. Xiao Shui insisted. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yuan said, all right, how about you chop the onions for me? No problem. Xiao Shui agreed enthusiastically. But soon, the onions had her tearing up uncontrollably. What kind of magical vegetable is this? It's so eye-stinging. As Zhang Yuan discreetly collected more Zhanlu stones that kept dropping, he comforted her. That's normal. But trust me, they taste great. Then I'll make sure to try them later, Xiao Shui said determinedly. After dinner, Xiao Shui patted her round, full belly and sighed in satisfaction. Zhang Yuan, your cooking is amazing. But don't you think you used a bit too much onion today? Onion beef stir-fry, onion scrambled eggs, stir-fried onion. Zhang Yuan chuckled and explained. Onions were on sale today, so I bought a lot. Zhang Yuan smiled and said to Xiao Shui, I recently discovered a bunch of really fun games. Do you want to play? Xiao Shui's eyes lit up immediately. Of course I want to play. What games? Zhang Yuan quickly pulled out a pile of game discs from his bag and introduced them excitedly. The Legend of Sword and Fairy series, To the Moon, will wait for you after 7 years. These games aren't too difficult, and the stories are absolutely amazing. Highly recommended. Xiao Shui happily took the discs, her heart filled with anticipation. 3 days later, Zhang Yuan had gathered enough Zhanlu stones. When he saw Xiao Shui with swollen eyes from crying, still engrossed in the games, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. Xiao Shui, how about we take a break? You've been crying non-stop these past few days. Can your body handle it? Xiao Shui shook her head firmly and replied, no problem. She took out a bottle of divine-grade nutritional supplement, drank it, and continued. Once I finish this game, I'll stop playing. Zhang Yuan sighed and mumbled. You said the same thing about the last game. However, seeing that Xiao Shui showed no signs of physical weakness, he gradually felt reassured. Zhang Yuan walked to the other side of the room and began dismantling the 500-plus Zhanlu stones he had collected over the past few days. This yielded 230 divine-grade weapon spirits and 1,526 legendary-grade weapon spirits. Excitedly surveying his results, he took out 8 specialized weapons to begin upgrading them. Taie, Yuchong, and Chengying swords were not yet at max level and couldn't be upgraded, but Zhanlu, 7-star Long Yuan, Chunjun, Ganjiang, and Mo successfully evolved, unlocking 10 of their primal power. After some careful adjustments, Zhang Yuan found that apart from Taiye, Yuchong, and Qingying, the other 5 swords had reached a 5 status. Not being able to upgrade until max level, Zhang Yuan thought to himself. Though slightly disappointed, he knew he'd be able to max out those 3 swords next month, so waiting a few more days wouldn't hurt. He put away the Taiye trio and began reviewing the new attributes of the remaining specialized weapons. Zhanlu's attributes included 510 damage, inflicting 10 points of primal damage with each attack, immunity to water-based attacks, and converting damage dealt by the wielder into temporary primal shields lasting until the end of battle. During the shield's effect, stamina and mental energy were unlimited. Chunjun also had 510 damage, immunity to physical-based attacks, and the ability to destroy enemy primal artifacts. The 7-star Longyuan, Ganjiang, and Mo each had unique attributes, granting immunity to lightning, light, and darkness-based attacks respectively, along with powerful primal abilities. When Zhang Yuan saw the new effects of the Emperor's sword's true form, he was shaken, as if he could feel an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Zhang Yuan gently stroked the flying sword in his hand, carefully examining the effects of the sword spirits of the 5 blades. Each enhancement brought him immense surprise and delight. After the Zhanlu sword spirit entered its growth phase, its original shield not only became permanent, but also reached an astonishing tenfold of its own origin value. The Qixing Longyuan appeared more stable, limiting the loss of origin value to no more than 10 of its maximum. The Chunjun sword granted him the ability to perfectly block origin-based techniques, while the Ganjiang sword replenished his origin value whenever its solar flames burned a target. As for the Moi sword, it could not only replicate the opponent's origin techniques, but also amplify their power by consuming additional origin energy. As expected of my sword spirits, Zhang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Though he was still puzzled about the exact quantity of origin value and the nature of origin energy, he decided to set these questions aside for now. Just then, his communicator suddenly rang. The screen displayed the name Wan Chang'an. Wan Warlord. Zhang Yuan immediately put away the flying sword and answered the call. Zhang Yuan, Wan Chang'an got straight to the point. We've obtained intel from a traitor organization that Saborn is planning to take action at the Moon Bay dungeon in the southern outskirts of Shihu City. Shihu City? Zhang Yuan frowned slightly. That's correct. Wan Chang'an's tone grew heavier. While we're still investigating why the Abyss chose Shihu City, I suspect their target this time might be you. Ever since your rise, the Abyss has changed its strategy, reducing direct assaults, and instead operating through internal traitors. Zhang Yuan's eyes sharpened instantly. Are you suggesting they might target my grandmother? It's just a theory, but we can't rule it out, Wan Chang'an sighed. The military has dispatched top experts to protect the teacher, but if the Abyss is determined to act, there's always a chance of oversight. The teacher is advanced in age and hasn't fought in years, so her current strength is unpredictable. I suggest convincing her to move to the capital, where it's safer. We'll try to persuade her, Zhang Yuan replied. But you know her temperament. Wan Chang'an chuckled wryly. If even you can't convince the teacher, there's probably no one in this world who can. Zhang Yuan, don't push yourself too hard, Wan Chang'an said gravely. If the teacher truly refuses to leave Shihu City, I'll think of another way. Rest assured, protecting the teacher is currently the military's highest priority. If the Abyss wants to harm her, they'll have to step over my dead body. Thank you for your concern, General Wan. I'll go home and give it a try, Zhang Yuan replied. All right, I've already handed your phase dagger to the teacher. With it, she can return home directly. After ending the call, Zhang Yuan turned to Xiao Shui, who was absorbed in a video game. Xiao Shui, I'm heading out. Okay, I'll guard the house. Xiao Shui responded without even looking up. Zhang Yuan took out the phase dagger, and with a flash of blue light, he was back in his bedroom in Shihu City. Looking around, the room was exactly as he'd left it, spotless and well-maintained, a testament to his grandmother's careful upkeep. The thought warmed his heart and made his nose tingle with emotion. It hit him then how long it had been since he'd contacted her after leaving for Kyoto University. With his mother trapped as a demon in the Abyss and his aunt secluded in training with the goddess of nature, his grandmother was left alone at home. A wave of guilt washed over him. Just as he was about to go find her, a noise came from the living room. Silently, he stepped out of his bedroom and saw 2 unfamiliar men carving a magic circle into the floor. Both parties froze upon seeing each other. The smaller, monkey-like man turned to the burly man beside him and asked, "Boss, what now?" The burly man drew a dagger and sneered. "What now? We kill him." He lunged at Zhang Yuan, but was swiftly trapped in Zhang Yuan's old space before he could get close. "My brother. Where is he?" The smaller man's pupils contracted in fear. "What did you do to him?" "Sigh. I just got home, and this is the welcome I get? I don't want my house turning into a crime scene," Zhang Yuan muttered, capturing the second man into the space as well. He then sent a message to Wan Chang'an explaining the situation. Zhang Yuan took the two men to an uninhabited forest outside the city and released them. The intruders, now stripped of their earlier bravado, stared at him in terror. My patience is limited. I'll ask, and you answer no nonsense. How did you get into my house? Zhang Yuan asked calmly. Given that military experts were secretly guarding the area, these petty criminals shouldn't have been able to get in so easily. Who are you? The burly man stammered. Before he could finish, a flash of sword light pierced through his skull, splattering blood onto the smaller man's face. Don't kill me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The smaller man begged, dropping to his knees in terror. We used a teleportation spell to get in? Teleported to my house? Zhang Yuan frowned slightly, quickly piecing together the key details. Based on his understanding, teleportation arrays in the country were all two-way, requiring arrays at both the departure and destination points to function. Clearly, there wasn't a teleportation array at his home, meaning the intruders had employed some kind of unknown one-way teleportation technology and had even managed to evade military surveillance. The thin man kneeling on the ground kept kowtowing frantically, his voice trembling. Two don't know the specifics either. I was just paid to do the job. They told me to enter the teleportation array and draw a magic formation at your house. Who sent you? Zhang Yuan asked coldly. A group of people in black robes, completely covered. It was all arranged by my bossy don't know anything else. The thin man stammered as he retrieved a scroll from his storage space. This is the array diagram they gave me. Zhang Yuan took the scroll, preparing to question him further, but the thin man suddenly pleaded. I swear I've told you everything. Please, just pretend I'm nothing but a fart and spare me. Before he could finish, a flash of cold light streaked through the air, and a flying sword pierced through his skull. Silence fell over the forest. Zhang Yuan immediately channeled the power of the death god to harvest the souls of the two men, then summoned Shui. Take them to the netherworld. Interrogate them thoroughly and erase their souls afterward. As you command, Master, Shui replied, obeying as she transported the two bodies to the netherworld. At that moment, Zhang Yuan's communicator buzzed was Wan Chang'an. I've arrived in Shihu City. What's the situation? Zhang Yuan concisely reported the results of the interrogation. After listening, Wan Chang'an's tone grew heavy. This is no trivial matter. He'll bring in a divine-level array master. Wait for me at home. Upon returning to his house, Zhang Yuan noticed the incomplete magic formation on the living room floor. He dipped his finger into the red pigment and immediately activated the abyssal eye to examine it. Crimson sand, from the abyss, commonly used in demon summoning rituals for invoking a demon god. Zhang Yuan sneered. Dragon King. Hiding in the shadows just to play these petty tricks? He refrained from destroying the magic formation and patiently awaited reinforcements. 10 minutes later, Wan Chang'an arrived with Su Wanting. War God Wan, Professor Su, please come in. Zhang Yuan greeted them at the door. As soon as Su Wanting entered, her attention was drawn to the half-finished magic formation on the floor. Wan Chang'an introduced her. Professor Su is one of the strongest array masters in the country. Show her the array diagram. All right. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuan handed the formation diagram he had confiscated from the thieves to Su Wanting, his eyes filled with anticipation. Miss Su, this is the complete formation diagram. Su Wanting took the diagram, her gaze sweeping over the paper. Almost instantly, she declared, this is fake. Fake. Zhang Yuan looked astonished, pointing at the magic array on the ground. Doesn't this diagram look exactly the same as the one on the floor? Su Wanting's eyes shifted between the diagram and the floor as she patiently explained. To an untrained eye, they do look identical. But constructing a magic array is far more complex than simply drawing the patterns. The order in which the lines are inscribed, the direction of elemental energy flow, every detail is critical. Take these two arrays, for example. The order of their inscriptions is completely different, and their energy flows in opposite directions. Then what's the difference between these two magic arrays? Zhang Yuan pressed further. Typically, elemental energy flowing in one direction is for summoning, while the reverse flow is for sacrifice. Su Wanting pointed to the diagram. This one is designed for summoning, while the one on the floor is most likely for sacrifice. Of course, to be certain, we still need to… Miss Su, Wan Zhanshan interrupted at the right moment, a wry smile on his face. This isn't a classroom. Just give us the conclusion. Su Wanting cleared her throat awkwardly. Apologies. Force of habit. She quickly adjusted. Based on the half-finished magic array we've seen so far, I suspect someone is trying to turn the people in this room into vessels for some kind of entity. Zhang Yuan frowned, deep in thought. Those two intruders clearly didn't understand magic arrays. How did they manage to draw a functional one? The key lies in the paint, Su Wanting explained. The paint was infused with a special elemental force that automatically corrected any mistakes in the array. This technique is extremely advanced. There must be a top-tier formation master behind this. And considering the precision of the teleportation to this exact room, Their skill level is likely above mine. Wan Chang'an's expression darkened as he heard this. A formation master more skilled than Ms. Su. This is troubling. Is there any way to find this formation master? Zhang Yuan asked. Su Wanting nodded. There is, but it's risky. We could complete the magic array and use a person as bait. Once the array is activated, the elemental fluctuations would expose the master's location. However, her tone grew somber. Once the array is triggered, the bait would be in great danger. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuan stepped forward. It's fine. He'll do it. Zhang Yuan, would you be the bait? Su Wanting asked. She was about to warn him about the danger, but quickly changed her tone, considering Zhang Yuan's strength. All right, I'll rebuild the magic array now. You all take a break. Su Wanting immediately crouched down and channeled her power into the magical formation on the floor. Crimson grains of sand spread out with her movements, gradually outlining the complete array. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan stepped back to stand beside Wan Chang'an and asked with concern, War God Wan, is my grandmother safe right now? Don't worry about that, Wan Chang'an replied with a smile. As soon as I heard about the intrusion at your home, I sent guards to protect your teacher. She's currently at a tea house playing mahjong with her old friends perfectly safe. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan let out a sigh of relief and quietly waited for Su Wanting to finish setting up the array. 10 minutes later, she drew the final stroke and stood up, saying, It's done. I deliberately set it up with the errors shown in the diagram. The array master hiding in the shadows should attempt to control it remotely. What's the next step? Wan Chang'an asked. This magic array can detect the number of people, Su Wanting explained. Zhang Yuan will stay here alone to trigger it, while we wait outside. Once the array is activated, I'll track the array master's location. At that point, we'll need War God Wan to capture them. All right, leave the capturing to me, Wan Chang'an replied, then turned to Zhang Yuan. You good to handle this alone? Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly. Relax. Even if they summon a deity, it wouldn't be enough to challenge me. Getting more arrogant, aren't you? Wan Chang'an shook his head with a laugh. All right then, good luck. With that, he and Su Wanting left the house. Zhang Yuan sat alone on the sofa, waiting. Suddenly, Shue's voice echoed in his ear. Master, I've extracted their memories. They were indeed hiding something. The mastermind isn't from the Abyss, but from Sakura Nation. Sakura Nation? Zhang Yuan frowned. What's their objective? These two were just hired lackeys. They don't know the exact purpose. Got it, Zhang Yuan said. Dispose of their souls. Don't let them contaminate the underworld. As Shue's presence faded, the magic array in the living room began to glow with a crimson light, and the flow of elemental energy became pronounced. Soon, the array vanished before Zhang Yuan's eyes, as though fading away. He wasn't surprised by this development. Clearly, the array master intended to set a trap. After all, considering his grandmother's prowess, she would never recklessly enter a house with a blood-red magic array in plain view. The opponent wasn't foolish and had naturally hidden the array. After the magic circle disappeared, Zhang Yuan sat calmly on the sofa in the living room, waiting. The room was silent, with no sign of the magic circle activating. He frowned, took out his communicator, and dialed Su Wanting's number. Zhang Yuan, is something wrong? Su Wanting's voice came through the communicator. Miss Su, the magic circle vanished without any further movement. Could it be that they've already discovered my identity? Zhang Yuan asked directly. No, Su Wanting replied with certainty. When I drew the magic circle, I analyzed its basic functions. It can only detect the number of people in the room. It cannot identify specific individuals. It's likely just not the right time yet. You should stay in the room and wait to avoid missing the critical moment. Keep in mind, they've already set a trap. If you miss today, this could turn into a prolonged battle. Zhang Yuan nodded and replied, Understood. By the way, Ms. Su, please pass a message to Wan Zhanshan for me. I just received intelligence that the force targeting my grandmother this time isn't the Abyss, but rather the Sakura. Before he could finish, a strange humming sound suddenly echoed through the room. A peculiar wave of energy spread from the floor, instantly cutting off the communication signal. Immediately afterward, a barrier rose, enveloping Zhang Yuan. Tisish. Of all times, Zhang Yuan put away the communicator, his gaze fixed on the floor. Although the magic circle remained invisible, he could clearly sense the elemental power within it rapidly intensifying, nearing a divine level. It was evident that a deity had intervened. Another hum resounded as a powerful force surged from the magic circle, attempting to pull Zhang Yuan's soul. The shadow of the Qishao sword appeared beside him, emitting a red barrier that shielded him effortlessly, neutralizing the pulling force. A voice of confusion came from the magic circle, and the pulling force abruptly intensified. However, Zhang Yuan remained completely unmoved, as if merely feeling a gentle breeze. What's going on? The voice from the magic circle spoke again, now filled with bewilderment. With a thunderous roar, The pulling force surged to its peak, generating an energy so immense that it began to distort the space around it. Yet Zhang Yuan simply yawned and said indifferently, "Boring." This remark seemed to infuriate the deity within the magic circle. The invisible magic circle became visible in an instant, and eerie green flames rose from its center, casting the entire room in an ominous glow. A projection of a demon god with two horns, resembling a ghostly figure, materialized in the room. The moment this demon god, known as Jiao, appeared, Zhang Yuan sensed a dramatic emotional shift within Shui. A system notification immediately followed. Mythical quest, Shui's past, triggered. Quest objective, assist Shui in slaying the demon god Jiao. Zhang Yuan's interface suddenly displayed a notification for a mythic quest. Before he could ask Shui about it, she emerged from the summoning space, gripping the bloodthirsty demon blade. Her gaze locked onto Jiao with an intensity that burned with searing hatred. Jiao froze momentarily at the sight of Shui, then let out a piercing, mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha, sister." The once unrivaled master of the blade reduced to nothing more than a lowly human's summoned servant. "You deserve to die," Shui roared, disappearing in an instant. The next moment, she reappeared right in front of Jiao. The bloodthirsty demon blade flashed with a cold gleam, and Jiao's head fell cleanly from his shoulders. But the battle was far from over. Jiao's headless body remained upright in the center of the magical array. His severed head floated eerily in midair, wearing a twisted, mocking grin. "It seems, sister, you've made some progress over the years devouring the divine essence of that useless illusion demon god." His gaze shifted to Zhang Yuan. "So, you're Zhang Yuan, just as they said, a troublesome one. Quite amusing that my sister has become your summoning spirit." Before his voice faded, Jiao's headless body suddenly lunged toward Zhang Yuan, aiming for a fatal blow. Shui instantly teleported to shield her master, her blade weaving a web of light that shredded Jiao's body into fragments, which dissolved into scattered sparks. The disembodied head let out a chilling laugh. "Still as ruthless as ever, sister. Even toward your own brother." His eyes turned to Zhang Yuan once more. "Want to avenge my sister? Come find me at the Ghost Clan's ruins." He cast one last glance at Shui. "And dear sister, when the time comes, I'll personally send you down to reunite with our parents." Shui swung her blade again, slicing Jiao's head into fragments. With his disappearance, the magical array and barrier faded away. Regaining her composure, Shui dropped to one knee before Zhang Yuan. "I deeply apologize, master. I let my hatred cloud my judgment. Please punish me." Zhang Yuan shook his head, helping her to her feet. "He was just a projection. Killing him wouldn't have changed anything. Can you tell me what happened between you two?" Shui lowered her eyes and spoke softly. "He is my younger brother. 500 years ago, on that snowy night, I witnessed him murder our parents with my own eyes. While I was still in shock, he turned his blade on me. At the time, my skills far surpassed his, and I easily subdued him. But as I questioned him, a divine power erupted from within him, rivaling that of a god. Using that power, he killed me. Afterward, I wandered aimlessly as a lost soul for 5 centuries, until you rescued me from the illusion demon god. Zhang Yuan, I heard from the god of joy before that the ghost clan you led once thrived in Sakura country. Is your sudden disappearance back then related to this?" Shui's voice carried a hint of probing. She quickly clarified, "Master, you've misunderstood something. I was never the leader of the ghost clan. To those truly in power, I'm nothing more than a blade wielded in the open. I never had the slightest bit of freedom within the ghost clan." Hearing this, Zhang Yuan's gaze grew resolute. "I understand. Once the matter of the Abyss seed is settled, I'll help you resolve this. Master, this is just a trivial personal matter of mine." "You don't have to," Shui hurriedly replied. Zhang Yuan interrupted her. "Your matters are my matters. Besides, this is no small thing. Even if it weren't for finding your divine fragment, I would still make a trip to Sakura country personally to confront that demon god." Shui stared at Zhang Yuan, her eyes welling up with grateful tears. "Thank you, master. Shui will repay you for this. No need for such formalities. Now that things here are settled, I'll go help Wanzhong God and Teacher Su. You should head back and get some rest." "Understood." Meanwhile, on the other side of Westlake City, a lakeside manor was already shrouded by 2 distinct barriers. Wanchong'an and Su Wanting, leading a group of high-ranking professionals from the military, were locked in a tense standoff with a group of professionals from Sakura country. Wanchong'an looked at the elderly man across from him, dressed in the attire of an onmyoji, and sneered. "Who would have thought that the renowned god-level onmyoji, Fujiwara Hihari, would hide away in our humble Westlake City, targeting an elderly woman?" Fujiwara Hihari responded with an emotionless expression. "It seems I underestimated your great Xia. Despite our secrecy, you've still managed to uncover us. But no matter. Our goal is to construct the sacrificial formation. As long as that one can use this opportunity to descend through possession, it will all be worth it. As he spoke, he clasped his hands together, summoning a tengu with swirling winds around it, wings sprouting from its back, and a red face with a long nose. The other professionals behind him also began summoning formidable creatures of their own. Standing beside the tengu, Fujiwara Hihari smirked disdainfully. Wan Chang'an, this tengu of mine possesses demigod-level strength. While it may not be enough to run rampant in Great Xia, it's more than sufficient to deal with you. I advise you to leave Westlake City while you still can. Perhaps you'll live to see another day. Wan Chang'an burst into laughter at this. What a colossal jokedo! Think I'd hear a Sakura countryman telling me to run for my life in Great Xia. It seems Zhang Yuan's recent exploits have blinded you fools to how I earned the title of Wanzhan God. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Wan Chang'an transformed into a streak of lightning, charging straight at Fujiwara Hihari. The tengu immediately moved to shield its master, unleashing a powerful gust of wind with a roar. Ha ha ha, a mere demigod? Who isn't one? Wan Chang'an laughed wildly as he threw a punch, shattering the tengu's wind attack into nothingness in an instant. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the lakeside manor, the battle was nearing its end. The scene before him was a chaotic battlefield. Wan Chang'an had just obliterated Fujiwara Hikari's tengu summon, and the other professional fighters from Sakura country lay scattered on the ground, incapacitated. Fujiwara Hikari, is this all you've got? Wan Chang'an adjusted his wrist guard with a smirk, looking at his panting opponent with amusement. Where was all that bravado you had earlier, telling us to run for our lives? I was hoping for a more thrilling fight. Fujiwara Hikari spat out blood-tinged saliva and said coldly, "Humph. You're only this strong because of the blessings of Dacia's national fortune. If we were in Sakura country, I alone would be enough to defeat you. Still so stubborn, huh?" Wan Chang'an chuckled lightly. In a flash, he appeared above Fujiwara Hikari, pressing a single hand against his head and slamming it forcefully into the ground. With a loud boom, Fujiwara Hikari's head left a deep crater in the ground, and he lost consciousness on the spot. "President!" The other Sakura country fighters cried out, attempting to rescue him. But Su Wanting was already prepared. She formed a triangular hand gesture, and a magic circle rapidly expanded from her position. With a strange hum, the enemies were instantly pinned to the ground by tenfold gravity, unable to move. Military professionals moved in swiftly, securing the captives with anti-magic handcuffs and shackles. As Zhang Yuan watched the battle from outside the barrier, marveling at the combined might of the war god and the divine-level array master, he suddenly noticed a suspicious figure cloaked in black lurking at the edge of the battlefield. The figure leaned over the unconscious Fujiwara Hikari and inhaled deeply, extracting an invisible soul and swallowing it. Then, the black-cloaked individual transformed into a streak of dark light, effortlessly passing through the barrier and fleeing toward the outskirts of Westlake City. Zhang Yuan immediately activated his stealth mode and followed. The black-cloaked figure eventually entered a safe house in the outskirts and, by twisting an ornament on a bookshelf, revealed a hidden chamber. Zhang Yuan silently observed as the chamber was revealed to contain numerous, faceless mannequins. The figure removed their hood, revealing two demonic horns on their forehead. They then took one of the mannequins and exhaled Fujiwara Hikari's soul into it. In an instant, the faceless mannequin transformed into the likeness of Fujiwara Hikari. After narrowly escaping death, Fujiwara Huiri showed no trace of gratitude. Instead, he raised his hand and lashed out with a whip of light, striking the man in the black robe hard across the face. "Useless. Why didn't you step in to help me?" he barked coldly. The man in the black robe immediately dropped to his knees, a whip mark visible on his face as he explained, "Master, the demon god's horn failed to possess the body and left prematurely. I suspect Zhang Yuan returned to Westlake City and disrupted the plan. If I had acted rashly, it wouldn't have changed the situation and could have led to complete failure." Crack. Another lash struck the man's face. "The demon god's horn failed and left. Why didn't you report this sooner? When I discovered it, you were already—" Before he could finish, a third lash landed. Rage burned in Fujiwara Huiri's eyes. "Do you think I'm so pathetic that I deserve to be killed instantly by Wan Chang'an? I wouldn't dare." The man in the black robe bowed his head to the ground. "Your ghost clan is truly inferior. Even if one of you becomes a god, it doesn't change the fact that you're all worthless." Fujiwara Huiri lashed him a few more times as he spoke. The sacrificial array was already set up and activated at the Huamu Yu family estate. Yet that so-called god couldn't even handle Zhang Yuan. Ridiculous. The man in the black robe remained kneeling, enduring the whipping and humiliation until Fujiwara Huiri finally seemed to tire and put the light whip away. "Go investigate the Huamu Yu family," Fujiwara Huiri commanded. "Find out if this Zhang Yuan they're praising is as capable as they say. If he's all talk, capture him." I'll personally take him back to humiliate those good for nothings. And if he really is as powerful as the rumors claim, if your worthless life can bring me that information, it will be worth it. After that, I'll deal with Huamuyu myself. Once I've controlled Zhang Yuan's grandmother, he'll have no choice but to submit to me. The man in the black robe clenched his fists, anger flickering in his eyes, but he forced himself to endure for the sake of his wife and children back home. Understood. I'll go at once. Ah, your ghost clan ancestors were once glorious. Even though you're in decline now, you shouldn't be reduced to being dogs for trash like this, should you? The sudden voice made both men's faces change drastically. They turned to see Zhang Yuan leaning against the wall, arms crossed, a mocking smile on his face. Who are you? Fujiwara Huiri demanded in shock. Oh, right. I forgot, a useless fool like you can't see through a scrambled emblem. Zhang Yuan chuckled as he dispelled his disguise, revealing his true appearance. Zhang Yuan. Fujiwara Huiri's pupils contracted as his face twisted in fury. He turned to the man in the black robe. Shangchuan, you dare betray me? Ah, Fujiwara Huiri, are you really that brainless? Zhang Yuan shook his head. If he had truly betrayed you, you'd be sitting in the interrogation room of the Daxia military headquarters by now. But this works out just fine. The military would have to follow protocol to deal with you, whereas he gave a sinister smile. I can offer you two choices. Would you prefer a fate worse than death, or a life of unbearable pain? Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Fujiwara Huiri's face turned deathly pale. He knew Zhang Yuan would not let him go. Without hesitation, he turned around and shouted, Kamikawa, kill Zhang Yuan. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Fujiwara Huiri scrambled backward like a frightened rabbit, his hands moving rapidly over the ground in an attempt to construct a teleportation array. However, just as the array was about to form, the Rakshasa king appeared before him like a phantom, stomping the array into pieces with a single step. With a swift motion, the Rakshasa king seized Fujiwara Huiri by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Zhang Yuan ordered coldly, Rakshasa king, take this old fool to the next room and treat him according to the standard I mentioned earlier. Make him wish for death, but ensure he cannot die. Yes, master. The Rakshasa king replied respectfully, dragging the struggling Fujiwara Huiri into the adjacent room and slamming the door shut. Moments later, agonized screams pierced through the walls, only to be abruptly silenced as a barrier sealed the sound. Kamikawa, who had witnessed everything, stood frozen, his face ashen. He retrieved a dagger from his storage space and assumed a defensive stance, ready to fight to the death. Zhang Yuan glanced at him and activated the Abyssal Eye. Data quickly surfaced. Kamikawa, Soul-Reaping Underworld Guard, level 90. You're a level 90 hidden class wielder, one of the most powerful in Sakura Nation, Zhang Yuan commented with a hint of amusement. Why would you lower yourself to be Fujiwara Huiri's dog, enduring his abuse without complaint? This has nothing to do with you, Kamikawa replied coldly. Kill me or torture me as you wish, but don't expect to get any information from me. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly. Impressive resolve. Honestly, if it weren't for Shui, I wouldn't care whether you lived or died. But alas, my friend happens to be your ancestor. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yuan opened the summoning space, and Shui stepped out gracefully. The moment Kamikawa saw Shui, his pupils contracted sharply. Another Ghost Clan member. In the current Sakura Nation, only 52 Ghost Clan members remained, with fewer than 10 being underage and over 30 elderly. The clan was on the brink of extinction. Their sole divine clan representative, Jiao, not only ignored the plight of their people but actively obstructed them, further weakening their already dwindling numbers. As one of the clan's top warriors, Kamikawa had no choice but to serve the upper echelons of Sakura Nation in exchange for a safe haven for his people. Yet now, a new Ghost Clan member radiating divine energy had appeared before him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Shui gazed at Kamikawa's weary eyes with a complex expression, but quickly regained her cold demeanor. Junior, you have two choices. First, submit to my master. I have already pleaded on your behalf, and your past deeds can be forgiven. Second, remain loyal to Sakura Nation, and I will personally send you to the underworld. Kamikawa remained silent for a long time before speaking slowly. If Fujiwara Huiri dies and I survive, the nobles of Sakura Nation will surely turn their wrath on my clan. I must die today. Do it. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan chuckled. Do you think you're being heroic right now? Kamikawa froze, stunned by the remark. Zhang Yuan looked at Shangchuan with a calm gaze and said slowly, judging by how Fujiwara Hikari treats you, I can easily imagine the living conditions of your other clansmen. As a level 90 hidden class holder, you should at least be able to ensure a stable life for your people. But the reality is that you live worse than dogs. If you die now, your people will likely face an even more miserable fate. Of course, if you disagree, feel free to argue. For Shui's sake, I'll grant you a swift end. Shangchuan stood frozen, his body trembling slightly. Zhang Yuan's words were like a sharp blade, piercing the deepest wound in his heart. Yes, a dignified level 90 powerhouse, yet still wearing a collar around his neck, without even the courage to resist. Thinking of this, he suddenly let out a bitter laugh. Even if I submit to you, it's just trading one collar for another. You're mistaken, Zhang Yuan replied with a faint laugh, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Level 90 may seem extraordinary to ordinary people, but to me, only demigods are qualified to serve as my subordinates. The only reason I'm offering you this opportunity is because you're Shue's friend. To put it bluntly, your only value to me is that you can make Shue a little happier. Demigods are the threshold? Shangchuan's heart shook. He wanted to dismiss this as arrogance, but then he recalled the countless rumors about Zhang Yuan. Conquering the Sky Tower, sweeping through the Abyss battlefield, and allegedly slaying a god. If these were true, then the man before him indeed had the right to make such claims. Taking a deep breath, Shangchuan asked in a solemn voice, if I serve you, can you guarantee the survival of my clan? If you're willing, I can ensure that your clan finds a place to settle and thrive in my nation, Zhang Yuan replied. Shangchuan's eyes lit up. You mean Daxia? To him, the vast and resource-rich Daxia seemed like the ideal haven. Without the oppression of the Sakura Kingdom's nobles, the Oni clan might even reclaim its former glory. No, Zhang Yuan shook his head. I mean my nation. He was well aware that an anomalous race like the Oni clan would, in time, become a threat if integrated into Daxia. Rather than planting a future hazard for Daxia, it was better to place them in the already chaotic abyss. Your nation? Shangchuan asked in bewilderment. Are you saying you're some kind of king? A faint smile curved Zhang Yuan's lips. That's correct. I have another identity, Abyss Demon King, ruler of the Spirit Sword Nation. The Spirit Sword King? You are the Demon King? Kamikawa's pupils contracted violently, his entire body as if struck by lightning. In the current world, Zhang Yuan is not only the hope of Daxia but also regarded as the savior who stands against the abyss by people around the globe. Yet at this moment, this very savior claims to be the ruler of the abyss. Kamikawa couldn't even begin to fathom what kind of earth-shattering waves this truth would cause if it were revealed to the world. Zhang Yuan didn't offer any explanation. Instead, he looked at Kamikawa with a calm smile. I now sincerely invite your ghost clan to join the Spirit Sword Nation. It's time for you to give me an answer. Will your ghost clan board this ship of mine? This question immediately pulled Kamikawa back to reality. He was acutely aware that his next answer would determine the fate of the entire ghost clan. A single misstep could lead to their utter annihilation. In his hesitation, Kamikawa instinctively glanced at Shue, hoping for her guidance. However, her expression was as cold as ice, showing no intention of intervening. In her eyes, pleading for Kamikawa earlier had already crossed the line. To say anything more would be an act of disloyalty. If Kamikawa couldn't even grasp the situation at hand, then even if she deliberately guided the Ghost Clan to join the Spirit Sword Nation, their destruction would merely be a matter of time. Rather than letting the Ghost Clan be devoured piece by piece in the abyss, it might be better to let them fend for themselves in the human world. Seeing Shue's reaction, Kamikawa understood that the decision was his alone to make. Should they continue to cling to survival in Cherry Blossom Nation, or take the risk of entering the abyss? Closing his eyes, his mind was a battlefield of cautious and radical thoughts clashing violently. Finally, this lifelong cautious clan leader decided to take a gamble. He dropped to one knee and respectfully declared, Kamikawa, the current leader of the Ghost Clan, is willing to lead 51 members of the Ghost Clan to pledge allegiance to your majesty. At least you have good judgment and avoided making a foolish choice, Zhang Yuan remarked with satisfaction. For now, you can return to Cherry Blossom Nation and mobilize your people. Have them prepare themselves. I will be heading to Cherry Blossom Nation for some matters in the near future, and he'll take you to the Spirit Sword Nation then. Understood. Having made his choice, Kamikawa knew there was no turning back. His gaze grew resolute. After bowing respectfully, he decided to offer his first token of loyalty. Your Majesty, the recent actions targeting your family were not orchestrated by Cherry Blossom Nation. The mastermind behind this plan hails from the United States. The United States? Zhang Yuan's eyes turned sharp. 30 years ago, the War of the Cursed Kingdom's invasion had shaped a world order similar to Zhang Yuan's original one. At the time, the most powerful nation, Daxia, bore the brunt of the Cursed King's main offensive, while the United States only had to contend with 2 demon dukes. Ultimately, Daxia managed to kill the Cursed King but was left severely weakened, whereas the United States successfully held off the 2 demon dukes at its borders. In that war, not only did the Rice Empire escape the scourge of the abyss, but it also made a fortune by selling weapons and equipment to various nations. In contrast, Daxia's national strength declined dramatically. After the war, the Rice Empire successfully ascended to become the world's leading power, even establishing the first line of defense just 50 kilometers from the abyss's entrance. What was puzzling, however, was that despite this situation, the cursed kingdom ruled by the demon dragon king continued to focus the Abyss's main forces against Xia. They only occasionally sent monsters to harass the Rice Empire's defenses. Thinking about this unjust situation, Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Those bastards, enjoying peace in the rear is one thing. But now they even want to stir up trouble in Xia." Calming himself down, Zhang Yuan turned to Shangchuan and asked, "Do you know who's behind this plan?" Shangchuan lowered his head and replied, "In Sakura Nation, I was just a slave, unqualified to access high-level secrets. What I know, I overheard from Fujiwara Teruhai." Fujiwara Teruhai. Zhang Yuan glanced at the tightly closed door, then said to Shangchuan, "I understand. You'd better return to your country immediately and take care of the Oni clan. News of Fujiwara Teruhai's failure will soon reach Sakura Nation. You must protect your people before the news spreads. If anyone tries to stop you, no matter who they are or how many there are, kill them without hesitation. Don't worry about the consequences. Even if it causes a huge uproar, I'll take responsibility." Hearing this, a flicker of excitement flashed in Shangchuan's eyes. For decades, he had suppressed his urge to resist. Now, with Zhang Yuan's permission, the wild instincts of the Oni clan could finally be unleashed. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for granting my clan a new life. If the Oni clan can find refuge in Lingjian Nation, Shangchuan will never forget your kindness. Farewell." With that, Shangchuan transformed into a streak of black light and vanished from the room. Zhang Yuan watched the direction in which Shangchuan disappeared, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. For any nation's ruler, the decision of a level 90 hidden class individual to unleash themselves would undoubtedly be a nightmare. "Since you dared to target me and my grandmother, the end of this matter is no longer up to you." After murmuring to himself, Zhang Yuan turned and pushed open the door that the Rakshasa king had closed. Inside, Fujiwara Teruhai, already tortured to the point of being unrecognizable, immediately began crying and pleading as Zhang Yuan entered. "Lord Zhang, I was wrong. Please grant me a quick death. It's the Americans, Walkerlandon specifically, who truly want to control you. Our Sakura Nation was just a tool in his hands." Seeing Fujiwara Teruhai confessing without being questioned, Zhang Yuan chuckled lightly and asked, "Aside from the Americans who directed you, I'm more interested in how you managed to collaborate with the demon god. Walkerlandon is a top-tier blessed one, reportedly with many connections even in the divine realm. The demon god involved in this operation was introduced by him." Fujiwara Teruhai explained anxiously, "Lord Zhang, everything I'm saying is true. The real mastermind is Walkerlandon. He's still in Sakura Nation, and you can verify it yourself." "All right, thank you for the information." Zhang Yuan smiled and then instructed Shui, take his soul to the underworld for interrogation. Once you're sure there are no new leads, handle him as you see fit." "Understood, master." Shui bowed and immediately extracted Fujiwara Teruhai's soul from his puppet-like body, taking him back to the summoning space. Zhang Yuan casually retrieved the Rakshasa king into the summoning space as well, then called out into the air, "Chief Hua, are you there? Xiao Yuanzi, missing me already?" Zhang Yuan hadn't even finished his sentence when the god of joy appeared before him with his signature cheerful grin. Zhang Yuan remained calm and went straight to the point. "I need to ask you something. You've come to the right person for information. Everyone in the divine realm knows I'm the all-knowing one." The god of joy said smugly. "Go ahead. What do you want to know?" "I've received intel about someone named Walkerlandon, a top-level blessed from the United States. He has a vast network in the divine realm and was the one who contacted a demon god to target me. Do you know anything about him?" The god of joy paused briefly to think. "From the US? Let me check on that." With that, he vanished instantly. Taking advantage of the brief moment, Zhang Yuan immediately contacted Wan Chang'an to relay the information about US forces getting involved, ensuring the military was prepared. Afterward, he returned home from a safe house in Sakura country. The moment he stepped through the door, the god of joy reappeared, eager to share. "Xiao Yuanzi, I've got the information. That fast?" "Of course." The god of joy puffed out his chest proudly. "Walkerlandon is the blessed of a major deity in the Western Divine King Alliance. You could say he's essentially that deity's representative in the mortal world." Zhang Yuan's brows furrowed. "So his actions against me might be on that deity's orders? Isn't that obvious?" The god of joy replied nonchalantly. "Many gods in the divine realm keep an eye on the mortal world, scouting for suitable blessed individuals. Your actions in the mortal world have already made waves. It's natural they'd take an interest. The Western Divine King faction operates this way. They try to recruit you first, and if that fails, they resort to force. But they never even tried recruiting me. The Divine Chosen Club is part of their network," the god of joy reminded him. "The Divine Chosen Club?" Zhang Yuan was taken aback. "Didn't I wipe them out at Ongwa Temple?" "Oh, come on." The god of joy shrugged. "You only eliminated a few members. The illusion demon god was just a low-tier demon god. There's no way it represented the club's collective belief. The Divine Chosen Club's main base is in the west, and Walkerlandon is one of its members. Zhang Yuan's expression grew serious. No wonder they dared to target my grandmother. I need to move her to Kyoto as soon as possible. The god of joy, however, shook his head with a chuckle. Xiao Yuanzi, don't underestimate your grandmother. Even if you hadn't returned to Westlake City to uncover their plan, she probably would have taken care of it herself. You should know, your grandmother being the god of war was something from 30 years ago, the god of joy said with a touch of nostalgia in her tone. Back then, the Grand Xia was no ordinary nation. They repelled the Curse King and the Abyss army with just their national strength. To serve as the god of war during the peak of the Grand Xiahao, could that be anything less than extraordinary? She paused briefly before continuing. Take Yi Qingsong and Su Jianxin, along with the top fighters from their capital university. On the Abyss battlefield, they only dealt with a handful of archdemons. But your grandmother? She faced the Curse King's main forces hidden in the primary battlefield. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was my grandmother really that powerful? Indeed, women can be just as formidable as men. The god of joy chuckled. Your family, spanning 3 generations, truly doesn't have a single weak link. Instead of worrying about your grandmother, you should focus on your own situation. The chief god of the Western Divine Camp has already set their sights on you. They won't give up after just one failure. If they discover they can't control you through their envoys, they'll likely launch an even more aggressive attack. And with the cursed demon god already watching you like a hawk, you, my boy, are quite the trouble magnet. Zhang Yuan, however, seemed unusually calm. The tallest tree in the forest always catches the wind. This kind of situation was inevitable. The god of joy, seeing his nonchalant demeanor, felt less worried. With your current strength, even a few high-ranking gods descending to the mortal realm wouldn't be able to do much to you. The chief gods are bound by countless rules and can't intervene directly. As long as you don't go waltzing into the divine realm, no one can really threaten you. She sighed in admiration. Your rate of progress is simply astounding. She couldn't help but recall how, just a few months ago, Zhang Yuan had struggled against an 80-level Abyss boss. Now, he was powerful enough to stand on equal footing with beings just below the chief gods. Such a terrifying growth rat. No wonder the god kings were uneasy. Good thing I acted fast, the god of joy said with a smug smile. Now we're on the same team. I have to say, my judgment is impeccable. Zhang Yuan smiled faintly, then brought up a question. Joy god, do you know much about primal damage? I asked Xiao Shui, but she didn't have much information. Why are you asking about that? The god of joy raised an eyebrow. That's something only chief gods typically concern themselves with. It's far too early for you to worry about it. My equipment already has primal damage attributes. What? The god of joy was momentarily stunned. Zhang Yuan pulled out the Qishao sword. See for yourself. Holy! The god of joy blurted out, grabbing the sword to examine it closely. She then stared at Zhang Yuan like he was some kind of anomaly. I remember when we fought the God King's projection. Your weapon didn't have this attribute. It was after I got back that I upgraded it. You freak. The god of joy couldn't help but grumble. If you had upgraded this sword earlier, we wouldn't have needed Utaya to save us last time against the God King's projection. With this primal damage alone, you could have sent that God King packing for another millennia of slumber. Is it really that exaggerated? Zhang Yuan's expression betrayed disbelief as he listened to the god of joy. Although Xiao Shui had already explained to him that source damage was a power at the level of the supreme gods, the gap between a supreme god and a god king was like heaven and earth. He recalled a scene he had witnessed in the god king's dream. 2 peak supreme gods trembling with fear outside the hall of slumber, terrified of disturbing the weakened god king's rest. It most certainly is, the god of joy replied earnestly, carefully examining the Qishao sword. A divine weapon with source damage is an extremely rare existence in both the divine and demonic realms. Even for the most powerful supreme gods, possessing just one such weapon is already remarkable. She turned to Zhang Yuan. Your exclusive weapons aren't limited to just this sword, are they? If the Qishao sword already carries source damage, I assume your other weapons are similar. That's correct, Zhang Yuan admitted with a nod. Monster. The god of joy looked at Zhang Yuan as if he were some unfathomable anomaly. She then explained in detail, every living being has a source of life. After the great upheaval of heaven and earth, this source was materialized by the heavenly Tao into a hidden statistic called source value. You can think of it as a life force, but the difference is this. When regular life force is depleted, there's a chance of resurrection. However, if source value is exhausted, it means true annihilation, complete and utter destruction, even beyond the power of a god king to reverse. She went on, ordinary abilities, even divine skills, cannot harm the source. Only source techniques and equipment with source damage attributes can cause such harm. Source techniques are the core abilities of supreme gods, but the cost of using them is immense. No one would casually employ them unless it's a matter of life and death. So now you should understand just how terrifying weapons with source damage are. They are essentially source techniques that can be used infinitely. And the value of source damage? How much is it usually? Zhang Yuan pressed further. The god of joy explained, mortals have a source value between 0.01 and 0.1. Demigods can reach 1. Lower gods are around 10, middle gods don't exceed 50, and upper gods can reach up to 100. Anything beyond 100 is typically a supreme god. As for values above that, I wouldn't know. Zhang Yuan looked down at his exclusive weapons and noticed that all of them had a source damage value of 10. This meant that even against a supreme god, a few volleys of his flying swords could be fatal. The realization left him deeply shaken. The god of joy handed the Qishao sword back to Zhang Yuan and said earnestly, "You foolish boy, don't go showing off these weapons so casually in the future. Xiao Shui and I are on your side, so it's fine that we know. But others, well, you can't be too sure about them. Equipment with inherent damage, those are artifacts among artifacts. Very few gods can resist their allure." The god of pleasure's tone grew serious. "Especially since these items are in the hands of a mortal like you, Xiao Yuanzi. If the day comes when you have no choice but to use them, remember to eliminate all witnesses. If word gets out, you can kiss your peace goodbye for the rest of your life." Zhang Yuan nodded silently. "Understood. Thanks for the warning." "No need to thank me," the god of pleasure said with a smile returning to his face. "But that method you have for enhancing equipment, how about lending me a hand with it?" "Sure, we can give it a try." Zhang Yuan extended his hand. "Let me take a look at the equipment, but I can't guarantee success. Your willingness is enough." The god of pleasure cheerfully pulled out a dagger as red as blood and handed it over. Zhang Yuan immediately used his abyssal eye to inspect it. Blade of pleasure, divine tier. Trait: cannot deal direct damage. Upon hitting a target, it triggers a random effect based on the wielder's mood. Status: upgradable. "What a peculiar weapon," Zhang Yuan remarked. As expected of the god of joy's personal weapon, its trait is truly unique. When he attempted to enhance it, a system notification popped up. Enhancing to 1 requires 3 celestial tier weapon souls. Insufficient materials. Zhang Yuan frowned and turned to the god of pleasure. "I've got good news and bad news. Which one do you want first?" "The good news: I can enhance it for you. And the bad news? We don't have enough materials. Just to reach 1, it requires 3 celestial tier weapon souls, which can only be obtained by dismantling divine artifacts." Without hesitation, the god of pleasure pulled out a bulging sack. "Here, over 100 divine artifacts. Dismantle as many as you need. I should warn you, the drop rate isn't guaranteed. I can't promise the enhancement will yield inherent damage. Doesn't matter, they're all stolen goods anyway." Zhang Yuan began dismantling the artifacts. The system notifications quickly followed. Successfully dismantled 132 divine artifacts. Obtained: Celestial Tier Weapon Soul X2. Talent Experience: 132,000. Upgraded to Master Blacksmith. Increased probability of obtaining weapon souls. Current level: 3. Looking at the mere 2 weapon souls in his inventory, Zhang Yuan's expression soured. He had initially hoped to earn some commission, but even after dismantling everything, he couldn't manage a 1 enhancement. "So, how far can you enhance it?" the god of pleasure asked eagerly. Zhang Yuan forced an awkward smile. Not even 1." After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, to his surprise, the goddess of joy didn't scold him. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She leaned in close to Zhang Yuan, barely able to contain herself. "If it takes so many artifacts and still can't complete the enhancement, imagine how powerful my equipment would be if it were successfully enhanced." "Actually, Zhang Yuan, it's not calculated that way. It's all about probabilities," Zhang Yuan started to explain, but before he could finish, the goddess of joy interrupted him. "Hold on a second, Xiao Yuanzi." With that, her figure vanished instantly. A minute later, she reappeared, holding 2 bulging sacks in her hands. "These are all the stock from my warehouse. Go ahead and dismantle them." Zhang Yuan's mouth twitched as he stared at the 2 massive bags of artifacts. "Are you sure? Once I dismantle them, all you'll get are artifact souls. Nothing else. These are priceless artifacts. Won't you feel even a little heartache to see them all destroyed?" The goddess of joy chuckled and waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, Xiao Yuanzi, you just don't get it. These artifacts are nothing but a drop in the ocean." She explained that ever since the god of forging had examined Zhang Yuan's custom weapon, had been so inspired that he created the sword Qi Thunderstrike and ascended to a higher rank. His skills had reached new heights, and now gods from all over the divine realm were lining up to commission equipment from him. As a result, these artifacts had significantly depreciated in value. Besides, she added with a sly grin, "Once you enhance my equipment, He'll show it to that blacksmith and recruit him into our camp. Then we'll have an endless supply of artifacts. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. That's right. I almost forgot about the god of forging. We have to bring him on board for unlimited artifact production. He grinned in excitement. All right then, I won't hold back. Let's get to work, the goddess of joy commanded. Zhang Yuan immediately got to it, opening the sacks and dismantling the artifacts. The results came in: 412 artifacts successfully dismantled, yielding 14 celestial-grade artifact souls and earning 412,000 experience points for his innate crafting mastery skill. The probability has definitely increased. Not bad. Zhang Yuan nodded in satisfaction and began enhancing the Blade of Joy. 3 prismatic lights flew out from Zhang Yuan's storage space and infused into the Blade of Joy. Instantly, the weapon's aura surged several times over. The goddess of joy could feel the transformation and gasped in amazement. What an incredible enhancement! Xiao Yuanzi, you're the real god of forging. Unfazed by the praise, Zhang Yuan stayed focused and continued the enhancement process. The system notified him that upgrading the Blade of Joy to 2 required 5 celestial-grade artifact souls. Without hesitation, he proceeded. Another 5 prismatic artifact souls merged into the weapon, and with a loud boom, a powerful energy burst forth. The goddess of joy quickly erected a barrier to contain the energy. This is amazing. I can hardly recognize my own weapon anymore, she exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan maintained his concentration, preparing for the next round of enhancement. Upgrading the Blade of Bliss to 3 requires 8 celestial-grade artifact souls. Zhang Yuan glanced at the number and shook his head with a wry smile. It would consume all the celestial-grade artifact souls he had obtained from dismantling divine artifacts, leaving nothing to spare. Although slightly disappointed, he didn't hesitate to begin the enhancement process. 8 prismatic artifact souls flew out from his storage space, streaking like shooting stars into the Blade of Bliss. In an instant, the weapon erupted with dazzling rainbow light, so powerful that even the barrier personally crafted by the God of Bliss showed faint cracks. Zhang Yuan immediately checked the enhanced attributes. Blade of Bliss 3 Celestial Grade. This weapon cannot directly inflict damage to the essence, but upon hitting a target, it triggers random effects based on the wielder's emotions. If a particular emotion reaches its peak, it grants corresponding heavenly Tao power. Although the description hadn't changed much, judging by the God of Bliss's drooling gaze fixed on the weapon, this enhancement had clearly resulted in a significant upgrade. Zhang Yuan handed the weapon back to the God of Bliss. The enhancement materials are all used up. If you want to continue upgrading, you'll need more divine artifacts. Xiao Yuanzi, you're incredible, the God of Bliss exclaimed, stroking the weapon lovingly. With this, I can now access places I couldn't even think of before. As he spoke, he took out a colorful die and handed it to Zhang Yuan. This is the first divine artifact I forged after becoming an upper deity. Perfect for you. I need to go test out my new gear. Bye-bye. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the God of Bliss vanished into thin air. Zhang Yuan examined the die in his hand. Upgraded Chaos Die Divine Grade Consumable. Can be used on any equipment or item to elevate its quality to divine grade. If the target is already divine grade, it will be upgraded by 1 tier. Seeing the description, Zhang Yuan immediately thought of his Imperial Sword Treasury. The last Chaos Die had transformed an ordinary sword case into the Sword Spirit Armory, paving the way for his mastery of the Return of 10,000 Swords technique. What kind of transformation would this upgrade bring? With excitement welling up, Zhang Yuan clasped his hands together. May the God of Fun bless Mellet, this be a big one for my sword case. He retrieved the Imperial Sword Treasury and placed the upgraded Chaos Die on it. Upon confirming its use, the die emitted a radiant multicolored light and merged into the sword case. In that moment, countless golden runes surfaced on the heavy case, and the surrounding space warped and distorted under the pressure of its aura. Zhang Yuan could clearly feel the qualitative leap his Imperial Sword Treasury was undergoing. Finally, a system notification chimed. The Imperial Sword Treasury has completed its transformation, unlocking its primordial power. Zhang Yuan quickly checked the attributes of the new Emperor Sword Treasury. The interface revealed that it was a celestial grade, tier 3 treasure with infinite storage capacity. When any of the 10 supreme swords were stored within the sword case, the true form of the Emperor Sword skill could be activated. Additionally, for every extra supreme sword added, corresponding skill attributes would be unlocked. Even more astonishing was its ability to devour divine-grade sword cases and inherit all their effects. Once the true form of the Emperor Sword was activated, all flying swords within the case, including replicated ones, would gain primordial damage. Currently, the artifact quest progress showed that 6 out of the 10 fully leveled supreme swords had been collected. Replicated flying swords can also carry primordial damage? Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up as he immediately attempted to replicate the Qishao sword. Without activating the true form of the Emperor Sword, The replicated Qishao sword's effects were comparable to an unenhanced original. While the replica reached divine artifact strength, it still fell far short of the fortified original. This result was within his expectations after all. The replication ability was merely a supplementary skill of the divine-grade sword case, with a refinement cap of Tier 5. It was not designed to be overly powerful. After activating the true form of the Emperor's sword, Zhang Yuan tried replicating again. This time, the replicated Qishao sword exhibited significantly stronger energy, though it still couldn't rival the original. The attributes indicated that each attack dealt 0.1 points of primordial damage, merely 1% of the original's output. The damage is low, but the advantage lies in mass production. Zhang Yuan pondered as he conjured thousands of replicated Qishao swords. In an instant, the overwhelming aura of countless weapons imbued with primordial damage converged, forming a terrifying surge of energy that almost tore apart the surrounding space. This is bad. Startled by the overwhelming force, Zhang Yuan hurriedly dispersed all the replicated flying swords. The room returned to calm, though the faint spatial distortions lingered, silently attesting to the peril moments ago. The scene left Zhang Yuan drenched in cold sweat. He realized that while this technique was immensely powerful, it was also extremely dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. This was undoubtedly a trump card, second only to the 4 swords of immortal execution. After carefully storing the Qishao sword and calming himself, Zhang Yuan returned home. By now, night had fallen. His grandmother, Hua Muyue, had learned of his return to Shihu City and had gone to the market to buy a chicken, preparing a sumptuous dinner for him. As soon as Zhang Yuan stepped into the house, he was immediately drawn by the familiar aroma of chicken soup. His appetite surged, and he called out loudly, "Grandma, I'm home." From the kitchen, Hua Muyue heard his voice and came out carrying a steaming pot of chicken soup. Her face lit up with a warm smile as she said, "Yuanzai, come quickly. Grandma made a whole table of delicious food for you today." Zhang Yuan expressed his gratitude and wasted no time, sitting down and devouring the meal eagerly. "Slow down, no one's going to take it from you," Hua Muyue said with a chuckle, her eyes filled with affection. Zhang Yuan cherished the time spent with his grandmother. They didn't discuss anything serious during the meal, simply enjoying the delicious dishes and each other's company. After he had eaten his fill, he took the initiative to help Hua Muyue wash the dishes. While doing so, he tentatively asked, "Grandma, have you ever thought about staying in Kyoto for a while?" Hua Muyue smiled faintly and replied, "Kyoto is too big. I wouldn't feel comfortable living there." Zhang Yuan continued to persuade her, "I'm studying in Kyoto now, and Auntie isn't home either. If you move to Kyoto, it'll be easier for me to visit you." Hua Muyue saw through his intentions immediately and teased, "You sly boy, don't think I don't know what you're up to. With how advanced teleportation arrays are these days, it only takes a few minutes to travel from Kyoto to Shihu City if you really want to see me." "Did that one Chang'an kid ask you to convince me to go to Kyoto for protection?" Hua Muyue suddenly asked. Zhang Yuan was caught off guard and scratched his head with an awkward smile before responding, "Grandma, to be honest, General Wan does have a point. You must understand that your grandson has attracted a lot of attention now, and many shady characters might target you because of me. Shihu City is no longer safe. Just today, I ran into 2 lackeys from Sakura country setting up a trap array near our home. Luckily, I caught them in time. Although General Wan and I dealt with the intruders today, incidents like this will undoubtedly keep happening. You can outsmart a thief for a day, but not forever. Grandma, even if you're capable of protecting yourself, living in Shihu City long-term will eventually lead to trouble." Hua Muyue sighed softly after hearing his words. "Yuanzai, do you think Grandma is being stubborn? Knowing that staying in Shihu City might cause trouble for everyone, yet still insisting on staying here like a holdout." Zhang Yuan understood her feelings. After all, his grandmother had lived in Shihu City for decades, and asking her to suddenly move was no small matter. "You don't understand," Hua Muyue said, shaking her head. She fell silent for a moment before continuing, "Fine. Although I'm not ready yet, given your current abilities, it's time you learned some of Grandma's secrets. Once I'm prepared, I'll take you somewhere." With that, she left the kitchen and returned to her room. Zhang Yuan was filled with curiosity after hearing his grandmother's words. He finished tidying up the kitchen and sat in the living room, patiently waiting. Half an hour later, the door to Hua Muyu's room opened. Hearing the sound, Zhang Yuan looked up and was stunned. A young woman, dressed in a cheongsam and bearing a striking resemblance to his grandmother, stepped out. "Grandma? Hua Muyue." Zhang Yuan was so shocked he was momentarily speechless. Staring at the youthful woman before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this makeup a bit too much?" He thought to himself that makeup might make someone look younger, but no matter how skilled the application, the marks of time couldn't be completely erased. Yet the Hua Muyue standing before him, apart from her white hair, looked like she had shed decades, resembling his aunt or even his demonized mother in age. "Don't be surprised. This is what I look like without makeup," Hua Muyue said with a smile. Zhang Yuan was dumbfounded, his thoughts swirling. This world, it seemed, had truly gone mad. Hua Muyue was not surprised by Zhang Yuan's expression. She calmly explained, "Actually, your grandmother was once a Forsaken. My appearance has been fixed since I turned 30, but to avoid drawing attention, I adjust my makeup to match different age stages." Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. "Grandma, you're a Forsaken? You know about the Forsaken?" Noticing Zhang Yuan's shock, a hint of surprise flickered in Hua Muyue's eyes. She studied her grandson thoughtfully and said, "It seems your experiences during this time have exceeded my expectations. That saves me the trouble of explaining. Come with me." She quickly formed a hand seal, and a breeze immediately lifted Zhang Yuan's body. In an instant, they soared into the sky, passing through the window and ascending high above. When the wind subsided, Zhang Yuan realized they were now outside the southern city gate of Shihu City. "Grandma, what is this ability?" Zhang Yuan asked curiously. "This isn't an ability. It's the wind manipulation technique," Hua Muyue explained with a smile. She then took a step southward, each stride spanning dozens of meters, as if she were shrinking the ground beneath her feet. Zhang Yuan was left in awe. "Yuanzi, keep up." With his agility attribute exceeding 1,000,000,000, Zhang Yuan easily matched Hua Muyue's pace. Watching her grandson's performance, Hua Muyue nodded in satisfaction. As expected, the card-drawing profession aligns with the will of heaven. In just 3 months, your progress has surpassed what I achieved in nearly a century of arduous cultivation. If I had understood this truth earlier, perhaps many regrets could have been avoided. They eventually stopped in a clearing within a forest. In the center of the clearing was a raised mound of earth, with a nameless stone tablet standing before it, a clear indication of a grave. The surroundings were eerily quiet, devoid of any other objects. "Grandma, whose grave is this?" Zhang Yuan's gaze fell on the solitary tomb. Hua Muyue approached the stone tablet and gently brushed away the dust on its surface. "This is the cenotaph of my master, Qingfeng Daoist. Unlike me, my master was an ancient immortal from the era before the card-drawing age. When the world transitioned into the card-drawing era, he became one of the earliest Forsaken. At first, there were many like-minded companions, but over time, more and more people chose to switch to card-drawing professions. After all, a century of cultivation couldn't compare to a few months of leveling up as a professional. Even the most resolute hearts struggled to remain steadfast in the face of such disparity. Within a century, my master was left completely alone. For millennia, he wandered the world, searching for a way to ascend without relying on card drawing. And he failed? Zhang Yuan asked softly, his eyes on the nameless grave. "No, he succeeded," Hua Muyue replied evenly. 70 years ago, my master overcame the tribulation of lightning, just one step away from ascension." Zhang Yuan was utterly astonished upon hearing those words. "Grandma, why is this happening?" he asked urgently. Hua Muyue's expression grew solemn. "I witnessed it all with my own eyes. That day, I was the only spectator as my master faced his tribulation. He had already weathered the lightning strikes, and a celestial staircase descended from the sky. But at that moment, a god with wings on his back appeared at the top of the staircase and struck my master down with a single blow." Zhang Yuan recalled how the god of joy had once told him that if a god-forsaken ascended, they would consume the divine realm's power like a second wine sword immortal. This was something the gods of the divine realm sought to prevent at all costs. Clearly, the god who attacked was one of them. Although Zhang Yuan already knew the divine realm rejected the god-forsaken, the brutality of their methods still shocked him. 1,000 years of painstaking cultivation, resisting the temptation to change classes, overcoming countless lightning tribulations, only to be struck down by a god at the final moment of ascension. What a cruel fate. That god was unimaginably powerful, Hua Muyue continued. With just one strike, my master and the life-bound artifact he had refined over 10,000 years were reduced to ashes. Only his green robe remained, drifting down from the sky. It was then I realized the path of the godforsaken was a dead end. So, I switched to drawing cards and changed my class to a holy light archer. Eventually, I became the war god of the great Xia. She explained that cultivators extended their lifespan as their cultivation advanced, and combining this with the leveling up system of class-based adventurers created a complementary path. Even those with poor talent could ascend to godhood if they had enough time. But what happened after that? Zhang Yuan keenly sensed there was more to her story. Hua Muyue's expression darkened. "The god who killed my master didn't spare me either. After you Qiu and your father disappeared on the Abyss battlefield, I went to investigate alone and encountered a projection of that god. He struck me down with a single blow, but thanks to the artifact my master left behind, I was able to revive in Shihu City. Since then, my cultivation has stagnated, and I can no longer gain experience from defeating monsters. If I leave Shihu City for too long, that god will appear again." "Who exactly is this god targeting you, Grandma? I don't know. I've never seen him in the pantheon. Hua Muyue shook her head. But Yuanzi, the reason I'm telling you all this today isn't just to explain why I can't leave Shihu City. More importantly, I'm old now, and my lifespan is nearing its end. My master's cultivation method has yet to find a successor. I want to pass it on to you. Pass on the cultivation method to me? Zhang Yuan was momentarily stunned. Of course, you can refuse, Hua Muyue said calmly. After all, the path of cultivation is a dead end. Even if one manages to ascend during the era of declining spiritual energy, they cannot escape the gods' fatal strikes. With your talent, following the standard path of leveling up will eventually lead you to godhood. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment before replying resolutely, Grandma, I'm willing to pursue immortality. Even if this path defies the heavens, you won't regret it? Zhang Yuan smiled faintly. Grandma, perhaps you don't know yet. I've already ascended to godhood. The path of cultivation, they can't stop me. You've ascended to godhood? Hua Muyue's face was filled with shock as her gaze locked onto Zhang Yuan. Yuanzi, your grandmother may be old, but my mind is still sharp. You've only changed professions 3 months ago. How could you possibly ascend to godhood? Zhang Yuan gave a wry smile and shook his head before releasing an aura of divinity. Grandmother, as unbelievable as it sounds, it's true. Feeling the overwhelming divine aura wash over her, Hua Muyue staggered slightly, as if struck by the reality of it all. She knew that leveling up through defeating monsters was indeed faster than traditional cultivation, but this kind of speed was beyond comprehension. Her own master had spent tens of thousands of years in arduous cultivation to finally ascend. Yet Zhang Yuan had surpassed that boundary in just 3 months. It was a reality hard to accept. Grandmother, this is just an exception, Zhang Yuan quickly explained upon seeing her reaction. Everyone else's leveling speed is completely normal. If it weren't an exception, this world would have been turned upside down by now, Hua Muyue muttered as she regained her composure. Then, her tone shifted. Still, in all these millennia, no deity has ever walked the path of the Forsaken. Yuanzi, if you can master the ways of cultivation, you might just pave the way for an entirely new path. Saying this, she turned and began digging near an unmarked stone tablet. Soon, she unearthed a dirt-covered wooden box made of green wood. Carefully brushing off the dust, she handed it to Zhang Yuan. Inside is the cultivation manual left behind by my master. It's called the 16-word clear wind technique. Zhang Yuan accepted the box and softly repeated the name of the technique. As he opened the lid, a refreshing breeze swept over him. Once the wind subsided, he saw an ancient-looking manual resting quietly inside. The essence of this technique lies in its 16-word mantra. As the gentle breeze flows, the water remains still. A heart calm as water, a mind clear as the wind, Hua Muyue explained further. If you can master this technique, you will live as freely as the wind itself. As Zhang Yuan flipped to the first page of the manual, reading the 16 words, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Embarking on the path of cultivation. Reward. Awakening of a unique god-ear talent. Congratulations, host, on awakening the unique god-ear talent. Dao Xian Spirit Body. Effect. Converts experience points into cultivation progress, and breakthroughs are achieved without undergoing tribulation lightning. Zhang Yuan froze for a moment before noticing that his attributes panel had been updated with a new section. Name, Zhang Yuan. Class, Swordheart Celestial Lord. Level, 69. Cultivation Stage, Qi Refining Layer 1. Cultivation Technique, 16-word Clear Wind Technique. Spells, none. Origin Artifact, Imperial Sword Treasury. The new panel was far simpler than before, displaying only the fundamental attributes of cultivation. Hua Muyu's voice continued in the background. Yuanzi, talent is the most crucial factor on the path of cultivation. If you cannot reach the first layer of Qi refining within a month, there's no need to continue wasting your time. Once you do reach that stage, your grandmother has another gift waiting for you. Grandma, I've reached the first layer of Qi refining, Zhang Yuan said, his voice calm yet tinged with a hint of excitement. Hua Muyue froze in disbelief. She quickly examined Zhang Yuan's aura, her pupils contracting sharply, her face full of astonishment. How did you manage that? She stammered, her voice trembling. You've only just looked at the 16-character summary on the first page of the cultivation manual. Seeing his grandmother's shocked expression, Zhang Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. Well, here's the thing. When I first opened the cultivation manual, I awakened a divine-level talent that allows me to convert upgrade experience into cultivation experience. The moment my talent awakened, I broke through to the first layer of Qi refining. Monster, Hua Muyue muttered under her breath, waves of shock surging through her heart. What did such a talent mean? Wouldn't it make Zhang Yuan's cultivation as effortless as drinking water? She could already imagine the scene of Zhang Yuan transcending tribulations, and ascending to immortality in just a few months. After taking a while to calm herself, Hua Muyue retrieved a transparent stone from her storage space. The stone bore a striking resemblance to the void stone Zhang Yuan had obtained from the Divine King's treasury, except for a bubble-like sphere embedded in its center. Zhang Yuan immediately used his abyssal eye to inspect it. Stone of Existence. A stone embodying the essence of existence. This is a treasure left to me by my master, Hua Muyue explained. Legend has it that there are 6 such stones in the world, representing existence, void, yin, yang, heaven, and earth. My master comprehended profound truths from this stone of existence and was able to ascend. Unfortunately, my aptitude is mediocre, and I've gained little insight from it over the years. As soon as Zhang Yuan took the stone, a surge of warmth flowed through his body. Suddenly, the void stone in his storage space flew out on its own, intertwining with the stone of existence. Zhang Yuan's consciousness was immediately drawn into a mysterious realm, where he experienced the profound cycle of existence emerging from void and void returning to existence, as though he had lived through countless ages. When he regained his senses, the 2 stones were still intertwined in midair, radiating a mysterious glow. At that moment, new information appeared on his status panel. Comprehended the mysteries of heaven and earth, unlocking the 6 essences of origin. Essence of existence. Can consume your own life force to replenish origin energy. Essence of void. Can obliterate your own origin energy to deduct an equivalent amount from a target's origin energy. Then, the 2 stones dissolved into golden light and fused into Zhang Yuan's body, vanishing without a trace. Hua Muyue stood there, staring blankly at everything that had just unfolded. She opened her mouth, but in the end, all she could say was, "Let's go home." When Zhang Yuan and Hua Muyue returned home, it was already late at night. After entering his room, Zhang Yuan quickly freshened up, but as he lay in bed, he found himself unable to sleep. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out the 16-character Qingfeng technique and began studying it intently under the dim light of his desk lamp. Although his awakened talent allowed him to advance in cultivation by defeating monsters, the path of cultivating immortality was ultimately one of defying the natural order. Relying solely on the system might lead to rapid progress, but it could result in an unstable foundation. Fully aware of this risk, Zhang Yuan resolved to thoroughly study this technique at least once. As his eyes moved over the jade manual containing the technique, the profound principles of absorbing the light winds and clouds of heaven and earth and guiding internal energy through his meridians gradually captured his full attention. Unconsciously, he sat cross-legged and began following the method described, channeling the elemental forces around him. Slowly, the free-flowing elements in the air started converging toward him. Meanwhile, atop a towering cliff, a vastly different training scene was unfolding. Wang Haoren, shirtless, was struggling to climb the steep cliff while carrying a massive boulder on his back. Seated atop the boulder, Zhu Jianxian and Yi Qingsong leisurely played chess and drank wine. Wang Haoren's muscles were taut and veins bulged as sweat poured down his body. Gritting his teeth, he looked up at the seemingly endless cliff above and asked, "Master, Grandmaster, how much longer must I climb?" Zhu Jianxian replied coldly, "You worthless fool. Your senior brother has the strength of a demon king, and your junior brother has already ascended to godhood. If you don't push yourself harder, you won't even be able to catch a glimpse of their shadows in the future. They're both prodigies. How can I possibly compare to them?" Wang Haoren said bitterly. Yi Qingsong offered words of encouragement. "Haoren, don't underestimate yourself. Master has said that you're a onsen Tenthu genius in the path of cultivation. If you dedicate yourself fully, your future might even surpass Zhang Yuan's." Hearing this, Wang Haoren clenched his teeth and continued climbing with renewed determination. Just then, a gentle breeze passed by, subtly disturbing the flow of elemental forces in the air. Zhu Jianxian keenly sensed this change and turned his gaze toward the distance. Yi Qingsong also felt it and looked to Zhu Jianxian. "Master, it seems another promising talent has emerged," he remarked. Standing up, Zhu Jianxian said, "You stay here and keep an eye on your disciple. He'll go check it out before those scoundrels in the heavens ruin them." Before his words had fully faded, he transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared into the night. Back in Shihu City, at Zhang Yuan's home, Zhang Yuan had entered a deep meditative state, surrounded by a dense concentration of elemental energy that was continuously tempering his body. When Zhu Jianxian arrived in the skies above Shihu City and saw the immense gathering of spiritual energy, he couldn't help but marvel to be able to summon such a vast amount of heaven and earth's spiritual energy so early in his cultivation journey. This young man must have awakened an extraordinary constitution. Who would have thought that in this day and age, such a prodigy in cultivation could emerge? A faint smile played on Zhu Jianxian's lips as he deftly formed a hand seal, conjuring an invisible barrier over Shihu City to suppress the abnormal fluctuations of elemental energy. Transforming into a gentle breeze, He flew toward the area where the elemental energy was most concentrated. However, as he drifted to the window of Zhang Yuan's home and saw the figure meditating inside, his smile froze instantly. What the hell? It's that brat? Zhu Jianxian couldn't help but curse. A guy who mastered his class through a gacha system is now meddling in the cultivation path? Is he trying to make it impossible for the rest of us to live? He turned to leave but hesitated, his gaze once again falling on Zhang Yuan. Fine, let's see what this kid is capable of. Back in my day, I reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement on my first night of cultivation. If he can reach the 2nd level, I'll consider giving him a few pointers. With that, he sat cross-legged outside the house. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan remained completely unaware of the prying eyes. Immersed in his cultivation, his technique flowed effortlessly, like clouds and water. The elemental energy surrounding him continuously strengthened his body and purified impurities. System notifications popped up one after another. Completed 1 cycle of the 16-word breeze technique. Gained 1 million experience points. Breakthrough achieved. Current level. Qi refinement stage 2. Breakthrough achieved. Current level. Qi refinement stage 3. Technique comprehension improved. Current level. Tier 2. Zhang Yuan's cultivation speed was astonishing, as if leveling up was as simple as eating or drinking. He advanced from Qi refinement stage 4 to stage 9 with ease. By the time the eastern sky began to brighten, the spiritual energy in his dantian had fully condensed, forming his Tao foundation. Breakthrough achieved. Current level. Foundation establishment early stage. Zhang Yuan opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of clear air. Outside the window, Zhu Jianxian was trembling with rage, his face a mix of disbelief, envy, and indignation. This bastard. Where's the justice in this? Where's the law? Zhu Jianxian nearly roared. Breaking through to foundation establishment in one night? No barriers at all? Wasn't this supposed to be the age of decline? Isn't spiritual energy supposed to be scarce? Wasn't the path of cultivation supposed to be severed? He angrily raised his middle finger to the sky. You damn heavens! Is that brat your illegitimate child? With a creak, the window opened. Zhang Yuan looked out in surprise at the flushed and fuming Zhu Jianxian. Zhu Jianxian? Why is your face so red? Who's been getting on your nerves? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.